Yo, all going. It's popping, man. You know how we do it. She look up in this bitch. Yeah, man. So, yeah, man. He's ready to party, man. Go get this party started. We're gonna party. Come on. Fuck's sake, man. This fucking Tom Tom is taking ages, man. Yeah, big up the people them in the chat, man. My bad. I just need to set up my Tom Tom for driving. Yeah, I was gonna try set up before I start driving, but you know how we do. You know how we dig and I do. Come on, you little fucker. Let's see. Come on, man. What the fuck's going on with this thing, man? Oh, mate. Yo, what's going on?
Yeah, no, yeah. What's up? Why are you getting upset?
Hey, me? No, man. I'm not upset, man. Be good, man. Be good.
Yeah,
Good,
I'm
good.
good. I wanted to talk to you for ages.
Okay. How you been?
I've been fine.
You been good, yeah?
I want to talk to my friend. That means you.
Okay, yeah, man. Nice to have a new friend, alright?
Yeah, I lie. I lie.
Mm.
I lie. I lie. I know you a long time now. I've been watching your videos.
Oh, wicked, wicked, wicked. What do you think? Do you enjoy the live shows?
Yeah, it's all about racism in America and religion. It's ridiculous. Yeah, you need to do something about it. Yeah.
Mm. Yeah, man. We're trying to stop it, man. We're trying to stop it.
Yeah.
Miska, who you talking to? You're in college. You should not be.
Yeah, I'm
talking to people.
sorry. I'm in college.
All right, all right. You gotta put it on. Put it. Go and do your college work, yeah, and then listen on break time.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
All right,
Just put that one there, please. Thank
All
you.
right.
all right. Pick
Yeah.
up yourself, guy church.
Okay.
All right, see you
Okay.
after
Bye.
college.
See you later. Yeah.
All
See
right,
you.
bye, bye,
Bye.
bye.
Can
Bye.
you just
Oh.
can you
Oh.
go
All right, yeah, man. So big up Sky Church. Quick pass through in the morning. Yeah. Want to say how much you love the show and all that? Yeah, big up yourself, man. Big up, yeah, the I'm saying. Make sure you do your college work though. You get me? That's more important still. Yeah. So this blood clot Tom Tom, I don't know what's wrong with it, man. Mad. This fucking thing is messing about, man. I've been there for about 10 minutes trying to put this blood clot address in. It's not working yet, man. FP. All right, it's gonna work now. Right. Right. Let's go. Yeah, man. So pick up the people them inside, man, in the building. You get me? Yeah, me. Car. Yeah, man. I'm trying to find out about. I'm trying to draw out man like IC3, man like Ralph, and the others. Yeah, man. You want to get? We're trying to get some of them out today. Bruv, I don't know. I need to chat to IC3, man. Is he boycotting G Block? Yeah, is he boycotting G Block because he didn't get the best reception? Yeah, for come true, man, you gotta go through the birth of fire, you know, my G. And you're the big uncle as well, man. So yeah, we got a space for you up here. Hear me? We got a space for you up here, B. Where was BLM to protect the statue? BLM don't protect statues, man. We renovate them. Yeah, we don't protect statues, we renovate them, B. Yeah, me. Yeah, man. That's like the BLM scrap services. Yeah, yeah. Anyway. Let's quickly have a catch up from some of the news from yesterday and last night. Shout out man like Nick Cannon. Heard he got a shutdown. They're trying to shut him down for some anti-Semitism speech, talking about 5 families or something that run the world. I heard he didn't say nothing like Jewish or call any names. He was just alluding to there being people that control certain systems, and he's scrapped, man. Gone, you get me? Yeah, man. So man keep thinking they got some power around here, man. Big up man like we, man, in the building. All type cool. Yeah, James Jones was back yesterday still. Like, you know, like obviously, man, a big man out here, you get me? And they gotta get their co-op and gotta do their thing still, so yeah, you might not catch everyone for the whole day sitting there. Yeah, maybe when I got mad subscribers, yeah, and I can pay man wages for sitting on the channel, yeah, that might be different. You get me? Yeah. That'll be different still. I could pay man to sit there and do their bits and pieces, innit? Different. When you're on the contract, that's different, isn't it? Yeah. But you're helping man out and shit. You got no obligation. Got no obligation to jump on. Like, so yeah, man. Yeah. So they try to shut Nick Cannon down for anti-Semitism. But there was a guy called do I support that? No. I ain't heard what he said still. I heard he got shut down for what's it called? Do I you know, I'll tell you what, yeah. And another thing, yeah. I'm the wrong person for anyone to try and say, oh, someone don't try to make me feel bad about what someone else says, yeah. I don't give a fuck what so-and-so says about so-and-so. What John says about James, yeah. What fucking James says about John. What fucking Dawn says about fucking Kim, yeah. What Keisha says about fucking Tiana. I don't give 2 shits. So you could never make me feel bad for laughing at a joke or for thinking, yeah, or letting someone have their say in one way or the other way. You hear me? Yeah. So people used to do that all the time. Man, no way man used to do that. I used to do that when I used to jump on Real Big E's channel. Say, yo. So someone said something. Mackie might have said something that someone don't agree with. They're gonna go, oh, so do you agree with why don't you cut their Baku's statement of show and show? Like, shut up, man. You condemn it. Yeah. Yeah. Nick Cannon said white people are backward savages and they only know violence. He's entitled to his opinion. I'm sure I've heard Hillary Clinton say that black people are super predators. Nah? Don Imus said black women are nappy-headed hoes. He still got his job. I don't see no one in the chat saying, oh, how comes that? Why ain't Don Imus being fired? Why ain't Hillary Clinton being fired for saying black people were super predators? Mad, isn't it? How this thing goes. Get me? That's why I have to big up man like Black Lives Matter. You see? Yeah, man. They got knees knocking around there. Yeah, man. Yeah. And you know what? Yeah, you see Nick Cannon, yeah? Obviously, it might have fucked up his TV thing, yeah? But He's a big enough name to do his thing on his own little YouTube channel or something. And end up getting more money in the long run than he is right now. So, yeah, man. Man said big up Terry Crews, you know. I don't know about that, bro. I don't know about that. Yeah, I don't know about any man who lets some old man feel his nuts in front of his wife. I ain't ever bigging that man up. You get me? The only way I would have picked that man up, yeah, if he would have made that old man's jaw spin. Are you crazy? Yo, how you gonna violate man and grab their balls in front of their wife, bro? Are you taking man for a dickhead, bro? Like, you couldn't do that just in general, but in front of man's wife, bruh, that's you guys. That's your brethren, innit? Mm. Yeah, me. That's bad. Why apologize to them if you ain't shook? Right. You might be shook, innit? I never said he weren't shook. Did you hear me say that? I said that, yo, I'm not condemning or condoning anyone else for what they say because I know them. So man, shout out, man. Like I was explaining before. People used to do it to me. Prospect said this. Raw. Do you agree with that? Maku said this. So and so. Jedi said this. So and so. And it's like, what? So what? Ask them about it. Don't fucking ask me. You get me? That's me shit, man. Yeah. So big up man like Rajanator. I jumped on Raja's shadow yesterday. You get me? Yo. Up to this brother. Yeah. A man just tried to lie on man yesterday. You get me? Don't try and lie on me, fam. Your hurt feelings. I come to man, so many men are hurt about Veli and YouTube, man. This is weird, man. This is weird, bro. Hey, man, I hurt, bro. You get me? Spaghetti me. Baguette me. Ask me. Yeah. So, hey, big up man like King Gold. Ultra funky. Yeah, big up the secret chat, massive man. Big up yourself, man. Come on. I'm an ultra. You know what time it is, man. Health is your wealth. You know what I'm saying, though, yeah? You don't go jump on there and help me out, though. You know what I'm saying, though, bad man? Watching the road when you talk bad, man. You don't give a fuck when you walk bad, man. Too many man want to be a bad man till they see a real bad man too, bad man. Jeez. Yeah. Bad man. Watching the road when you talk bad, man. Yeah, man. Yeah. Hassan. Bruv, Hassan's been on my nuts from the day, bruv, man. Since I minded him up on Real Maggie's channel. And then I made a remix when his missus holding him up, man. And he obviously he's been holding feelings from them, man. Feelings. Yeah, they in their feelings. Yeah, man. You can't fuck with the golden child, don't be. Yeah, me. Yeah, me. Golden out here. Yo.
Oh shit.
Not connected, no?
Oh shit. Shit. I didn't mean to do that, bro. Sorry. Yo. Yo, big up, bro. Fucking I had my earphones on. I thought it was going through my earphones, but it was coming out on the screen. Bless up yourselves. Bless up everybody in the morning. I just thought I'd come on quickly. Just a brief interlude. Say big up everybody. Yeah, man. Just have a good day. Have a good day of yourselves. You know, be productive. You know, your health is your wealth. Your wealth is your health, sorry. Your real wealth is your health. That's the main thing. What's happening, Noville? Where you at, bro?
Yeah. Oh, 1 sec, yeah.
Right.
I'm trying to line up the loudspeaker. Yeah.
All right, sweet. Hey, as a serious message, though, it's real one. And the thing is like with me, yeah, my health is literally on a knife edge. So it's like today I've got to get up and do something. So I locked on and I just saw that message and it was like, fuck, bro. I just need motivation in it. So that was literally, I'm going to take that. For extra.
You get the motivation you need, you hear me, Doug?
Definitely, brother. And it's like messages like that, you know, it's so easy to do. And I think just need more things like that, you know, more positive messages out there. I think this is not enough, really. But obviously, if you like Ultra, you know, if everybody was kind of like Ultra in a way, it'd be I think the world would be better, and more friendly place. But yeah, that's definitely because a lot of people lack motivation. A lot of people know what to do. They've got the information. Just know how to do things. It's just motivation sometimes. That's more important, I think. You can know what to do, but if you've got the motivation, you're not going to do it.
Yo.
Oh, what's up, family? I can see you. You're here in a car or something. You're in a car, innit?
Yeah, man. I'm trying to connect up the Bluetooth, but I'm connecting myself. Yeah, me. Connor. Yeah, man. Big up my light. The car in the building. You telling me, mate?
I can't see who's here.
You know how we do.
Erdogan. Easy. You ruler, yeah? What is he? Is Erdogan like, he's hereditary rule, right? So he's inherited that.
No, he got elected in, but he just stayed in.
All right. Oh, did you hear my
OG
beat?
Style.
I'm making a beat. Look, I play it. It's like a minute. It's like a minute. Do you want to hear it or not?
Yeah, go on.
All right, you got to speak some lyrics over it, Con. Can you hear it?
Yeah.
Oh. Come on, Con. I know you got this, bro.
So it's Erdogan.
I got it. No.
Alright, you spit some bars. Turn up. Turn the mic up, B. Turn it up.
All right. We're gonna spit some shit here right now. I'm just sorting it out in the.
Alright. Yo. Check this. So let me start this to show you why I figure is a poet and an artist. So stingy, spelling like I'm farting. don't want to clash. That's another one. The party. They started. They let me know start writing. Your flow sheet. They let us like, yo, pull up. I'm about to go for the tunnel though, yeah.
All right.
Yo, hold up.
Big up.
Oh shit! What you say? You say that was nice. I heard some bars coming through.
Health is wealth. I hope you're getting yourself in the gym on the 25th then.
I need to get up, bro. I'm telling you.
Yeah, if health is wealth. All you fuckers talking about health is wealth, make sure you sign up for the gym, you lazy cunts.
But you just go instead of picking up your phone. The kid's waiting for you to drive.
I'm just going on mute so you don't run me down in front of everyone, you div.
Jeez. Running people down in the morning is not a good thing. Trying to avoid that.
You're addicted. You should have put it on mute to begin
You
with.
shouldn't be running at your mouth when someone's trying to help you.
Big up, friends. All right. Yeah, I just made this beat in like. Yo,
You
big up.
can't live with them. You can't live without them. Fucking hell.
Listen, don't worry about it. It's life.
Hey, guess what? Dragging me out of bed, babe, give me a lift to my car, and then fucking run up her out on the way as well. Fucking hell.
All right.
She's come back now. Hold on, she's come back.
Keep it stung then.
Do you want to lift back up?
Yeah, go on then.
Well, hurry up.
Right.
Does she mind when you? What does she mind when you're online? On
These
Hangout.
fucking white women are all the same, aren't they?
Oh, leave it out, man. You love a bit.
Leave it out. Leave it out.
You
They only want you
love
for
a
one
bit.
thing.
You love a bit of bacon, mate.
They only want you for one thing, mate. They only want you for one thing. Don't ever think you're special, yeah? Don't ever think you're
You and
special.
half of the other brothers. You and half of the other brothers worldwide. You love a bit of bacon.
Global, it's global thing.
Yeah.
I want some Milky Bar, man. I don't want no. I don't want a Turkish delight. I want some Milky Way.
Yeah.
man.
Oh,
Like white women look after you, man. You know, they look after you.
oh, black women look after you too. What the fuck does that mean, bro?
You know, Asian women look after you the most.
Yeah, but I'm saying there ain't no special.
I'm telling you.
It's just what you
You're a
prefer.
Japanese woman. Okay.
I know for a fact white women don't look after you better than no fucking black woman. That's
I don't
facts.
know. It's debatable. It's debatable.
I think it all boils down to preference, bro.
Can you fucking change the subject? Because you're going to get me fucking get my head blown off in a minute. What you're chatting about.
Right. Go on. Let's get off color. All right. What's the topic of the day? Topic of the day. Let me see, Vel. What are you written?
He's with IC3, some shit about IC3.
You
And
see,
Reece.
let me go into his I ain't got the chat up. One sec. Big up everybody in the chat. Anybody? Anyway.
Yo. Man.
Yes. Big up, man. Big up. Big up Valet and Maggie.
Yeah.
Every time, Jim.
I am. My life Farouk, you know.
Yeah, I
I'm in
know.
that Farouk, man.
I know that. Everything cool though.
Yeah, man. But damn, man.
I tried to jump on last night, but it was like a Royal Rumble blood. So I said, you know what? Fuck this for a laugh. I'm off, bro.
My.
Yeah.
Oh, my.
Do the IC codes afford different groups, different levels of protection by the law?
Sorry? Say that
And now
again?
we're definitely dreaming. Do the IC codes afford a different groups, different levels of protections by the law? I mean,
I don't know about that.
like swans, we're protected property now because we're extinct. We're at extinction over here in the UK. We're only 2%.
Right.
You should be protected, don't you?
I know them IC3 laws work against us at the moment. You know what I mean? Big up Natty.
Yeah, in reality, they should.
One,
NN.
NN, everything cool.
Well, go on, Freddie. Yes,
No,
yes,
right.
Melly. Yes, Gold. Yes,
Yes.
Canio. Yeah, man.
Everything cool, brother?
Yeah, if it's cool, man. I fucking just licked my head on the door, you know, G.
Oh, fuck.
And it is sore.
That's the problem us 6 footers have got. That is the problem, man. 6 footers have got, you know. But you ain't 6 foot, are you, know?
Yeah, I'm 6 foot.
Oh,
what, 6'2",
you know
innit?
what I'm saying? I'm 6'4". So I'm
Yeah.
always licking up my head, blood. Always.
It's not nice, man.
Bruv, I've got a reverse Mr. T. You know what that is?
Yeah.
No fucking hair in the middle and a bag of hair around the sides. Bro.
Yeah,
Huh?
that's why I have to shave. I have to shave my head clean, man. I've got nothing in the middle and just, yeah.
Girl, you know how the thing goes already.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, but a man saying health is wealth and they ain't signed up to the gym. I don't know what happened to that.
Yeah, man. Don't worry, man. He's signing up soon, man. You get me? Yeah, man. Ultra's on the road to fitness. You get me? I like Ultra. Ultra's on the road to fitness now, bro. Trust me. Yeah, man.
I ain't talking about Ultra. I'm just saying in general. You have to practice what you preach. You can't be chatting shit and then you ain't doing it.
Yeah, that's the thing, man. Practice what you preach.
Yeah. Yeah. Nah. Yo, what's the answer to the question of the day there, mate?
Yeah, but I think the laws ain't working for us, Phil, man. At present, you know what I mean? I think they're working against us in a little way.
The IC codes are afforded different people different levels of protection from the law.
Sorry, King. What did you
Like,
just say?
if you're IC1, yeah? If you're IC1 and you're IC6, do you think that you'll get the same treatment by the police, by the law?
Nah. You know that already anyway, Phil. It's a rhetorical a little bit, that one.
Yeah.
Cause obviously we're getting a little fight in it. Nothing special. You know what I mean? We're just getting it. So I don't know how the numbers game or the IC3 game is gonna help that. You know what I mean? It's a mindset.
I've noticed when it comes to IC3, you will get a lot more police protection. Like when the IC3 man gets stopped, you'll notice that there'll be about 20 policemen come out there for protection. So yeah, I think it depends, man. Like if it's IC1 and it's a stop and search, then it will be only like 2 officers that will deal with him. So the IC1 won't get much protection from the police officer. But when it's an IC3, we get a van load of them come out to protect us.
Yeah, facts.
You get your money's worth.
You get 6 officers for 1 IC3.
It's like 10,000 Babylon in one blue van Rocco.
You see it? But man ain't complaining or nothing. It is what it is, isn't it? Man's so used to it. From 8 years old, I've been getting harassed from them. So it's not.
Yeah. It's nothing, man. We feel special though. I feel special when about, you know, you see about 20 vehicle come for one man.
Well,
and you're looking at an IC3.
Well, obviously, I would never recommend it. But obviously, I've done my time for this. But I've assaulted one of them, and it felt nice at the time because the harassment I was getting was crazy, bro. Every day, you're picking on man, stopping man for no reason. You're harassing man. Man ain't got nothing to do with crime these times. You get me?
Yeah.
Just all over, man. Like, you know what I'm saying? For no reason. Just because I'm a talker.
The thing is, Freddie, right? If you were to harass someone like they were harassing you, you'd be in big trouble.
They call that stalking, fam.
Yeah, that's right.
There's laws against it, broski.
People
get
can
what
get
I'm
an
saying?
injunction on you. They could get an injunction. In fact, that's what like some of these like Karens will like do when they feel threatened and stuff. They call the police because someone's just jogging, someone's going for a little jog, or they're hanging outside in their car trying to like go in the boot of the car, and they're a threat. So
Yeah, you know what you're saying though, it does make me wonder why I'm a threat. I can't understand why I'm a
I
threat.
can't understand it.
You know what I'm saying?
I mean, what do we look? What are the Asians come under? Like, what would the? No. I see. What are they? I see.
Well, they're probably 4 or something, man. I don't know.
Well, check this in the newspaper, right? I looked in my local newspaper. This is about 2 days ago, right? Because it was a big thing on Facebook. Everyone was talking about it. 2 Asian lads got stopped. I know them, yeah, because they do whatever they do, yeah. But they didn't have nothing on them this time, bruv. When you see the amount of boy them that come for just 2 boys, and you're talking like they're only like 19, 20, yeah. It was like literally the whole of London Road was full up of police, and everyone's thinking, what's so yeah, I think even with them, man, I think them man get protection as well. Like, I think that's how serious they take it. I think they get protected as well, man.
They've
A lot.
only started getting protection from the other day, though. Do you get what I'm saying? Because there's a campaign against them from the other day. So that's why they've started getting this extra protection. But before, they was getting left alone, to be quite true.
Yeah.
Yeah, they was getting left alone, honestly. Because
Man
remember,
of the moment.
they got whole
Hold on a
communities.
sec.
Big up, IC.
Good morning, young man.
Easy ICP.
You know why the
Good morning.
like this today, boy?
What are you doing? What are you doing? You're starting to ask some dangerous questions. What are you doing, man? You're dropping grenades.
You know what? This is what I'm doing, yeah. I'll tell you what I've noticed, yeah. I've noticed that there is a young man that hasn't been jumping on in the mornings anymore. So I thought, right, I'm gonna have to pull him out, mate. Yeah, I'm gonna have to, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm gonna have to make him jump on. You get me? Yeah, I have to make him jump on, innit? With these questions that he's gonna have to jump on and say, "What are you doing? You can't do it."
Very dangerous stuff, man. I'm telling you. Very serious. Those kind of questions. Wow. Do the IC codes afford different groups, different levels of protections by law? Wow. I can't answer that, man. I don't even know. But wow, that is a question. I have to do some. Well, I've been trying to do some research on that stuff. But what responses have you been getting so far?
Well, saying it's been a sort of a bit of a yes so far. That but we've not had anyone on the opposing side to go against it. So I might have to take the opposing side. I don't think we're going to find anyone that's going to try and go against it. Yeah.
Oh, what? So most people think that it offers different levels of protection.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. And what's that, by intuition or based on what they see going on around them?
I think they might be talking about more based on experience.
Ah, right. Personal experience. Wow.
And what they've seen themselves, yeah. So more personal experience. But like, I want to add something in, yeah, which might shake up a little bit, yeah. So what if there's someone, I know some IC1s that if the police see them, they're going to get harassed and terrorized and whatever, yeah, because obviously they're known by the police to be in certain circles.
Yeah. Okay.
So is it more matter about the IC code or the circles that you mix with to whether you get harassed by police?
It's all about the IC code. It's all about the IC code because we don't have to be in any circles and we get harassed daily.
Oh,
You
that's
don't have.
interesting.
You don't have
That's
to be
right.
going any. You don't have to be doing any crime though to get stopped. Just buy a nice car and roll around, Louis, and play your music too loud and see what happens to you.
Right, right.
Yeah.
Interesting point. Yeah. Right. So yeah, so therefore then that question then, Belly, that you just asked really is do the IC1 get treated differently depending on what group they're in?
Yeah, what circles go in. Now,
Yeah, what circles?
When it was IC1, it was do the different ICs get treated differently depending on what circles they're in.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
it
but
wasn't just about the IC. But I gave you an example of an IC. Wait, I gave you an example of an IC1 that might be mixed up in a bit of crime.
yeah,
Will get pulled if he drives past the police and the police know that his car's registered to him. Yeah.
yeah.
And then I said, so
Yeah, because this is deep stuff. Because you know, if you're of a particular race code, then there's the issue of class, and class could be, you know, whether you're a member of a certain lodge or something, which might give you a pass. Does that make sense?
yeah. Well, this is the extent I see. Yeah. We got Bradders, yeah. That's from America. You know, DC Brad, yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah.
He's been on the panel, yeah. And he was saying, obviously, he's a Freemason, isn't it? Yeah.
Say that again.
He was saying he's a Freemason.
Okay. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. I remember. Yeah, I remember DC
Yeah,
Brad.
remember, yeah.
Yeah,
and,
yeah.
And he was telling us about there's certain benefits what he can get if he gets a traffic ticket. Certain states, he doesn't have to pay the ticket. If he goes to certain shops, he gets a discount or free
Yeah.
service.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. So this is quite complicated because.
Again, he's IC3 though.
Sorry.
He's IC3 now, but he's in America though.
Yeah, yeah. I understand. But this is where it gets quite complicated because there's the race codes and then there's class codes. So the class codes could be that who your parents are, you know, how wealthy you are, and so on, and who you know. But the class codes could also be whether you're a member of a group or a lodge or Freemasons and so on. Yeah. So class can be blood, and it could be membership. That's what I think. And then you got race as a separate thing.
He's doing some work in the background. Wait, IC3.
So sorry, fam. So sorry.
Making up bad noise, I beg you, meet up for a sec, bro.
Nah, sorry, fam, man. I'm trying to clean up my kitchen. Sorry.
Yeah, big at yourself, man. Yeah, big man wash up.
Yeah. Yeah, so
we're ready for your explanation.
Hello? You cut off. Hello?
I can hear you, IC3.
All right, yeah. Yeah, so somebody's saying that, yeah, somebody's saying there's no such thing as, yeah, as class codes, but how do you know that? You see? So just because the race codes might be out, we don't know what other codes. There's lots of codes for the entire structure. So it doesn't mean that all, everything is open. So I suspect that class for it to function properly, there must be some kind of ranking system. And if there's a ranking system in class, then people must have learnt it. They must have been taught it. Yeah, so that they can function. Because if a police officer hassles the wrong person because they didn't recognize who the person is, they might get a wrist slapped.
Yeah.
You're supposed to know who this person is. What do you mean you don't know? Was you born
Yeah, I
yesterday?
think. Do you know what? IC3. I used to work obviously as a doorman, yeah, and you know what? You just get this, like, even the owners would be like, listen, this group and that group, like, you do judge groups,
Right.
like, I don't know if it's like an instinct thing or like what you said, like you've been taught or brainwashed into thinking this certain group are going to be bad, this certain group are going to be blah blah blah, this certain group are going to be, oh, make sure you search the black guys when they come in, make sure you search them, make sure you search the Indian boys when they come in, blah 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 blah.
There you go. Right. So there you go. So I mean, I got nothing more to say. I mean, you smashed it there. You know, you can get just a tip off from the person who's employing you. Like so as Nettie's saying, from security, knowledge, experience in security. If you get a tip off from somebody who's paying you and says, "Look, watch this and watch that," it's putting a code in your head. It's putting a class system in your head because you don't know who these people are.
Yeah.
Do you understand? So you just go by what somebody said to you. Look, if you see anybody wearing pink trainers, watch out.
Yeah.
And you just, because you don't want to hassle, you would do your job, get paid, and go home. You know what I mean?
Well, these guys that I worked for, they're a massive. Well, there's like about 7 brothers. They're an Indian family and everything.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, when it come to obviously Indians, like for like their family members or like Indians generally, it was like a special treatment. So I had to be careful who I was talking in there. But then I thought, you know what? Because one thing I'm not good at is licking arse IC3. It's not happening. Nah, it's not happening. And my governor used to be like, Nia, you have to be easy with these people. I said, listen, I'm not going to be easy with them because one time we were outside the club.
Yeah.
And you had one of their family members, and he's with about 4 of these Indian girls. Yeah. Now, because he thinks his family, he wants to walk around there, you know.
Yeah.
But the family, like the family that owned the club, they were like only interested in their immediate family, but other family members, it was like their blood still. He didn't get that. Now he was outside one time, and I don't know what it was, but I think a few of the Indian girls would started chatting to a couple of like black boys now, yeah.
Oh dear.
And he must have been standing there, and he must have gone. He said, "Effing the N-word," right?
Oh dear.
So no one said nothing, right? But people heard, and I turned around to him. I said, "What did you say?" And he goes, he said something stupid, bro. Like, I said, effing nigh. Like, or I said, I was like, no, you didn't. I said, I know exactly what you said, yeah? Yeah, you said the N-word, yeah? You said effing in. Like, but why did you say it? Like, why? It come out like, you know, like when someone's got like Tourette's. It's just random, right?
Okay.
So I've got hold of this boy now, yeah, and I'm shaking him, yeah.
Oh no.
Oh, his family's. I'm like, so that gives him a pass. So anyway, everyone was like, you know what, yeah. We were like, don't forget, we work for you. Yeah? I said, don't forget, in your whole force, it's all black security,
right?
And you've got what, about 3 Indian guys, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Asian guys, I'd say, not all of them. Cam, my brethren Cam, he was a big Indian guy, man. He was like the head doorman. He was all right.
Yeah.
And then you had like a few Pakistani boys, yeah. All of us were calling everything because we're one team and we're not looking at it like color or choosing who's who and all that stuff, yeah. Because we know everyone's a cunt. Yeah. So, yeah, I think definitely. I think when stuff like that, I think it triggers off that they think, oh, IC3, right, we're going to need protection. Because you will see it, and they will. How many police officers does it take? I mean, if that's the case, right? If there's a crime going on, like they say every minute or every blah blah blah, do they send like 20 police officers out, like all at the time? Like there's like 1,000 police officers out there, like. So, yeah, I think the question of the day is quite powerful, man. And I think it gives you a lot to think about. But I think through experience, I think for people talking about through the experience of it, yeah.
Yes. So you recognize class and race is operating from day to day.
Mm.
And sometimes it's like for me, I see it's a bit like a boxer. You see, you got the left hand and you got the right hand.
Let me ask the question. Your IC3.
Yeah.
Hold on a second. Can I ask you a question before you go into the next point?
Yeah.
So, is it possible for someone to be an IC3 in the 1% and still face racism?
Yes.
And still face injustice?
Yes. Yes, but they'll have to put up with it because they say, look how much we're paying you.
That's the difference between race and class. Yeah, that's race. That's the difference between race and class, isn't it? Just because you got more money, it don't mean that. As Kanye West said, it don't matter if you're in the coop. You could be in the Benz. You're still a nigger in the coop.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Be in the Benz. You're still a nigger in the coop.
Yeah, that's my experience. Testifies to that. Yeah. So race trumps class then. Yeah, race trumps class. So no matter how high you go, race will be at the end.
Yeah.
And that's what Neely. That's what I understand Neely Fuller to be saying as well. He says that in many different ways. Race trumps class every time. So just because you get a pass, don't be fooled.
All right, check this IC3. Yeah, this is, if you look this up in the news. It was on the news actually. Yeah. Now you got a son and a father and his son riding on a bike, and they're doing a charity for I can't remember what the charity was for. I think it was to do something positive anyway, really a positive thing. And apparently the police got alerted by two IC1 males, which was a father and a son, and they reckoned that 2 IC3 males approached them and was threatening them to rob them or something like that, and they went off. Now when the police come, they approached this man with his son, who's only like 11 or something like that, and they were like, yeah, we believe this, we believe that. And they were like, okay, so what's the description? And the police officer, this is what the police officer said: the victims didn't want to give a description. They didn't want to give it. So how can you go about like knowing what IC3 to look for? Because I always used to say to them, yeah, okay, officer, listen, obviously you must have a really good description, so that's fine. We could go down to the police station, but the call log will have a good description of me, and you best hope that fits me down to a T. And you best hope that because obviously they could do the phone track and all that stuff there, yeah. You best hope that you could track, because this is what we're going to use for evidence. And this is when that, like, oh mate, you know what, that day, man, I loved it, but because I was just telling them straight, when you do this, I said to them, you do know I'm not going to want to come out my house. I'm going to be scared. There's going to be an issue. So the mental health will start coming in because now you're affecting my mental health. And I said, can you imagine that? Can you imagine it if I don't want to eat, if I'm starving myself and I don't want to eat because of you? And the motherfucker left me alone. Standing there for time. I said, it's up to you.
Yes.
So, yeah, man. Like, I don't understand how that poor little boy and his father, and then they pull a taser out on the little boy. I've never heard of that, man.
A little boy, a little white boy.
No, it's a black boy.
I was gonna say.
You know what I was thinking? Hello.
Yeah.
I was thinking. What prime minister preceded Ted Heath? Because the IC3, the IC code came out at the late 70s. So we're looking at obviously after the war in Nigeria, and obviously after the Black Panther, which was I think like around about the 60s that came out. That was when they knew they were going to have a big influx of dark-skinned people coming. So that was basically there to, because they definitely would have wanted to be able to instantly be able to identify someone, and if it's a black person, yeah, we're on it. We want to maybe investigate this crime properly, or if it's a white person, now we let that go, or whatever, but they made sure that they could, probably the main reason. It seems to be after wars and stuff, and before there's a black influx, they seem to have changed a number of things accordingly.
Oh yeah, I guess that's right.
I don't know
preparation.
I don't know how bad. Okay, Harold Wilson. So that's it. That makes sense. So I think he preceded Edward Heath. Ted Heath, I think. But he was around that time. So that was obviously, he was known for being a president who facilitated the starving of 2 million people. So yeah, I can understand why that came into power. Do you know what I mean?
Yes. Yeah. So it's that's what I've been trying to find out for a long time, is to get the documents, of when the IC codes were created, what the dates, who was on the meeting, what the minutes were, how did they come to the final decision. I know that in 1975 they changed it from RC to IC, which is from race code to identity code, but there must have been other stuff going on before that, and it's all logged. It's all going to be logged somewhere. So I think that'll be wonderful to read the minutes of the meeting, who was in the meeting, and what they were saying. Yeah, we need. Somebody might have said, well, we need 12 codes, 12 IC codes. And then somebody else said, no, just 3 will do. And then somebody else said, no, you've got to do 7. So all these suggestions would have got on the table, and then they would say, okay, we all agree that we're going to use 7 codes.
Yeah, IC codes, IC3.
Yeah.
IC, yeah. So I mean,
they must have been talking about it.
I mean, it's a very. I mean, that as well as, I think it was when it's radio. I think they could pick it up by radio means, radio technology. So when they've got that, and then they've got this location like face recognition and stuff, and they can it's just going to be so much easier.
Yeah, I remember coming from.
Definitely.
To if someone's wanted, mate, they might as well just hand themselves in.
Yeah,
definitely. That's what I'm worried about. That's what I'm talking about.
Here's some information. I was coming back from an exhibition. I was trying to showing these IC codes. I was doing a demonstration, and then I stopped to eat something nearby on the way home, and there was this priest sitting by the window. It's like a cafe thing. I just sat down, get some rest and eat some food. And I put the IC codes. I had them big. I had a big panel of them, really large, so you could see them from a distance. But I just pulled them up beside me. I was wheeling them on one of those like shopping trolleys. And this priest, I noticed him looking at me. He had a white collar and stuff. And then he was looking at, and I thought, what is he looking at? And then he says, what are those codes? Oh, then I started, speeding off what I thought I knew. And he says, no, that's not quite correct. I said, what? I said, what? That's why I said, oh no, if somebody else knows something good, that'd be really interesting. And he says, it's used internationally under the E-Codex system. So the priest started telling me about all this E-Codex. So it's E and then Codex. So it's E-C-O-D-E-X. He says it's using the E-Codex system. And I thought, what's this just let me get a pen and paper out. This priest was talking. And he says what it's used, it's also used for the transference of prisoners. And so the race codes are used by Interpol, Europol. So it's international standard for the transfer of prisoners and other things, and they're expanding it. And then I thought, oh, thank you very much for that information and so on. Yeah, I'll do some research. And he says, yeah, and then he disappeared. And that I started to do some more research on that E-Codex system. And the E-Codex system seems, because I remember being arrested for some reason, and then they took me over for the fingerprints, and campaigning for this, raising awareness of this of the codes. And there was a computer there, and then but the codes, you just saw 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 on the computer. So anybody just looking at the computer screen, as you're rolling your finger for the fingerprints, you wouldn't know what those numbers are. But I recognized those numbers. I said, so it's right. That what that priest was saying was correct. But it's in when it goes into the computer, it's just a number. It doesn't say I see this, I see that, and there's none of that. It's just a number. So I just thought I'd share that with you.
Right. Yeah.
It's in the machines.
Yeah. So I think it has a lot to do maybe with if it wasn't based on profiling, then if you went to, I reckon when you go to get a job and stuff, they want specific people. So a lot of the time, I reckon they just don't want you because of your color or your race, wherever you come from. So I think it's definitely based on being able to identify someone, and more likely to be used in a way where they can control, and it's probably for the worst, to be honest. But then again, I suppose for police use is obviously a lot easier, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not just for police; the military use it as well, and civil service. And
if you don't mind me asking you, I think we've pretty much spoken all about IC3 today, as much as we can go through. But I would say, if you can share with everybody what you got arrested for, if you're allowed to, back in the day. That was quite interesting. I was like, right, IC3 was banging out back in the day.
I've been arrested loads of times. I can't remember. Can't remember. It's usually it'll be if the people don't like the IC codes, display of the IC codes, they'll say that he's causing a public disturbance. So I usually end up in court.
They were
in court a lot. I've forgotten the terminology. There's a charge. Public disorder. I think
Public
it's public
offence.
disorder.
Public
No,
order offence.
disorder, something disorderly.
Disorderly conduct. Yeah, I know.
Something. Something like that. Yeah, because lots of different.
Do you reckon they
situations.
were more strict back in the day on black people?
Or
They're less tolerant. Like when it comes.
I don't
Because
know.
I heard
I
someone
don't know how
say,
to measure.
you know,
I don't know
I
how to
heard
measure.
someone say, you know, right? They got this philosophy that's like it's widespread and it's a cliche. You know, it's like, you know, people are very tolerant in the West. You know, especially the UK. But I heard someone say, you know, you want to be accepted and loved, right, as opposed to tolerated. You know, or just liked at least, or just a bit more than tolerated, because we're looking at it like, all right, they're tolerating us and everywhere else is hostile. So that's the way we're looking at it. But really, it should be in reality, yeah, you're liked, you're loved. You're not tolerated, but you're what's the word? Where you're not
accepted.
You're celebrated almost to a degree. Accepted, that's the word. The word up, yeah, you know, that along them terms, you know, along them way.
Yeah. But
So I feel like that should be broken, that little saying, because I did see like a poster the other day, and it really hit home, because I used to say it myself. I was like, right, you know, the English are pretty tolerant, like I have to admit, but I feel because of the hostile environment that has been thrust upon black people from the concept of the Vatican, really, it's like we've been hated for a long time and being killed. So now we've got this thing. It's like, oh, we're tolerated. Oh, thank God. So something else to tolerate is the English, right?
Oh, right.
For whatever reason, probably
Right.
commerce.
Right.
But you know, it's like it would be nice to be accepted and celebrated. Whatever word, you know, not hated, but what's the word when you don't hate someone? You appreciated, not accepted, appreciated.
Yeah. Well, you see,
both.
Yeah. So this is a very deep issue. This is really loaded, because tolerance. They say tolerance. I've forgotten the saying.
Yes, guys, just have a blessed day, man. IC3, big up yourself, man. Everybody, Kindle, Natty, don't know. Don't know.
Every day, man. You have to think positive every day, man.
Yeah, big up yourself, brother.
Yeah.
Carry on, man.
So
tolerance. Yeah. Look, so tolerance. They say that tolerance is a sign that a society is getting weaker. I think there's a saying. I can't remember the saying. Something to do with tolerance. So if the more tolerant a society gets, it means that they're on the way down.
Really?
Yeah. Let me see if I can get that saying.
The more tolerant you are, the more. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It makes sense, but don't forget, with everything in place, you'd say that there have to be a level of tolerance in order for them to have what they have at the current time.
Tolerance.
And it be
Sign.
workable without too much resistance. You know, that's why people don't put up resistance, because they're so tolerant with people in their country. Because I'm sure if they locked everything off and really tried to superimpose themselves, then
I found it. It says tolerance and apathy are the last virtues of a dying society. That's attributed to Aristotle.
Oh, he's a racist.
Tolerance and apathy are the last virtues of a dying society. That's attributed to Aristotle. And also, the tolerance is the last virtue of a depraved society. Seems to be attributed to the modern evangelical minister D. James Kennedy.
Well, you could say if you're tolerant, that means that that suggests that you have the money and the means to be able to be tolerant, to allow people to come in, and the numbers so you don't inadvertently lose numbers by your women falling, pregnant by another, race, and your money and your food and whatnot and resources. But so you have to. So I don't know. That's just a flip side of the coin, man. Because
That's
you
right.
can be
Yeah. Interesting.
you can be tolerant out of choice and gain a lot. But if you're tolerant because you have to be, that might suggest that
but maybe the word tolerance is the wrong word. Maybe you're discussing mercy. So somebody's so strong, they're not compromising, but they just feel like, oh yeah, just give them a pass. They're not actually tolerant. They just have to be in a good mood that day. Something like that. Let's look at this word tolerance. Tolerance.
Oh, hold on a sec, yeah. Someone just saying that they tolerate you, yeah. That means that they just put up with you, innit?
Yeah, exactly.
What the fuck is that, bro?
Yeah, you see.
Put up. That means like you're just like
exactly.
Yeah.
In reality,
the man then need to start getting into some sort of self-sufficient industries where, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, look at the word tolerance.
You know what I'm saying? There's nothing online business and stuff that you can do, where you can work wherever you are. You know what I'm saying? Like from your laptop and a Wi-Fi connection. So, man, them need to start trying to get into that sort of new age, these digital businesses that they have there's no inventory or whatever. It's literally just you on your laptop, uploading or teaching something. You get me? So you have or something. Yeah. Talking shit on a video for 10 minutes or something. Yeah, whatever you can specialize in. Yeah. It's time for better to start using.
Yeah, tolerance is not
other different routes in it.
Yeah, it's not a good it's not a good thing if you're being tolerated. So therefore, moving from being tolerated to being accepted, you might be being fooled. You might think just because you're tolerated that you're accepted. You see, because
good point. Yeah, I suppose.
Yeah, so you think you're accepted. Oh yeah, we drink with him. Oh, he's invited to the party and stuff like that. But
it's showing when someone likes you, because then they'll seek you out more often than not.
Yes, but it's still dangerous because sometimes they seek you out because they're looking for a joker. Take the piss.
Yeah, but even then, there's always someone in a group that will get the piss taken out of them.
Yeah, but also on the other hand, there's a scapegoat. Sometimes they draw people in because they want to pin the blame on somebody.
I suppose.
Yeah, there's no safety. There's no safety anywhere. So tolerance can look like a number of things. It can look like acceptance. It could also be the sign of the end. That we've tolerated this person enough. Now it's time to get rid of them. What we'll do, we'll give them a promotion, put them in a position they're going to mess up in, and get rid of them that way. You see? So you think, whoa, I've been accepted. I'm above the glass ceiling. And then, boom, in a few weeks, you're out. I've seen that.
Yeah.
It's a glorified way of getting rid of you. So yeah. So you thought it was acceptance. You thought it was it was acceptance, but it was tolerance all along, and the tolerance time is up. They've had enough of you. So rather just kick you out and just find a clever way of getting rid of you.
Yeah. I think tolerance is the bare minimum you should have for a person, just to be fair. Other than that, you shouldn't have them around you.
Hey, listen, do you know what? Yeah, I was fixing some dude's boiler the other day, yeah, and I was earwigging on his meeting, yeah. So this brother, yeah, is linked up with he just literally starting a new law firm, yeah. So I got the details for someone else. I knew that's doing training that needed someone to work with. Anyway, that's a side issue. Yeah. But anyway, this brother, yeah, was going to be doing work with some African law firm, yeah, that was working with African conglomerate, yeah, that's going to be a law firm trying to work with like all of the African countries trying to set something up. Obviously, they didn't go into what they were trying to set up or what it was they were doing.
Yeah.
But it sounded like some fucking big business.
Like ECOWAS.
So I was like, Ross. Obviously, how can I edge my toe into that business or whatever? Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Like, yeah. I know someone that wants to do that's looking for like to be like an office junior or something in your new company or whatever. And
Yeah.
like, yeah, I just give I'll do my card and give the number still. But
Yeah.
obviously that brother's you know what I'm saying, that and he was like obviously had bare Marcus Garvey pictures and all this sort of stuff all around his house, and yeah, so he was like a pro-black sort of Pan-African guy.
All right.
He was making moves, you know what I'm saying? That. So there's you know, although there's not a lot of people advertising their business online, yeah, which unless it's an online business, it's not really what you should be doing anyway. Yeah. There is people that are doing like a lot of fucking big moves and big businesses between where they are now, say England, America, Jamaica, or whatever, and Africa or Europe or whatever. You know what I mean? They're doing business at home and international. So all the time, it sounds like sometimes a lot of people are on here with some doom and gloom. Well, this ain't happening and that ain't happening. But it's not for everyone, is it? Yeah. So just because there's one person that says their life shit, it doesn't mean that everyone's fucking life is shit or not going the way they planned it. There is people that's making moves and getting through. Do you know what I mean? So I just wanted to say that. So
yeah, there should be. I know there's a good couple of people now in their 30s doing well. You know, mid-30s. You know, established.
Most of the families that you know, growing up with or whatever, they've always had their place back in their country. They got land in their country, or a property in their country.
And these are Caribbeans
or
mostly,
they're building properties in their country.
African or Caribbean?
Yeah, Caribbean or African. Caribbean and
that's lucky
African.
for them then. Well, I didn't, but lucky for them. Yeah, no, that's good. So this is. I think I knew one. Like the rest of us were just Windrush with not much. But that's you know, there's some people who said, "Oh, a lot of people that came over had money," and I was like, "Wait, I swear most of the people were poor." You know, I don't know. This is a fear. This is a like fallacy, man. This I don't know. That's a sci-fi, bro. How a lot of people saying, yeah, a lot of Africans
The
and
Windrush
Nigerians.
generation is different
Windrush.
to like when the Nigerians sort of first probably started coming over or whatever. Do you know what I mean? That because there's a bit of a couple of years difference between that. You know, like
Right, yeah. No, well, they started coming over in 1600s, isn't it?
you know, but you know what I mean? Like this nowadays, people that we're talking about.
All right, in the recent sort of
Windrush generation from the 50s,
yeah, before then, just maybe after the war.
a lot of the African countries got there, and the Jamaican got independence in the 60s or whatever, and then they started traveling between the 70s and the 80s, isn't it? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so I mean, the whole conversation is really deep because you got the race playing against the class. Because the point I was making earlier, it's like a boxer has two sets of gloves. Sorry, two gloves. He's got the left hand. He's got the right hand. So I think race is like the right hand, and class is like the left hand. You know, and so you might get a few jabs with the right, and then the left hook, the class hook, just comes in and just knocks you out. Or you might get a few jabs with the class hook. You know, are you qualified? How old are you? You know, few jabs, and then the race hook, the right hand, which is the race hand, comes around and boom, knocks you out. So you thought, oh, let me get qualified, you know. So and you think, because they're asking questions, you know, who do you know? Jab, jab, jab. So that's the class left hand jab. You know, who do you know? Are you qualified? You know, all things like that. Boop, 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 boop. And then when you try to get qualified and you think you got past the glass ceiling and you think you've are no longer tolerated but accepted, then bam, knockout with the right of race, with the right hook of race. You are not one of us. So I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, and then you're stuck trying to get a promotion at 60. And you don't want to kick up too much of a fuss because
There you go.
You know, and then that meets expendable with tolerant.
There you go.
It's in line, isn't it?
That's right. So that's what you're up against. That's how institutional racism works. You know, it's like left jab, 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 class, race, race, class, race, class. And you're swinging, you're getting dizzy, and your life is disappearing. A day at a time.
But you can't be accepted and valued and then be expendable at the same time. It's quite hard.
Yeah. Hey, listen, I need to jump off and go and do some work still, man. But shout me from YouTube if anyone.
I'm still waking up.
Get into what's the reason why anyone like why like, obviously what's the meaning behind the different codes? Yeah, it's to label the different identify the different people. Yeah, but I swear when I saw the codes that you had, it had like highest
life value
of life or highest
life value. Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
highest life value.
Yeah.
So how did that come into play? Why is it got the highest life?
Well, think about it. Think about it. If you have a society,
obviously the people that usually come from the place.
Yeah, there you go. You know, that's what Ralph likes to say as in-group preference. See, in-group preference. So it's the same thing. Just like if you're running a business, you might want to try and promote your family first. You know, they say keep it in the family with business. So that's group preference. So if you have group preference,
is there? But wait, hold on. Should we be complaining about people that their system in England has the actual English nationals as the highest life value?
Exactly. Good question. Should we be complaining? Yeah. Excellent question.
Why shouldn't hold their life value as that higher?
Excellent question.
Hello? Why shouldn't they hold their life value as higher than other people that's not, obviously they're citizens, but they're not fully English people, innit?
Exactly. And then Ralph, can you hear me?
But then, yeah, go on, I can hear you.
Oh yeah. So that's what Ralph was saying the other day on this same stream, you know, about in-group preference. So if this thing about equality, are you going to spend the same amount of money on your daughter as you on other children as the same as your daughter? No. Sorry?
No, probably not.
Exactly. Yeah. So that's what Ralph is firing with all this concept of equality.
Yeah, but that's different though. That's your daughter, your actual child, and someone else's child. It's not like just any of
It's
the
family.
people of the country. They ain't family. They're just citizens, or they're just the people that are of the country. Right?
No, but it's the same
continent.
principle. Same principle from individual is that you'd value your own hand over somebody else's hand if one hand had to be cut off. So from the individual to the family to the to your extended family, your relatives, then to the community, and then from the community, it's the same thing right up to the nation. So obviously they're going to value their nation, the people that they consider as their kind of national kinfolk, higher than immigrants coming from abroad, even if they're paying them well to come and do a job. It's the same principle. It's a principle from small to big. So where does the equality kick in? Where is the equality supposed to kick in?
But I already said that first of all, that there's no such thing as equality or anything like that.
Right. Yeah, but you see, that's the chant. Diversity and equality and justice. See, all these words have a ring to them, but when you start to dig down into the meanings of the words and their application, then you start to see those principles start coming out, start to clash. So when you're shouting out for justice, what do you mean by what is meant by justice? And does justice have a bias? Does justice have an in-group preference? Is justice meted out to the family first and then to others afterwards? Is justice equal? And equal among whom? You see? So it's the same thing. Black lives matter. Black lives matter to who?
Tell him, say. Yeah, Black Lives Matter to who?
Yeah, man. Well, obviously, Black Lives Matter to black people.
Yes.
Yeah, man. But
Right.
yeah, so what? So yeah, like, what's the should we be complaining or making any noise about not being treated as equal citizens, or is that something that we should be doing then?
Yeah, obviously.
No.
Why because listen, wait, well, hold on a second. Listen. Because why do we take the other little benefits like representing in sports and music and acting and someone say, yeah, I'm a great British actor and I'm
there you go.
getting
sprinter.
MBE and OBE.
There you go.
Why would anyone accept all them sort of things if you're not going to be seen as the same level as an IC1?
Exactly.
Yeah, but it's making that point. It's being great. You see, when you're great at something, when you're great at something, like at sport or poetry or scientists, you make them know that you're great, and you make them know, look, I am human. Just
listen,
like
I got to jump off though. Yeah.
Like you have to be. You can't be scum, and then want to start complaining about injustice in life. No, you've got to be doing your best and focusing on your uniqueness and your talent, and then you need to show the world and say, hey, look at me.
That's ideal. That's ideal in an ideal world. But what if that scum starts being scummy to you? What if someone starts being scummy to you? How do you have? and naturally, as human beings, we react like scum. Most of us, in order to
you can react like scum,
yeah.
or you can do it in a diplomatic way.
Like you always have to. What I'm trying to emphasize is you have to act in a way which is going to make them stop doing it. So I don't say scum to like the most like deepest parts of fucking humanity. You're not going to do anything too rotten, but you've got to be able to make a stand of some sort.
Yeah.
After obviously because everything's exhausted after you know what I mean, like when it comes to getting treated equally from the black perspective, I think everything's been exhausted, all the avenues at this stage. I mean, some have been way more creative than others, I agree. Some have been just full out stupid, but I think on the whole everything's been burnt down buildings, fucking sung, protests, and all sorts of stuff, man. Ridiculous. I mean, what next? War,
Yeah, but that's what happens. That's what happens when you leave things for such a long time. You see me, yeah? I'm the type of person, yeah, because I know I've got like a real bad devil in me. Well, I can be devil. Yeah, I'd rather just leave you alone and walk away. Because I know just how bad I could be. Do you know what I mean? Or like, I know I can get triggered. Definitely, I know I can get triggered. But it's how you act. Now, if you leave things for such a long time, I'm not going to do nothing about it. I'm not going to do nothing about it. I'm not going to do nothing about it. Eventually, you will do something about it, and it could be in a great way, or it could be seen in a negative way. But you need to justify it. That's exactly like in court. You have to justify yourself and evidence. There's no point in being a rebel without a cause.
Yeah, that makes sense. Obviously, that you need to obviously have a cause for anything, but it's just when you choose to take a stand.
Our support,
not passive aggressiveness. You want to build up inside your body to the point where you become you explode. And it's better to sometimes stamp things out at the very beginning. If you can't do that, then you move away from it. Admittedly, yeah, agreed. But
I mean, as
the good brother. Hesitation. God doesn't like someone who hesitates.
Well, put it this way: anyone who comes over to England, right? This is what I believe, right? You're going to become English when you come over to England. Now, when you come over to England, the way I see it is you've got to fit in by the law, right? You've got to follow the law. And when we talk about black people in particular, we settle here to settle down, to live, to be accepted amongst all the other nationalities. And I think gradually down the line, I think we have settled well. And I think generally people are acceptance of other races, but I just think there are certain things that clash that people aren't used to, like with their traditions. So I mean, you can look at that as even to hairstyles. Yeah, you could go to work with your hair all combed out in a big bush and everything like that, right? And someone might look at it and go, "Oh, that's weird. Oh, that's a threat. Oh, that's not right. Oh, that looks awful. Why is his hair like that?" So now you've got to justify yourself.
That's right.
Yeah, and now you've got to give evidence, and now you have to educate, and it's how you do it. It's how you do it. It's how you say, "Well, listen, do you know what? I sat down and I saw your hair in the top knot, and it freaked me out. It really did freak me out. But I thought you're a decent person, and that's not going to affect like your learning. You know, the same thing like with my boy at school with the teachers. I just thought to myself, hold on a minute. I've seen some of these kids with some pink hair, dyed hair, funky hair. a little quiff at the front, curtains. So how is that like? So instead of me going in the school and going, I'm going to tear it down, I'm going to burn the place, I just said to her, I don't see the problem. Can you get the scientists to show how it's going to affect my son's learning? How is it affecting you? Why is it a threat? Why? What is this prejudice now? What is it? We need to take this further. We need to go to
Ask
the
questions.
we need to ask questions. I need you to understand, is he not a human being? That's the point now. And now you have to draw it out of them. Now you have to get this negative, or you have to get this like what Gold said earlier on, some people might not be like clever. Like you have to now try and educate them. Because it's not a problem. It's part of life, it's part of my culture. It's not breaking the
that
law.
word there? See that word there?
Culture.
It's not breaking the law. It's part of my culture. You see, it's a very serious statement you're making there because
it's not. Yeah, I know exactly what you're going to say.
You see, because law is a product of culture, but it's a written product. It's a written codification and formalization of culture is the law. But not all aspects of culture are written down or formalized. So sometimes a person, a foreigner, an immigrant could go up against the unwritten law of culture.
Sorry, what were we talking about? I was just on the phone. What was we on? Where are we at, broskies?
No, like just like I was just saying, like you know, like sometimes it could be the culture clash, which obviously what IC3 was saying is sometimes is the law. Like culture is like law makes the culture.
They say that when black people started coming to the UK and getting murdered loads, they had to start implementing law.
Yes,
that was what it was based off. So it's actually from the protests, all the hard work their ancestors did. Every single one that got murdered, they had to have an inquiry, or he was probably standing up for his rights, and then they thought, we can't be doing this. So that's why they say when you start going out there like BVM, talking fire on the ancestors, then it's disrespectful. That's just madness. So what? Who else will want to die for you then, or who else will want to stand up even? If that's how 100 years down the line, people will be acting. So just know where you're at, and then what your ancestors, how they created law, basically. But it's an interesting subject. What I want to do is just before I get off, I'll say, look, I'm studying something here. I don't want to change derail the whole thing, but just keep on what you're saying. But do you believe in Kundalini energy? Because I've been feeling like I haven't been having much energy recently, So I was just thinking, do you actually believe in that?
In what? Sorry?
Kundalini energy and your chakras and stuff, and how you can manipulate them to the point where you can have a lot more energy, which will obviously help people that just suffer from low energy or have a lot of work to do, and it can make you come to your higher consciousness and be able to think more deeply and stuff. But I'm studying now, but I just want to know if you knew anything about it.
I've heard about it, but I don't know much.
In a nutshell,
I've heard.
How do you balance your Kundalini energy? It's called balancing it, right? Maintaining a steady pattern of sleep and waking up is important. Waking up is important for stabilizing the Kundalini energy system. A deliberate choice of being close to nature via, for example, long walking for quiet countryside can work well in healing and stabilizing excited imbalance in energy flow.
Yes, I believe I've got a pal of mine, down in Chislehurst, and he's fucking fucked in the head, right, from young. But he's just clever guy, doesn't work, just earns his money in many different ways, but he's just stressed out, messed up. Now he started going on walks, and I can't believe it because such a big man like him, he's like posting me Snapchats going, the earth is beautiful, I'm part of it, and he's touching the leaves and stuff. And I thought this is a bit weird for coming from him because he ain't normally like this, yeah. So he goes, come down, Nathan, like you need to come down, like, or he likes to come up here. So I went down there and everything, and yeah, man, when you go and breathe, like I think like even your smell, like everything, you're sensitive to quite a lot of things.
Yeah.
Like maintaining a steady pattern of sleep and waking up. So you got to maintain a steady pattern. And they say 10 o'clock, 10:30 is the last time you eat. And around about 11, 12, you should go sleep. Or try and do it in like where you get at least 8 hours sleep. So if you want to go sleep at 8 or 3, try and sleep for 8 hours. So that is you know what I mean? That's a steady pattern. So if you're going to, usually we'll go to bed late. I say 3 o'clock. So you go wake 10 hours from then. I don't know what that is, like 8 o'clock or something. I don't know. 8 hours from then. Anyway, yeah. So Kundalini energy, I believe in it, man, because what they say as well, right, is that if you abstain from sex, you see that explosion you get when you just before, when you're ejaculating, yeah. That's like that energy flow.
Okay.
And from the base, it's most intense in in the base of your spine, right, at the lumbar region. So,
like an energy.
So that same energy, if you can manifest that and get into that flow state, that energy would be transferred into your thoughts, into your brain. That's what they're trying to basically say, in effect.
Okay.
Into your whole body and all your chakras. So, and most importantly is it reaches your what do you call it? That little, I'm trying to think. It's in the front of your lobe. I think if the chat will know. But yeah, it's I believe in all of that, man. I mean, so you got to abstain for sex, I think probably for like 2 weeks. And just try it, man. You know, just like sit down.
Well, that's what fighters do. That's what fighters do, don't they? Fighters keep away from their girlfriends before they go for a big fight.
Definitely. I reckon all of your senses are heightened and like to their peaks, you know. Definitely, because it's attached to your nervous system, right? So now, why is Kundalini dangerous? As with any electrical system, a power surge of Kundalini can damage the grid, causing grave mental and physical illness. While the channels through your Kundalini travels do roughly correlate with the nervous system, the Kundalini is subtle energy that can't be measured like ordinary nerve circulation is. So it's just your electrical current.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say to you.
Representation. Go on, yeah.
That's what I was going to say to you. That's what I was going to say. Like,
with your emotions, yeah. So,
like before I go to bed, sometimes, you know, when you come off of this year, sometimes you need to I need to get rid of everything and just go to bed. Just like go to bed with a clear mind, because you're going to bed. You know, like when you're dreaming, yeah. Like the amount of information that you've taken in during the day, like all these images, like a camera lens just clicking and going click, 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 like all that. Like when you're going to bed, and plus previous stuff as well. Like it's all like a decoding, isn't it? It's all like decoding it, where your body's just preparing you for this next new day. So, because sometimes I have dreams. And sometimes I'm just waking up like, whoa, what was that?
So I was going to finish saying this. Kundalini is a primal energy or Shakti located at the base of your spine. Different spiritual traditions teach methods of awakening Kundalini for the purpose of reaching spiritual enlightenment. So Kundalini is a primal energy.
It's
located
Indian, though, isn't it?
Spine.
It's Hindu stuff, isn't it?
Well, this is from Africa. I'm going to tell you the origins. I was going to get onto that. Different spiritual traditions teach methods of awakening Kundalini for the purpose of reaching spiritual enlightenment. Now, where does it come from? So we're just trying to get that up now. Come from, is it who discovered Kundalini?
Yeah. Yeah, I'd like to know that.
I'm just typing that in now. Yogi Bhajan brought
There you
Kundalini
go.
yoga to the West in 19. Yeah, but the origins, where did it come from before? I'm going to try and get the origins.
You have to get Raj on.
Originally, I did have it down. Oh yeah, this is it. Kundalini is an ancient Sanskrit word which literally means coiled snake. So that's what the Egyptians used to wear on the headpiece, yeah, on on
That's
that little,
right.
yeah.
Yep.
So and obviously they, all the rest of the.
That's what Moses had on his
Mayans,
staff as well.
Mayans, all of these different great sort of African places dealt with this snake. In early Eastern religion, long before Buddhism and Hinduism, it was believed that each individual possessed a divine energy at the base of the spine. This is the energy when you bust a nut. That's that energy. So divine is just good and a good feeling as well. So this energy was thought to be the sacred energy of creation. Now, if you got that same energy running through your head, and they're saying it builds up on your spine, and in abstaining of sex, see, like, it all makes sense. So when people say, "Oh, that's bullshit," they shoot it down. And you're meant to be scientists. That's the base of science. That's like the basis of. That's like the base fucking level of science.
Mm.
Do you know what I mean? Your nervous system and how you're going up your body. All your chakras start to get activated from you abstaining from sex, going to sleep right on a pattern, or pretty much a pattern, and so your repair time is on point, and going for walks in nature, and basically going for walks in nature. It's just easy as that, and just reconnecting, and I suppose having a good diet obviously comes with it. But mate, I'd say just do that, man. If you're feeling like you've got no energy, you're ill. Go on.
But that's what I was saying about like a few days ago, like about like the elements, like the five like major elements and stuff like that. I think like we use them in our daily lives, like air, the electricity inside us, like the water, like everything like that. So if you combine it, what force would that make? Like what kind of power would that be?
Right.
Good question.
Like you can combine air and water. Okay, you can combine air and fire. You could combine water and earth. But like when you put them all together, what power does that create? Or is that how?
There's more of a practical way of looking at it, to be fair, to explain it, but you have to know what it's related to. That's the fourth.
I'm saying is that like spirit? Could that be spirit?
Yeah. Look at this. Look at this. Have you ever heard of the Emerald Tablet?
Yeah, I have. Yeah.
All right, and alchemy.
Yeah.
Because that seems to be the direction that your questions are moving. Have you actually heard? Have you actually? Let me.
I know they're known as the fundamental elements, but that's it. That's it.
Yeah, it's good to read the Emerald Tablet.
The first type of elements. That was the first. That's before they put everything down like as elements and mark them up. Yeah. But they have them down as, I think, what they called. Go on, type it down. Look on Google, just see what all these elements.
I've got it. I'm just gonna. I'll put it in the chat. I'll put it in the chat. There you go.
Oh, I can't look at my chat.
Oh, so I put it in a private chat. That's it, because I can't
Yeah,
put it on there.
I was just wondering. God, what does it say, Natty?
Let me get it up.
Emerald tablet.
The earth, fire, water, wind.
Oh, the five.
Yeah, was it earth, fire, water, wind? Earth, fire, water, wind.
You've got earth, fire, water. Earth, fire, water, metal, wood. That's the Chinese ones. The Wuxing is also known as the 5 elements, the 5 agents, the 5 movements, the 5 phases, 5 factors, 5 processes, 5 steps, 5 ways. So the 5 elements of nature, is earth, water, fire, air, and space.
So what was
That's
that?
of nature.
Earth of nature. That's it, right?
Which I believe to be the fundamental elements of everything in the universe between which interactions occur.
What's it called? Would you say fundamental?
Yeah.
All right, yeah, because I know there was something significant with that, you know. I've been studying so much stuff. I'm trying to think.
Yeah, it's a natural thing because everything comes like look at the earth. If you put water to the earth, a seed can grow from it.
I was speaking about it before, man. I can't remember exactly what significance is with that, and there was something really important about that. I just can't recollect. I will though. I will remember soon.
Well, we can control these. Like these are the things in the world that we use to control and live with daily. Air, we have to breathe air. Like and that element as well makes up different. Like there's a billion different things you can do with air, different types of air. CO2, oxygen, nitrogen, blah blah blah, etc., etc., etc. There's different types of stone, and you can. It's crazy, bro. It's crazy, but
wait, there's a strong forces, weak forces, electromagnetism, gravity. That's the elements of the universe.
Oh yeah, hold on, earth, water, fire, air, space.
All right, check out the other one with strong force, weak force, gravity, and I'm just doing something at the moment.
Yeah, but also, do you know what they say though? But in paganism, there are 5 spiritual elements: earth, air, water. See, they call it. They are used in spells and rituals and prayers.
No, that's the significant one. So read them again. Read the 5 there.
So in paganism, there are 5 spiritual elements: earth, air, water, fire, spirit. Each have a different meaning and each a different purpose. They are used in spells and rituals and prayers.
That's the one you need to get behind the family. That's when you need to study that one. That was the one that was linked to all these, what the Masons and all these Illuminati are running through. I don't know what that is. Explain that, man. Explain it to people.
Yeah, let me get it up.
You can do it through Google.
They are used in spells. They are used in spells and rituals and prayers. Although in different cultures, each have a different meaning, purpose, and even more elements. Each element can represent different ritual tools: herbs, candles, crystals, natural objects, zodiac signs, etc.
Yeah, so the crystals as well. They're dealing with energy and the UV rays that connect to your energy. And if you have these precious stones around anywhere around your pulse, that will send these energy and UV ray and all these elements that come from the solar energy straight through to your heart.
Oh, right.
So when you put it on your finger ring, you got to put it where your pulse is. You got to find where it's most strongest on your finger. I don't know where it is, but
I've just seen the pagan symbol, right? It's the pentagon star, and it's got what they're saying is when you've got the water, air, earth, fire, in the middle is the spirit element of the center or the self.
Wait, say that again.
So it says like water is healing, expression, peace and compassion. Air is knowledge, renewal, change. Fire is passion, inspiration, intuition, creativity, protection. Spirit is the soul, the divine, the mystery. And fertility, wealth, abundance, strength and wisdom. Bloody hell. I've just seen this thing, man, where it's got like the triangles. Like the earth one is an upside down triangle with a line going through it.
So
Earth
it's a
is the
symbolicity.
element of the north.
The element of what?
Yeah, so earth is the element of the north, air is the element of the east, water is the element of the west, fire is the element of the south.
All right. And we do seem to associate the South with seem to be the more harder place, right? Hell and even in London, there's South London seems to be where they pack most of the black people there. So in their mind, they might be saying, it's hot down there. You know what I mean? It's firing. Beware. London, South London. There's probably not many big investors or scary ass fucking white people living in South London. That's for sure. No, but anyway, that's more theoretical bullshit. But anyway.
So what they're basically trying to say is all of these elements is what can create life.
Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna have to try and look into them things because all that right there is like sweet shop material for me. Especially if I can go to someone that can actually break that down and it's not at the layman stages.
So, okay, so let's have a look at the spirit. So basically, all of those. How can I put it, man? It's like all of those, like the earth, the air, the fire, and the water. They combine, make the spirit.
Yeah.
They make the spirit.
Right.
Is the element of center or the self, the soul, the divine, the mystery.
Because you could say that the air, they used to see the air as whatever came through from space. And all of the energy and radiation that was emitted by the sun and the rest of it.
Yes. Yeah.
So that's where you could, because the earth is clear. There's all the elements in the earth in the black human body. So you could see where they've got that from. Right? So yeah, the fire will obviously be the heat and the electromagnetism and the electricity, which is just less denser version of fire.
Yeah. So Earth season is winter and its direction is north. Air season is spring and its direction is east. Fire season is summer and its direction is south. Water season is autumn and its direction is west. Spirit is everywhere and it connects all the elements.
Right.
So on Earth, all of these elements have to combine, and when they combine, it creates an energy.
Earth, water, wind, fire.
Fire.
That's spirit. Obviously.
What take away fire? What would that do to us? Like,
well, without the fire, I mean, I don't think there would be any heat, any electricity, being able to pump it, because that's where you get the heat. Because any type of electricity is going to generate heat and waves. Everything generates heat.
Take away the air.
Huh? It's everything's
take
got
away the air.
Electrical pulse. Oh, the air is obviously what we breathe, isn't it? And back then, I reckon it
Right.
was just less defined. But there's so much makes up our air. So the CO2, the hydrogen
and
in our
air,
ozone.
yeah, and air moves. Air moves water.
Yeah, and
Air
move that.
moves fire.
They attribute that to the wind and moving and stuff. Yeah. Interesting.
And all of these things are what we're using now in our hand. All of these elements are what we're using from. This is what I'm trying to say. So from our brain, right? From our brain, look at how powerful this is. Raj is good at drawing, so he's using something. It's a mystery. You can't like you. I can't. I don't know what to call the brain, bro. Yeah, but all this stuff that's going on, all this, like I feel like I've got a battery in me. Yeah, look at me like a battery, right? And I've got like
I'd rather not, please. Thank you.
no, but you know what I mean, though. Like
No,
he
please,
can draw, yeah. He can draw, so you can put an image in your head, yeah, or an image of making a car, or you're going to design a pair of trainers, and you go from your head, and you make it into something into life.
Wait, so you think that thing in head, what?
But not life as in how we're living, like breathing, moving, but we've created something using elements.
Oh, like a battery.
Like a battery.
Yeah.
Yeah, chemistry. And you can see the process. You can see the process and how they had to come to doing it. You know, throwing a spear, knowing that putting metal on the wood creates a better spear, and then knowing that just from there.
Yeah, but the elements, all of these elements, what made your body move to do, like what made you think that like this is what I'm trying to say. Like, so your environment is rocky. So you're on a rocky element, you're in an environment, there's wind, you're in an environment where there's too much sun, and then you need your water. So now you're thinking, I need to make myself somewhere where, so you're visioning this thing. This something's coming into your head and you're envisioning it through all of these elements. It's come alive. And they can't do without you can't do without each other, because for what you're doing, you need all of these elements. You can't say, oh, I don't need that, I'll take that away. No, you need the air. I'll take away. No, you need that, because all of these things you need to function. But the spirit, tell me something where you believe you control the spirit. I could control water, I could control fire, I could control the air, I could control the water. But tell me someone who could control spirit.
Right.
Or like my thought, like how can you control my thought? So you could control my thought by using the elements. Advertising. You could control my spirit by saying, right, we're going to say there's a coronavirus and everyone's going to. So my spirit now is like is damaged because of like this thought process. But is it real? Like, is it actually real? I know a crocodile is real, so that's not going to bother me because I could just get away from it. But this coronavirus, it's become alive through everyone's thoughts.
Or it could be some really, really rotten people in the NHS taking part in the biggest scam ever known to humankind.
So yeah. So if you can go deeper, and because I know I'm talking to you, but how I'm telling myself to talk to you and look at my wall and do all these certain things at the same time is absolutely amazing, bro. Like multitasking is on a next level.
Yeah, I'm walking with the laptop in my hand, bowed legs, 10 out of 10 pain in my groin area, carrying a sandwich that's half open, trying to navigate through a rather narrow corridor. So I know exactly what you're thinking about, my friend.
Do you see what I mean? That but don't forget you're using the elements to do it.
You know, there's one thing that I feel like we should instill into this next generation, and that is knowing about science. That is the main thing. Knowing about science.
Yo.
Being valuable
One
to
part,
the
can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hey, listen to this, yeah?
Right.
So obviously, there's a mistake in these IC codes, yeah? Because Shamima Begum has been granted her British citizenship back for even though she joined ISIS. So, and she's IC4, and her life is not considered as high as IC1, but they've given her the same treatment as a IC1. So that she's been treated as a citizen who traded but returned.
There must be a loophole.
The right wing are going to be popping bottles now and champagne for that. Raise a toast.
Hey, tell you the truth, yeah.
Crazy.
Listen, the way I see it, yeah, for the public people, this is the way I see it for the public people. I'm not in charge of the law. So look, I'm not the Prime Minister. I don't get to say what goes on. That's all I've got to say. They're the people who get to say what's going on.
But I thought it was the people on YouTube that got the biggest mouths that chat the most and say that how they run this, that, and the other.
You know this.
I thought it was up to this one, that one, and the other one. Who comes to the country and who's not, and who's a British citizen, who's not, who gets a passport and who's not. And when you find out the real truth, I mean, it don't matter what you say, man. You can say what the fuck you want and or how you feel. It's up to the people that's actually got control of the power, who comes in, who comes out, who gets granted this, who gets granted that.
Yeah, definitely. And I'll tell you the truth. I'll say I don't agree with her being able to be granted back in, because I know people who've been deported for like just being in the country trying to do well, and then so I think it's just nonsense. I think it's like nothing makes sense anymore. You know, like that video you put up, Veli. You know, where the man says, "No, I'm recognizing myself as this, and you need to address me like it." But then because the guy was like, "No, you don't look," he goes, "You don't look like a female. You look like a man." He said, "No, you're being prejudiced against me because I reckon it don't make sense." And we're fighting it all out. We're fighting it all out.
Yeah, man. So Shamima Begum's back on the ends, man.
It's a joke.
Yeah,
Listen.
coming back to East London.
It's a joke for the government. It's a joke because we're going to get distracted
Are you really
on that.
from them? You get me? Do you know what Shamima Begum's going to sing when she gets back on the plane? Are you really from them? And then she's going to do the gum finger, the pom-pom finger. Are you really from them? Are you really from them?
It's a chess move. It's a chess move. Don't forget, those in power can still make the moves, chess moves. They can sacrifice a piece to make a point.
They're going to say, "Yo, bro, where are you from? What? You're not from the borough. Huh? You're not from the manor. You're not from the ends. Are you really? Are you really from the ends?" Hey, stop it.
Get me? One, two.
Oh, no, she bust case, mate. She must have OJ Simpson's lawyer.
Trust me. It goes to Johnny Cochran.
See? Just goes to...
IC3. What's the chess move? Why is it a chess move? Right? And how can that be a chess move?
Yeah, this is how I see it. You see, what do people feel as a result of that news? Shamina Begum has been accepted back, right? So that's a message going out. So everybody's gonna be talking about it now for maybe a month or so, and the right wing might start getting more right. The left wing will start saying, "Oh, this is more like equality." Well, it's just going to dominate people's minds for a while, and it's like a message. And now, what is the message? Is the message that as long as you're British, even if you go astray, we can bring you back home and accept you, and tolerate. No, we're not tolerating. We're accepting. We've accepted, like the prodigal son. We've accepted you back home. So now you've got to be extra British and accept our goodwill and demonstrate.
Although she went to Syria or whatever, yeah, did she commit any sort of atrocities, or was she like a fucking whatever sort of housewife she could have been? You know what I'm saying? That what was she out there fucking as an insurgent, clapping flipping soldiers on the front line and shit, or was she at home sweeping a tent and saying making sure that dinner's ready and just giving up?
But if you're feeding soldiers, but if you're feeding soldiers that might be killing other people, is a military chef to some degree responsible for the people? Is some degree responsible for the things that the people are doing who he's feeding or she's feeding?
How much degree of responsibility does the chef have for the foot soldiers?
Exactly, because if you don't feed them, then they can't fight. Correct?
Yeah.
So even if you're going to join the army to be a chef,
but if she don't feed them, they're going to kill her.
There you go.
You're thinking, so we can win the blood clot war. You want us to die?
Yeah, so exactly.
Imagine it's your girl. I know the man them saying, "Yo, what's your girl, man? She's supposed to be preparing the food, man. We got back from. We've just been in war in the mountains and shit. We got back from. We want fucking roti and." You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Some lamb roti and that. And two spinners. No spinner dumplings in the lamb roti, man. What's going on?
Yeah. See, so the people that join the military as a chef, do they have to swear the same oaths or whatever, or sign the same agreement? If you join even if you're a chef, you're still a soldier.
Yeah. You're a soldier in the army, yeah.
Right. So
the chefs, the doctors and whatever, do have to learn how to use weapons.
There you go.
What if they come on the fire or something?
There you go. So that's what I was thinking about.
The chef's going to be like, his name's Chef Cutty. Start serving up there, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah. See, so these are serious questions. So yes. So accepting Shamina Begum back in to the UK as a soldier that was fighting for the opposite side. I don't know. Prisoner of
Listen,
war.
all I know is I've just looked at that Shemaima's boat, yeah, and I can't stop laughing because I know people are seething at the teeth at the thought of her coming back.
That's right. Yeah, I imagine so. So if people are angry, that could be used as a way to generate.
Yes, listen, mate. How the fuck did she come back here in the UK, right, where we receive benefits, and Jesus killed loads of people? We can't do this. We got to go do something now. They might start standing outside the immigration service, bro.
Something like that.
You're going to see something to do with that. I guarantee you.
Hey, wait. Look what Juba said, yeah? Don't ever tell me there's white privilege ever fucking again.
There you go.
Nah, they're taking the piss. Listen. I'm letting everybody know, yeah, I'm not taking no sides.
So what? Is there still such a thing as white privilege?
I'm not that because.
Because wait, hold on a sec, yeah? Don't think that Shamima Begum's the only British citizen that's gone to other people's lands and done fuckery, yeah, and the Britons brought her back, yeah? Because remember there was a school teacher lady that was going to get executed in Thailand or something for smuggling drugs, smuggling heroin or something like that, and the British done a deal to get her released as well. So, you know.
What do you reckon the debrief was on letting her back in? You know what? We can let her back in. What was the debrief? What was like the meeting that they had? Shall we let her back in? Yeah. We let. Yeah, we can let her back in. You know, there's a lot of Muslims here.
She lost the first case, yeah.
Yeah.
She lost the first case and won the appeal.
Yeah, but I mean, if she was to start messing around trying to do one or two shinobi moves on like a guard,
If she really had white privilege, if she had brown privilege, yeah, then she would have won the first case. and not had to go through the appeal.
Shinobi.
But when she started walking around like Shinobi,
Shinobi, mate.
She does something. If she loses her head and does some next thing where she starts getting flashbacks to Iraq or whatever.
Shinobi, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Then just laugh her head off. Yeah, we've got the new GP rifles in, mate. I tell you what, we've got this GP satellite in as well. So you know what? 5G towers will pick her out like a seagull. And we be waiting there with our fucking shotgun, like we're at a shotgun range. That's what they're saying. They say, yeah, the worst thing, what could she do?
If you don't want the 14-year-old Shamima Begum to come back, then you're on Islamophobe. Is she 14? The girl's 14. And she lost 3 babies as well, man. Fucking hell. At 14.
Oh, man. What is going on? She lost 3 babies at 14. And a soldier fighting against the British Empire.
Mr. Alio's a bit of a liar still. So, you know, he might be trolling us. Hey, go.
I don't know, man. I don't know. This Shahima Begum, man, thing is next level, man.
One who's like, check her age.
Check her age.
She was 14.
She left.
Yeah, see? That's what I'm saying. Now you know the man's going to fact check you. You're saying now when she left, she was 14. Yeah, because you just said the 14-year-old Shamima Begum, like she's still 14. I mean, this is a mad thing. Now she's going to be 14 and going off to get married in Syria. What the hell's going on, man? No.
Yeah, okay.
How did she get out there? How did she get out there at 14? How did they allow? Because I'm pretty sure when you're 14, you have to be accompanied by an adult.
maybe sneaking out to your
You
mate's
can't
house
leave the
is like
country when
you,
you're
but being
40.
able to escape and slip to another country. Alright.
All right.
Without went on a holiday with my mates at 14. I don't know, I might have tried it.
Nah,
You know
that's
what I'm
not
saying?
happening.
Yeah? You might have tried it, yeah? You know you got some licks though when you got back, so that it would have had to be the epic best holiday ever or something. You know, like something that you could never miss out on. Was gonna be happening.
Yeah,
But the
man.
kind of licks that you're gonna get. How dare you escape the
Trust
country
me.
to not to join no blood clot terrorists and all that shit, bro. That is long, cuz.
Yeah, you can't.
Hello?
Yo.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, man.
I'm trying to eat, man.
Yo.
See, you always have to think outside the box, man. There's always more to what meets the eye.
Yeah, man.
Because knowing how the public are vexed, yeah, knowing how the public are vexed, they said, loads of people said, if she steps foot back in this country, my stomping boots are going on. I was looking at enough of these far right.
What are they gonna do though? What can the far right go down to do if the government say that she's a British citizen and they want us to bring her back?
They're gonna buy a freaking 20 pack of Creative Beer and start marching.
To the central London and took shit in the middle of central London. And so what? The government don't care about that. Everyone keeps doing them stupid protests in the middle of fucking London, standing there talking shit. They don't care. What do you think? Has any protest ever made any change ever? Could someone tell me one time that a protest by itself has made any sort of change?
LGBT.
Well, LGBT, what, they used to be gay marches?
Yeah, they changed. They got their situation changed.
My dear, what, just marching, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, when I think about it, right, I don't know how much of a valid or good point this is anyway, but when you've got these people coming out to protest, I can imagine just by like saying 30, 20, 50 people maybe, is like, oh wait, right, we can't just put out a couple of cop cars. We need a unit here. Everybody, you know, it's like a big thing for them to see a number of protests because, you know, at worst, they could take over certain buildings, you know, get important people because they usually protest outside important buildings, isn't it? That's what you do. You go outside the embassy or you go outside an important building to sort of protest. So that's what it is. The authorities are very annoyed by these things because they have to go to protocol. They've got to go to like, they've got to prepare for it, and it's actually cost a lot of money, a lot of bodies. So, bro, they're annoyed most of the time. So, you can imagine when people start assembling and getting together, they're thinking if they got weapons. No, they ain't got weapons. 100 people. What should we do with this? We can even kill them and it go down history that we were like, you know, as like crimes against humanity. But it will work in our favor because we can get everybody scared from it. We can get our dread up. You know what I mean? Forget about piety right now. It's just about getting people scared because fear is ultimately a bit more safer than being loved, right? So I think a protest at this stage has been a time for them to make what do they say when you make something? When you make something, you know, it's like you kill the biggest slave. What are you doing there? You're trying to instill fear in it by do you get what I'm saying? Do you understand what I'm saying right now? It's like this is their time to just like lay their law down, and you know what I mean. So it's not necessarily going to work in your favor, really, unless you've got enough guns to actually get them shit scared, get upset from losing valuable MVPs, and that's it. But protests, if you're going to go out there like me, annoy a couple people by a good 1,000 of you getting together, you know, at best you're going to get a beanbag in your head or something, you know, which is sad, and it's fucking, I wouldn't say that, but I wouldn't personally, even my family would go, I say, don't be stupid, especially the females. Whoever lets their females go to a protest in like with like 100 people, come on, you're stupid. It's like, you know, at the end of the day, it's more about, you know, people need to go down for fighting, properly fighting. Because even when I'm erecting a statue, what's your thoughts on a statue, Biggs? Have you seen a statue of the black woman? Have anybody seen a statue of the black woman? Have you seen that yet?
It's just a statue.
Natty?
Yeah, for me.
Yeah, I
for
see
me,
the statue. Yeah.
I mean, at this stage, I'm just thinking about when South Africa, when they were asking for more wages in a sort of a less civilized place, and there's a lot of black people asking for higher wages, you're going to get killed. Now we start to realize. Since then, I wouldn't protest in a place where I thought I could possibly get killed. In the UK, you can get away with it, but I don't know. I don't know if anything really happened to the protesters. So that was a win all round. But in America, they came off bad, man. A woman got a beanbag lodged in her head in her temple. In her head, she can't see no more. She lost all of her, shattered her whole front of her face. There's a good couple of instances where they're just shooting people in the face. So you can go out and protest, but it's stupid, bro. You're going to get popped out. But these days, especially in America,
Easy, Empress.
South Africa, New Zealand, Australia, wherever you want to do them things in an English settled place, you're fucked. They're going to fuck you up. And then especially when you go into the Middle East and then Morocco and North Africa, they're doing the same thing in Sudan. So you can't really protest like that. In India, I can imagine the same thing. Nigerian immigrants, economic immigrants are getting killed there for no reason. So you can imagine trying to protest about getting equality.
Look at this stuff, like even with Donald Trump, you know, like where he's saying like inject like that stuff into yourself. Like the world is mad.
You're cutting out.
Shut up, bro. The world is mash up. What? Obviously, she's been around where there's been big mass dyings of fevers and stuff like that, recessions. What goes around comes around, bro. Just wait for it. It's gonna happen. Because this Begum thing, right? Listen, me personally, she went over there, took herself to. She knew fully well what she was doing. She went over there. She stayed over there, and when things turned, well,
bro, you're cutting out a little bit. Cut out. Say it again. Sorry.
What? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Talk about Shamina Begum going back, and then you kind of stop there.
Yeah, I think. I think.
Sorry, you're cutting out, bro. I think you might need to leave and come back or something. Leave and come back, bro. You're cutting out badly.
Government should just stick to what they've said.
Is that you cutting out, or is it me?
Yeah, yo.
Am I cutting out?
I can hear you.
Yeah.
King Gold's not cutting out, but Natty Dread is cutting out.
Oh, am I still cutting out now?
You was. Now, whatever you're doing, you were doing something and you was cutting out.
Yeah, I think the decision they made, and I think it's justifiable because everyone knew it was a big thing at the time, like with this ISIS thing, or even if it's made up, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Even though I'm a bit skeptical, she's there. She's saying that she wants to come back. It's too late, darling. Like, you've made your bed, lie in it. Because if that's the case, there's so many friends that are locked up that I'd like for them to be given a second chance because it was like their first offense. So I'd like to take loads of stuff to court and be like, well, look. So I think it's
The bad thing about it is that she's gone there. She's definitely, well, she's young. Some man has taken advantage of her. So already we're at a stage where she probably had pedophilia happen against her. They've done it under the, or maybe whatever way they've done it. She's been forced to sort of watch things, or maybe, you know, there must have been a way to get in there, you know, like an initiation, all them things there. So it's quite, when you look at it properly, the pit of hell, pretty much.
Yeah, I'm in shock how she even got out of the country.
Fights. I mean, Syria, the cause, from what I know, I feel like there was a certain element of Syria where it was quite righteous, and there were people that were standing up against oppressors, and you know, the powers that be, in that Syrian people I'm talking.
Yeah.
But wherever she's gone to join, you know, is I mean, she seemed to be in good condition. You know,
the bankers wanted to mash it up. The bankers wanted to mash it up, and they've lost a lot of money investing into it, trying to mash Syria up.
Yeah. I know about a little bit about the war, but I mean, it's just how she.
But one thing I do know is this: it's given Russia, China, Iran, Turkey a foot base, like even closer to like Israel.
Yeah. I mean, like you said, how the fuck can you let a little 14-year-old go by British standards? Stupid, by herself.
Yeah.
How can you go on holiday by yourself? It's just.
How can you do that? They're supposed to challenge you, man. They will challenge any little kid trying to go through there.
Yeah. So.
And not only that, once they see on your passport you're 14, who are you traveling with? Oh, I'm traveling on my own. No, you're not.
It's just like they probably didn't have it, and not many cases. So they probably picked out one, and that happened to be the only one. And you know, it's just their little trophy of people going and being traitor and joining the other forces or going to join terrorist groups. So that was a threat. The threat level there, pushing into your brain. And then Sadiq Khan was the face of it to not let people think that he was that racist, and he spoke on it like a real good sellout, Uncle Tom. And there we have it. You know, like we see now, there's so many people who are trying to join the other side, and they're like, look, it's the red pill is too much to swallow. I liked it over there. You know, like we're in that position now where we've got
look at this. You know. Well, check this out. Yeah. You know, when all the Syrian, you know where the Syrian refugees, do you know the route that they left? Do you know the route they took?
No.
Like through Greece, some went through Turkey. So they were all welcomed in Germany, these countries. Germany said, yes, we'll welcome you. Inga, so you know what's up now, bro. You know what's up now. If things don't go like the Zionist way, they're now going to make another organization that's going to be to do with Syrians. And these Syrians are going to cause a problem all over Europe because they said, oh, look, we let them in and now look how they're treating us. They want payback. Payback from who? ISIS? Not you guys. France didn't go there bombing. Germany didn't go there bombing. No one else went in Syria to do any bombing other than ISIS, America, Russia, Iran, Turkey, China, and obviously Israel are doing their little op missions in Syria, doing all their blowing up and stuff like that. So if this doesn't go their way, that's what they're gonna do. They'll make another thing, and now they're gonna say, now we need to go to war against Iran. Yeah. We need to finish them, or we need to go in Syria, finish them, and then we're gonna occupy Syria. Yes. Oh, and plus because all of Europe would have been pissed off, Russia would have had no choice but to be like, oh, fuck's sake. You know what? We're supposed to be the daddies in Europe. We're the ones that Europe, and now they're all pissed off because all these innocent Syrians have been the blame for being terrorists in all these countries.
So it's an excuse then, you're saying?
Now you've got an army, and now we can't go fight them in other. It's an excuse. Like, look, IC3, yeah? You see Big Ben. Big Ben's being refurbished.
Oh, yeah.
Did you know that? Like,
Oh, yeah,
Big
that's
Ben.
right. It is. Oh, no. What something else is going to... As soon as you said that, it's like what refurbished.
That's all I'm saying.
Right.
That's all I'm saying.
Right, yes.
That's
Enough
all I'm
said.
saying. As a conspiracy
Enough
theory,
said.
as a conspiracy theory,
Enough
they're
said.
trying to say that it needed to get updated. It was that clock's been running fine for how long?
Yeah, interesting. Very interesting. Whoa. So it might be a V for Vendetta. You know, they put these movies out for a reason. So it might be preparing for a V for Vendetta type scenario. Wow, interesting.
Yeah, and that's all it. And then obviously, yeah, that's what I'm trying to say to you. You know, and that's what triggers it off. That's what triggers it off, because they'll be saying, "Come and join us." So France will be like, "No, we're not interested." Boom! Now we're interested. It's history. Look how many times this shit happens. 9/11. Boom. Oh yeah, now we're gonna go and fight. Pearl Harbor. Boom. Oh yeah, now we're gonna go and fight. What happened to us over in thing? Oh yeah, now we're gonna go to Afghanistan. Yeah. We're coming now. We're gonna get them Kosovo boys. Yeah, we're coming. Every single time. And it's the public's opinion.
Yeah. I like. Your scenario seems quite
Because the public
plausible.
opinion right now against this Begum girl, yeah.
Oh, God,
Right.
it's gonna
Look
be
at their
hot
public
now.
opinion against this Begum girl. Now it's not just going to be because she's Shamima Begum. It's going to be because she's a Muslim, she's ISIS. Ah, look, they're all the same. And now it's going to be a problem.
Right. Interesting.
And this is going to go into all the other countries as well. All the other countries are going to look and go, yeah, this is right. Yeah, we need to go. This is a war. Now they're going to look at it as a war. So now this is now a war to go against an actual country.
Right. Actually, these people, they just sit down and they plan. And they plan and they plan. So many moves ahead. It's staggering. Staggering.
It's just how it is. There's like China are trying to go back to, I can't remember, but when they ruled a vast part of their empire, that's what they believe they're right, and that's what they want to go back to. China and India are at it at the moment. Pakistan and India. You've got South Korea and North Korea. South Korea are friends with, but they're fucking right next. Listen, imagine if South Korea and North Korea just became friends.
Again.
Yeah, again. Or family. Can you imagine the fear that would put to the West?
Yeah.
Because now they don't have an eye on what's going on. Now there's less of an eye. Now you've got less of eyes and ears.
Yeah.
To see what's going on. Now you don't know how advanced they are. In fact, they don't need you to come to their tea party because they could trade amongst themselves. What do they need you for?
That's right. The Mongoloid area. That's right.
Yeah, what would they need you for?
The IC5s get together and say, right, we're gonna do. Yeah, we're gonna get together. And the IC4s. Go on.
The Mongols. Where did they go to? Where did they go? Look at the migration pattern. I believe it's Russia. They went in there, I think near Bulgaria. Where else now? Where are these? Albania, Persia. They went through a number of different places. And who were they after?
like who
Have
you got to
you,
look at who they were after. What was their goal?
have you heard of the Five Eyes?
And that would tell you
No.
what's affecting us today is what they were trying to go after. The people
Have
who
you
are
heard of the
who are
Five
affecting,
Eyes?
people
No, I
who
haven't
are
heard.
affecting the world
Right.
as it is
The
now,
Five
the
Eyes,
NWO, is who the
the
Mongols.
Five Eyes, yeah, was founded in 1941. Okay, and the Five Eyes consist of USA, UK, Canada, Australia, New Zealand. Then the 9 Eyes countries, plus so an extra 4 will be Denmark, France, Holland, Norway. Then the 14 Eyes country is Germany, Belgium, Italy, Sweden, Spain. And possible third-party contributions. So these are the ones that they're saying that aren't. They're with them there, yeah, because of, let's call it strategic, yeah.
Morocco.
Israel, Japan, Singapore, South Korea.
Right there, well, that's true as well. But there's other dark horses. There's people that they don't
So
want to
listen
make.
to this. So listen to this. When China are not doing what the world's saying, do you know who's mainly talking to China? It's Australia. Australia are mainly talking to China, trying to like put sanctions on them and pull them up and stuff like that. So this is what I'm trying to say to you about the eyes, because there's a resistance in the world that I think everyone can see. It's blatantly clear to see. There's a resistance, and there's a timeline. There is a timeline, and there's a big, huge paranoia. Because, for instance, Turkey is part of the EU and in the UN, yeah? Yet, they were told you can't buy weapons from Russia. You can't buy their planes or, I think, missile defense systems. Because it would compromise all of those countries, yeah, that I've just mentioned.
Hold on, 1 sec. Sorry, stay like that. Stay with that thought, right? I just wanted to ask IC3. Are you there, Uncle?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm listening.
Do you like poetry?
Yeah.
Have you done any poetry yourself in your time? Have you explored with it a little bit of poetry?
I've tried to do a little bit.
Okay,
a few
that's
years
good.
ago.
Okay, so basically, I'm going to give you 1 minute. Have you got any poetry at hand? If not, you might be able to remember a couple of well-known.
No, I don't.
So here we go. I'm going to give you 1 minute, Uncle.
Do what?
I've made a beat. And it's like Hot 97, right? Hot 97 or Funk Master. What's it called? Fire in the Booth. And we've got Uncle IC3 who's gonna bust some real good lyrics. Nah. I mean, have you got? Do you do spoken word though?
No. I think Sakara and his team do that kind of stuff.
All right then, cool. All right, go on, man.
He's got them lyrics. I see 1, I see 3, I see you, you see me.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that would work out quite good. Yeah, I think. Yeah.
So
I
now,
think some talented person will come out with some IC3, IC2 rap sometime in the future.
They've done it already. They've definitely done it already.
Who? I haven't heard of any
UK rap.
Police
We'll
code.
get someone to write.
Police code.
You know what?
Rap.
We'll get someone to write for you, bro. We'll get someone to ghostwrite your lyrics for you, and you could just rap it down at Speaker's Corner, innit? Music video and all that.
That'd be interesting. Nah, I think
I see three. Ding, 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 ding,
Yo,
ding,
you know
ding,
what?
ding. I see three. Ding, 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 ding,
should be left to the young people, some young talent.
I'm free.
Cut their
I
teeth.
see three.
Yo, I'm free and I'm icy. I'm icy free. You know I'm free and
There you go. There you go. You see, it's coming.
IC3.
Oi, that's making me really do the shuffle from that.
All right, stop. Time to collect your reparation. IC3's back with a brand new vibration. He says, "Come collect your reparation."
Yeah, I reckon there's
IC3.
talent out there. Yeah, it's a gap in the market. Nobody's rapping about the codes. Nobody.
Listen,
nobody's rapping about identity. Nobody's rapping about codes. I mean, it's a gap in the market, man. Whoever's can move in there, wow, you'll be the first.
Listen,
nobody. They're always rapping about
IC3's like codes. Don't talk about codes. IC3's got plenty of those. IC4s, IC5s.
Those, plenty of those. I like that. Yeah, opportunity. God, there's a big gap in the market there. In the rap mix, you got to get some good tunes. I like a good backing track with nice effects and stuff and deep.
Yeah, man.
There was a white woman who came out. She was like an elderly woman, but she came out with some rapping. I forgot what her name is now, but she got pretty good, man. I think she got signed by Simon Cowell. But
Okay.
you and him, you sound similar, so he might take a liking to you.
What, signed by Simon Cowell?
Uncle. So you sound a little bit serious because you got a traditionalist.
Aye, who was that one?
Yeah.
Are you talking about not the one who done the track with Beanie Man?
No, what's her name now?
Miss Rebel, innit?
No,
Mrs. Rebel with the bass and treble.
Oh, can anybody? Who's this?
Lady Rebel.
No, there's a white woman, and she's a rapper now, and she's done a couple tracks. She wears a tracksuit, but she says,
"Oh, she lives in Harrow." Yeah, she lives in Harrow with glasses, big thing. She's quite
what's
plump,
her name?
innit?
Oh, come on, let me see it. UK rapper, UK female rapper.
Yeah, she lives in Harrow ends. Was it Watford or Harrow she was from?
I'm not sure.
Yeah,
I think it's definitely Harrow.
I think there's a gap in the market there for some good quality
Honey G,
identity code rap.
Oh shit, Honey G,
Original.
Honey G, IC3. Forget that, bro. Seriously, no, I'm done.
Yeah, big up Dean Jackson.
Raspex producers, bro. Where's Raspex and Thingy's producers? No, but
I know. Do you know which one I like of Raspex? You know the video when he's swinging in the tree?
Nah, come on, bro.
That's mad.
What are you talking about, bro? Who's swinging in the
Ain't you
tree?
seen it? Geezer, I'm telling you, yeah.
Are you fucking taking
I played this. Geezer, I swear. I swear to you, yeah. Right. I swear to
the house, fam, man. You'll get put in a black bin bag in the back of a boot. Watch out, bro. What you saying? Someone. So what? He had a wait. Was someone?
Listen,
was it a mockery thing or something?
No. It's a real serious video. Yeah, it's about Rastas. Yeah, and there's about 4 like uncles in it, like big Rasta man then. And then there's Raspek in it, but there's a part in the video where they're all there, and Raspek's holding on this, like swinging on a tree, like with 2 hands.
For fuck's sake!
Fully like Planet of the Apes thing, bro.
I thought I heard you wrong, so I was like trying to take the piss, but you actually said it right. Fucking no.
It was man. That video, bro, kills me. That video kills me.
Put swimming in a tree, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's chucking it, bro. That's chucking it.
That's really good.
Oi. Yeah.
Do you know what? Ask Zubaida. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you who put it up. It was Zubaida, yeah, because she was mocking it, yeah, but it was jokes, man. Because I'm like, what is that going on? Like all the brothers, them are serious and shit, and my guy is, like when them chimpanzee things are like going skits, like.
Well, you know, without sounding like too chatty patty or divisive, because that's what people call you if you start talking about Speaker's Corner, which is actually pretty much a movie show or a drama, is when I've seen the relationship between North Africans. They've let me down, bruv. To be honest, from Speaker's Corner, I felt very let down, bruv. I'm not gonna lie, just from the level of disrespect, bruv. You know, which would have got back in my day in school. I'd have fought anybody for that, bruv. Any type of, you know what I mean, baiting, like kind of like that. Saying anything racial, like the Uncle Omar did, like that's what got me fighting in it and got kicked out of school. So when I see that now, for the fact that I got kicked out of school and nearly went to jail from it, it infuriates me, bruv, when I see North African but supposed brothers of Africa disrespecting the brothers down in the park.
Yeah.
And then I say, you know, and even when I'm working out in the West End, I see certain when the Tunisians started coming into the centre, they were just hostile towards black people, and there was loads of them. They stuck together in a gang. So now you've got gangs of fucking Tunisians now from 2006 or 2012 onwards, and they're moving around like the mafia. They're moving around like literally fighting people in their groups. Like we're talking about trying to rush black people now in your, because you've got four or five people on us. Because with black people, when they're working, they don't go around in groups like that, feel like they have to be in a group and stand by and talk in the same language, and everything's like, it's like a, you know what I mean, extended version of
it. Everyone, man.
They're individual. From what I saw in the West End, they weren't so, if one had a fight, not all of them would come running and start jumping on the man. But with the Arabs, when one person had a fight, they'd all jump in. So it's like in the West End, for me, it was like embarrassing. So I'm like, wait, everybody can see all us. We were already under scrutiny, dark-skinned brown brothers from the Middle East or wherever. And you lot are just running around like Russian people in the middle of the West End for years. I'm thinking, wait, you know, especially when it's, you know, these Tunisians, not so much the Moroccans. The Moroccans, they were a bit more homely towards the black people. They were a bit more, I just felt a bit more love from the Moroccans and the Algerians to a degree. But when the Tunisians and these other brothers, just no respect, bruv. And even some of the Moroccans, I just thought, you know, it was respect, but it was just a divide. The divide was so obvious. It's like you wouldn't have thought that they would come from the same continent. That's how you can tell that they weren't from there. They weren't both born, you know, black people and Umayyad or Egyptians, Mohammedans, whatever they are, were not from Egypt. You know, it's a foreign bloodline, and you can see where the ancient rivalry is. Every time, on a business level or living near each other, it's kind of peak, you know, because even Arabs in West London, they stick together a lot. So you can go and speak to their sister, especially with a white man as well. It's the same thing. They can tolerate you, but when you start to see about if a group of people really accept you, is if you go with their wife or their sister, and then you'll soon see, oh mate, you know what, you're my mate. You know what, you can't fucking put your hands on her, and he'll behind closed doors will be giving her grief, putting pressure on her.
That's right. Yeah.
So that's with the Arabs and the English, and obviously the Asians. They won't even they won't even think about it. You know what I mean?
But I think it's the generations though, because I've seen like there's certain like Asian men that pop up on here, yeah, and you know they're just a fucking one of the lads really, and then they will claim, yeah, but in my religion, yeah, but, and it's like, listen, bruv, last night you were like, yeah, I need to stop drinking, yeah, I need to stop doing this. It's like, well, you're just like me. I'm not drinking, but
It's a
Mad,
very
bro.
touchy subject, bro. But sorry, just to say this, sorry, bro. Very touchy subject, but it has to be addressed because don't forget, if we're talking about going out and going to foreign lands and trying to build yourself up by possibly going for foreign investment, you want to know that where you're going is going to be safe. And if other people have traipsed there and gone there bar on foot, we need to know where you're going to be accepted, tolerated, or actually disrespected even more, and actually possibly put in danger, death, and/or at worst.
Yeah.
So I think it's very important when you got some people say, because some people talk to me and say, sometimes you're so divisive. I hear some of the girls say that. I like to talk about his color, but wait, color is what is the reason why fucking George Floyd just got a thing on his neck, and we know when to talk about color.
There
So
you go. There you go.
I think that is, to me, just counterproductive. So from my experiences, I don't know why it's got to colorism, but I think it's quite relevant right now.
What?
You've got to understand what nations will actually do business with us, and who and what sort of attitude people have towards us currently now. And that's one thing I've tried to go out of my way to study, the relationship between trade, because my surname is an African name, and it's got a lot to do with trade. So it's been it's in my blood, you could say. But you've got to know who you can do business with, who's going to be hostile. So I'll give you an example. You'll get certain Muslim people or Arab countries that you thought that UK was bad. You're very expendable out there, and you don't get much structure, so they can cancel on you anytime. So you're very expendable. So you're always pretty much a temp if you're a foreigner out in the Middle East. That's what my family noticed, and because she's mixed race, so she noticed that out of all the places she went to, a number of places, Qatar and this and that, and she found that was a difference. You're not valued to the degree where you are in the UK, or you don't have stipulations and policies and laws and to safeguard you in your workplace. And that's just that's the basics of being able to function in a nation. It's having rights.
Tolerated.
Yeah, it's having rights in your workplace. There was other instances where in different countries where, in America as well, it's going to be difficult for you as a black person. You're going to have something super duper duper amazing. Whereas here, you can have something that's just up to scratch. Even though it's going to be more somewhat beneficial depending on what area you go to America sometimes. So that's for like the industry. Media, you really want to be out in America, innit? And music, but so that's what you got to understand, where you're going to be received and where you can do business. China, all my friends, a couple of friends have gone to China and had no problems. They're very business orientated. That's one thing with the Chinese. Right now, you've got the North Africans, the Sudanese, especially family. They are anti-Trump, and they were anti-Trump in 2015. Before he even came to power, they were anti-Trump, anti-West in terms of dealing with their oil and commodities. So if you've got people who are anti-Trump and anti-West dealing with commodities, how are they going to receive you as a black person? Perfectly fine. That's why they're saying, come over. Come and do business. They prefer to do business with now people with black skin. That's why I feel like the caste system now shifted towards black people in Africa. That's all I'm hearing is positive news. Talking about coming back. So they've definitely changed that paradigm.
Interesting.
Yeah. So you've got to understand that you look at America and think, oh yeah, they're great, and they can go to somewhere like Sudan where they haven't really got even a military at that stage. And they couldn't even get a handshake for oil. Trump got sent walking by the tribal leader. Do you know what I'm saying? So, and then they said, all right, we're fucked now. So they got China involved and made them their main, I thought they're called, to look to safeguard their oil.
and distribute their oil, and that was it. So they got their guns from China. They got a security system. You know what I mean? They got a base. They got a military base. So, yeah, you got to know. You got to understand about the trading world and how really the West have got no. They got no legs really at this stage. And it's quite interesting to see places like South Africa. What happened? Why did South Africa want murdering the people in South Africa? Because, sorry, I know I'm not talking to myself on monologuing. I'll let you. I'm just going to finish in saying this. And South Africa, why do Nigerians getting murdered out of there? We're talking about diaspora. We know Nigeria's got a lot to do with diaspora and the African descendants of slaves, and the whole Israelite thing is all based around Nigeria. They've got quite. So why are the Nigerians getting slain out of these countries? South Africa, why? Because the UK went there and the woman was dancing with the South African children, Theresa May. I don't know if that was dancing or she was shuffling or what, or she getting blown around in the wind, but she was trying to dance. She was trying to dance with it. So now they clearly had a stage where they had their initial diplomacy went well. They didn't have to send in their jackals. So that was it. They're like, we got these guys. They got another couple of people. They've always had the Maasai. But now they got the South Africans. And what happens? Cleanse. Nigerians got cleansed. So it's knowing who's, even African countries, you might feel safe in. But next minute, you're just, your feet are sticking out of the sand. And there's not even a plaque for you. So they're just, your feet will be poking out the sand. They're going to bury you somewhere in the desert. Yeah. So, you got to understand where you're going to do business and where you could possibly get into problems, and how you got to act with your money. You can't be showing no valuables or walking around with the latest stuff. That's trust me, brother. That's one thing I've learned. Don't walk around shining, bro. Don't take the piss. Don't do it, bruv. Don't do it. You'll get kidnapped. You get kidnapped, bruv. So we're talking Nigeria. You get kidnapped. That's the England of the UK. Imagine now you go somewhere like equivalent to somewhere like Romania or Albania, where it's hard. Then man will just next minute you'll be leaving with just slippers on, and that's it. They'll take your flip flops as well. You'll be running around naked. I'm telling you. Yeah, so you need to that's important. People say, "Oh, you're scared and you ain't been. You're chatting shit." But yeah, bro, I've got people that have been and I've lived a little bit. So that's one thing that's major, important, is who can you work with?
Yep. Identity.
You can only work. Yeah, that's it, identity. Yeah, man.
Transparency.
Yeah, you have to identify them.
Yeah, and that's it, bro. That's it. And you got to see how they work amongst themselves. Are they close knit, like they're Indians? Are they super close knit? Are they sort of a secular type of working people? And personally, that's why, bruv, out of everything,
well, you know what, right? You know, like when
people need each other's back when it comes to commerce.
Well,
like,
like when you
thing, bro. Go on.
Like these families, like powerful families that have interbred. That's why they're so powerful and stuff, because they've been doing this interbreeding stuff, mate. It's just like making their strain stronger and stronger and stronger, and purer and purer and purer.
Right. Yeah. And they always used to mix, man. Back in the day, even the Muslims. The Mehmet II, I'm taking reference a lot from that because a lot of things happened in that time. I always use that as a reference, a good reference point. The queen that he married, she was mixed with Russian, this, Bulgarian, that, this, that. So she had just as much power as the king and the military leaders and advisors. She could go to another part of another country and pull arms on her own husband. She could, they were very powerful now, the counterpart of the rulers, especially the queen, the royalties.
They're all European royalty is completely mixed. So they could always summon, and they're mixed. I'm talking mixed, even with Turk. So between Mongoloid and European, and they would mix like that as well. So I think that's where a lot of power came into it, and that's just a testament to how.
Well, look at
There's gaps in history. Well, I'm just going to finish saying there's gaps in history where we don't know how African fell or these African countries, because there was a conglomerate of nations attacking you under one queen that has got all these bloods, or king or royal family that have got all these bloods attachments. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, but say what you was going to say if you can remember what you were going to say.
Yeah, no, I just yeah, no, I agree, man. No, I just think like even stuff like that, like I think I even heard something about Donald Trump himself, like they're like meant to be like intermingled and stuff, and they believe that
he's Scottish, English, and he's mixed. He's married into a high-ranking Jewish family, right?
Yeah, but they're saying that he's also meant to be. They remind him of someone that was in his family before.
All right.
Like he's got like the way he talks and moves,
attributes and features and traits.
Yeah.
Virtues.
Yeah, they believe that he's been reborn. Like that person's been reborn in like
reincarnation.
Well, that's what the Africans did a lot. So I've got the same name as my granddad. So I need to live up to my, that's how it is. So what would be customary is if I name one of my sons either a mixture of my name, my wife's name, my pup's name, or mixture between mine and my pup's name. So that's how it. But yeah, generally though, you're right. Yeah, that's go there. That's kind of like a ritual type of thinking, isn't it?
Yeah, and then every now and then I think you have to come out, isn't it? You have to come out and draw someone from, because they start becoming sick.
Sick from what do you mean?
Like from like interbreeding, like they could become like really like.
Yeah, it's happening a lot apparently with the Jews because they're mixing so much now. They need to mix out. There's like get ailments now. This is the generation where they're starting to slip, because then I'd say a couple of maybe 600, 4 or 5 generations down the line, maybe 10, they'll be looking like the Chinese. But the Chinese and them nations still had strong people that mutated. But with the Jews, they kind of took the stock. I don't really want to say but they kind of took the gypsy gene, right? Yeah. Where they weren't the rulers of the land, and they were always the ones that were sort of on the lowest. You know what I mean? Yeah. So that's the gene they took, right? So you got that sort of gene in the people now. They'll do anything to survive, bro. They'll do anything.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
They'll be relatively envious. They'll be seeing some real hunky, beautiful women, men that they can't be like or they can't touch. And it's just like, yeah, how do I get my hands on that? How can I get what they've got? I'm not saying it's inherent due to their phenotype, but we all seem to have a similar type of look. I don't know where we got into the Jews this then, but they've been highlighted a lot. I'd say scapegoated to a degree. Some people would say that they've got complete and overwhelming power. Some people say they scapegoated the white man.
I've heard
and
that.
It's still hard for me to believe. Unfortunately, as much as people say it, it's still hard for me to believe.
right? Because now, are the English just Jewish? And would it the particular gene of the Jews or the hierarchy or the saints, do they live here? Because
Yeah,
if this
there's definitely an ancient. There's definitely because like
okay, so let me ask you a question.
well, look at it like this, right? Look at it like this, yeah. Like like Sumerians, Egyptians, Babylonians, Romanians, like Philistines, like all these in there. Like I believe they've just moved. Then the Romans, and I just think they've just moved. Like they've just set up and moved and plotted like to have power everywhere.
Oh yeah,
and
it's
that
all in
is
the
like
word.
the eye.
It's all in the word. It's all in the word. If they've got ANs at the end, usually Africans or Indians. But when they talk about the Jews, I heard someone say Jupiter. Oh, we're talking about Jews. Jupiter. Jupiter.
Oh dear.
She was talking about. Oh, the Jews are blameless. The blood. They didn't take part. No, I was like, okay. Did you know that in Rome, guess who was dealing with the finances? Guess who was sitting there getting benefits out of all of this?
Yeah,
The
that's
Jews.
because the Jews had so much wealth in there, it was hidden and they couldn't get it out.
The Jews.
Listen, the Romans, when the Romans ransacked it, they were like, "Oh, we didn't find really much. There's nothing here." It was so big about it. It's because of the wealth. Because of the wealth, they couldn't get it out of Israel, so they had to be like, right, we've got enough to. Listen, they've got so much they had so much gold, because this is what me and IC3 were talking about, the 666 shekel shit, mate. That shit was getting gathered up in Israel for a very long time. When the Babylonians came and to destroy it, some of the wealth got dispersed. Like some of it they tried to take out, obviously, but a lot of it is hidden still in Israel because there was so much of it. So when Julius Caesar was like, "Oh yeah, we're taking over, but there's nothing really much here," there was secret chambers, the holies of holies, etc., etc. That's why you had the Knights of the Templars.
Where's Carnito, man?
Go back at it because now you got to think about it. Why would the Knights of the Templar? How many times can this place get ransacked? So when the Romans done it, they didn't find much gold. The Jews aren't silly. They already got rid of it. They already ousted it, mate. These powerful Jews were like, listen, we can't let them know where this is. We can't let them know where it is. We can't let them know how much wealth and how much gold is here. So whether we've got to use Jesus and make a bargaining tool with them, but we're just going to have to lie low and we will get strong again because of our wealth. And we know what gold can do. If a man can sell out their Messiah for bloody 66 shekels or something pieces of silver,
30.
They know
silver.
13 pieces of silver. They know that they can easily manipulate, but they have to hide it from the Romans. That because they're looking at it like this, they can rebuild. They can rebuild again. They can get inside and they can rebuild again. You can see how one man disrupted a whole nation by preaching and telling people leave the city. So they know all of these tricks and stuff has been going on since time. Like sleeping cell.
How the Zionists involved with all of these wars? How the Zionists involved all these things that have happened in world events? Do you know why? Because they're gypsies. They're gypsies. They're everywhere. They're in Europe, America, the United Kingdom, Asia. They've been everywhere. They're always part of every part of every nation. So when they left to come to the Vikings, when they came down, the Germanic people to Europe and the United Kingdom, what did they have to with them? The Jews.
But the temple of Solomon was the temple of light. It was all about knowledge, and that knowledge was to gain more knowledge and to go further. They knew there was more to the world, and they knew all these golds, all these spices, all these things mean something.
So what's that called? What that is called is the wonders of the world. There's 7 of them.
There's 7. And then when you take over these parts of the land, where do they put their wonders in the world? Usually in the way it generates the most currency, revenue, commerce.
Yes.
So
Yes.
that's where all of these things like Athens, you know, like they're gonna put all these places where, you know, the most money is gonna be made.
Yeah, but all of these places have been where these families have had great civilizations, and then they've had to move. Like they've set something up already, then they've had to move, and then they've found somewhere even greater.
And you know, another wonder of the world as well was the German scientist. Another wonders of the world that they were after, but they weren't structures; they were people and a group. You see that's why it goes back to who was in England and America. Were they Jewish people, not no Europeans? Well, obviously, we still had a lot of Celtic names that died in World War II, and you can see that. So they were Celts, they were white people. But who was controlling them? Did the Jews have control of the United Kingdom at that stage? Because obviously we know where terrorists come from.
Through Rome.
Huh?
Yeah, through Rome.
No, Jews cannot have control of your fate and destiny as a sovereign country like the United Kingdom and then USA through the Vatican. That's just impossible. That's what Jupiter tried to say. Oh, it's the Vatican. It's the Vatican. The Vatican was so powerful. Mussolini and his little
at that time,
cronies would not have got killed by their own people.
Yeah, but at that time, you got to look at it like this. Look, right. The good thing about what the Jews are good is going into anybody's country and becoming wealthier than you.
Listen, look, let me tell you something, bro.
IC3? What do you say to that question?
Listen.
Hold on. The Jews never had. Listen, Gold. The Jews never had a country, right? When the World War was happening, they never had nowhere. Yeah, there was no Israel. But
what's this all with Magna Carta? What's that thing that they? What was it? The Magna Carta? I don't know what it was, but it was something put across by the Vatican originally, and everybody followed it. And they all had their similar goal, their one aim, one destiny. But that you can't now say in 1945 and onwards that the reason why United Kingdom and America got involved or did whatever they did was down to the Vatican. It wasn't down to or Rome, or it was controlled by Rome. No, it was not. It was, they had a similar idea that was manufactured hundreds of years ago, but that's it. That's only power, and they can sell some very nice clothes through a good number of buildings, and that's it. That's the only power they harness, and they can sell some Ferrari F40s and whatever. But that's it. They're just good at manufacturing, or good at branding. Actually, more than they don't even do the branding most of the time. It's from India and China, so they're doing good at branding.
So, anyway, going back to what I was saying, right? They are the richest in the world.
Who?
The Jews.
Oh, I thought you said the Vatican. Yeah, because don't forget the economic
perceived to be like, when I mean like in the world, like in any country they go.
Excuse me. Sorry.
You can go on. Look at Hollywood. Hollywood is owned by the Jews.
You're cutting off.
Yeah, Hollywood. Right. Yeah. So the Jews now. What I believe is that the Jews I know. They've always they like London, innit? So they would have had their own sort of mass of groups of people here. Now, this is what people are trying to get. This is where I could say, Jupiters are right, because they were dying and they were getting persecuted, didn't have a homeland, and then now they are the most powerful. They're only the most powerful because they're the most feared currently. But when it comes to out and out power, numbers, amount of nations they'd have to go up against, get squashed within an instant, about 30 seconds. So this fake fucking idea that the Jews run everything is just more retarded than the Jews having absolutely nothing to do with anything.
Okay.
Because clearly
How
they do
powerful
have
is a
power.
bank? How
Clearly
powerful is a bank?
Okay.
Yeah, they do have power, but they do not have any type of military power, or they have a little influence, but power overall. No, they don't.
You're not hearing me, Gold.
Go on.
Gold. They are in every single country. They are in power. When France, listen, they're everywhere. They are in power,
In power,
everywhere.
and
If they
power,
listen,
what do you mean by
if they
power?
wanted to close all their
Let's stop
businesses,
using
if they
these words.
closed all their
Yo,
businesses,
Natty,
if they closed, if they closed all their businesses, yeah,
Yo,
like
bro, no one can hear
McDonald's.
you, bro.
Listen,
No one can hear you.
listen,
No one can hear you.
listen.
Yeah, but
McDonald's.
you're going to make me lose what I was thinking, brother, and it's important. You just said power. Power, you got to be more specific than that. You could just say, oh, Jews hold the power and everything. What power, bro? Africans hold the power in every country. Do you know why? Because they're reproducing the most. So if I say power in that sense, you got to be specific. What do you mean by power?
Yes, and let me tell you something. And if them African countries, if them African countries start getting too big for their boots and don't start doing and start providing them the diamonds, because do you know who get the diamonds? The Jews. Look at what their main thing is diamonds. It's fucking diamonds, bruv, and gold.
Yeah, were you talking about that? The IMF?
No, so let's say, for instance, yes, Sierra Leone, right? There's Jewish companies in Sierra Leone. They're basically the ones doing the business with them. Okay.
Yeah, they're supposedly.
So what I'm basically trying to say is, if they decide to then say, right, we're going to take down all the companies and everything like that, and we're going to take it all to Israel, and we're not going to do nothing here in England, that's a hell of a lot of people out of jobs. They can crash the market. There's certain things in the market they can crash. Just like there's certain things in the market that the Chinese man can crash. And there's certain things in the market that the oil nations can crash if they come together.
So are you talking about the Jewish religion?
And like I said to you,
Yo, are you talking about Judaism? Or are you talking about the actual Israelites, Ashkenazis, Jews, Khazarians, you know, the people that come from Russia? Are you talking about them? They have power in every country. The ones that generally you would see with a sort of curved nose. Is that who you're saying? It's got power in all the countries.
I'm talking about Zionist Jews and Jews as a whole, because even the innocent Jews, like even like Christians, yeah, I see Christian people like innocent people. I see Muslim people as innocent people, because when it comes to the time to call up for arms, they will get called and they will get used because of the faith. That's what I'm trying to say to you. But I see the people who are in charge of them, know the ball. Yeah, they're not fussed. They're not really fussed. All they're fussed about is the main object and goal is to control, order, and have to have eyes everywhere. You can't have a country that's got nothing and all of a sudden they've got a country and they're a great big country and they've got nukes. Come on, bruv. You need money for that, bro. You need a hell of a lot of stuff for that. And it works.
By the way,
don't forget, that's why Columbus went to America, because they knew about it, but that's why King Solomon's temple was about knowledge. Why he asked God for knowledge? Because they knew that is the survival.
Natty. Who gave the Jews Israel? Did they give them to themselves? Did the Palestinians give them? Did the Chinese give it to them? Or was it the UK?
Sorry, say that again.
Who gave the Jews, Israelis, whatever you want to call them, Palestine? Was it themselves, Chinese, God, an alien, or the United Kingdom? I'm being a bit.
Oh, the United Kingdom were part
Just-
of the.
but- Go on. I just want to know. You must know that one.
Palestine. It was an agreement. Yeah, it was an agreement between Palestine and the Jews.
Palestine and the Jews. That's why they got. All right, okay, cool. I'm not trying to make, but it was the United Kingdom basically. Yeah. Yo. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, after the war declaration, or I think it was before. I don't know when the declaration was made. It was either before or just after. You've got actually before. I'm sure it was before. You've got the Balfour Declaration, so was given or promised that part of the land. After the Jews saying that they'd help get America involved and sort of raise an army against the Germans. So they did that in all the countries. They did loads of diplomatic thingies, paid off a lot of people. A lot of people took the money and payment off the Germans. Most of them took the money off of the Jews. You know what I mean? So that's what it was. For anybody to now think that people who gave them the land after, it's just after what, 40, 50 years, you feel like they're still not going to be able to retain, 60, 70 years, retain their power. What have the Jews done to the US and the UK? The only time they had any sort of effect on the UK, really, I would say,
when you're a big nation, like
1066 and maybe 1500s, but that was about it. That's about it, bro.
Listen, when you're a big country, like how they were back then, with everyone looking at you, you're going to have people who are jealous of you. And you're going to have people who are going to want what you have got. So they're going to come and take it. So they knew it was going to fail. Every time they built it, it got destroyed. Every time a country gets big, too big for their boots, someone else and everyone else gets paranoid and they want to destroy it. Now that they have America, England, Europe, all sitting in their back pockets, they can be strong. Look at this tiny little country. Listen, they're killing Palestinians every day. Like, they're going into Syria, bombing up Syria. Like, they could do whatever they want to do. It's as simple as that.
Do you think that the Jews have got more trade, networking, power than the UK do? Or America? No.
They're all the same.
You're saying they're all the same, but phenotypically, an American is American, an Englishman is an Englishman, and a Jew is a Jew. There's quite clear differences, actually.
Right. Okay. Yeah, but that's just by name. We're talking about
not just
by name.
But you could say it's a one world order.
That's like Black Lives Matter. That's like Black Lives Matter. I'm in England. It's happening in America. It's got nothing to do with me. Of course, it's got something to do with me.
No, but listen, we're talking about nationalities now. We're talking about actual nations. We're not just talking about the black, all-encompassing, because we need all the numbers and everybody's going to have to do joint effort. We're talking about there is a clear, distinct difference between an Englishman, a Jewishman, Israeli, and an American. The Englishman, even though the American comes from an Englishman, he's still got a lot of mixing up in him. Probably got Spanish, Native American, all them things there. See what I'm saying? So, and he might look white, but you can see there's something that's mixed him up a little bit. You can only see the Englishman with, he's got a baked look. He's got that typical bloody look. So it's like we can't get confused about.
Yeah, but in those days they did mix. King Solomon did have loads of wives. They talk about it openly. He had over 100.
Now
hundreds of wives from different faiths.
The royalty.
Listen. Look at it like this. Yeah, look at Israel in those days, right? Look at Israel. You've got the Israelites, and then you've got the Gentiles. Now, the Gentiles are people from all over that.
Gentiles.
Yeah?
Say Gentiles.
That's like modern day. That's like
Say
modern day UK. That's like modern day U. That's like modern day UK.
Yo, dude.
Gentiles.
All right.
You know what I'm talking about, Gold. So
No,
listen.
I don't know. You said genitals, bro.
Bruv, come on, look. I like banter sometimes, but I'm actually getting serious. Listen.
Uncle, even Uncle would just dropped his tea. He just thought, what the heck? Listen, I got that. No, I'm only playing. I'm Natty. God, wait. So the Gentiles, you're saying, but look, the Jews,
right? Look, so look at it like this. Look at it like this, right? As in the days of Moses, yeah. As in the days of King Solomon, yeah. You've got the temple. Now you've got the Jews or the Israelites, the chosen people of the land, and then you've got the Gentiles that are also God's people, but they're not.
Okay, sorry, you just stop.
Hey, you need to relax, man.
I know. I'm a bit stupid. Look, honestly, but we can still learn. You can still have fun and learn. But look, the Gentiles.
So anyway, all that wealth, because he was connected with so many different tribes and so many different people, he gained knowledge of all their religions, all the way that their systems work, their gold, their jewels, their spices, their etc. And then you're getting more and more until other people start linking up and saying, why the fuck are we giving to this cunt? Who is he? Look how much fucking shit. Why? Because he's got a big ass fucking temple, and it's because their God's meant to be better than our God.
Yeah, so
that's how it is. So
the military bases have got a lot of sort of Anglo blood in them, right? And power in the military bases. So that'd be Anglo, that'd be like the diaspora of the Anglos. So all the Canada, New Zealand, Australia, England, US, they've all got the strongest militaries. So the Jew is distinctly slimmer, shorter, bigger nose, same sort of look, Europeanized, most Europeanized Semitic, definitely. And that's all it is. It's just mixed at his origin, and then he's just watered down, gone more white and more white and more white along the years. And obviously, you can see where his nose, he's probably a bit more East African-y type of black as well.
The story of the Jews started when they did exactly what they did in Egypt. They turned it into a fucking shithole. And they absolutely brought it down to its knees. And with it, they gained knowledge. And with that knowledge, they took that knowledge and went and created somewhere else.
What do you mean somewhere else? What? They created somewhere else like what? Israel?
Israel, yeah.
So do you think they handed them Israel to themselves? Or the Balfour Declaration was just European or English Jews? And then,
put it this way. Moses,
Polish. Bro, let me just finish what I'm saying and then you can answer. Having Polish, German Jews that were fleeing. Is that what you're saying? That they were English Jews actually signing away their own. You know what I mean?
In what period?
Because in 1940, whatever it was, 1945, I can't remember. If you type in Declaration, Balfour Declaration, they'll give you a time and date of when they actually did this whole thing of, giving Israel, Israelis, Palestine. And that was it, because they didn't, obviously, they wanted their own homeland. So now, if you've got that, are you saying that that was the English and Americans giving all of the Jews that land? Or was that just Jews in the UK giving the Jews that were fleeing the homeland?
Jews in the UK.
So that's where you're wrong. Because, let me tell you something. When I look at all the police officers, when I look at all of the like people who own houses and land, English as can be.
You don't really see their noses all coming all like that. The people that have the power are English. Case and point proven that
I don't
you
know
can.
about that.
Yeah, that's it, brother. It's a fact. It's an absolute. There will be powerful people, but do you think that the Anglos will ever want the Jews after the way they've gone around all the countries and established themselves to have actual full reign? Because then they think, why would I want a competitor? He might have that in his mind. Do you think they would ever be in power? They don't trust each other.
Listen. You don't have to listen. Jews look like regular people, mate. There's certain Jews.
That's a lie. Because I'm Jewish. How can you tell a man that's got Jewish blood and that's seen definitely 1,000% more Jews than you, unless you've gone to Israel? I know for a fact I have.
Veli, there's people in the back chat
that I've seen more Jews. Phenotypically. I could see a Jew for a mile off.
People in the
The only
back chat.
the hard ones are the ones that they mix with the Europeans and they've got ginger hair and then they become really sort of white and it's hard to see, but you can still see something. There's still something about them that you can just see. Because when they mix with when you mix with the European here and he's quite heavily set, they just kind of look Germanic a bit. You can't really see the nose and the ear and the typical ears and the sort of round forehead that they have. You've got like quite a big sort of round forehead.
I'll catch you guys a bit later. I've got to get some food and do some shopping and stuff. So hopefully I'll be on a bit later. Great conversation. Interesting topic. See you later.
Okay, take care. See, now, this is a red pill because the picture they want to do is like Yo.
Afternoon, all.
Easy.
Hey, well, it was the UK who gave the Jews Israel. But if you say the Jews are the wealthiest, they're not. It's the Saudis. If
so
you look,
this is an Englishman as well. This is an Englishman. He's clearly an Englishman. But it's not to prove you completely wrong because you are right, Natty. But there's a clear they distinct themselves, and the Jews just clearly define themselves as different from the white man, actually themselves.
Okay.
Yeah.
But guess what? The Jews in the Saudi Arabia family. There's Jews there. Listen, the Saudi Arabia family are Jews anyway.
Yeah, he's right though. He's right with that one, mate.
I don't know. How do you make that out? Because my granddad was Jewish, and he had Russian blood in him.
Yeah. So basically, the Jews.
Sorry, I would say if you can say Russian, there would be the Jews, like the Jews are supposed to. Well, we all know the real Jews were the Ethiopians, yeah. When they got taken over, made of Israel, the proper Jews are Ethiopians. If you look on the Rastafarian flag, yeah, on some of the Rastafarian flags, you see the Star of David on it. Yeah, so they are actually the actual.
I would agree on that, and I would disagree on that. I would say the Jews, if you look at where they came from the beginning of their existence, they came from Egypt. Yeah, they started in Egypt. Now Egypt had loads of slaves, not just black slaves, but also slaves of different color as well.
Yeah.
So they were all known as Jews. Jews wasn't a nice word. It was if the Pharaoh's calling them Jews, do you think it's a nice word? I don't think it is. That's what people are mistaken. It's not a nice word. It's just been given it to them. It's been inherited.
Oh, okay. So what do you reckon about what did it mean by when they called them Jews then? What was it,
What I've seen of the Jews. Listen, this is what I've seen.
Day, like the N word. Because don't forget that they were known to live in ghettos. The Jews lived in the ghettos.
Wow. Well. There's a different. There's controversy. Look, now this is what I'm going to say about the Jews, right? The Jews. What you could say is with the Jews, right? You had in Egypt, they were, when they took the Jews, they tried to say the Jews were the people that were from the south of Egypt, were actually the Nubians. Right, so they tried to mix them two stories together.
Do you know, I'm going to blow your mind on this about my granddad,
Listen,
right?
Egypt, Greece had a very Greece and all them countries there close to Egypt had a great impact on them when it comes to like stone masonry and stuff like that. They were exchanging ideas, exchanging slaves for this, blah, blah, blah.
When they went to Egypt, they couldn't tell the difference between a Jew or the Egyptians and the Jews. So that would make me believe that the Nubians were just a bit more of a purer version of the Egyptians. So what you see is a Nigerian compared to an African American, which is a bit maybe you can see like they've got more variety in their phenotype. You see what I'm saying?
I mean, if you look at Selassie's photo, yeah, look at his features, yeah, and you tell me he wasn't a Jew. Do you know what I mean? If you look at his features, you'll see the bone structure and everything with Selassie. Do you know?
Yeah.
Do you agree with me on that? Because
and the Egyptians as well, man. They were
yeah. My granddad said, now this understands why my granddad wouldn't follow the faith of the Jewish faith, and he used to moan about Israel, and that's when I was a kid. Now I'm realising now what he was on about. It's all falling into place.
Yeah, it's wealth. There's treasure there. I'm telling you, there's so much treasure still there. That's why it's been. Look, that's why the Muslims had it for so long, because they were just guarding it, protecting it. They built their mosque on it, and they were just protecting it. Them Jews knew what was underneath there. They knew that was history, wealth of like.
Well, actually, the British knew. The British knew what it was there. That's why they gave it to him, didn't they?
Well, don't forget you had the what are they called? The Templars. Now, ask me this: how many times can a place get ransacked? How many times has Israel got ransacked? The last time was the Templars.
Yeah.
Now, the Templars were supposed to have brought it back.
Yeah, the English and the French, the Frankiers and the English.
Yes.
So that was part of the order.
Yeah, but what if? Let's say at that time that there was no Jews like influence within. Let's say they were like what you were saying, like proper English and proper French. Let's say that now, that like I was saying, the Vatican, who had a very big holding. Let's say now that the Jews have said, "Nah, we're not gonna give it back," or they found a way of getting it back off the Knights of the Templars, like that way. Because they're very clever in knowing things, like very clever. Like even with the stock markets and everything. That's why they're trying to build the third temple.
So do you know what happened? Do you know what happened? Whose mic is that, man? It's a bit.
Is that mine going a bit funny?
Do you know what happened? So what happened after? You know when the English and the French took the supposed the information out of the mosque or whatever it is, or whatever it is. What happened? Who did that annoy? Do you know who that annoyed? That annoyed the Russians and all the Jewish families and bankers in all the other.
Yeah, you know Putin. You know what he's done? He's banned Rothschild for doing business in Russia. You know that?
Yeah. He kicked them all out. Yeah.
Yeah. Which is a good move. Yeah.
Yeah, and China has gone back to their old ways. China.
Yeah, well, thanks, Guy. You're giving me some information I didn't even know. You know what I mean? And even I got a bit of heritage in it. In Jewish
people, Jewish people are I look at them as innocent people. I look at because there's normal ones out there doing what they're doing, but there's ones.
You say innocent?
There's because there's innocent Christians. Like I'm talking about the Zionist Jews because they're still oppressing their own people.
We said, because we're not talking about just all the Jews. We're talking about the military and the people that have gone out and stolen. So that's not all of the Jews.
Yeah, I'm talking about the ones that you were talking about that were doing deals with the Romans. It's a true fact, right? It's a true fact. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, because they were shitting themselves. So rather than so they just made an agreement. Oh, let us use this temple and let us pray, and we'll keep our people in check. We'll live by your ways.
Okay, let me say this. Right, at the time that their people were getting enslaved, first people were Slav, right? In Russia, there was a lot of Jews in Russia, so they were probably slaves as well.
This is what I was going to say.
But they would not have been in a position where it was like, oh, we're shitting ourselves and we're under these oppressive Romans, and we're better off just falling in line and getting all the niceties that come along with it. No, they were part of it. They were consciously part of it. You know why? Because they already led the services to take control of all the bad things that happen in nations and shit stuff that people don't want to do, because they didn't really have much religious base. And then this is what it's because they were quite a Semitic people, they were quite sort of nomadic, innit? And then people like that, they just want anything, take anything that comes. But it's debatable whether they were actually in touch with the Kabbalah and the devil. You know what I mean? So
look, in that chamber that King Solomon had was his magis, so his magicians, was all these people, so they would have known how to set up systems. Because sometimes it's good for you to get taken over because you can then destroy the enemy from within, but you need to know what the enemy or what the system is like. So it's like now, let's say for instance, Chinese people have been captive. They're going to start learning the system, but they're still going to have their old ways. Same as when the blacks went over to America, the first thing for them was to get rid of their name. So your name's not Kunta Kinte anymore. Your name's Michael. Now you forget about. Now you're thinking on a different wavelength. Okay, but certain people have sworn, they vow, like when it comes to like a religion, which is obviously, like I'll say to you, a spiritual thing. Like these are the things that people have learned now to control the world and control people through the spirituality, which affects them. So sitting in my house, knowing that it's sunny outside, but I can't go outside because of Corona, is going to affect me. So I'm obeying, but for how long?
And look, if you look at it, after the fall of Rome, the Jews definitely took part in crusades. Number of crusades from Germania, which stretched everywhere. They touched everywhere, dude. So you could say they were enslaved. You could say they were in slavery because the Romans put the first mark in, and they were literally where Russia is. And Russia and loads of Jews, the first homeland in Mount Ararat or wherever it was.
See, what I've been reading for the identity for Jewish, it's very quite broad, like Hungarian and Ukrainian and Russian. Do you know what I mean? And Polish.
Yeah, but they came originally from the Middle East, though. They originally came from the Middle East, so that was just some more Semitic people.
Okay.
They came from Semitic people, so they would see the mixture in the Middle East. With the blacks and the equator, because it's on the equator.
Yeah.
Mixture from the Africans and the Greeks and the Macedonians, and Spain and the Italians. That's what caused the middle, in between with the Middle and the Asians. And then that's where they've come from. So that's part of Asia. They've come from, they come from the Middle East. So
and so hence we've got the sort of Summers Arab looking with the sort of like with the afro, a little bit of afro hair.
You'll see mixed race looking.
Yeah.
They're like, they can trace their heritage all the way in the Middle East, you know. Nowhere, you know. So, and I know that they could obviously from that Assyrian to West Asian stock. I can imagine. But
Well, you're teaching me my ancestry, you know.
Ancestry, yeah, no, definitely. And I mean, they've gone to Russia.
Yeah.
And they went on expeditions with all the Visigoths, Vandals when they were called that. So they've gone out with these brothers from the north and the west Germany. So from then on, they were definitely not slaves. Definitely not slaves. They were always more as a conglomerate, like a working. They weren't but they never had the agent. So they weren't the crusade. Because at this stage, don't forget, there was still a divide between the Scandinavians, which are what do you call it? What they call now? Holland, the Dutch, yeah. And there was the Anglos, the more sort of Germanic, bigger stock. And then you got the Jews. So there was 3 different phenotypes. Yeah.
Okay.
The phenotypes are bigger, fatter, sort of Germanic. Then you've got the sort of where they took all the women, because the Vikings were known for taking women. So you've got a lot of quite good looking fit people there, right? As opposed to, but they were a bit smaller, right? Because they had a bit of an Asian influence as well coming in from Russia. So
I'm getting you now.
So you've got them 3 phenotypes. Is that Slavic languages type
Slavic, yeah, like the Slovenians and that, yeah.
The Jewish, which is just a smaller version of the Slavic, but they're from the same strain. And then you've got the sort of the Germanic, but they're all Germanic people. But you've got the bigger Germans, which were obviously the Germans that fought were in the war against.
I'll get what you now. It's making sense to me.
Yeah, so there's 3 phenotypes, man. Always. And they've all seen their a level of the same type of body shape, you know. That's what that means, yeah.
Oh, cheers, Gold.
Okay, this is what Hitler said. Hitler's confessions. Hitler said, even in his death, he will start World War III. One of his soldiers asked how. Hitler replied, the day mankind defends this nation, Germany, from then, that's the day World War III will start. For on that day, mankind will learn that I was trying to save my nation from the Freemasons, the Illuminati, the Zionist Jews. For if the Americans win the war, they will conquer the world and forever be a slave to the Jews, and they will try to conquer God. Do you know who? Yeah.
Right, cheers, guys. I've got to go. Yeah, but brilliant talking to you two. All right.
Yeah, before you go, do you reckon we should get back to religion, tribe, or should we just focus on colour?
I reckon, me personally, yeah, I've always been brought up to respect anybody who respects me, regardless who you are. Yeah, and I've been brought up to not follow religion, but not judge anybody by who they look like, but what their actions are, mate. I know it's not an ideal world, but that's what I'm going to keep on with,
saying
mate.
what, one world, yeah? One world. One colour, one religion.
Me personally, I think religion causes a lot of trouble. Me personally.
Yeah.
It'd be nice for a change. Everybody could have a bit of humility and be more considerate towards the people's
Regardless
problems.
of the differences, right?
Yeah.
Regardless of the differences, right?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
if they want to do business by themselves or pray to Ogun.
Well, I can't see what the problem is. I can't see what the problem is, because when I was brought up in West London, we used to have Sikhs and that having their own businesses and doing what they were doing.
Right.
The Jews.
So you're humanist, man. And
Sorry?
you're a secularist. So you believe everybody being basically equal and having equal
Course, yeah.
culture and
Right
religion.
on, bro. Right on, G.
And the trouble is, right, it's people in life who try to make people disequal because they're ignorant, yeah? As far as I'm concerned, I care what you are, what disability you got, or anything. I treat them with respect, and if they got the ability to do anything, if somebody goes out and sweeps the fucking roads and that, I'll big them up because they've got their asses and doing it. Do you know what I mean? You know, I think what it is in this country, it's a class war here, yeah? And I think we've got to learn, I don't matter how much, you know, I mean, look, I suffer from a disability. I've got autism, yeah? But I still earn money, good money. And I've gone through ups and downs, but do you know what? I had to earn my respect. And the reason I actually earn my respect is not because I'm a disability, because of how I treat people and treat people with humanity and not, you know, and that's how I treat people, you know?
Yeah, that's
But I will call out things if things are wrong, though. Yeah, and I think
definitely.
All right, just before you leave, mate. Just before you leave, what do you think when things happen that are negative? What do you do? Do you take a stand and sort it out, or do you?
Well, what I do, I've got a site on Facebook. I fight paedophilia. Yeah, so.
So you're more of a take a stand sort of person. That's good, man. I good on you, bro. You're Muslim.
I will call out of all aspects. I won't call it out on religion or anything. I'll call it out as evil people. Yeah, like I say, paedophilia doesn't see no colour and no religion. But I do believe religion does cover it up.
That's what I was trying to say. That's what I was trying to say. We're all innocent. Anyone who's religious is innocent in all this, right? Because they're just following. They're just following.
If you pray to Ogun and bust a man's head, you'll get powers like the Hulk. You know the Hulk? Yeah, man. Just pray to Ogun. Say, before you bust a man's head, say, Ogun! Ogun.
The trouble is, look, there's evil people in each religion, okay? But the evil people who interfere with kids use religion to hide behind.
Oh,
yeah.
That was another chapter. I'm trying to make a half a funny.
Yes.
The trouble is, people have got to see it's the fucking government are the problem who's letting it happen. Yeah. Instead of fighting each other, we all got to get together and fight the government to stop this and bring laws in.
I've been saying this from time. I've been saying it like, look.
If you want to come on the calls, mate, come with me. Get in touch with me, and we'll do it. It's nothing to do with outright. It's about saving kids. I cover about white paedophiles going to Nigeria buying babies for that £4. You know, I've covered that on there. I've covered paedophiles going to Cambodia and everywhere.
You know what? Salute to that. And what can I just?
Yeah, man, you're doing something positive.
Highlight the website.
Yeah, I'll put it. It's just a Facebook group.
Right, put it in the back there for us, family. That's good, man. That's good. Yeah, I mean that's man. Movements, man. I mean that's.
Because you know what, the children are the innocent ones, man. They're the innocent ones. They're the ones that we program and tell like what to do.
Yes.
I mean, at the end of the day, if we're talking about good things come from you doing good deeds, then you're going to come back like loads, 10 times 10.
Look, man, you know what? If I can save one child from being abused, don't matter what it is, what background, I'll be happy if I could just save one, and expose and do what I can do, I just want to highlight everything. Firstly, I want to do a demo about stopping paedophiles going to different countries like Nigeria and Cambodia and Thailand, right? I want to do it. I want to set a petition for that because kids abroad, it matters as well. Yeah, because it's not in this country. We should all care for about children. And
Easy.
yeah,
Easy. I've never believed in like hanging people and killing people, right? But I've always believed in. We've got these certain islands that I think that when these people get caught, they can't live in society again. It's impossible.
Correct.
Because look, a gay man likes a man, a gay woman likes a woman, and a straight man likes a woman. Do you know what I mean? Like that is going to be in you. So they should just say, you know what? We're going to put you on an island, mate, and get on with it. No food, nothing. We're not going to kill you, but you just can't live in society.
But no, do you know what they do in some parts of America? They give them a pill so they can't get it up again. Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
So that's basically, I reckon that's what we should do because killing them and that is an easy way out for them. Yeah. We should put a tattoo on their head saying he's a paedophile, keep away with him, and give him an vasectomy so they can't get an erection again. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, people say, "Oh yeah, we'll kill them," but at the end of the day, the victims will still go through it all through their lives, even they've been through it. Do you know what I mean? So
that's it. And we shouldn't be practicing killing because all these religions practice "thou shalt not kill."
Yeah. Yeah. So
do you know what I mean?
Yeah. All right, guys. Brilliant speaking to you guys. I love listening to you too. You make me laugh. All right. I'll speak to you very soon, you two. Take care.
Yeah, nice to hear from you, man. Big up yourself, brother.
Yeah, he's all right guy, man. Easy, man.
Yeah, I mean that's positive. That's all positive.
But it's just that's what I'm trying to say to you. It's just so easily like how even with like the question of the day, like how you can look to it where you can just jump to a group and start thinking that you've got more of a right, or you feel like you got less of a right.
Yeah.
We're just out here, bruv. Look at us. We're all out here, like we're all asking questions and searching for stuff, man. And there's some people who ain't, bro. Some people are just there. Do you know what I mean? And you know what? You know you could vibe with anyone, bruv. I could vibe with anybody. I just can't vibe with a paedophile, bruv. Like, or a rapist. I can't vibe with them.
Yeah, I mean, look, at the end of the day, they're getting sweeped out. They're getting sweeped out now.
Yeah.
Now it's the end of their era, bro. And you can imagine from the beginning, for the last however many 400 years, definitely 2000. Like, yeah, things have been terrifying for some people. And I'm trying to think to myself, I don't know why sometimes I just go on the next thought. I shall project, I definitely do. And I see visions and pictures and I really get a first-hand view of what it'd be like to be in a Holocaust. I mean, a Holocaust, like an apocalypse, apocalypse.
Yeah,
it's got a Holocaust. Same thing. Your world's ending in your front of your eyes, like right in front of your eyes. I'm just thinking, like, some people are literally feeling the most extremes of reality that they shouldn't be in masses. Like, I'm talking, you're looking out of your window and you're seeing every fucking bodies fucking flying out of the air like it's a tornado. And all that is because there's been about 600 bombs fall out of one airplane in a carpet bomb. It's just ridiculous. And it's covered like 400 meters by 400 meters. That's like an atom bomb. So like just different types of bombs dropping on you, individual ones. You know what I mean? Like, your whole world, bruv, just fucking like that's happening today. Like hundreds of just the whole ceiling just falling and squishing you, bruv, and you're stuck for hours, bruv, just bleeding out, feeling the most severe pain.
Doesn't it make you think though, right? Why is it not happening to us?
are harnessing all these bodies. So how like what do you call it? Desensitize a group of people currently that have some type of reign over this planet, that have taken all their bodies. Now, what do you think that they're gonna think about when it comes to them doing the same thing or anything lesser without having any type of conscience now? Because now what they've done is they've either praying to Satan, or they just like, you know, they feel like they don't care at all, and they've got this plan and that's it, it's going down. That's it, bro. They were willing to let that shit happen, bro. Some people have just like imagine like all the comfort we've got, bro. Now just bite your finger. Just bite your finger now, yeah? Phil, imagine your whole body getting fucking squished by 1,000 pounds worth of cement and just bombs. Like that's it, bro. You got incinerated. So that's why I was thinking about last night, and just thinking,
yeah,
you're here. The only real resistance we've got is lack of funding. Now, what sort of attitude do they have domestically? How do they treat themselves and their family, and how do they treat foreigners? We've seen how they treat foreigners when it comes to war. Domestically, their own lack of funding, their own children. In fact, it's like what sort of levels are they willing to go to domestically? You know what I mean? That's another thing. So that may ask.
Well, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something, right? If there is to be the last people on Earth, yeah, they'll probably be living in them bloody jungle places, because because nothing's getting worse for them. Like, they've got the trees, they've got the streams, they've got abundance. You know, like in like Brazil, like them deep jungles, you've still got those like indigenous people. You know them, like Indian man. Do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
tribes people still. Like, see how they're living, bruv. That's not what how they're living is what people are afraid to live like. But they're living nice, mate. They're not worrying about no tax man coming. They're not worrying about no electric man, no gas man. They're not all they're worrying about is some guy coming with a chainsaw to lick down their forest. That's all they're worrying about.
So what are you trying to make relevant now? What point are you trying to make? Or what are you implying?
I'm implying
people should go now from the UK and live there?
Nah, we should, like what Easy was saying, it's like it should be obvious now that there should be a better movement of other people, because I think that's how the government separates people, by giving you a title. So they're putting you as a Muslim, they're putting you as this, they're putting you as that, they're putting you as this. But what if we all become like you see like them, you see like Extinction Rebellion, yeah? They're growing massive, like they're getting popular, bruv. And they're planning on, like, last year, what they did last year was
popular.
How?
Yeah.
They're popular, bruv. Like, if you look at I've joined to them on Facebook and stuff. Like, when they're starting to do some of their big things, I'm gonna go to. They're doing stuff every day.
Oh, you're thinking about going, are you? That's good.
Yeah,
man.
Definitely, man.
That's good. That's good. I mean, it's the people you're going to be dealing with are serious. But
with that, you've got all these different groups. You've got animal rights groups. You've got vegan groups. You've got all these certain groups, yeah, which is bad news for the government. It's bad news.
I just question their strategy sometimes when they were talking about how they want to break windows. But I mean, it's a different type of more community present type of Greenpeace would be better.
Look, do you know how long they shut down? They're with Greenpeace. They're with Greenpeace as well. Do you know how long they shut down? Like, they shut down the tube stations. They cause havoc, mate.
Yeah. So that's, it's a good idea, but I think I'd probably be a bit wary of trying to join something that you don't know who's put it together, and it involves having real much contact with the services like that. You'd want to have minimal contact with services. You want to spend minimal money so you can build up, and eventually, ultimately, your ultimate goal is to live a better life. We've just established that you can live a better life in another land. The way these people are living it, possibly not. Like you want commerce, and commerce that comes guns. You need guns. That's what they all do. Every corporation that's set up, they've had, along with getting commerce, they've had something to protect their valuables. It's as simple as that. And that would be with fortification.
But like I said to you, that works through fear. That works through fear.
What's that?
Like the need to have guns and everything is the need through fear.
But you tell the ancestors to have a bow and arrow and laugh at you. So
but we're talking. No, I'm talking about people power. I'm talking about people against government.
If I can build something stronger than a
gun,
but
I'm talking.
If I get the opportunity to do it, obviously legally, I will try. Humans will try and do that naturally, but it's just your strategy having that gun. Obviously, unless you're gonna try and make a world order where you're just destroying people's lives, and that's obviously clearly questionable. But yeah, if it's just to have a gun, I think you need to industrialize and create just as good as inventions. So that will consist of having military weaponry. That will involve you having computers, iPhones, and you just pick what they've done now and put it back together. Exact same working pieces, exact same substances, material. You're done. That's it. All this patency is great. I'll look at your shit and just create it in a different way, but with the same version. Bang. And that's it. You're up to scratch. How much will it take you to industrialize? 5 years, 10 years. And you're nice. You're nice. It's big stock you're dealing with then. So at that stage, all you need to now do is do deals with your neighboring territories, trade deals. If you've got any wealth that actually grows, or you're lucky enough to have anything that grows underneath your land, that needs to be protected by a middleman. And that middleman will be a corporation backed by a country with guns, more guns. And your relationship will be cozy because you'll be a group of people that are commercial, industrial, they've got a good economy and they've got goods and they're protecting it. And they happen to be English speaking. You know what I mean? Black people, bang. They've got resources. That's in the ideal world. That is in the ideal world. But that's the main thing. If I was to try and go out and go to another country and live, but still not be underneath the power structure of the country, because do you want to go out of the country that have these type of laws, this and all these stipulations? Wouldn't you prefer to go to another country but actually have your land and you can create?
Listen, spiritually, you have to be strong to do that. Spiritually, you have to be strong to do that.
To do what? To do what? To manufacture?
No, to want to go off and venture to somewhere else.
No, he's got to have working legs, a bit of a brain, from manufacturer's hand, and that's just from learning, and that's it. You're on your way. That's it. You got to have a lot of money to buy the land, but still, you're going to be underneath the rule and the military rule of obviously a nation, because no land now.
Listen to what I'm trying to say to you. Listen to what I'm trying to say to you. Are you spiritually strong enough, to go and live where you look after yourself, where you have no electric, no gas, nothing? What? You just live with.
What are you talking about? Are you talking about going to another built-up, developed nation, or are you talking about going to a complete undeveloped part of land on a nation? It's still a nation. So you'd still not be able to actually
Well,
manufacture
look,
weapons.
I wouldn't go to somewhere like the desert, but I would go. Look, I'm basically saying like living in a jungle where you know there's vast amount of food.
I just want to go somewhere and build weapons.
Well, that's your problem. Well, that's
Nah, I'm playing. It's on some Mugabe thing, boy. I'm joking.
start building the nukes, yeah.
Hey, you know what? To be fair, you know what I want to do. To be fair, if I would to do anything, is go and buy a mineral wealthy oil, maybe refinery or something to do with commodities and actually getting it out. So buying a what do you call it? A mine. If you could buy a mine, you know,
a mine.
Yeah, on the land, and be able to. You can actually buy mines.
A mine what?
Just mine whatever comes out of there, innit? But you'll have an idea of what is going to come out of there, predominantly because people will know. We're told you know what you're buying clearly. But yeah, you can. I mean, you can. A lot of resources now will be obvious ones. Will have companies above them from the UK or the
Mines are like billions. Look, if I'm going to sell you a mine, don't forget mines can be everlasting. Yeah. So
well, you can buy
like billions.
People's like in Sudan, people's houses are literally on top of oil wells. So if you can defend that, like I said, with another country, then that you won't get displaced like they were when they're trying to be. But what they did is they spoke to China, so they got arms. What that war was about. They were on that land, and then they wanted. See what I'm saying? See, I've already fought ahead on this thing, bro. So really, now what I'm thinking is, don't ask for China's help. Build your own fucking weapons and defend yourself. And actually, they can't fucking overthrow you, bro. Really, they won't really have. Unless they can do some mad magical thing and get the whole world against you, but they're not going to really want to try and take you on. Or ideally, most of the African countries, a lot of African countries have made their main, China their main.
Gold, you know who my army is? Gold. My army, is Juju.
What I'm saying is just call out to Ogun.
I'll call on Duppies, the Duppy people, man. That's who I call on.
Cup your balls like Michael Jackson, and I'm telling you what, no one can get near you, bro. No one can touch you, bro. You're moonwalking. Don't fuck about. I'm telling you, bro. We're dealing with something else, man. You know what I mean? And that organization. I mean, but obviously, a good couple brothers didn't want to back them in it after they got freedom. They probably could have got back-ins, but the French are they're still paying back the French apparently, innit? The Haitians.
Yeah.
Oh well,
it's
been a good couple of hours of waffling. Maybe hearing a couple of points. Hopefully, I've made a couple. But I tell you what, I am tired, so I'm going to get off soon. I've got a couple of things to do, but.
What you got to do, Gold?
Just exercise, main thing.
Yeah. Oh, do you play computer games?
No, I try not to.
Do you play Call of Duty?
Every now and then. Yeah, I do actually. What are you, Xbox, PS?
Nah, I play on my phone, innit? I play Call of Duty Mobile.
On your phone? What was it?
Yeah.
Is that a controller or what?
Yeah, like I can play you on my phone. If I know your what's the name, then I could play you on there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Trust me, I'm sick of that game, man.
So what's the current situation with yourself though, bro? You got any kids now? Are you single?
Yeah. No, I've been with my girl for like 5 years now. 5 years, 6 years.
You got you?
And I've got a boy, he's 15.
All right, okay.
Yeah. Just
so
one,
soon,
just one.
so soon you'll be able to go and discover the world if you can have your freedom, right?
Yeah,
To do what you want, really.
yeah.
So what are you saying? You're going to go and tread around Africa in 3 or 5 years or something like that?
Definitely. I want to go loads of places, man.
Do you know what, bro? Have you been yet? Have you been as of yet? Have you been into Africa?
No, not as yet, no.
Okay. So that's going to be all fresh and new to you, isn't it?
Yeah, man.
I would so suggest that you do.
Where would you suggest to go?
Well, if you want to do, have a nice sort of balanced historical, they'll still have like scuba diving there or whatever, so you'll get a sort of touristy vibe. I would say go Egypt first, and to get the impact of the pyramids, because I think that's a good idea.
Yeah,
I can imagine. Obviously, you probably want to go to sort of West Africa as well, but I don't really know where to really advise.
I was thinking about going to Somalia.
Okay. Yeah. That was the Foot Empire, isn't it?
Yeah, I heard it's got nice beaches in there.
The Punt Empire. But I don't know how much historical stuff is.
Well, they still got pirates. I want to see all the pirates.
Oh, sugar. Okay, yeah. Okay, right. Yeah. Well, I would probably suggest that if you were to go there, don't go with any diamond rings. Don't go with your eyes all wide open. Don't go there giving out cigarettes. Or trying to bust a 9 carat, and they're trying to bust a 9 carat diamond gold fucking chain or Rolex. I'm just saying, just relaxing it anywhere in Africa, just chill out.
Yeah, I'll probably go like.
But where would you go? Somalia. I tell you what, though.
Somalia.
Somalia.
No, I was joking, man. Nah, I wouldn't go Somalia, man, because even the children are just rocking.
You want some ladies? You want some Somalia? Okay, I see.
Nah. Somalian girls are pretty. There's some Somalian girls that are pretty, but no, I want to go like South Africa maybe, because at least I could go clubbing out there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And definitely do a safari. I definitely want to do a safari, man.
If you go out there, just don't say, look, Tootsie means feet in England, because trust me, man, they'll strip you naked and your feet will be poking out of the sand. And they'll bury you in the sand. If you go there naked, you'll get tired for it. No, I'm really joking. I said that to you yesterday. You better go there, man. You better be bopping. You better have a pimp walk whilst you're there. Because if you do anything that's mildly sort of feminine, then man, they'll say, hey, there's a demon in him. They say there's a demon. And then next minute, you'll see, when you see stars, when your pops used to lick you on your head, you'll see stars. You'll see a rock. Yeah. And you're smelling, why does it smell like petrol? No, I'm joking. I don't think it's going to be good, but it's going to be all right.
What, they'll hit you on your head and then all you hear is...
Don't steal a chicken out there, boy. That's what I'm saying. Just be careful, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you go out there, you know what I mean?
Hey. Hey, guess what? Yeah, I watched this. I can't remember what country was out there, yeah, but they had these special policemen, yeah, and these special policemen, they can beat you in it. Like if they think you've done something wrong, they can charge you, like in their small little court, and then beat you in it. I remember one of the brothers in there. He goes, he had these sticks, yeah, and he was like, "This one we used to hit the ankles. This one is good one. This one." I was like, "Tara, fuck that fucking out there, man." They
Listen,
got
you know the Nigerians were trying to get land grab from the ones in the south, the Christians. They had some of them where they put their legs together on the floor. So picture someone lying on the floor and doing their splits, and then putting the hands and both hands on each leg, tying them up like that whilst they're doing the splits, yeah. But tying the arms on the legs, and then putting them up on a piece of like a pole, and they're strapped onto the pole by their hands and legs whilst they're hanging upside down with their hands. So it's like a gymnast doing that sort of, you know what I mean, where they're doing the splits and they've got their hands on their feet, and that's how.
Yeah, it looks like Michael Jordan sign gone wrong.
No, they did that for a guy for days, and he was there just like a contortionist in his. So you can imagine what sort of things is happening to your body. You know what I mean? So that's torture. That's real torture. So obviously they were beating him upside his head whilst he's hanging off there. Pissing him. You know, all them sort of things. They're slapping him and laughing. So it you know, we can't say I'm not. You know, it can be hard. Not everywhere is going to be roses, and people have their own laws, and you know there will be there. You know, don't think everything will be rosy, innit? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's true. That's true, man.
And some people just deal with things different.
Yeah, it's like when you go to Spain, like when them Spanish police, as soon as they're like, "Oh, you English, eh? Yeah, you know better than me, huh? No, calm down, officer." And they just rain licks on you, and then they ask you questions. They're like, "Right, so now you ready to talk?" And you're like, "Motherfucker, I can't talk." Yeah, them Spanish police aren't easy, man.
Yeah. Hey, where's the usual crew in here, man? You know, the Tubes and Khan and them lot.
Carnito.
Yeah.
No. I'm about to make some nice burgers, man. Fresh chicken burgers.
All right. Yeah, the chickens that get thrown in a thingy and grinded up.
Yeah.
It's about, I think it's what, 30% chicken.
Yeah, halal shop as well. Get it from the halal shop, man.
And what's the rest? What's the rest of the stuff they're putting in there?
Oh, we just got chicken thigh, not chicken breast, chicken thigh, because it's more juicy.
Oh, is it actual chicken, or you're saying chicken burgers? Is it?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Then I'm gonna put chopped up chili in it, and I'm gonna put some mushrooms in it. Just make a nice big fat burger in it.
Very nice burger places, Amigos. Halal. If you want halal burger, go to Amigos.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got Five Guys, man. Five Guys.
Five Guys is nice as well.
Jesus.
Is it banging? Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, come on, man. Five Guys. But it just when you unwrap it out of that tin foil, it's just.
What's the best thing to buy from there?
Oh God, what did I have?
What's the order you usually go for?
I get obviously is it the double quarter pounder, and then I have like obviously my gherkins, and I think I had a sweet corn one. Because you could choose it. It was a long time ago, man, but you could choose this one.
You got your own place. You live in your own yard.
Who, me?
You're with your girl. What have you got? Have you got pictures up on your wall and stuff? Yeah, have you put like paintings up on your wall?
Nah, I'm with my mum, bro, because she's not well, innit?
Okay, all right, yeah. So what are you interested in? And that's what I want to ask you when it turns to. What are you interested in?
Everything.
Predominantly, you say African history, maybe?
No, all histories.
All right.
Everything, like
You're
everything.
you're like pretty much just universal, international,
Yeah,
multicultural.
yeah.
Multifaceted.
Because that's well. Listen, bro. Like, look, we're there, innit? We're here in England, and just got to get on. It's like everyone's got to trade with each other. You know what I mean? And you can learn stuff from other people. Like, you can learn what other people are getting up to. If there's certain little loopholes and stuff, you can't learn stuff just by sticking to yourself. I've found out loads of stuff, so it's helped me with certain things. Believe me, like, trust me, people could sit at home. I know about 18 of my mates who sit at home and can make money.
Right.
You know what I mean? So, but you won't find this out if you don't get about learning off different people. Or learning or watching stuff. Do you know what I mean? Like, yeah, man. I'm like the all-seeing eye myself. Want to know everything. And if it's not worth knowing, then say you just dash that out of your head, just recycle that, innit? You're like, nah, it's not worth me knowing that.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I like my TV series.
Well, you are. Do you like art? There was a thing. There was a woman talking about art therapy. If you do like art, you're an artist. Do you like drawing or art?
Yeah, I like a bit of art. Yeah.
Okay. Have you got any pictures that you put together that
I
you've?
like to like art. We're big on museums.
Have you got any art pieces?
No, I haven't. She.
Okay.
No. She does though. She does draw.
What, your girl, your wife?
No, but I like.
Okay.
Yeah, but I like museums.
Does she work at the moment?
I'm a big fan of.
Does she work?
Museums.
Has she got a job?
Huh?
Has your wife got a job?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you want to know?
Yeah.
Has she got pictures?
Yeah. In fact, about 2:30 she's cutting.
Has she got any pictures that she's drawn? No, I'm saying, has she got any pictures? The reason why I'm asking you that is because I could possibly give her a job, like she can make money in it. I could tell her she can make money. Huh?
Is that?
Yeah, I could tell. Yeah, I've got good business plan. Who? OnlyFans? Yeah, I didn't say that. No, I said I've got a business plan. Not yo. Anyway, yeah, I've got a business plan anyway, but I know who.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got quite a good business plan on that. But yeah, who's gonna jump on though, man? Who's gonna jump on? Give us a little, come and say your piece. It's about I can't hear you, bro. You're cutting out.
Private chat.
Say again.
I said I'll give you my email.
All right. Okay. Yeah. Send me an email, G.
I'm just making upstairs in it. I'm just making some food. That's why it's cut out a little bit.
All right.
Right. Pick up everybody in the building. All day, every day.
Yo, what?
Who's in, man? Who's in the building? Who's in the building? Pseudo hour. Yeah, big up, Billy. Big up, bro. What convo would be to have, man? Five Guys. Come on, Five Guys and some. I don't know. We've been waffling this morning. I have to admit. Great white shark, the most famous of them all. The great white lives in South Africa. I like your little facts, man. Though, coming with little facts, popping out with little facts. South Africa.
These facts.
Hey, what's your thoughts on Five Guys? What's the order from Five Guys?
I don't import them. No.
The Ainsley Harriet Show.
It's gonna be a hot dog. You know what I mean?
I'm gonna order. I'm gonna order from there now.
Five Guys. Their burger and the milkshake bagging.
Wait, why did you put that on your head, bro? Why did you put it? Oh yeah, I finished it.
Wait, hold on a sec. How can you say you're going Five Guys now to order? Yeah. When you was talking about you're going to do some exercise. What kind of exercise is Five Guys as an exercise?
But I'm having an exercise. Yeah, but I'm slim though. I need the weight. I need the calories. I need the calories, bro. Wait. Wait.
Five Guys hot dog is beef, really. Okay.
What's the thing now, man? Well, I knew I didn't get enough sleep properly, but I woke up mess. Oh, man. Who's that delivery place now? Not Deliveroo, the other one.
Just Eat.
Yeah, Just Eat.
Yeah, man. So what's going on, though, man?
What's going on, bro? You been working, yeah? Doing your thing.
Yeah, man. I'm in Norwich right now, still, man.
We've been
on my way to fucking even further up to the coast, mate. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we've been talking about all sorts of stuff, man. Kundalini energy, history, acceptance, tolerance, you know, all the difference, and yeah, good couple of topics. I'm all burnt out now, to be fair, but so I need to get some food to regenerate.
Yeah. Man, all right, man. Yeah, get your food, man. We're still here, B. You got me? Still be here, man.
Yeah.
Stories. I've got some. But really and truly, yeah, it's a packed lunch thing, though, still. So I thought I could pack lunch. You get me? So.
Yeah. So what would you say when it comes to life? Have you been more of a business person, or you've been more of like a education? Because it's like some people are just more educationally adept, and some people are just made for business.
I know it.
I say, yeah. I think I've been more of a creative person. So business, even though business has never really been a problem for me, I've never really enjoyed it. I preferred. Sorry, excuse me. I think it's the opposite way around, isn't it? Education would have probably the thing I would have enjoyed so much. As well, when it comes to art and creativity, I'd preferred it, and that through that comes business, because I like to make things like bird boxes and I was like, all right, I might actually just be a woodworker and make wood. So that means you're instantly into carpentry. You know what I mean? So I think I just wasn't really into this whole theoretical part of it, man. The whole theory part was grueling for me, I think. Like the maths, you know, the English language, all this, trying to learn French, geography. It didn't really mean much to me. It was so irrelevant. So you know what I mean? I think that was one of the main reasons why
I think I believe that some people are just made to not really be that theoretical, just way more practical. They just want to get creative with it. They're the ones that like are knocking their legs on the, you know, they can't sit still and shit.
Yeah. So what's the best way you think to motivate children to take part to their best in school and not mess about or whatever?
I'd say the best way is to make sure this is something that is so important. Inject, make sure you penetrate it into their skull that, and the emphasis I'm using now is an attest to what I'm going to say and how important and how much relevance it has, is the education and how successful you need to be. Just because you may have not got to the stages you've got to, don't think that, oh, I'm going to be a hypocrite by trying to push my child. Don't force them. Obviously, you've got to let them grow and figure out what they want to do, but make sure that fucking education is literally like the fundamental core belief of the family and the world. And that's it.
Yeah.
And I'd say that's giving them motivation. Motivation, especially if you're pointing out their bad points. You've got to give more reward, I'd say, for doing things good, as opposed to, or it's got to be a best of balance. But I'd say, try, if you ain't got nothing to say, good to say, don't say anything at all. And I think sometimes that happens with children. Obviously, it's not at the cost of teaching them a valuable lesson, but I think there's a level of, you need to give them some sort of reward for their being good. That's what I think out of that. But
so
it's hard to find, isn't it?
Rewarding milestone achievements and stuff like that. And that, how you say rewarding? And again, it doesn't have to be you're spending £1,000 on your child every time they get an A. It's that, it could be something like we go out for somewhere at the park for a family day or something.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That?
Yeah, it's got to be better than just the words, because you could say to someone you love them, but you sometimes got to show it. Meanings. Anyway, one sec. Sorry.
Yeah, man. Yeah, so we're in the building, B. Pick up all the people them in the chat. Yeah, me outside Golden Natty, been holding it down for a little minute, you get me? A little pickle. Right. Sorry, man, I'm eating crisp at the same time, yeah? And this way, yeah? Oh, this is the right one? Oh, yeah, come on. Bad man. Been a bad man, please. Okay, so we've established that not all, well, we've not had a challenge against it.
Yo, who's the best football team out there with red t-shirts on? Arsenal. Hey, get that. Come on, get out there.
Arsenal is shit, cuz.
What are you talking about, bro? Where was you 2005? Where was you lot 2010? You had a bigger purse string, way bigger purse string than us. You lot were buying beef. You lot were buying. But still,
remember when man are riding us. You get me? Remember when man riding the horse and that, man? You get me? You gotta catch up to the future beat.
Yeah, you lot are the new boys in the block, new kids on the block. But don't forget, we're like Raekwon out here. We were the OGs. You lot are coming through like what's his name? This one now went to prison and come out and snitched on everybody. 6'9".
Nah, man, that's
You know the 6'9".
Arsene Wenger, cuz. Listen, stop talking shit, cuz, because Liverpool were better than Arsenal from way before.
Nah, what?
You
You
like
don't
supporting Arsenal.
You don't have. Who are your main strikers? McManaman, Fowler,
McManaman. He's a fucking midfielder. He's a winger.
Huh? No, they
McManaman's a winger.
were good players. I have to admit, he had a good stock. Who are these? This Xavier, what his name is?
Yeah, Xabi Alonso.
Alonso. Like, I see, I have some decent players, but memorable for a person like me who was quite a fan back in the days. There wasn't much. There was pressure coming from Liverpool. I give them that.
Arsenal ain't been good, yeah. Since Ian Wright left.
Listen, if you know what, you look come close to 49 games, unbeaten. But until you can ever do something and win all right, we didn't win a double actually. Did we? No, we went. No, I think we won a CAC double, didn't we? All right. If you can go 49 games unbeaten and make a record like that, then hats off to you. But not even Man United have.
But Liverpool got more points than you got when you got your 49. Wait, Liverpool had more points now, yeah, than you got in your 49 unbeaten record.
If that's the case, I haven't looked at the statistics. Good on them. But for you not to get beaten the whole season it's not going to be done again. Man United haven't done it. Man United have probably won the Premiership with more games, more points, and they've they've lost more than us. But the point is that they've never got the 49 games unbeaten. No one else is going to do it. The euphoria running in the Premier League right then at that stage was unprecedented. It's never matched. Even when you got the extra time, Solskjaer got about 50 minutes extra in extra time to come and score the third goal or the fourth goal to get you the treble. Was the only time it kind of equaled up. But even then, because of the Man United had, it was robbery.
That's for Man United, bro.
Yeah, I'm not saying. Okay, so I said you lot. Yeah, I said Man United. So that's the only time they've equaled the same type of, milestone that Arsenal did when they won. They got 49 games unbeaten. For me, it's bigger than Chelsea winning the Champions League. That's it. That's in my opinion. Just because we're known for not winning the Champions League, all right, it's the most difficult we could say to league to win, but still, man, just 49 games unbeaten. The amount of football we were playing, can't set a record like that, bro. Until someone does that record, that's a clean sheet record, bro. That is form at its peak. You lot can win fucking the World Cup back to back.
You know what I'm saying about that record?
What?
You can have that. That's not even what we mad at. You get me? You can have that.
Bro, I can just
not
picture
even what we mad at.
pom-poms dancing and cheerleading your song. All right.
Yeah, man.
Cool. I know. Do you know what? I was very surprised, bro. I woke up out of a coma with just health and just studying absolutely pretty much irrelevant things. And then I wake up and Liverpool are fucking 20 points clear at the top of the table. Man United in 8th, 7th position. Arsenal in 8th. I'm like, what has happened? Has the ice caps melted over and everything just destroyed and come back again? I don't know. It's a whole new dimension. It's a whole new world. It's like Liverpool. Oh, come on, bro. Fucking Liverpool. No, still. Shit, bro. Leicester. It went from Liverpool. Bro, oi, lads, it went from Leicester to fucking Liverpool. Listen, we need to start going out there. French Revolution. Get Wenger, put him up by his balls, bro, above the stadium. So we remember for the rest of our lives we're not going to have someone
destroy our possibilities and being humiliated by a team that have basically taken the title off of Leicester. So, you know, it's all well and good that you lot getting a coronavirus. You lot, admittedly, you lot won the coronavirus, right? So, hats
Well,
off.
you know, listen.
You lot won the coronavirus.
You know why you're trying shit, yeah?
Take it.
Because the speech that you just gave just before that was talking about how you accepted that Liverpool already won the league because they were 20 points clear. Arsenal was 8th, or Man United was 8th and shit. It was all over, innit? And then Corona came. So it weren't like Corona came and then we got 20 points clear. No, we was 20 points clear and then Corona came. So
what happened?
Liverpool already won that league, man.
What happened is they had enough of all the blacks and all the Asians and that supported Arsenal. So they boycotted Arsenal already. They put coronavirus all on the Arsenal team, the players, everybody. Liverpool didn't get all of that done, innit? You lot, but still, you lot got the coronavirus. At Liverpool, it's all country and field and them things there. You lot were fit. You lot had a healthy line, full condition lineup. We had some coronavirus out people, bro. You know what I mean? London's a condensed place, confined area. How do we know that the teams weren't all getting bust up because coronavirus? Chelsea, Man United near the Trafford Centre are getting bust up. You lot live in field and that up in there, man, in Liverpool. So that's what I'm saying about the coronavirus. You lot got it. I don't know what much to say about it. I ain't been watching football at all, but no, good up to Liverpool. Big up Liverpool.
No, it sounds like, hey, Gold, you know, it sounds like to me, it sounds like you're in your feelings.
No, it sounds like you're hating, bruv, on the 49 games. But look, big up Tottenham, big up Man United. Just, they didn't win it. So that's good. Carry on playing bad. But yeah, I don't mind them winning. I don't mind Liverpool winning, actually, to be fair. Because I don't think they had much of a.
You got more Chelsea and Man United ups than you got Liverpool ups, yeah?
That's what I'm saying. But you know, like the amount of black players that Liverpool have got now on their team, like recently, I don't really mind them. But Chelsea, Tottenham, Man U, don't know, bro. Like they all attached to people like got completely loads of competitive with complete competition with all them. All my main competition in my social network are Man United, Chelsea, and not so much Tottenham. But yeah, Tottenham are a rival team. My point.
No, the Corona thing has fucked up some people's business, though, man. Can't lie, though. Can't lie about that. So the Corona thing has fucked up some people's business, man. If you got like a little small business, like a restaurant or a takeaway or something like that, that was obviously striving on people coming in there, and you've not been able to open like barber shops or whatever, you might be in some debt right now, man. You know what I'm saying? The rent still has to be paid.
Yeah, I mean, your businesses are suffered, but it depends, man. I think the way the establishment have benefited from this is the amount of people dying, less benefits they have to give out. Like I said before, I want it all out. More houses free for them to do whatever they want to do. They'll probably privatize them ones. Get more money out of there, generate more money, less social housing probably, and they might make a couple other places that are lesser than the places that have been there where the people have died, and just make them into the social housing. So there's so many ways of benefiting out of this. For the establishment, they can invest in certain areas. They probably invested in the mosques and a lot of internet businesses, so they've invested there. They could have benefited that way. They benefited from the data, all the business plans put onto people's laptops that they've been able to sift from. Just like an all-round money maker. So they flip it back and say that they lost money to make you think that they benefit from it. So it's like hence we've got another example: recession straight after they've gone to the Middle East. How the fuck can you have a recession when you've clearly gone to another country and benefited from it greatly, astronomically? So, like, for you to tell me how we've got recession now, it's just the same thing, bro. It's like Arsene Wenger, big football club, third richest football club in the world at one stage, no players. It's the same thing, bro. Everywhere you go, it's like they're always trying to save money on us, bro. Always this kind of virus, kind of variant, what the fuck they call COVID. That was their way of making big.
Are you saying? What, do you think that? Did you say that people's business ideas and so were being stolen
100%.
while they was on their corona break?
Cambridge Analytica via Facebook, because that's where it all goes through. Fang. They're the head of all this. I'd say they're the heartless.
But who's putting their business plans on Facebook, cuz?
Who's right? But who would not put their business on some sort of Excel
Put
spreadsheet?
your business on there, but not the plans. Put your business on there, but not the plans, though.
Well, a lot of people will just. Some people, well, I mean, they're going to have loads of ideas. If they've got some under observation, which would be a lot of people could be under observation, and just have keywords.
They're on elbow, yeah? You say they're on elbow.
Yeah, well, they put
They're on
keywords.
elbow, yeah?
Huh?
On the elbow.
Observation.
Elbow.
Yeah. And people that aren't even, it's just from keywords. So keywords being, anything interlinked with the business, numbers, figures, anything lucrative that can be sifted out by the CIA or MI5. 100. GCHQ. They're probably watching everybody in London right now. Yeah, bro. So.
Yeah, but how can they? But obviously they can watch everyone, yeah. But ain't there's too much people for every single person to be watched?
No, because
ain't it going to be anyone that's lighting up any sort of signals for whatever they're looking for. So if you're
exactly
if you're searching on how to fucking make reballs and shit, you might be on the list or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so anything that will strike like business, meetings, any sort of transaction money, there will be something that will bring that into a program.
You know anything about this EncroChat? Have you heard of EncroChat?
EncroChat? No, what's that?
There's a lot of people getting arrested on EncroChat, yeah? But anyway, yeah, the EncroChat has got police officers raided. So there were certain police officers that had the EncroChat that were robbing drug dealers on shipments and money fucking stashing and that.
All right, so that's just what connection between you lot speaking on the phone. That program, I think. Hacking, is that hacking?
Yeah. It was supposed to be. You could have listened into it. Like you could have encrypted.
All right, so these are hackers.
But somebody in France obviously broke it, and then the French police wrapped up the French side, the Spanish police wrapped up the Spanish side, wrapped up the Dutch side, and the English police wrapped up the English side. Even some man in America and all that got wrapped with it. I mean,
so what?
The Encro team got some man in fucking some mafia dons in Italy wrapped up with that as well.
Oh, really? What, murked?
No, arrested.
Okay, so the police were using that. The secret services.
They were supposed to be buying some pills off some ISIS people, and they said over like I think it was 1 million pills or something like that, 2 million pills or something. They got wrapped.
Oh, okay, so he's going to do what? Money laundering. So what, money transactions, yeah, between terrorists.
No, they was buying pills of them or something. Some pills that the ISIS doesn't supposedly take, which makes them more alert and be able to concentrate and stay awake for longer. Supposedly a lot of people in the Middle East take it when they're doing like when they're doing exams and shit.
All right. Yeah. Okay. All right, that's sick.
Mad, isn't it? A concentration drug that makes you concentrate more. That's mad, isn't it?
Right, it's kind of like the adrenochrome thing, or conspiracy. Yeah. So
Yeah, but that adrenochrome is supposed to preserve and make you younger and all shit.
Well, it's something about
That's
apparently.
different shit.
Yeah, it takes your life. Like it's a give and take thing. It's meant to be negatives about it. It's meant to draw out all your youthful cells, or the ones that are meant to be. I don't know. It's like I think it's destroying at the same time somehow. I heard something negative side effects from it. It's like almost like a vampire when they don't have blood, isn't it? It's like a crack thing. It fucks you up, like the withdrawal. But I don't know. That's all. That's still, to me, it's still half like it's a conspiracy, but I'm starting to believe it.
Well, the adrenochrome shit.
Yeah. But I think there's other ways to be able to make you, like focus a bit more. Like I was talking about this Kundalini rising thing. So, and that's all just abstaining, going for regular walks, and just meditating, innit? Not meditating, but getting in a good sleeping cycle, right? And then just you'll have more nerve functioning and less dormant nerves and uncharged nerves in your chakra areas. So that would be in your chest, your head. So you, in effect, in theory, you should be able to. They should be running at their optimum. So all your brain tissues will be functioning, at their peak. So that would be a lot. It would be a lot easier for you to retain memory, critically think, all the rest of these things that help us learn and be able to just function. So I think it's definitely worth trying. It's definitely worth trying to do and to really try and notice the difference. And
you want to try the adrenochrome? Or you want to try adrenochrome?
Nah, just like trying to get your Kundalini right, get all your chakras like balanced, and your Kundalini energy, they call it.
Ain't that sort of from yoga and all them sort of?
Well, yeah, that's another way of doing it. That's one of the sort of ways of being able to the meditation side of it, and to get your core.
I think a lot of pro-black people take towards this Kundalini yoga sort of Shiva Hindu.
They do, innit? A lot of black people love it. Well, with the core, how it works is if you've got a strong electric charge.
Yeah.
Huh? You're breaking up, bro. You're breaking up. Nah, say it again, bro. Say it again. Nah. You're still breaking up. No. I can hear you slightly, but it's like a robot.
Can you hear me better?
Yeah. Yeah.
Better now,
Yeah, it's better.
All right. What was I gonna say? Why do a lot of Pan-African or pro-black people should take towards the Kundalini thing? And my
what's your idea on it?
and a lot of these, is during the colonization time, the Chinese and the Indians were brought over to some Africa, Caribbean, and America as the buffer class, innit? In between like the blacks and the whites or whatever. And then obviously where certain black people are mixed with certain of the Indian people, they've learned some of their little mystical ways, passed it on some shit like that. You get me?
Yeah. Well, when you see these African like rituals and dances they do, like that South Africa haka thing, you could see the way they're standing in their stances and shit. They were trying to do something similar, but obviously that was more of a chant than a sort of meditative stretch. But with that, all that being said, I feel like they take to it because they understand that with yoga, you one of the main things you do is strengthen your core, and your core is your internal organs, and you need to be able to. With anything with the electric charge, the core, your core's got to be strong. You know what I mean? So that means you'll be like your immune system will be much better. Your nervous system will be balanced. It will be fine. Yeah. So I think that's what it is. That's why I think, and mentally, it has. Obviously, I think where you're so calm, you can have a lot more critical thinking. You know what I mean? It's obviously the opposite of having a sort of erratic environment. You know, you can't think, you can't really see, or your senses are less heightened, or you're less, probably more aware, but you're just not. You can't think as much, in depth. So I think all of that encompassing, they understood that as spirituality in its essence, man. I think when you say white black, I think the main thing is strengthen your core, doing that yoga. So that's definitely important. I think that's extremely important, and that's got something to do with the whole Kundalini rising, man. You've been able to your third eye,
What I'm saying is that it's like an Asian Indian sort of thing, isn't it? A practice. Like, so why have the Pan African people taken it on as
because
it comes from?
Because that's what the snake. All African people was they had a snake near their head, and they believed in what do they call that thing now in your head? The little bean that secretes serotonin and. Nah, it's called come on,
pineal gland.
Pineal gland, that's it. Yeah, the pineal gland. So that's the, basically that when all your chakras are at their peak, you're able to, I think, basically use that, unless it's apparently decalcified by a lot of fluoride-like substances like your toothpaste. So that's what stops that being able to function as well. So I think with everything holistically in place, so your mind, body, and spirit, so that will encompass your meditating, doing yoga, and eating the rest of it, you should be able to reach at your optimum when it comes to you being able to do function. And so that you don't have to take any type of medicine or adrenochrome or any fucking type of.
I'm not saying that. Listen, we're making two different points in it. I'm not saying that whether it's good for you or not. I'm asking why did the people
coming out and going for walks and being within nature can bring you to a certain level itself.
What question did you ask? Sorry, Biggs. What
why
the
are
difference?
the people taking it on? Why are the people taking it on?
Why are they taking it on? Because
like, their thing. Not whether it was good for you or not. I was just saying that. Why is that? It seems like they're really the American blacks more than the Caribbean. Say they're more the American blacks, and so they took it on like it's their sort of thing in it. Like it's the African thing that so and so their ancestors used to do or something like that. But why have the people taken it on like that? Yeah, obviously, you probably won't know it, but what's your opinion on why they've taken it on like that?
Because don't forget,
Because of the spirit, I think it might have a deep spiritual. And look where it originated from, like where God was saying, like from Africa as well.
It never originated from Africa.
what you say, what
Oh,
spiritual?
where did it originate from?
What, that Kundalini thing? That's not African, bro.
Yeah, it is.
That's an Asian thing, man.
All right, look, I'll show you now. All right, put Kundalini. All right, I'll do it. I'll read out for you. I read it earlier. I read it earlier. Yeah, I read it earlier. Look, so look, Kundalini is an ancient Sanskrit from that word that literally means coiled snake in early Eastern region, long before Buddhism and Hinduism. It was
so from Asia.
It was believed that each individual possessed a divine energy at the base of the spine. Energy was thought to be sacred energy of creation. Now,
that's Raja's people, fam. Raja them, you get me?
Now, if you're talking about it's an ancient Sanskrit, you're talking ancient was African, bro. There's not really a people that is ancient. If they're trying to say that Asian people are supposed to
the Sikh people, yeah, the Punjab, like Raj always says, he says that every time he comes on it, the Punjab is the people of the Sanskrit, innit? That done the Sanskrit writing and whatever. Yeah. So.
But we're talking about yoga.
If you're talking about if you're talking about it originating as being like a Sanskrit word.
Oh no, Kundalini itself. I don't know what. Yeah, that's probably an Indian word. Yeah, probably. I'm saying, but the concept is ancient.
What concept?
The concept of you meditating and stretching and doing like these type of core exercises whilst meditating has been around for ages, bro. The Chinese have done it.
Yeah, no,
Africans have done it. The Africans,
these Kundalini practices. These Kundalini practices resemble like same like African practices.
All of them, bro. Even the praying. Where do you think praying come from?
Wait. Hold on. What African practices do they resemble?
All right, we'll see now. Bruv, when you see all their rituals, bruv, they're standing in weird stances, bro. Can you not admit that?
Listen, just tell me what rituals.
Have you seen African rituals?
It's similar to.
I don't know.
Just tell me what rituals are similar to, cuz.
I don't know if
you gotta find him. You better find him, B.
Like, I thought that was just common sense, but God, right. I know someone's written to me in the chat, probably someone saying that it comes from Asia. Probably does, but ancient Egypt, they were practicing rising energy, couldn't leave ancient Egypt, and like Okingo said, the other African statues also depicted as a rising snake. So trust me, bro, they understood about meditation, your spirituality, and yoga, and your stance and your core. They understood all about that. But anyway, I'm gonna probably find some poses. Okay, African. How can we find that? How can we find that out?
Which came first, the Kemetic yoga or the Asian yoga?
Yeah.
It's not a bad thing, you know. If someone else has brought a practice in,
I know, but
that is
I'm
beneficial.
assuming
A man's taking it on.
No, but I think it's traveled. I think it's traveled, and because it's so old,
if it travelled
because
from
it's so
one place, if it travelled from the one place to the other, yeah, then the place that it travelled to should credit the place that it came from before. This is what we call it, but we got it from so and so when he came here in whatever year and blah blah. There's always the story behind it.
It could have been as well, Vel. It could have been
that at the time that this thing was invented, or at the time, Africa, maybe it was when, when there's a lot of Africans in India.
Remember that?
But I know Africans had spiritual systems, and I know that ancient spiritual system would have involved a lot of meditation and you posing, and whilst you're meditating, actually. But look, and them taking all sorts of different types of things, like
I thought it was an African thing, innit? But as far as I've found out, it was an Indian thing, innit? So I want to find out why is the Pan-African crowd
I think
as like the African thing when it's not.
Maybe they found a link between all of the sort of ancient poses, because there's so many, bro. All the symbols as well that they've got. It's like they've all ancient African, but
yeah, it's all comes to like.
What ancient poses? Hold on a second. So when you say ancient poses, what do you mean?
Like Masonic poses, like all these Masonic poses. There's over like 300 of them, dude. That's just Masonic poses. I don't know, they were all African. You know that, innit? And there was all concepts behind them.
What's that?
All these poses means Masonic poses.
What's that?
These Masonic poses.
Yeah.
A lot of them are in the stances of these yoga poses. So you can say that was like the very beginning of yoga. You can't, maybe they, all these nations have tried to take something as like they've done it. But even martial arts now, we're starting to see that that's come out of Africa. But it's cool.
No, but it's all these. It's because it's a system that's worked.
It's fact. It's history, in it. So we're just trying to actually put our thumb down on history rather than understand.
All these other nations. Don't forget, if they say that like life started in Africa, then we branched out, and certain people had learned certain things, and like it would have changed, but there would have still been a similar practice. Like certain tribes would have been praising the rain, and certain tribes would have been praising the sun, and dancing around a fire, and and all them type of things there. So
yeah. So look, Veli. Kemetic yoga poses. It's even named Kemetic yoga. So we're talking African. Kemetic. We're talking yoga's only dated 5,000 years here, according to the North India, but Kemetic goes back 20,000, 30,000, arguably 50,000 years ago. 10,000
yoga. Wait. Stop trying to falsify the evidence, yeah? Give the true evidence, yeah? Does Kemetic yoga go back to 20,000 years, or Kemet go back to 20,000 years?
Well, they don't call it Kemet. It's Egypt now, isn't it? But Kemet goes back 20,000, 50,000. But
so how long ago?
The master bot,
find out if Kemetic yoga is older. Find out if Kemetic yoga is older than the Kundalini Asian yoga. And then
it says here, the beginnings of yoga were developed by the Indus Sarasvati civilization in northern India of 5,000 years ago. 5,000 years ago, okay? Now we're talking the.
Wait.
Come on. Go on. Yo. Come, let me finish it, bro. Yo, what happened? Yeah? Nah, you're cutting out. Yeah, Northern India. Yeah. Yeah. I can't hear you, bro. You're cutting up again. You're cutting up again, G. Sorry. I'll tell you when I can hear you. I can hear something now. Maybe that sounds clean. Yo, you there? Right, 5,000 years ago, the word yoga is first mentioned. Now, Kemetic. Okay, Kemetic yoga originated in ancient Egypt, longer than 5,000 years, brother. Then known as Kemet. Its modern-day practice was developed by studying many hieroglyphic texts from the time, as well as the wall carvings and paintings in Egyptian temples, which portray pharaohs in yogic positions and postures. So there you go. Read it and weep. 5,000 years, not very deep. But if you look back and don't be a sheep, you'll see that we were doing this shit like beasts back in the Kemetic streets. So look, honestly though, Kemet was where it was happening 10,000 years on the main pyramid. So we got 10,000 years. Forget about the how many years, 3,500 BC, whatever they say. It's a lie. It's older than that. We all know it. I think 20,000 years on the Sphinx alone. I think that was the first thing created. I think in Kemet.
Yeah, yo.
So, dude, there you go.
You hear me now, yeah?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Yeah.
So it's not actually said, but there's not a timeline from this one that I've got up, and this is good on Google. Kemetic yoga originated in ancient Egypt, known as Kemetic. The modern day practice development studied by hieroglyphic texts in the time was wall carvings, paintings, and Egyptian temples portray pharaohs in yogic postures. Pharaohs, so we're talking. 1 second. All right, so how old is Kemet? We'll put now.
But bro, I swear you just said the yoga originated 5,000 years ago in India, in northern India.
No, 5,000 years ago, yoga was created. So that was just called yoga created, but there's Kemetic yoga. So they've only taken Kemetic out, and they put it at their yoga. So now the first rulers of Kemet lived about 3,000 BC. So that's over 5,000 years ago. That's actually over 5,000 years ago and 5,020 years ago.
So you're saying that the picture that you're looking at, yeah? Wait, hold on. The picture that you're looking at, yeah, is older than the time that these Indian dons were doing their yoga thing.
Indeed. Yes. I mean, when you look at it like this, what date is that? What they've done, Biggs.
What date is the old picture? Yeah. What date is the paintings on the temple?
Now, what they say, the first rulers in Kemet, which would have been the first dynasty, which would have been Nama, lived around 3,000 BC, which is 5,000 years ago, right? Something like that, which is 5,000 years ago, yeah? If we compare Kemet to Greece and Rome, we can see that Kemet is much older and developed ideas such as monumental buildings, religious beliefs, and writing much earlier than European cultures. Now, we've got Kemet. They put 5,000 years. The thing with that, Biggs, is that they've only put 5,000 years and 3,000 years because they've tried to put in the story of the Bible and fit it in with all the dates. And that's with the P and the B in Egypt, and them not having no P. And then there being no letter J as Jesus in the Bible. So they try to fit from the dates of 600 years.
The Bible's
everything in. They tried to condense the timeline
by at least 10.
Because
like,
the Bible, because the Bible's fake. Yeah, because you're saying because the Bible is false, that they're falsifying the timeline right now.
yes, in order to fit all the stories in by their timeline. So they've tried to make a timeline that is way less older. So by doing that, they've had, because what's his name met the Egyptian. This is to get Moses in the story. So when he checked the dates, they had to bring it back to within a 3,500. See, that's why they're trying to make Kemet way less older than it is. So when we're talking about why are things created, but at the same time period, Mesopotamia, what the fuck? Iraq was more was what? Come on, Turkey and all these places. Is that where Sumeria? That's where. Nah, bro. But Africa and Egypt is way older. So when you talk about writing and language coming from other places and yogas and stop it, bro. Stop it. Leave it out. Leave it out. All martial arts. Look at the timelines and how even the people say how old they are. 10,000 years you've only got for the Asians. 6,000 years for the Oriental.
Hold on.
So look at the time periods. When they're talking about actually had got yoga, we're talking about he was only on a planet for 5,000 years.
Bro, wait. Hold on. Hold on, man. Stop running off, man. Don't run, man. Just chill. Don't run. Just chill. Let's go slow, man. Okay, I'm gonna leave you on the panel in a sec. Yeah, I gotta quickly run in and fix this toilet, and it shouldn't even take long. Yeah. But like I was saying, you said that because the Bible's false, they falsified the time for the Kemetic yoga thing, yeah?
Well, that's just another example of how falsified time can fit into all the other nations' times. Because
so
then that
if the Bible is false, listen. If the Bible is false, yeah, there's another book that comes before it and another book that comes after it. Yeah. So if the Bible is false, the book that comes before it is false, and the book that comes after it is false also. Would you agree with me?
Yeah, it's just all a concept of the mind and book.
Yeah. So
Right.
this will be the last day. This will be the last day that you ever try to defend anything about the Bible, the Quran, or the Torah.
Yeah, but I've never said it's. I've never said that I 100% believe in it. I say that there's a power that is what we can't describe, which is manipulating everything in our universe, but consciously. But I've never said I believed in the all the characters in the Bible or the Torah or the Quran. I've always
you said they were false. You just said all three books were false, innit?
Yeah, and I've always said that. I've never said the opposite. That's why I've never claimed to be anything but my. I've maybe used words like Arabic words, but I won't ever say that I'm only defending the individual as opposed to the religion. When people are trying to call a brother from the UK, Somalian brother, sounds like a good guy, a nonce. I just don't think it's right because he gets his head beaten in. So that's the only reason why I defend these people. So now when you bring it on a human level, religion, I don't think about the religion, but I do take it into consideration.
All right, cool. But as long as we know from today onwards, yeah, I'll let you have to commit yoga. I'll let you have to commit yoga for that one. You get me? I'll let you have that. That's not one. I told you that. Remember, I told you that bar at the start. I'll let you have that. And that's not what I'm mad at. Yeah.
Yeah, but like really though, Muslims, when you say to a Muslim, yeah, I believe that there's something that is more powerful than us, manipulating the world and maybe a creator, you could say. They say, well, you're Muslim then. So really, I still quite reassuring that they're not that biased. They're not that judgmental.
Cannot be a Muslim and think that the Quran is false.
Well, I would say the characters and all the rest of it, I'd say, and the timeline has been manipulated. But I wouldn't say the belief or the philosophy.
The Quran was revealed to Muhammad by Allah, bro. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, a man who was illiterate,
but the Muslims say it's revealed to Muhammad by Allah. Whose word stronger, yours or Allah?
Well, I don't believe that a literate man could relay something to 50 scribes and then 50 scribes relay it back exactly how it was meant to be. Especially if he had no power at that time and the scribes were the ones with all the power. How do you know that they didn't manipulate it from his mouth?
I don't know.
Exactly, because he didn't write the book if he was illiterate as well. So that's why the scribes did it. And how does he know that on the way the angel Gabriel didn't mess up a few words or forgot a few things? So at the end of the day, it's not foolproof, even if it was to have actually happened. But there are a couple things that debunk it that to me is not important really, because there's a possibility it could have happened. You can't disprove it, but you can see that where they've manipulated a time period and they've somehow lost all the burials of all these great people but yet they can have people like King Ramesses Pharaoh Ramesses, which is a black man.
He's trying to give you some advice. He's like, you need to say this stuff after the election, not before you've been elected. You're fucking up your Muslim vote right now, B.
Who, me? No, I mean, look, even with characters in the Torah and the Bible. No, because look, if you look at it like this, right? I think one of the there's a word that means I'm unable to read it, or unable to. It's an argument that I'll come up, but I think there was a good couple of arguments that kind of half debunked or made me question stages of him receiving the words from Big Angel Gabriel. So. Do you know the whole story, about the Quran and how he got the message?
The only story I know right now, is that you told me how the Bible, the Quran, and the Torah is false, innit? That's the only story I know. Yeah. All this other covering that you're trying to do now, you're trying to backtrack and all that, I don't know what that for. You get me? Tell the truth, man. You think the thing's false, innit? The angel forgot some words.
What's that? What's that word? What's the word translate to? I'm trying to look now. Mean in Arabic. So what? You know that before? Yeah, Umi, I think. Umi or something like that. I think.
Can't back out the deal now, B. Too late.
You can't. You couldn't read it. He was illiterate.
That's what I said. I said you can't take it back. It's too late. It's too late to turn back now. You get me? Welcome to the Pagans table, B.
What it is, right, is it was strange. Like I think, do you know who you need to look at? Who really kind of made me question the Quran was Polite. You know, Brother Polite, when he breaks down the Quran. If you could replay that was such a good watch, bro. The way he systematically met the point.
Brother Polite versus
Bro, he
Bashir.
breaks down
Imam
Islam.
Bashir.
Oh mate, he went in, and I'm like, wow, he's just a very intelligent brother. But the way he just like, because you know, even me, I was questioning. He was like, yeah, this is a perfect religion and perfectly wrote, and there's no patches in it. There's no glitches in it that to be patched. So it's like this should be perfect, right? Like basically, like the inconsistencies. There was an inconsistency in it. That Brother Polite pulled out at least 3 or 4. So yeah, it's a very, very good watch. Very good watch. That was the definite best one of the best sort of presentations on analyzing religion. You know, and Islam most of all. And maybe I'm just a bit of a skeptic. You know, probably that's why I'm the way I am.
No worry, man. You all know you're a shook one, man. Don't worry. You know you're.
No, what you do is if you don't know what to do, don't do anything at all. Man. If you don't know what to do, if you're unsure of the what's going to happen with your action, then sometimes it's better not to do anything at all. It's sometimes not good to actually make a particular power move at that moment, or any move at all. Sometimes it's good to just do nothing. So do nothing will give you the time to have a look and go on.
Let me leave you on the panel for a bit. Yeah, shout me if anyone wants to jump on here. I literally got to run in, change this part in this toilet, and then I'll jump back on and rap with you, man. So I get back to mind. You know what I mean?
I'll catch you in a bit. If someone jumps on or someone needs to, I'll let you know.
Me, man. Yeah, we got yourself, man.
Yeah,
don't worry, man. The Muslims still like you, man. The Christians will be all right with you. And the Hebrew Israelites, I don't know, still. They might call you a Hamite now.
No, they know that. I'm not trying to disrespect it. I'm just trying to intellect.
This the thing, you know what I mean? One Hamite trying this the thing. What happened to this Hamite, fam? You know what I mean? That's what that's what all the Hebrews are saying right now. All right, but big up yourself though, my G.
Yeah, G. Nice one. All right. Kundalini. So what are you saying, guys? Who want to come and do a little you know, dispute my beliefs? Do you want to talk about your beliefs? Any thoughts that you like to re-raise? Your own opinion? You want to be heard? A lot of people are going to be watching this, going to get momentum. So they might watch it back, you know. So come and have your say. Come and have your say, mate. Yeah, we've been talking about Kundalini rising today. But I haven't really checked the chat, family, so. Oh, my friend. He called the one that called me a snitch all the time. Oh, wait. Did he call me? Oh, Ben Grant. There we go. He always pops his head out sooner or later. How you doing, buddy? Come and have your say, Ben. Yeah, if you want to come and quiz me, do you think you've got higher IQ than the egghead King Gold himself? I'm an egghead. Do you want to test your IQ, your general knowledge, your intellect? Come here and test with the controversial, handsome, very, very funny, and above all, intelligent young man by the name of King Gold. Yeah, just come on down, man. I mean, you know, give you a head start if you want. Put some blindfolds on. You know what I mean? Just give you a home truth if you want. You know, if your girlfriend's bored, put her on.
if you want to. But let me see who's jumping on. Who's jumping on? Natty, making food. That was it. All right. Well, bless up everybody. If you lot want to come on, man, jump on. It's here for everybody. So if you lot feel like coming to having your say, yeah, so I hope everybody's doing good out there. Been catching a couple of little bit of facts here and there. I know I've heard someone say I've got some esoteric views, which is quite true sometimes. But, you know, they're still kind of half relevant. Conspiracy minds obviously think alike. And there's so many out there, so sometimes conspiracies, you know, if there's so many people saying it, it's usually more true, more often than not. So that's just maths. That's fucking hell. What we call a median. Yoga, developed by yoga. Just conflicting. It's just conflicting. When was yoga made? North India 5,000 years ago. When was Kemetic yoga made? Africa 5,000 years ago. So what yoga was first? I don't know because they're both made 5,000 years ago. It's just stupid. Like they don't even. It's just like I just literally just typed in two different things and it gives you two different. It's just like contradiction amongst contradiction. It's ridiculous. It's just a shit fucking lie, bro. It's just fucking everything up. Everything. Even down to yoga and how when it was created. It's just sad, bro. There we go. I've identified all their little patches, all their glitches in their system. Why? Because I'm a computer engineer. Oh. Hello. Good, thanks. How's everything? Yes, family up in the building. Who's up in the... Hey, come to and talk to me, man. What's wrong with you lot, man? Is there any girls out there? Is there any girls? Walter... what's his name? Why so religious? Them man are jumping on, bruv. Come on, bruv. And you lot, I know there's some pretty girls, some confident guys out there. Jump on the panel. What you doing in the chat, bruv? Just jump on. You must know... Like what continent, like just a quiz. You must know countries in continents. A couple of countries. Can you name 5 countries in Africa? Yeah. Or 3 different Scandinavian countries. Come on, just just something. Teach, like fuck. Yeah, please. It'd be excellent. Save the channel. Save the show. Save the channel, family. My ass is killing me as well. I need to. Anyway, I want to play my tune. I know someone's spitting something to that now. That's right. Terrible music. Nah, that's like, it's like a Chinese. It's like a Japanese type of beat, man. It's not that bad, bro. Yeah, I did. I haven't, I didn't work too hard on it, so it's a bit, sounds really kind of a little bit muddy, I suppose. Like, you just got to throw a couple filters in there. Yeah, I made that beat. Wait, my bro, I'm so tired. Yeah, I made that beat. I made it in like 10 minutes. The draft of it, I've just refined it over the day, but old BBC show theme song. Nah, bro. What theme song has this type of drum roll in it? Are you kidding me? Wait. Are you telling me that BBC have got any drum rolls like this? Wait. Yeah, come on, bro. Do you think that, bro, they don't even know about 808. You think the BBC still don't know about 808s? What are you talking about? Come on, bro. That's an 808, man. Yeah, little Chinese cooking show. Look. All right. Oh, yeah. All right, I'm going to spit some lyrics. Listen, you're on a mission. Yo, give me a girl's legs. I put some salt and pepper. I'll be sipping. I'll be dipping. I'm kind of half Japanese. I like the sushi. I'll be getting in. Nah, I'm only joking. Nah, that's horrible. You see that? You hear it? You see that? Spit some lyrics, man. Yo, my flow's so dirty. Man, I'm so gifted. You can never curse me. Yo, just be careful. All right, that's doing my head in now. Fucking hell, that's doing my head in. All right, come on, jump on, ladies and gents, man. Come on, help me out here, man. Jump on. I'm going to get off soon anyway, so. Start up a new panel. If you've heard enough of mine and Natty's voice this morning. Hindu pagan sun, cross symbol. Kundalini has a snake and all the ancients, the Mayans, the Dogons, all the Aztecs, all the African spiritual groups, man, you committed something to do with a snake, but since the Cometians and on, they've had that snake sign above their head. So they definitely believed in the pineal gland and the power of it. And I think that was something to do with them having some sort of DNA that just supposedly lizard-like snake DNA, whatever, which explains the webbed hands. And Mackie went into it earlier the other day as well. how we come out of a sack or out of an egg sack or something. So yeah, they believed a lot in the snake, and now we're starting to believe. Now we come from Mars originally. So yeah, came from Mars. Yakub came over, created some white people. Yeah. To get all the wealth from the ground. Mars to turn on the Yakub. Einstein, or who's that one? Not Einstein. Frankenstein went and killed his master. That could be possible. So it came from Mars, Anunnaki. Right? That could possibly be the case. Right? What's the come on, scientific method. I used to come and tell, bruv, you're chatting shit, bro. Shut your mouth, bro. Shut your mouth, bro. Shut up, bro. Stop these conspiracies, bro. They never knew the pineal gland. No, they never believed in the third eye, Kemet. Well, how comes the guy's got a snake on the top of his head, right on his lobe, exactly where it is? Could have been on the top. No, but they had it in that position, right where. That's a lie. They've got all manuscripts and texts, and so you don't DJH soul, bro. You're wrong. Serpent been hissing since the dawn of creation. Tell him, jeez, come on, man. The snake is a sacred animal. Kidding me? Anything that can eat a crocodile for dinner every day, it's got to be something to be reckoned with. Climb up trees. Sumerians. Who's Afghan? Which one's Afghan? Say hi, Afghan. Hi, Afghan too. Yakub created out of pig and dog. That's what you said the other week. They said that's apparently what DNA's inside them. But maybe it's possibly what you are, what you eat, possibly. But that's what the rumor is going around. You need to say that there's RH, rhesus monkey blood in white people. Why would I go as far as to say? Why would I not say that there's pig and dog blood? Why could there not be? Anyway, created slave race to mine the gold. Yeah, that as well, probably. I reckon they created white people as the slaves, but the white people took over the blacks and enslaved them. But I do believe that if that was the case, that happened, I'm just trying to put rationality and make sense of it. If that was the case, which is at this stage for me pretty low. The whites have turned on the blacks now. That's where you get the Frankenstein movie. Yeah, turns on the masters. It's all in like Hollywood. Primark special, Islam, 3 types of jinn, snake type person, serpent, moth with wings. Big up Under the Glass Moon. Big up DJ Soul, giving your input. Rubbish show, the evidence. How can you make a statement like that? Yakub created you out of pig and dog. So there's no evidence of the rhesus monkey blood. So if there's no Rh positive blood, then I don't know why people are called Rh positive. I do know that Rh positive definitely linked to rhesus monkey. If that's the case, then how can we say that there's not a lizard? Why? Look at your hand now. Look at how webbed that is. So, but I don't believe it's a very low percentage, low chance that white people have got pig in them. Me personally, and the Yakub story and coming from Mars, and it's hard to believe. It is. It's a fucking sci-fi movie. It's possible, yes. There's a just see. I want reparations too, B. Man's just sitting online like, fuck it, I want reparations. That's it. I'm just fucking done with it now. I'm done with it too. I want reparations, but I'm mixed race. I want reparations. I want reparations, please. Can we all get just a little bit of reparations? I think generally, even the white people up north that didn't get that much benefits as much as they promised in the last 10 years, they need to get reparation. Lack of health services, problems, people dying from medical neglect. They should get reparated. At this stage, the powers that be are fucking fucked. Tell me if that's weird. Local university keeps sending me letters. My blood is part of a special experiment. It's good, man. You can make another one of you, bruv. Yeah. And next minute, anytime they want to get rid of you, they put that in place and they use you. So you don't want to do that. That's one of the worst things you could do is donate. That's why I try not to give as much blood as I would never want to do, because all they do is just clone you, put you in a cow's belly, cut you up the cow's belly, and then they're using you, bro. You know what I mean? There's another you walking around. They just take you out. Yo, Veli. Yeah, Natty's in the back. So yeah, you give your blood. You can, let me donate my blood. Next minute, there's someone walking. Have you seen all these movies? Will Smith's got 2 of him, and fucking all these people have got face off and all that shit. Cloning, they're cloning. I think they're cloning, definitely. Islam, there's 3 types of jinn. Jinn, superior angels, ones that have got more movement in between the realms. They come as they go, but they can't speak and they can't interact. Then you got the jinns at the baseline. Jinns are ones that died in a bad pain, suffered. They're still here. They can interact. What's the other one? What's the other jinn? Danny Martin. What's the other jinn? I thought there was only 2. Had a grandmother who used to make polio. All right, I'm gonna do all the people in the chat now. I'm dealing with Veli, Nat's in the back. Right, how many planets do we have in our solar system? Whoever can name it first. You're the man. You're the quickest hand, and you might get a grand digital grand. How many planets in our solar system?
8.
Okay, you was quickest to the buzzer, my buddy. There you go. Take £200.
It used to be 9.
Yeah, it used to be 9. You know, there's other like things. The reason why they declassified. Do you know why they declassified it?
Yeah, go on.
Because there's so many other things like asteroids and meteorite, like objects that are floating around, just like bigger than that, but they're not classed as planets, so they had to declassify it.
Yeah.
Because then they only just like when they started to expand and see more of it, then they realized that there's other things that aren't, terrestrial bodies. Or
what do you reckon's on the other side of the sun then? Right.
On the other side of the sun?
What
do you mean?
Well, we're facing, do you reckon there's something that orbits behind the sun, like parallel to us?
Well, everything's going around the sun, and the sun is going in its own direction. You know what I mean? It's got some sort of orbit that's going on around the mother sun, which I believe is what's that fucking sun? Oh, it's doing it to me, bro. It's the main sun. It's like a main star. It's the mother star of our galaxy. Yeah, it's one of them. It's a mother star, but I think it's Nibiru or Planet X or whatever it is. Not Planet X. That's the habitable planet. I think it's one of the stars nearby. But yeah, it's following that. But that's a good question, though. I don't know exactly what you mean by behind it, but I know that everything's following the sun.
Well, look at when they say that China was going to send something to the dark side of the moon.
Mars, yeah, Mars is the closest thing to the sun. As the closest orbit, closest to the sun. Right? So, but the sun's going on its own trajectory. I mean, it'd be interesting to see on course. Where is the sun headed?
Mm.
If you can think of any more good talking points, be my guest.
I don't really believe in all that stuff though, like the planets, because I haven't actually seen it with my own eyes.
The sun, and of course,
like the sun, I could see. Like the moon, yeah, I could see that. But like, when it comes to all these other planets,
all right, the sun is located about 28,000 light years from this galactic center, and that's just a rough estimate. And to measure a light year is just ridiculous. Don't know how long that is, to be fair. How far of a distance that is. It's just ridiculous.
yeah, that's fucking big, bro.
Right, yeah.
We must be like, to be like compared to it, we must be like a pin. Literally,
yeah, it is Nibiru. Yeah, look, I was. All right, Carl, Uber there. Ah, he's on it. Come on, Carl, man. Jump on, bro. I found super. Don't feel like shook and shit, bro. Don't put your camera on. Speak with a different accent if you want. They have found a super Earth bigger than Jupiter. Imagine finding a super Earth bigger than Jupiter. All our problems would be solved. I don't think so, personally. You know, it's funny. They said if there was a bit more gravity, it was a bit stronger, like we wouldn't be able to exist. Just a bit stronger gravitation. It's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah.
And there's something called anti-gravity, and it's like 100 points, 132.0. Yes, that's a 0.0002. Yeah, after the 138th point, and that's how much energy and gravitational pull that is holding us and all the Earth, and that's how it's moving. That's how slow it's moving away. You see what I'm saying? So if that balance was off, we'd be dead. Like we wouldn't. There's nothing. It wouldn't exist. That's the knife edge, and that's called a constant, cosmic constant. So that's one thing that, where the Muslims talk about, if one thing was off, that's what they're talking about is cosmic constant, where the thing makes us separate slowly with this. Was that space is ever expanded? It expands at that rate, right? Or that's like kind of what's holding us together. So that's that 0.2. That is like where we. But that's 132 points. You know what I mean? So if it was any bigger, that number 0.002, we wouldn't be here. Basically, that's quite sick. So that's just a small fucking. And now was that just accidental or somehow just by chance? I doubt it, bro. That's coincidence of that. Yes, but I don't think a lot of the brothers in chat are really up to this space talk, judging by the reaction. Because no one was even bothered to press 8 planets. And like, oh, this is dead. Hence, the stars shall fall from the sky. Mentioned by spirit. Send the air, yet you can breathe it. See this. So is there any hydrogen? Is there much hydrogen? No, I don't think you can breathe carbon dioxide, bro. It's fully near enough carbon dioxide up there. I don't know. That's debatable. Nibiru has been seen, bruv. You can see it with the naked eye when Galileo, when he put his thing, the last planet we can see with our naked eye, I think, is it Neptune? But stars, you can see a lot of stars because they're shy, you know what I mean? But we can see in our immediate solar system, I think, I can't remember now. I've watched so much fucking space shit. Yeah, that's probably right. You know, there's a planet made up just nearly purely out of platinum. You know what planet that is, Natty? Do you want to have a guess? Do you know what planet's made out of platinum?
No, what?
Mercury. That's sick, isn't it?
Isn't that? Do you need mercury to make platinum? No.
If you was to blow that shit apart, though.
Yeah, that would go up.
Yeah, but it'd probably fuck up the something. You get a lot of money from it, but it wouldn't be worth it. Trust me. I'm sure you'd do something. You'd definitely encourage more UV ray just from not having a planet there. Nibiru is real. Prove Nibiru is real. Gold. This is universe. Imagine in paradise, trees' roots are made of gold, including. Well, they're saying that there's in different parts of the universe, which is bigger than we expect now. They're saying that there's so many different properties. So you can imagine going to another planet and like seeing so many different properties. How amazing that would be. Like trees had gold fucking growing out of them because somehow they managed to be able to soak it up as some sort of nourishment. So you got like gold water coming out that tree, some gold water. Once harmonic resonating sound. All right, we have earthquakes, golden plants. Earthquakes. There we go. Oh man, if I've got some videos here that are quite interesting, like these real intelligent lecturers, I don't think Veli be able to play them. Let me see if I can find them. Yo, family, talk to the people, man. Got anything to say? You want to address the lovely ladies?
and I asked if they can be a baby. And I hope she's got some ass. She just don't want me for the payday.
There is a planet made out of cheese.
I said, I want a bomb clot. Wait, what?
Awadi bam baklat. Man in the chat pia a fat.
Alright, where was I watching this thing, blood? Zimmy. Zimmy. Quick rundown. Solar system and universe and beyond. No. I'll speak to these fucking nerds. Mate, I've been looking at lectures, thermal radiation, solar radiation. Magnificent. Fucking 3-hour lectures, and I just literally can't remember. I can remember like 10% of each one. It just comes flooding back. I have to at least watch them 10 more times to get a gist of even what it is. I just don't have the time now to literally micromanage every type of bit of information that comes to me and thoroughly dissect it. I just don't have that energy. I have to just watch things back to back. Do you know what I mean? Get a gist of it. Get a bloody gist. Wait, where's that thing where these men are talking about them things there, blood? Because man been talking about them things there, blood. That's banging, fam. Get me? Them man there's trapped, blood, with information. You get me? Get me? Whilst you, man, get me? You man doing chicken dance and them thing there in Ugg boots. These men are doing the intellectual thing, blood. Trust me, blood. You need to.
In Ugg boots, yeah.
Hey, man. Next minute you're wearing skirt and that, and then you're bouncing like what's his name, Omarion. Yeah, you can bounce like Omarion out of Poster B with Chris Brown and Janine Aiko. She's talking about her pom pom getting eaten out like groceries. Chris Brown, I don't know if he's gay, bisexual, he's a
Gotta
woman.
eat the booties like groceries.
I don't know. And then he got Omarion walking around with his skirt on, and I bet he smells like bottom and cologne. It's just weird.
What about
man.
Puff Daddy? What about Puff Daddy?
Yeah, I know, man. That's the thing. And so look, when you let these energies into your body, you got to understand now that they were just pushing the gay sort of estrogen black man in our face all the time. You see how they tried to, you know what I mean? It's like what, like it comes from D'Angelo. D'Angelo was smooth. Yeah, he was a bit.
Yo, Torix backstage. Torix backstage, baby.
D'Angelo came out with all the down, and it was smooth. He was still gangster. He had a smooth, but it was soulful. Yeah, and then it started when it went to Maxwell, and I was like, all right, he's a nice brother. He he's just a bit girly. You know what I mean? He likes his thing, but yeah, I like him. Bit feminine, bit too feminine, but then it went to then it went to these boys like Neo and stuff like that. I thought, my God, now he's starting to get a bit, his lips looked a bit too perky. And then it went to Bobby Valentine, and then we had Michael. And it was, Michael came, but he was still questionable. But back in the day when it was starting to get like, really smooth and soulful R&B, they destroyed it, bro. You know what I mean? Dun, dun, dun. They have 7 Streeter, and it won't star with Chris Brown. Do, 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 do. And it won't
These
stop.
hoes ain't loyal.
Only tunes I can really actually think, that wasn't a bad tune because it was about love. It was kind of R&B-ish, but even then.
Right, what about like the old boy bands? I think the old boy bands, I appreciate them compared to what we've got now.
Even them, man, even though they looked a bit weird, some
No, but even the other boy bands, what's that one he's saying? Tell me why ain't nothing but heartache. Tell me why.
You know what? He got it wrong. He got it mixed up with what's his name? Boys to Men, Blackstreet. You're talking about what do you call it? Rolling down the lonely highway. Who's that? Jagged Edge. Sorry, that's Jagged Edge.
Nah, yeah, I know Jagged Edge, but I'm talking about like the white boy bands. Like, yeah, right.
Blackstreet is in control. Daddy is in control. How we rock the party. Yeah, that was a track, bro. Come on, man.
Yeah, like compared to like, have you heard?
Bro, that was a good edit.
We've got McFly now, innit? Like we've got man like McFly.
Remember that, bruv? That's what I'm saying, man. What happened to that vibe? Yeah, that's what we need to. I like to hear that back. Come back, man.
Yeah.
Do you know? Do you know? Do you know? Oh, who's that? Is that Turok? Yo. Do you know?
Do you remember that?
Hey, yo, Turok's in the back. Turok, come true, brother. So look, Blackstreet. What happened to Boys to Men, Blackstreet? And then it went to SW3. And they started making all these free tea. They started to chishify it from there, man. What do they do to his sons, man? Hollywood, I bet they're pushing up on them kids as well. Free tea.
That was it. His name was Apache Indian, innit?
Yeah, they just touching on. Huh?
That's Turok's boy, Apache Indian.
Yeah, but you can't just change them from being super smooth Michael Jackson to free tea.
Number one in the Bombay chart. Indie and me, I tear them apart.
Yeah, that was his name, man. Apache Indian.
Ooh, this is how we roll. In case you didn't know, Blackstreet is in control. Bruv, this is the most literally freestyle Friday, bruv. Fuck me.
It's all about that. What's that?
Rolling down that lonely highway, asking God to please forgive me.
Yeah,
He just put his name on me, on me. Everything's clear now.
Man, you put the Michael Jackson. Oh shit.
You know why Michael Jackson used to do that? Do you know why he used to do that?
I don't know, because he's touched with his female side, man.
No, because when he used to get lash, he's
oh flip the BDSM talk. Oh.
No, but you know how Dread. Oh, listen, you know that his father went easy, bro. His father went easy.
You're tearing up the general's legacy, brother. I can't. You saying they was getting?
Get the switch, Michael.
My lord. Now, respect for Michael, though, man. You know you can't really disrespect the brother like that. That's you know.
Hey, I like the lyric that Michael Jackson dropped when he goes, "I'm not like other guys." He dropped the lyric of all lyrics. He paved the way for that lyric, you know. Remember when he told the girl?
If that brother punched you, he could go like, "No, don't do it," and you would actually fucking stop, wouldn't you? He put the Earth song on you. He's like got that fucking like that energy, bruv. Just like punch you in the face.
Hold me like a river Jordan, and that wouldn't save me.
Yeah,
you were my friend. Carry me
back,
like you were my brother. Love you like a mother. Would you be there?
Oi, bruv, you're good singer though, man. Oi, should we do a little duet on this thing, bruv? Come on, let's fuck it. COVID-19 is wiping everybody out. Let's do a little singing.
Oh, go on.
What, you involved, Ellie? Go first. We're singing Jagged Edge, Rolling Down on
Lonely Highway. Blood clot R&B, man. Oh, this some man. Yo.
Don't talk like you weren't dancing to Michael Jackson, squeezing your nuts to Michael Jackson.
That's what them Nigerian dons do, man.
No, that's
Well,
what
I've
you
seen that picture on wind up too much, man.
No, bro.
I've wind up like girl. You get me?
Aye, have you seen how they wind up though? Have you seen that? Tick tock,
You deny your
tick
brothers.
tock, sit it, bracket, sit it.
That's wind up themselves like girl, man.
Them man have got moves, boy. They got some moves.
Yeah, but whilst we would dance like Michael Jackson, you lot would dance like Krusty the Clown, bro. Jumping off tables onto Pum Pum. No, I'm only joking. No, pick up the Dagger Squad, man. The Dragger Squad.
You're whining by yourself, cuz.
The Dragger Squad. The
In the club with a Ghost Scout.
You know, I swear, about the Jamaicans, bro.
Man's whining with duppies and that.
We wouldn't have
Jobless in the area. Watch your foot. If you see a pretty girl, watch your foot.
If I wanted to semi-grope up on a woman and get an early dry humping on, boy, I'd wait for the Dagger music to come on, boy, and they'd be like, yeah, and it's like, rah. These Jamaicans, boy, they're fucking smart.
Ding-a-ling-a-ling, school belly.
Boy, they put that shit in their culture so they can rub up on the batty. It's like, yes,
yeah,
it's like,
done though.
You know what I mean? Allow all this R&B, man. We need some Jamaican music in here, bro.
Yeah, me want to see a bucket, set it, bucket, set it, fling it, set it. Action. So what you got?
Can you imagine when some of them chicks come over from Saudi Arabia and they look up some of them things? They must be like, oh my god, what is going on? This is haram.
Yeah.
This is haram.
Yeah.
I love my music, man. Like, how can you live without music? How can you live without music, man? You can't live without music.
Yeah,
music's
so
everywhere.
Is my life.
All them guys looking in for America, trying to get some real deal joint economics, black politics, all of them things there. They all want, information, historical information, and they've got man singing Michael Jackson really badly as well. And then like, wait, hold on a second. I just came off of Malcolm X studying about how to learn arts. Historical. I've been looking at Rosa standing up, and the nigger. I'm sorry, excuse me. And the brothers just sitting at home singing Michael Jackson. Yeah. I not even looked at any African knowledge, any spirituality, nothing to do with investing in Africa. Man, just bossing joke on Michael Jackson. All right, this is there's usually a lot of gems to take away from this family. Whoever's locking in, whoever shall be locking in. We just temporarily had a little break, and that was a theme tune and an advert for the break. So thank you for doing that, Natty. But back to business now. Question of the day: is there any other people that would like to come and get involved and maybe answer that?
Where's Toruk, man? Jump on Toruk, bro.
Me number one in the Bombay chart. Indian them a tear them apart.
Hey,
when we come with the
one man
new
in the
style.
chat's quite hurt about Eminem, boy. It's like, what? This brother found out Eminem's gay, boy, and he's well upset. Man.
Listen, he is whatever he says he is. If he wasn't, then why would he say so?
Oh, listen.
136 miles this fucking place is.
Listen, Uranus is the next closest. Oh, yo, Mercury. Mercury is the closest thing to the sun, right? Venus is the next one on. Why is Venus hotter than Mercury if Mercury's closer to the sun? Nah, you don't know. You won't know. You won't know. Right, don't worry about it. No, it's got too much carbon dioxide. It's got loads of it encourages more heat.
You guys got me so fucked up. I had to check this out.
What?
Like, is he actually
The
gay,
Monte
Eminem?
man dancing around here. What's that? Yo, family, we need some people to jump on, man. Let's make the panel exciting.
Eminem.
I got a long ass drive, boy, about 2 hours. So, come keep me company for this drive, man. I can't even hear it anyway, bro. I don't know what you're doing. It sounds like me in the background. Yo.
Yo, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you, man, but I can hear something in the background as well.
I babe, turn that down a bit.
I know, cool, man. If your missus is watching telly and shit, you need to come out the room, you nutter.
She knew to come out.
Oh.
I'm joking. Hey, leave ya. Come on. Who's yet? Yeah, so what jobs you been doing today, man?
It's mainly actual plumbing jobs, isn't it?
Oh, is it?
Quite far away. Yeah, man.
I've got a little break. Next week, I've got a little job over here in Tottenham, full central. But I think I'm going to get my brother to join still.
You got that one, that way. Yeah, man. I'm trying to get out of this place, man. I'm going to go until after 7, man.
Oh, is it? One of them ones?
Them ones, mission, man. I'm in a place called... See what? I won't even tell you what. I'm just a mission away. It's going to take me ages. No limit.
Yeah, man.
Long ass drive. Yeah. What going on, man?
Nothing much, man. I just made a nice burger earlier, and I made one for me and the missus just before she went to work. I had mushrooms, chili in it, but I like chicken. You know, like chicken, like mince. Yeah, man. I love cooking, man. That's one of my things, man.
Daddy's trying to finish the sandwich, like.
But check this. You see round.
Wine and go up. Wine and
check
go
this, yeah.
down. Do the hokey pokey.
56.
Sorry, go on.
Somewhere in the middle of the woods, somewhere, yeah. Someone had a 56 plant grow. Just
Yeah,
got
they
found
found
on
a
Monday,
huge
yeah.
row inside a bingo hall recently, just outside of London as well. Did you hear about that heist? Oh, look at that heist.
Nah.
Look at that heist, bro. Bingo hall gets heisted. Blood, how much? Bro, check it out. It's recently. It's
You're
only
talking
about a year
about.
ago. It's in the UK.
Yeah,
I
that's
think
a good
it's
little undercover thing.
Yeah. Let me check it out.
I want, you know what? I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised, yeah, if that got done during lockdown. Because the amount of electricity, because you could justify the electricity because it's a bingo hall. That's a bloody hell, bruv. You'd make a few mil doing that, man.
Wine and go.
That's
Yeah, look.
live.
Cannabis factory raid at former Gala bingo hall. North. Police raid Gala bingo hall's seized 2,000 cannabis plants, growing equipment. They raided,
Jesus.
people smoke cannabis. Oh. Let me see what
2,000.
I want to see what the
Fucking
street price
hell.
was.
Where was it? Up north?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to look for now. What's it? 2.8 million.
Yeah, probably be
Cannabis. My God, yeah, that looks big,
no.
bro.
Yeah, but do you know what? Yeah, but check this out there, Gold. Gold, do you know why? Because think about it. Someone probably had access to that gala bingo, yeah? Like Adonis probably have thought, you know what? While it's coronavirus, we've got 3 months. Some they could
You know
be
when they on the police reports, yeah, when they give these high numbers like £10 million worth of so and so. I reckon they give the highest estimate they can. Do you know what I mean? That so there might be 100 grand and they said it's £2 million. You know what I'm saying? That.
yeah.
Mm.
Yeah,
Obviously,
just
100 grand's a lot of drugs, isn't it?
Northamptonshire was where they got that from. 2.
There you go. Yeah.
Madness.
Yeah, a couple of my boys. Do you know about slapping?
What, happy slapping?
No, like they call it slap. Do you know about slapping Veli?
Well, slap someone's throat.
Huh? You know what they do with
someone's throat?
Nah, slapping is like when you like you get used like it's like fraud, isn't it?
Okay.
Sound like some sort of prostitution game.
Well, now basically there's sites called phishing. They're called phishing sites. And you've got these.
Do you know what phishing does? Spyware. So they can see what you're doing, like through. They can see your screen. Phishing, that comes through emails. That's deadly, boy. Imagine that you open an email, next minute someone literally can see what you're looking at.
There's many ways, but that's the phase that like they call it like known for that. But like yeah, like all these boys up north, they were only like tractors, not tractors, quad bikes. So a couple of these Donnies that I know, they were getting loads of quad bikes. I was like, what do you want quad bikes? Because they were going up in like mountains and hills and stuff, big ass shit, and just absolutely farming, bruv. But I don't know about you lot. You'll notice there'll be like helicopters about, like more than like usual. And it's because they're going around and they're just seeing like, because you could spot them from the sky. Put it this way, like when you see a grow, because obviously you got to clear it all out. You got to make sure you got sunlight for when it rises to when it like goes back down. Do you know what I mean? So all these factors are coming in, and bruv, it's the biggest money maker that you could do. It's so huge right now that it's flooding. Like the market's getting flooded with green. And especially as you're using like natural water and you're using the sun, that's it. And you've got seeds called auto seeds now, yeah. So instead of it taking like 3 months, these auto seeds, so I've been told, take about like 9 weeks, 9 to 8 weeks.
What's that to grow?
Yeah, so they grow quick, and it's powerful as well. And they could produce like a yield.
Nice.
So yeah, man. But yeah, I can imagine that's a good idea, bro. Whoever thought about that, because look, you got to think about it. You can't really see inside casinos because you're not really meant to see what's going on in there. And the electric that the casinos produce anyway is quite vast. So you could go under the disguise of it's a casino, obviously, and the electric board wouldn't say nothing. Because for 2,000 plants, fuck me, you would have had over, well over
Go to
200, like,
countries where you can
easy.
grow your own stuff, man. That'd be
That's
good.
a lot, man.
Because then there'll still be a market. Do you know why? Because you'll be able to grow it better than the next person. That's all. That's what would depend. That's why we'll keep the market floating. Because you're not all getting it from one thing. It's something you
Well,
grow.
no, this thing here, this thing here is only starting to become like a lot popular amongst ordinary people saying, "Oh, yeah, fuck that, I'm not going to pay the dealer anymore. Now I'm going to grow it myself." I mean, you can look around, you could drive around London, you can see it on people's bloody patios, like on their patio balcony. Some people are just, or you can walk around somewhere and you could just smell it. Someone, you'll be like, "Oh yeah, someone's definitely growing it." Like
Obviously.
these things here, like these things here, man. Like I got told about them, but I was always a bit like too shook. Like, boy, I was thinking that, fuck that. Like, the helicopters will see through your house and all that shit. So I thought, now, fuck all that shit. You know what I mean? But a lot of the people that I do know now have bought houses. You know what I mean? One of my guys, he was 20 and he took over
Yo,
a
nothing else to say, man. Don't
Domino's
say that.
Pizza.
Don't say anything else, bro, about criminating him. Oh.
Yeah, but no
Not
one's gonna
calling
know.
you
But
now.
anyway. Yeah. But anyway.
I know you
Like,
I know you do it on purpose, but I just casing it. Like.
yeah, but I'm not gonna mention no names. You know what I mean? I'll just say Harry. Yeah. So anyway, you see, like Harry now, he's like, obviously, he had the pizza thing, and then from the pizza thing, he bought like the flat above it. Then he bought like a few houses. Now he's living in America.
Yeah, definitely
You know what I mean?
lucrative.
Like,
But I mean, what is it worth it now? What can you make? What product, which is not going to expire, which is not going to expire after a number of weeks or months? What can you have that will stay?
Weed is everywhere. The reason why there used to be droughts before was because people were doing obviously the importing, and obviously there was people doing grows, but the grows were on a very, very low key. It was like now there's so much. Someone, I think that there's no difference to you growing it yourself and trying to move it, because there's so many people, there's so much vast of it. Do you know what I mean? But still, when the boys raided that place, bro, there must have been like bingo, because that is the jackpot. That's an organization there, man. 2,000 plants. Inside there must have looked like Jurassic Park.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah. Pollen's hard to get.
Man.
Pollen's hard.
I was in the shit with bad reception, man.
Yeah, pollen's a hard thing to get in at the
Yeah.
moment because of everything shut down. That's imported. Hash is it's a long process to make, man.
Get a drink.
Yo, Danny Martin, what's up with you and Eminem, man?
Eminem broke his heart, innit, man? Fucking hell. You must want to marry him or
Jeez.
something.
You're gonna dye your hair. You're gonna dye your hair back now. You're not gonna. You're not gonna look like Stan.
No more, bro.
Hey, I think that's what's gonna happen. I think that's why he wrote Stan. I think one of his fans found out what he was like, probably up to, innit?
Zion, in Zion. I can't remember a tune like that. What tune was that?
Iron, like lion in Zion.
Oh!
Iron, like a lion in.
Who is that? Yo, who is that?
Where?
Who sings that, man? I can't think who it is.
Ain't it Bob Marley?
Yeah, if it is Bob Marley, isn't it?
Yeah, man. Alright, come on now, man. Bob Marley. I listen. Even in his music, he was talking.
Oh man, it's a shame we can't play the thing, man. How did 9ether get away with playing all our music without getting strike? Maybe because people just weren't reporting her at that time, innit? All the haters
is
weren't.
that what happened?
Yeah, people report you, innit, for playing the music and then you get strike.
Oh.
So there'll be 2-3 haters in here that will strike him at any given possible time because it always happens straight after, pretty much. There's always one hater in here, bruv. It's probably most likely Popo. They've got to observe here. Trying to look for the word.
Yo, still there?
Yeah.
Fuck the police. IC1, IC3. Rolling with it.
What would you say was the greatest weapon that they've been able to harness against black people?
The greatest weapon
that they've had, yeah, against us. Would you say that? Would you? I'd say, you know what? I know it sounds a bit strange, but I'd say contraceptive pill has taken more numbers of lives anyway. I'll say that's quite debatable, isn't it? What's taken more lives, a contraceptive pill and all the lives taken from them, or all the wars in the world?
Yo, G. No.
Ah, sugar. Oh my
yeah,
God.
Oh yeah, I think she did. Yeah.
Not really a relevant question. What's good though, man? I think she changed it. Maybe rearrange your question of the day, possibly. Since it's been
yeah, she does. Yeah.
Actually, you know what I'll do? I'll jump off just in case there's a couple of people that you get them shook ones that just can't actually even be on the same panel as you. So I might jump off for 5 minutes.
Anyone shook a boat though, man.
Yeah,
I'll just stay on the panel, mate.
Just in case, you know. Remember, I'm very
in and out.
I'm very
they got nothing to
spiritual
say.
in it, so I'm thinking.
They got nothing to say. So anyway, listen. Let's go back to what let's go back to what I was saying about the 4 elements that, when they're combined, they make the 5th element, which is what they perceive as the spirit element, like electricity. Hello.
Yeah.
What's he really?
Well,
yeah. So. Yeah. So all of these elements, yeah, like make up us. This is what makes us up of. Yeah. So when we've got, what the fuck does he want?
I'm trying to drive. I'm just thinking, how are you driving as well?
Nah.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm driving.
Yeah, no. Yeah, no. Someone's just rang me. I've already spoken.
Oh, right.
spoke to them, and then they're ringing me up again. I just don't understand like what they don't like. I'm talking a different language. Yeah. So the spirit, yeah. Like I'm gonna say like in a way like I believe in that process, because I think that when you, like I was saying, when you combine different elements towards each other, they cause a chemical. They create something. They create. Okay, they create. But the spirit part is the mystery. But it's the center. So is that the mind? Is that the
There's only one
creator?
problem. There's only one problem.
Yeah.
The fire part of it.
Why the fire part?
Because fire, not so much an element. You've got to put a number of elements together, like fuel, yeah, oxygen, and you know the rest of it, hydrogen, or whatever, carbon dioxide. You need, right? Fire is not really part of the human body. It's a less dense version of light, and you could say light.
Yeah, but it's heat.
Is heat, and light and heat is electricity, magnetism. Yeah, but it's still not really.
And
Yeah.
it's everything in everyday life.
Well,
Everything,
heat is
even
a
your
type of
car
energy.
starts up.
It's basically an energy, isn't it? It's a type of energy that is less. It's a less denser energy. So the wind is a less dense energy. Yeah, and then there's the earth, which is the densest part of them elements, right? So that's where the body would come from. The wind, as I said, the oxygen and obviously oxygenating in your body, and yeah, but so the fire is a bit questionable. But I can see where it's like probably the electricity.
All right, check it. Right, check this out. Right, there's a film called The Avatar. The Avatar.
Yeah.
Okay, now this is what I'm getting to the point where you're talking about in touch with like nature. Yeah, like
But it's too broad. There's too much of broad words, you know, like fire, like, and how could you really connect that to electric? Yeah, I know electric is heat and light, I suppose, just manifested on a different vibration, but yeah,
What's electric? What are you saying electric is?
it's like there's a heat source and a light and heat source. So it's just basically be like electric.
Did you look what the actual first explanation is for it?
No, but if you do
Sometimes, you
attribute,
know what happens, yeah? Wait. What happens, yeah? Is man will come up with loads of explanations for something, yeah? But not look at what the actual definition or what the
no, he just told us.
official meaning of it is.
He just told us what it is, but he's trying to merge the concept of earth, fire, water, wind, and spirit with the body, because he said there's something that connects the two things. So I'm just trying to merely suggest what I think fire would represent, and I think it possibly could be the electricity that runs through our body. If the air would be the oxygen that we breathe, and the earth being the material that makes up our body. You know what I mean? As elements. So the water that is obviously our blood, and because we're 70% water, so he could.
But they work together. They all work together.
So why don't you type down them elements?
So it's creating light. So it's creating light.
Body,
all of these elements create light.
Speak over. I hate when people do that to me, man. And I hate when I do it to people, to be fair. But see how that relates to the body. And then we'll be able to see like if it hasn't got any relationship.
See how what relates?
The concept
list?
of earth, water, fire, and wind having anything to do with
Hey,
spiritual
you
meaning.
used to
Or
watch cartoons in the 80s, like you were watching Captain Planet and that, bro.
I didn't say that.
Yeah,
That was
Captain Planet. Captain
that's
Planet. No, but that
Word.
is.
I didn't come up with that
Yeah,
concept.
but that's.
Yeah, that's some Captain Planet shit.
But that.
Captain Planet.
Yeah.
He's a
Yeah, why
that,
don't you
that's
find out
also
anyway? That's a good point.
gonna take things
Nelly made a
down
good
to
point, man.
zero. And the Avatar. And the Avatar. And don't forget, look at all the X-Men characters, all the X-Men characters as well. Like they've all got different powers.
What? The, oh,
Yeah,
what?
but
On
they're
So what
Power
I'm
Rangers?
basically,
cartoon characters, though, man.
Oh,
so
the
what I'm
Power
basically
Rangers.
trying to say, what I'm basically trying to say to you,
The
yeah,
red
is
one,
that
blue
they
one.
say I'm an S. They say I'm an air sign, yeah. And I know one thing, I don't like rules, and I don't like to be locked up. I like to be free. I like my
What are you,
space.
Libra?
Yeah, but everyone
Huh?
likes to fucking be free.
Wait.
You think anyone wants to be in
Tom.
jail?
Wait, yo,
Yeah,
who's that? Oi, who's that? My
Osama
president?
Lard.
No, that's fucking the guy that's got the ring. The one that's trying to get the ring off of the Hobbit.
Nah,
Who's
man.
that?
That's not
Smeagol.
Africa, man. That's
Oh yeah,
fucking...
no, that's Smeagol. Oi, speak. Yo, Smeagol.
We don't know what you're talking about, mate.
Oi, that's oh! Why did you hear that? Oi.
What are you, Libra?
Osama Lard.
What are you, Libra, Natty?
Nah.
Aquarius.
Aquarius.
You was a Libra, did you? Aquarius.
Yeah.
Wow,
Oi, all it needs to do is a couple pitches or tones higher, brother. I swear that's it.
So at these times, at certain points in your life. So at these certain times, at these certain points in your life, yeah, you could be more connected to the surroundings and be connected to that element.
Yeah, I'm an air sign as well.
Oi, how many pounds or kilograms? You know you've had a gram. I know you've had a gram before. If you've had how many grams of cassava have you put in your gob? And shout out.
Oh, Kingo, are you on your? Is this your menstrual cycle now?
Oh, come on, brother. I'm just,
Yeah, what is cassava?
I'm not taking a piss. I'm just saying, do you like cassava? Have you eaten a lot of it?
Why should I?
Yeah,
Why, is
so
why are you Africans wearing it?
you eat cassava for breakfast, lunch, dinner, then basically.
It's that Africans in my food and ask me how much we put in my mouth.
How much cassava? How much cassava have you eaten?
Plenty.
You blow into cassavas, bruv, to get a better yield. What are you talking about?
Pardon?
You blow into cassava trees, bruv, just to get a better yield.
Of what?
Wait. Have you honestly? Do you eat a cassava a day though?
Why not? The African eat it and then get drunk.
I'm just asking you, uncle, my younger uncle, because you're
Do
younger.
you hear what the Africans say? Get strong, eat some Gary.
Hey, when's your birthday, Turok, Mikey?
I'm a Gemini.
You're a Gemini, so it means is your birthday sooner or then July? I mean, so it means you're still 34 then.
No, it's gone.
Oh, so you're 35.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so uncle, you're older than me. You're a little bit older than me.
Are you 86 here?
85.
Okay, you're older than me then. Granddad.
All right, so my younger uncle.
All right, Granddad.
Well, you're younger. You're older than me. You're older than me. Yeah.
Whoever's original.
All right. You know what? You sound like you got one tooth in your mouth. So we lost that. You sound like you got one tooth in your mouth. Oh, come on, no, honestly. Yeah.
You sound like you talk with your legs crossed.
Hey, oi.
How much? Hey, how much? Honestly, though, it's because cassava must be good for you, but do you eat it regularly?
Sometimes.
All them exotic fruits, bro, they do a lot for you.
No, it's true, man. They find it very useful in Africa.
Hmm.
They say they can feed the animal, they can make ethanol out of it, they can use it for eat as well. And they eat the leaf as well. They use multiple purpose.
Ethanol is pretty deadly, though, isn't it?
Well, it can use for sitting.
Hey.
It's like alcohol, isn't it? Basically.
Yeah, it is. It's so is it? It's pretty natural then, but obviously because of the concentrate, it still would be detrimental, like really bad for you.
Yeah, that's why I wonder who taught the Africans how to do it.
Because there's a lot of properties in.
It's very poisonous cyanide.
Asparagus. It's like in asparagus. That's bad for you, like almonds. So it's, a lot of our food actually contains real bad shit. So you could condense and concentrate certain properties in food and kill off a man.
Yeah, that's why you have to know what you're doing in a sense like that. Like when you're dealing with raw food, like from the start, like not in tin or like a lot of your beans, you have to soak overnight and all them type of things, or they will poison you.
Right. Righty ho, bud. Talking about food.
Even rice is kind of poisonous as well.
I think apparently with rice, when you put it in metal or something and you put it in the fridge, and you see little white bits, when it starts getting white bits and it starts going see-through, but you got a white bit in it, that indicates that you shouldn't eat it.
I don't know, you know. They say you shouldn't reheat rice and this that with rice and that and the other with rice. Yeah, it's kind of tricky, man.
So what have you done any yoga today? Apparently all African diaspora are doing yoga every day now. Have you transitioned? Have you become more enlightened and conscious? And have you doing your yoga?
I did Bogle.
What's the percentage in the Afro-Caribbean? What's the
I did Screechy Bogle.
What's the pie chart on Afro-Caribbeans doing it and Afro-Americans?
What's the pie chart on them?
You know what I mean? Like, we got time to do yoga. Like, some of the women are the strongest women on the planet, man, lifting up all them banana, yam, and dashing and all them things. I think they got time to cross their leg and stretch.
You're telling me Jamaican are so strong, they don't have to stretch. See, you're black, you're Jamaican supremacist. You're Jamaican supremacist. You're telling me that Jamaicans don't even have to stretch. Come on, man.
I'm just saying for women in general, like for African women, West Indian women, that they do a lot of work, man. They got no time to sit down and cross their leg and stretch.
You're joking, like, that's what you're joking.
You know, they got programmed to watch on television and everything, man. They got no time for that.
Hey, the one about the 1-2 in the head and crossing the legs has just got me in bits, man.
Some Reichstag cassava pro, you know what I mean? Like, some serious. Yeah, man, I like that though, man. That's self-glorification, bro. Do your thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
but, you know, Jamaicans are strong. They're great.
The Caribbean as a whole.
Caribbean
as a whole.
Caribbeans are more African than they are Indian.
Would be more Nubian, I said, than African.
Nubian, African, same bloody thing.
No, it's not.
Where did
Africans
the-
are
where
white
did the
people. Actually, we probably are Africans because we do have a lot of North Africa people up
What
in
was
there.
inhabited first? The lush, lovely tropical area of the Congo and all them places there, or the where would God put? If
To
you
be
made
honest,
look, if you made a planet, or we by chance, even by chance, we'd have ended up in a place that would have been able to.
Yeah, but you have to be honest to yourself, though. Like Africans only start coming in the late mid 16th century. You had North African people there from like the start, from like the early 15th century. Landinos, Jewish people running into all these types of places.
Yeah,
so
but don't forget, you could say that. All
came
right,
very late, man.
you can say that Egypt was actually lush and it wasn't desert all, as much as that.
I don't know,
So
mate.
you
For
could
that,
say
mate.
that
I can't say that.
but the densest forest would have survived if
I can't.
everywhere's getting
I can't say that, mate.
uninhabitable. Of course, but only the densest will survive. Only the strongest.
I can't say that, mate. Sorry. It's
Density.
It's plenty
all
of
about
sand
density.
there, mate. The
The more
sand.
denser you are, the stronger you are.
Each grain of sand there is telling a story over
If
a
your
million
bones are
billion
denser than
years.
you're
There's a lot
probably
of
gonna be a just stronger set.
There's so much sand it blows over to the Caribbean.
Density. It's all about density.
Honestly, it made the sky all red because there was so much sand blowing away from the
Saudi Arabian desert.
no, from like Mauritania, Egypt, Libya, like all the sand was all the way over to the Caribbean, made our like block up the sun, block up everything, make it look all like somebody place, which is not our place.
Like Pepper Fall.
Couldn't recognize
I
the
won't
place.
judge you. I won't judge you, but you're a young man. Have you ever smoked crack, Turok?
No.
Spice?
Me not do
No.
nothing of the thing. That's not my thing.
Why are you on these subjects? You seem very keen on these types of talks.
Heroin?
No.
I'm just asking you because
Okay, it's Enemy Friday.
I don't know. Do you know? You just know your voice just sounds a little bit older, like than I expected. But it's cool.
You got the white relatives, so you tell us.
Oh, come on.
You've got the white relatives, so you tell
I'm
us,
just
man.
saying, maybe you're sucking on.
Maybe you've been around your white folks too long. Maybe you've been around your white folks too
You're
long.
breathing the marijuana like it's air. You just need to take a break. Because what's
I need to
doing?
take a break.
Yes, might have cataracts in your eye, and you might be getting conjunctivitis in your neck.
Oh,
No, I'm just
hopefully
saying,
don't.
bro. You sound a little
Hopefully
bit
don't.
older. You sound
Hopefully
older.
don't go down my spine. Hopefully don't go down my spine.
You sound like you're about 90 years old and you've got a Zimmer frame.
You just sound like a spineless person,
Yeah, I am.
like a fish,
You see how you said it? A fish.
a goldfish, actually.
Oh, thanks. Thank you very much. You know, you're not the first one that said
You
that.
do. It does seem like Klaus from American Dad.
Listen, if you support your girlfriend on to
As you said that. As you
she'd
said
strike
that.
gold. Actually, gold would be striking her.
You sound like the mixed race version of Klaus.
All 50 inches of
If
it.
if Klaus lived in Stratford.
Huh?
I'm saying you sound like the mixed race version of Klaus from American Dad if you lived in Stratford.
Yeah, but the problem is though, is that because
We know you like
Caribbean.
Olympic Stadium.
Caribbean, especially that look Indian, because you probably got a lot of that gene in it. So you
How
might
did the Paralympics go?
you might look like Raj's cousin.
What do you do for the Paralympics? Do you take part?
Paralympics, no. You know what? To be fair, I could do next time round because I'm nearly on my way out, but I'm not there yet. But yeah.
What kind of sports do you like?
Sexercise. Have you heard Sexual Healing from whatever his name is? When I get that feeling, as soon as you hear a girl hear me sing that with the notes I hit, she'd be like, "My God, he doesn't sound like an old man that needs Govona or a fucking cough sweet medicine. This nigga's got some bass in his voice." You know, are you free next weekend?
Do you prefer standing up singing or sitting down?
But you know, do I like, mate? I can take a kakalaka sitting down or standing up.
Okay.
Do you own bed sheets?
Okay.
I thought so. So you had to take so long because you're looking around and you just actually forgot what a bed sheet was because you don't
We
have
know
any.
we know you have ones.
Do you have any socks?
We know the ones you have.
Do you have any socks?
Because you have the runs, don't you? But
Wait.
not literally. Not the little
I've got
runs,
some
like
cat hair
just do it. You just do it like night, don't you? That's why
that
you
I
need
can
bed
put into
sheets.
a bag and send to you.
Just do it like that, get it? Like Beyblade, little Rick.
Listen, Nick, I bet you've gone bald. Look, I'll pay you right now £500. Put your camera on. And God be my witness, I'll give it to you.
Oh, that's the disabled benefit money. You can't be wasting your disabled money.
I get it for free and I don't have to do anything. There you go.
You could give that to Shamima Begum, who deserves that money, not people like you.
Are you jealous now? Because I'm making more money than you've ever made on a normal wage.
Shamima Begum deserves that money.
Just say, look, I worked in Gap. I actually made £800 a month. Did you? Have you worked in, fucking Burger King? Done 40 hours a week of your life? I did in Paddington Station. Have you ever worked a day in your life? Turok, yes or no? Have you worked in your life? What are you doing here? Are you coming to build?
Yes, listen. I deal with people. You know what? I don't need this stress. I'm actually a taxi driver. I do dial ride, and I deal with people like you all the fucking time. You people are fucking so horrible, disgraceful. You should be happy that the government looks after you. I actually do dial ride, mate. I pick up people like you all the time, drunk and disabled, and ASBO. That's what we call you lot at the garage.
I'll kick you in your back. I'll kick you back inside your cab. I say, get out of here. Go back to your own country.
You lot are fucking spiteful. I have to deal with you lot all the fucking time. You lot actually upset my day. You're kind.
Bruv, who wants to look? When the African man goes down there, he's got swag. Yeah, he put on some cologne. He put some cool waters inside his car. Everybody wants to go with him. He's cool. That's the man. The Nigerian man. He's tough. He's a good cab man. When a Jamaican man, they got Jamaican man. He drives around this bend, that bend. There's holes in the tire. There's weed coming out of everywhere. The guy's falling asleep. He can't breathe.
He might ask you, where you want to go, boss?
You're playing some shit fucking.
Yeah, but at the garage, the African ride drivers don't say that, do they?
Nah, you're playing some.
You don't give them a hard time. Some of you lot are racist, your kind.
It always seems like you can't even hear what the guy's saying. When I hear ragga music, I smell weed coming from the fucking stereo. That's how thugged it. That's how savage it is. Yo, all right, no family. Honestly, I'm gonna get beaten up. I'm actually
Wow,
gonna get.
hear this now.
I'm gonna get battered by.
The mixed race child of Love My Neighbor saying he smells ganja through reggae music. What do you expect, people?
You know what, right? I'm gonna get my ass kicked by someone who looks like what's her name, Steph London. I'm fucked. Some big overgrown Steph London.
See, we're hearing it all today, people.
Breakfast in bed, hon.
Trying to
I
pull
make
my hair
you
out.
son.
I'm done out here. I'm literally.
She heard I got a new girlfriend.
I don't even think that's gonna roll up on me now. I've been speaking about Jamaicans. Like, fuck you. Ugh. Now, but respect to the diaspora, the Caribbean diaspora, I like the amount of effort and hard work they put
You
into.
think it can beat Jamaican people in wheelchair race?
Yeah, you know what it is, right? Because Jamaican people, what happened is they were eating chicken seeds for about 2 years after they were put into slavery, right?
You can't beat us in wheelchair race, boy.
Them niggas do eat chicken seeds.
Bombidi bye bye. Any last question for you? That bombidi bye bye.
They were eating chicken seeds. So what happened is they got strong quickly. They went to like survival mode. So they just instantly evolved bigger muscles, bigger. You know what I mean? Stronger. They got slim ankles, slim body, and they had to run for their meals every day. Run after the animals. So you run after gazelle, all them things, they're animals. You know what I mean? So they got really quick. No, but really, honestly.
You sound disappointed. You missed the trip. Oh, was he not fit enough to reach the boat, lad? They didn't want you. They turned you away from the slave coast. They said, no, he's too weak and sick.
Bro, if you came up, they use you as dog meat.
Shiver me timbers. Look at this lad. No, they can't take him on our board.
They wouldn't even use you as dog meat, bro.
Hey, shiver me timbers, yeah.
Hey, that's too much. That's too much. Yeah, that's too.
Yeah, but he'd be going there with a couple of businesses, bro. He'd be going over a couple of businesses, selling cassava, his bottom.
We have to throw him overboard.
And his fucking voice. And they're using him in a theatre in the 1300s. And that's where they got the voice from.
You have to walk the plank, laddie. You won't make it abroad.
My person.
Eat some of this Gary, laddie.
No, but honestly, bro, have you watched Aladdin? Aladdin, the cartoon version, Disney.
I've seen the Fulani version.
Yeah, and there's Jafar, right? And then you know when Aladdin puts Jafar in the jail, yeah? And he's got that man inside the jail, and he's got all his teeth and saliva flying everywhere. That's what I reckon that's what Turok's mouth looks like. That guy in Aladdin in a cell with him. I reckon your teeth look like Hassan's after about 20 days of decomposing.
Let's see what your hands look like. I bet it looks like Fred's Flintstones.
See, look, do you know the reason why I'm saying that? Because your teeth getting in the way of your speech a bit. But it's all right, man. It's
You said he only had one tooth.
NHS.
Let's see your Fred Flintstone hands.
NHS. That fix you up in seconds. That's why I can take fun at you, because you can fix yourself.
Let's see your Fred Flintstone hands.
Do you know what? To be fair, my name is Mandingo. My name is Mandingo the Second. So I mean, I'm blessed at the end.
Oh, what's that track by Vibes Cartel?
Mandingo synonymous with where? Africa, not Jamaica.
Set
not
tripping.
Trinidad, not
Set tripping.
Dominica. We are
Set
the
tripping.
ding dongs.
Why are you watching Next Tribe Man's Dick?
Ding dong.
See, this is how we know you got the white vibe in you today. You're just looking to cut off Black Man Dick today, aren't you?
Why do you say that?
The Mandingo's got nothing to do with the Igbos. Now you're looking at their piece, bro. Are you serious, bro? What's wrong with you
As soon as
today?
it came on to ding dong, I just said ding dong, chilled out
This is what
like
I'm
a Chinaman.
saying. You're
You
sad.
started speaking
sad.
about dick.
You
like,
are sad, bro.
I've never
You're
heard
on
you
next man's nuts, bro. Allow that, bro. But Kingo, you're showing some. You're showing your Gary uncle. You're showing your Gary uncle up with your homocentric views.
All right, okay. So look, basically, we've been speaking about cassava.
And I would just like to say, and Mama, I love you. P.O.P. Pimp Squad, baby, for life. Hold it down.
Listen, we've been speaking about cassava, and look how happy he's getting as soon as we talk about it. He sounds like he's about to go on a 100-meter sprint. This nigga, he sounds like he's literally just, I don't know, it's Christmas time. And we're about to open our presents. Mad energetic. Just about
You're energetic. You're energetic, man.
bro.
You're like a jitterbug, mate.
You are. You just.
You are. You're a jitterbug, bro. Oh yes. Let's have a competition. How many moons? How many moons has Jupiter got? How many moons? How many moons?
I read his mouth.
I want to have a competition. How many moons? You're out. I don't know what's wrong with you. You're a weird you. You're a weird you, Kingo, man. You're just a weird you. You're a weird you. How many moons? Come on. Let's have a competition. How many moons? I know this question. Do you know the question? I know the answer. Come on, mate.
No, but bro, listen, I can tell you loads about astrology.
How many moons?
Dynamics, all the philosophy, pretty much to a degree. So, I mean, I think
What
it's a
happened
very
to you that day, man? Be honest.
all-encompassing subject.
What happened to you that day?
All we did speak about is fucking cassavas.
What happened to you that day, Kingo? Your phone was ringing like mad. What happened to you that day?
Ethanol coming from cassava.
Why was your phone ringing so much that day? What happened?
Congratulations, bro.
You had friends. Yeah, people ringing for the first time.
I could tell you loads.
What was different about that day and today?
Different properties.
What's the difference about that day and today?
Listen, the difference is that I've had
Mr. Ipo.
You have never gone past 5. You haven't. I can just tell you haven't gone past 5 girls.
Oh, listen to this now.
You drink coffee, bruv, and you're black.
Not women, no, not women.
You drink coffee every day, and you're black. How about that? You're done out here, bruv. Your name's Turok the Great, after fucking Alexandra. I reckon you're about as white as the letters I'm looking at right now. I think you're black as the letter I'm looking at right now. No, anyway, look, Turok. Honestly, yo, Turok. What can you tell us about what you've learned recently, though, mate? Have you been studying something?
I know you two have had me in stitches, boy.
What have you been studying recently? Maybe you can let the audience know what you've been, or the listeners know what you've been studying, bro. But to be fair, you know what, Turok? I think people speak more about science that's not really that relevant on his channel, then African like culture and stuff. I think that happens more with
Yo, Veli, Dave Smith's in the back.
Respect to Jedi.
You love money? Don't call my name. Yeah, man.
What's happening, Dave? What's happening? What's happening, Dave?
Oi, Dave, listen. I've got some Switch, right? I've got some Dib Dabs. They're the best ones around. I'll tell you what, right? Listen.
What's he talking about?
If you want to take...
He's happy he's got a little pub grub, that's why.
Listen. If you want to take Turok...
The pubs are open, he's got his little pub grub on.
He'll shine your shoes.
Is it pub grub lunch?
Free, Dave. Right?
What is it, early pub lunch dinner?
Right? And then because he's a side man...
What do you think this is, the 1920s?
He works with me.
He's had his jelly deals today, I think. King Kong, he's had his jelly deals. No, what he's like when he's had his jelly deals.
Wait, listen, look, we're talking about
he's like.
topics, bruv. People are trying to actually genuinely
jelly deals not nasty.
Joint enterprise, talking about holistic spiritual stuff, right? Talking about food, nutrition, and you're talking about Dib Dabs. Now he's singing Michael Jackson really bad, may I add. Let's get back to that.
What's that?
Yeah, he probably has got Dib Dabs out of Ralph's newsagents.
Dib Dabs, mate. He's fucking sniffing coke.
Yeah, you got Dib Dabs out of Ralph's newsagents.
No, do you know them Dib Dabs? That was like that, isn't it? You had like a nice, like a little stick on it.
Yeah, Ralph's got all the old stock.
Barely.
Can I remember them Dib Dabs?
No. Yeah, Ralph sells them. I've got them from 90 how long in his shop back.
Well, listen, so we've got this today, Dave Smith. This is spoken word Thursday. It's meant to be freestyle
You
Friday.
You're behaving like it's going to be Friday, mate.
Nat thought it was Freaky Fridays, so he came with his top off. But it's Freaky Fridays.
Yeah, it's freaky every day for me, brother.
Wait, what have you got? Any spoken word, any poetry, anything like that?
Yeah,
you just made that up.
Huh?
I've got some poetry.
It's fucking. Have you not heard of Freestyle Thursdays? No, I'm being genuine. I'm not trying to like make you feel all weird or anything, but I'm just saying like I've got a beat. So do you want to bust some lyrics? Englishman style, like
you make
beats.
Read a poem is I'm gonna feel weird. I think
you make beats, I think.
I make beats. I reckon Dave's got like a street type of vibe. Yo,
what do you make Afro beats?
Road.
Any Afro beats?
And it's blinding with the lights, but I've got the heart to fight because you know why? I'm not black, I'm white. Yeah, and this is it's time to
what kind of beats do you make?
Ethno-nationalism. Yo, go on.
What kind of beats you make?
Well,
give me your mum's batty, that little chunky fucking Caribbean batty.
Not very nice. It's not very nice. Not very nice.
Well, I deal with this all day long in Darla. It's all right, Dave.
I re-indigenate her to Africa, blood.
This is what they are like.
I'll steal your woman off you.
Sounds like a colonizer mind to me.
I'm gonna steal all the Caribbean women you can, bro. I'm telling you.
He's mentally and disabled.
No, I'm telling you,
don't take it personal.
Did you say stealing women?
I never knew Jamaicans hated Africans the way Turok does, but I'm not gonna make
sure. I'm Caribbean.
No, you're
it's
Caribbean.
Not only Jamaican.
I'm gonna specifically target your women.
Yeah,
that sounds a bit dodgy.
Yeah.
So why did Turok hate Africa? Can you give us an example?
Huh?
Can you give us an example of why he hates Africa?
Yeah, let's hear this.
Because he, as from the beginning, said that he's nothing to do with Africans, not the same people. Them man, the amount of things he said, their Ango Bongo land, they blowing cows batty. I've heard him say everything. It's cool.
I never used to say blow cow batty, man. That is the last thing I would have said out my mouth, mate. Come on.
That's Ezra. I thought you.
That's the last thing I would have said. Come on, man.
All right, sorry.
Thank you for adding it to my vocabulary now, since I hate Africa.
Let's
So
break
what's
down
your
the
point,
first
Dave?
thing.
No, don't
Let's break down the first thing you said.
Never blow cow batty to us. We never knew that. Thank you for telling me, Kimo.
Because he
Thank
says
you.
he's not African, that means he hates Africa, yeah?
Come on, let me sit down. Move, man. My cat's fucking me up, bro. Move. I just sat on my cat, bro. It just started grabbing onto my hand, trying to bite me. Go on, what was that?
So because he says he's not African, that means he hates Africa.
No, I didn't say that. He's anti-African. He's for his people. He's not really African. He don't. A lot of people of the Caribbean say no. I'm saying
They're African.
Africa, but he says they're not, and he doesn't want to do business. Doesn't want us to take any of the culture or assimilate or anything like that. So that's what he's Turok. Do you not know about his stance?
Yeah, but does that equate to hatred?
We don't want gold and diamonds. They think hatred is because we don't want gold and diamonds.
Hate, yeah, you don't hate.
Is that hatred, Dave? We don't want the gold and diamonds. That's all we said.
Now I'm gonna go for your nice Caribbean, and it's good because I like the look of them. So you are probably gonna more likely now to not spread your seed. Congratulations.
Do Caribbean women get a say in this?
As them bullet, Jamaican faster them bullets.
My devilish looks
Is it optional?
and charming intellect. Come on, bro.
Okay, so it's
Absolutely
optional.
no way. I mean, Turok is completely dead in the water. He's got more charisma than a leaf that's fallen to the ground.
Oh God.
Yeah, as much.
Yeah.
I've seen a Mitsubishi Charisma have more charisma than you.
Bruv, I took a shit and saw Turok's face looking back up at me, and there was more charisma in that.
See, racist. See, every time.
That did sound a bit racist. Though.
That fuck off. Is that racist? I'm saying he's a piece of shit.
He's got troops. Racist.
Oh yeah, he said thing about the things. And yes, explain this to me then, Toro. The other geezer said
Racist.
DVD. What does that mean?
What's
not him. Not Claude. Claude's alright.
Yeah, but what happened there? What does DVD mean? What the fuck
Claude's
does
a
that
Jamaican name. He's alright.
No, but what does that mean though, Toro? Do you know? Or do you know what he said?
Well, I do because I'm a bit old, to be honest, and
Yeah, but
I'm
what
very
does it
familiar with the term DVD.
Yeah, but what does it mean?
It's more of a statement, more like you got DVDs. Who says that?
Oh, right, okay.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
Oh, so because the fella was Korean, he said that yeah, DVD.
Yeah, it was a bit
I've
harsh.
never
though,
heard that before in my life.
Yeah, well, it was a bit new. It was a bit spontaneous, but it was a bit harsh for the for you know what I mean, something.
Yeah, a bit strong for YouTube. Yeah.
Bit strong.
Yeah, and then the other fella said about Harry Kane, something about because he's white or something.
Yeah, Harry Kane's actually a good person, actually, from Wolverhampton. He's actually a good, decent lad.
Hey, Dave, you know what though, brother? I would expect you to look like Big Show though. When you turned your camera and he looked like the Big Show, I thought, my God, I didn't know he's that big. You know what I mean? Like you sounded like a killer. Now you actually look like a killer. You know that?
Oh God. Here he is, stereotype.
Have you had any sort of like thoughts of harming
Ole.
in
Stereotype, type.
any type of buildings
Stereotype, type.
with a gun?
God, you need to stop focusing on people, man. Focus
No, I'm
on
just saying,
something.
you look like a school shooter.
Oh wow.
You do. No, you do. So, you know, you
So
want to
that
run me.
geezer
You
from
gotta take the
Arsenal got
piss out of
sacked,
me.
innit?
What? How can I not come and take the piss back then?
Who's that? Who's taking the piss out?
Nah, you lot, man. You lot always running me, man. So now that's it. This is what you get in it. Right?
I don't really think about it, to be honest.
Yeah, you do.
But yeah, did the other geezer get sacked then, Toro?
Which one? Oh, Troops. No, he's just started the show now. I think he's trying to apologize because he's just like a king of gold.
When people are watching football, though, you can hear way worse than that, can't you? Let's be honest. I don't think they'll be doing it live again, though, still.
Yeah, that's how King of Gold is with his views.
Or have you ever eaten a pork chop?
So do you bring your black do you bring your black supremacy when you do you
Shut up, Turo. Shut up.
a King of Gold? A King of Gold.
Dave, have you eaten a raw pork bloody chop?
No, you shouldn't eat raw pork, mate. It'll kill you.
You lot can eat anything. You lot can actually. Do you know what? You're more milk tolerant. But
I don't think you want to play this game, mate.
So a King of Gold. So a King of Gold. Do you say that around your white family, around the Christmas dinner table?
He more likely does.
People are more lactose and tolerant.
Oh, so you sit around your white family for Christmas and you don't bring up these views, don't you?
No, I don't.
Christmas
I'm
dinner.
like you. I'm just like you. When I sit around my white family, I'm very well behaved, like myself.
Oh.
Right?
Oh, you don't.
It's mine and my family. Yours just what's his name? The civil enforcer. You know what I mean?
Oh.
Yeah, when it comes to eating things, I don't think the UK is on top of that list.
George is a bit anti-African, but he's not snitch. He's cool.
So around the Christmas dinner table, you don't say, "Me not eat pork, but give me the beer can."
With the
You
beer
don't say
can.
that.
Give me the beer can. I know that though. I know that though.
You don't eat pork for Christmas.
To be fair, you know what? When I eat crispy pork from, I think
it brings a European savage out of you.
Brother, I'm not gonna
You go
lie.
wild.
I actually
Come on, Ollie.
He goes cuddling his neighbours.
No, I get a semi. I genuinely get a semi.
Yeah, we don't want to know that, bro. That's
Bruv,
too much information.
I absolutely adore, bruv. Yeah. Barbecue
Pigs in
pork.
blankets.
Who don't like barbecue pork and rice?
What, pigs in blankets? You mean more like
With the fat and all that. Come on, man. That's like
pigs in blankets?
You know what I mean?
No, a nice sausage roll, King of Gold.
Listen, bruv, you're more white. Bruv, you eat potatoes for breakfast.
Pigs in blankets.
Your name's Potato Man. I don't call you Mr. Spuddington. Fucking bruv.
Oh, so the barbecue pork you're talking about are faggots, I guess.
Bruv, you eat potatoes and a pack of crisps and smoky bacon, mate. That's you.
What do they eat in Nigeria?
You eat frazzles, mate. You're
You
the
eat
frazzler.
potatoes for the breakfast, but you eat mashed potato on top of your mashed potato. You
What are they eating in Nigeria? What's going on in Nigeria?
A whole range of things. You can even get bushmeat.
What?
You can even eat bushmeat out there. What do you want?
What's
bushmeat? The original toad in the O.
What's bushmeat, bro? I never heard of that before.
Bushmeat. Right, see that's the thing. You're a bit of a Mickey taker. That's fine, but you lot will eat the dead bodies. You lot eat real bodies. You lot eat real. You lot will eat wolves.
Can you get that at Tesco's?
Wolves and pigeons.
What aisle is that on at Tesco's?
What?
Dead bodies. Can you get that?
I don't know. But you lot used to eat dead bodies in caves when you was in the caves.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Here he goes. Here he goes.
Caves get a hard time, mate. Two walls.
Merry
on a roof.
Christmas. Merry Christmas, everyone. At King of Gold.
Hey, you used to eat women first.
Two walls in a roof, bro.
Here he
You
goes.
lot used to eat your old people.
You do what?
White people used to eat the elderly in the caves. They
That's
never used
still
to
going on, you know, in places
they
in
never
the
used
world,
to
you
use
know.
fire.
Split up.
They never used to use fire. So they used to eat the elderly and their children.
Yeah, cannibalism, yeah.
Yep, that's where cannibalism comes from.
Is it?
No, it doesn't.
Do you know why it was good that Dr. Sebi has turned up on the British Isles? Because majority of the English people back in my
Get your own doctors.
sniff up their own.
Get your own doctors.
They used to sniff their own.
Get your own. Get your own, mate.
Name a Nigerian doctor for us, bro.
Name a Nigerian doctor.
Yeah, that's like leading the way. out there.
Dr. Oyibo.
Yeah, man.
Dr.
Oyibo.
How old was Sebi when he died?
Probably in the 60s.
That's it. Bloody hell.
Yeah, they fuck him up, man.
Mm.
Yeah, man, they got germs there and they fuck him up, man.
Yeah, you hear a lot about that guy still.
You got no doctors.
Nah, white people. Entire NHS, bro. Not one doctor. That's white. Or nurse.
So, what is your thoughts, Dave, when you go down Soho and you're seeing that there's bare men that eat?
I've never been to Soho.
White. They're all white and they eat bottom.
I've never been
See,
to Soho.
what are you doing down there? Not even Dave's been down there.
I don't even know what Soho is.
Fuck off, you don't know where
Leave
Soho
Dave out of it, mate.
Wait.
You go down there.
Have you
We
been?
know you're
You don't
down
know where
there.
Soho is, Dave?
What's that?
You don't know where Soho is?
Why would I?
Fuck off! You don't know where
See,
London.
exactly. We're not like you.
That's like meeting someone from London and saying, "Oh, do you know John?"
No, but look,
He does know John, actually. He knows John.
no, it's like the red light district. It's like the red
Soho,
light district in Holland.
So what goes on in Soho then?
Soho, it's you say it's a party spot.
Okay.
Allow that, mate. Don't say things like that, man.
It's the sort of place you see, man. Like
allow it.
if you used to go
Allow
down
it.
Soho, you see people like that walking down there.
So how many times have you been there? So how many times have you been?
No, it's fake. But anyway, no, I'm only joking.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
I haven't been down there many. Do you know I used to work down
6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
I used to work there. So, what I'm going to tell you now, statistically,
It's not more stuff about gay people, is it?
no. There's statistically,
Ooh, stats.
man on man
Any
eating
gay stats?
is more predominant along the males, the white young males, between the ages of 50 and 18. Did you know about that?
Why do you know that?
He's hilarious.
Why do you know that?
Tell me.
There's no gap.
Wait, tell me.
Yeah, but why do you know that?
Tell me it's not a fact, or it's not more prevalent that there's more what do you call it? Yeah, brown nose things in the white community. There's more.
It's also the fact there's more gay black people in Nigeria than white people.
Will Young.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good
People
one.
then in your community. Then
Yeah.
there's in the black community. In the black community.
How many think there are there, Dave?
What, in Nigeria?
Mm.
No.
Quite a lot of big
Yeah, there's a
population
lot.
there.
There's a lot. They're out
So
there.
look, do you know in Africa what they do is they filter, and they recycle. Yeah,
They filter.
What they do is they
Filter
get
what?
rid
What they filter? What they
and
filter,
get rid of
bro?
it. So they put some tires
Don't
on.
tell me you got
They
stats
put
on the filtering.
fire. They put some tires. They just put some gone.
Does that stop few people from being gay? Yeah.
Yeah, done. Filtering.
Oh.
It's what you call is process of elimination. No, but it's cleaning up. It's cleaning up. So we
Alright.
clean up the streets. Then
So
man,
what-
clean up
what?
the streets. Yeah, no, that's it. That's it. They just say, look, this man, because this devil. What happened is when he goes, and they smell his bottom, and then they smell his aura.
Oh, God. See what I mean? Every minute, man. Every
What is
minute.
wrong with you? Who thinks like that?
No, because
Fucking
them men they
smelling
walk
bottom.
around.
Fucking gay
They walk
energy.
around, strapping their body around. Some of them walk around with thongs on. No
See, this is what I'm saying. Every minute.
Disturbed, man.
So them man are walking around. They're more in the white community than they're in the black community.
But you're in their
Tell me I'm
community.
not- tell me
What
I'm
are you
not-
doing? What are you doing in their community? Leave them alone. Leave them alone. What are you doing in their community? Watching and taking stats, making pie charts and graphs.
Is that not a problem?
With your binoculars, mate.
Is that not a problem for ethno-nationalism? Is that not a problem for ethno-nationalism? Answer the question.
Binoculars.
No, man. Leave them alone.
Answer the question. No, please, honestly, answer the question. Is it you're speaking about ethno-nationalism?
I wasn't. By the way.
No, everybody is the white community speaking about ethno-nationalism, retention, foreigners, something along them lines.
I think you find the majority of white people are not speaking about ethno-nationalism, though.
So there's people speaking about
Very
nationalism.
small minority.
So what the problem is? Dave's an ethno-nationalist. So what if you're talking about?
Oh shit, that's funny.
No, but there's a lot of gay people in the white community.
Okay, mate. Okay.
There is, and it's.
And you seem to bump into them all the time.
I just don't see why people want to live in such an awkward environment.
I don't
Even
know where
if
you
you felt
live.
that way towards
Really?
them.
Why you ended up in those awkward environments?
Where the fuck do you live, bro?
But it's like, fuck it. Let's YOLO. I only live once. Let's go and walk around with thongs on and get STDs and nasty.
Hold on.
No, that's what they're
Lucy's.
That's what the chichi man.
Who's told them that? You.
No, that's what them chichi man ever think. And I tell you what, when they come from Jamaica and the Caribbean,
on.
they're the biggest chichi men.
So how do you know what they're thinking?
Oh, okay.
So hold on. How do you know what they're thinking?
Have you seen some of them Caribbean chichi men?
No.
You've never seen the Caribbean chichi man.
Honest to God, no.
I think you're lying, because I tell you what, I've never seen more of a feminine chichi man than actually the Caribbeans.
No, I could actually show you. I could actually show you African gays at Gay Pride.
All right, I'll be back in a sec. Yeah, cool. That wasn't African; they were Caribbean.
No, they were actually Africa. They said they did it for Africa. They blatantly said it.
I'll be back in a bit.
What the fuck? I don't even know what you're I don't even want to know what you're fucking.
Wait, Natty, what's going on, G?
Yeah.
Hey, look, I'm gonna be off anyway. I'll be back in a bit.
Yeah,
Oh
man.
Lord.
Stop sniffing batios, yeah?
Idiot. That's what he's going to do there for a minute. Oh Lord.
But yeah, if you put in LGBTQ Nigeria into YouTube,
Okay.
first thing comes up. If you discover your child is homosexual, what will you do?
Wow.
Yeah, man.
But the funny thing is, a lot of Africans actually
Seems to
laugh
be a
at
lot of
Nigeria.
lesbians still.
Yeah, because a lot of people actually laugh at Nigerians because they actually got a word for gay in their culture.
All right.
No, other people don't actually have the word, so they say, "Oh, we don't know about gay. This is the first time we know about it. That we never know." But Nigerians actually got the word gay, so it seems like they know about it.
Yeah. You seen that video where he goes to the woman, "Why are you gay?"
Oh God.
Turns around like, "Yeah, why are you gay?" Oh,
No, because I'll be honest, some of the women I can't blame them.
All right, okay.
Yeah, because I'll be honest, man. Some of the things what goes on, no wonder they're being lesbian. Or going to the Jamaicans.
Okay, I get you. Yeah, I get you.
No, it's true, man. And then like a lot of women, I don't know about their rights and all that type of thing, but there must be something going on. Mind you, they probably have more women there than men.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what's the title today? I forgot what it was. Something about
I
the
see
cold.
coats. I don't even know what that is.
Oh, that's the police when they say, "Oh, I see this, I see that, I see."
Yeah.
Sarah Oscar.
Yeah, man.
Tango.
Yeah, most of these conversations just seem to be around like stop and search and stuff.
No, but do you agree with the codes what they label the people as probably got IC. If IC was here, he'd probably give us all of them. But
Yeah,
for the
I see
black people,
1, 2, 3, and all this shit. Yeah.
yeah. So if you get thingy bob, what did they label you as?
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah,
Are we IC1?
Or IC2, IC1.
Shall I look it up?
Yeah, because you might have it on. Not to say you would have it, but it's kind of haven't watched The Bill in a couple of years, so not too.
Yeah, we would go. IC codes, identity code, or 6+1 codes are codes used by British police in radio communication to describe the apparent ethnicity of a suspect, originating in the late 70s. The codes are based on a police officer's perceived view of an individual's ethnicity based on visual assessment, as opposed to that individual's self-determination. So let's have a look. See, the thing with that though is obviously if you got a geezer who's committed a crime, then you're gonna want to know a description of him, aren't you? But at the same time, identifying people specifically by race, I can understand how that's a bit dodgy. So IC1, Nordic, Native British, Scandinavian, German. IC2, Mediterranean, South European, e.g. Italian, Spanish, Greek. IC3, Black, Sub-Saharan African or Afro-Caribbean. IC4, what's Desi? D-E-S-I.
Oh, Asian, Desi.
Yeah, South Asian. And then IC5, Far East, Chinese, Korean, Japanese, Southeast Asian. IC6, West Asian or North African. And then IC9, unknown.
Were they codes for the Chinese?
Chinese.
Yeah, the Asian.
Yeah, that's IC5, Far East.
Okay.
Chinese, Korean, Japanese.
Yeah, he looks Far East.
Fucking Desi or something like that. South Asian.
Yeah, little Desi lad.
So what do you reckon? They should get rid of that or not have that kind of?
Because realistically, some of these codes are like on application forms, and
yeah, I don't think you should have to put your ethnicity if you're getting a job. I think that's bullshit. That should go 100%. I don't see what that has to do with anything. If you go for a job and it asks for your race, then I don't even understand it. Now I can understand if they're doing it because you might have a foreign language, and like if you can't speak English too good, obviously, then that might be a thing. But you'd find that out in the interview anyway, wouldn't you?
True.
Someone turned up and their English wasn't good, then you'd be like, nah, I don't think you're going to be able to handle it in this job because you need obviously such and such. But yeah, I think the race thing on job applications, I don't see the point for that. Why? Do you know why they do that? Is there an explanation for that?
It's just like how do you identify yourself, or what else?
Yeah,
maybe identification purposes, isn't it, as well?
Yeah, but say you are a racist person, yeah, and then you see on the every application you get, like say you don't like whoever, and then you see that race on the thing, you're just gonna throw that application away, aren't you?
I think it's got something to do with banking as well, and also maybe your passport or like your sort of nationality or ethnic origin sort of thing.
Yeah, I don't think it should really apply, to be honest. But with the police one, yeah, I can understand if you're looking for a white geezer and all you say over the radio is, "Oh, he's got black hair." It's not really going to help the copper, is it?
True. Yeah, because it's like what happened in Reading the other day, and people were saying it's a Libyan looking person, and it's like that's very vague. Like, how many people do you actually see from Libya, or how do you actually know somebody's actually Libyan, or if you know what I mean?
Yeah, that'll be another description, I guess.
But maybe if it's in a certain area where they do have a lot of those sort of community, it might can work in a sense.
Yeah, true. But the one for, see, that's the thing. I don't think anything on here is for. Is anything on here Middle Eastern? So you got Sub-Saharan African or Afro-Caribbean. Nah, there ain't nothing on here for that. West Asia. What's West Asia?
That would be say.
Oh yeah, Iran and places like that. Cyprus.
Maybe, yeah.
But there's nothing on here that.
No, I don't think that would be classed. Cyprus would be classed as West Asia.
Oh, that's what it says.
I mean,
Here.
oh, that's what it says.
The island of Cyprus, or yeah, Arabian Peninsula.
So some parts of Turkey is called West Asia then.
I guess.
It's weird, man.
And then you got North Africa.
And it's like nobody really know geography that well, you know.
What you mean it got all mixed up?
You tell them about West Asia, they're thinking, hey, what do you mean West Asia?
Yeah, what the hell does Desi mean though?
I think Desi, I don't know. I think that's just like something to do in India, I think. I have seen that word.
Yeah, IC2's Mediterranean.
Okay.
Yeah, South European, Spanish, Italy, Greek.
Okay.
Like someone from Libya that could be close to like a Greek person's complexion, couldn't they?
That's what I'm saying. Genetically, they are sort of nearly the same people.
Yeah. Like Iranians and stuff.
Mm.
So what do you reckon then? What, like police have to have, like, say if the police had a quota for stop and search where they could only stop and search so many people in a day. Do you think that makes sense?
But the thing is, like, how many people will probably just say African on there?
What do you mean?
It's like somebody else could just say I'm African.
Well, then the statistics go down as.
Yeah, basically. Because that's what, like, a lot of people, they're not really looking at themselves as, say, West Asian, I would think. Yeah, like people, what you said, either Middle East. And you're thinking, where does the East start or stop? Yeah, it's a dodgy one. Yeah, big up everybody, big up. We got the Yamaha guitar massive. Just got tuned. Come on. Right, you know, Honda bike. ISIS Gang Unite. What the blows now? Where is IC3, mate? Oh, what's it? I mean, I have microwave, Gandalf. When I run microwave, we say bye-bye to microwave. Dave Smith backstage. You see him internet crash out. Big up Afghan.
Yo, stand up.
Big up. Yeah, mate. Looking at these codes, mate. Where would you say is West Asia?
West Asia. Like the Arab sort of area.
What, Middle East? What, Middle East?
Yeah, right. How can it be Middle East and West Asia? That's mad, isn't it?
That is mad. Every time when I heard Asia, everybody's the most popular one I've heard it as East. Never hear Asia as West. The only thing I could think of is West Asia is probably like maybe it will be some of them Slavic countries or like them Georgia, you know, them type of place maybe.
Yeah. What's going on though, man?
Why not much, man? Just finished work.
The question of the day, yeah? Yeah, for the question of the day, yeah? Do you think that do the IC codes afford different groups, different levels of protection by law?
Maybe, yeah. Like certain people might have different type of status. So take for instance, like asylum seeker or this, that, and the other. They probably have a different type of status. Like they're not like a fully citizen yet, but they are sort of a citizen, or they're under the one could say.
Wait, so what about if they're both citizens? So if someone's an IC1 and someone's an IC6, they're both full citizens, been living there for 3 generations or whatever, and they'll be afforded the same amount of justice.
I mean, yeah, like people have different status in it. You have certain people that might have sovereignty or some sort of immunity.
No. I'm saying if they both got the same citizen status, yeah, they're both working class people, they both been living here for like their granddad's here, their mum's here, and they're here. They got their own children or whatever. If they get into any sort of criminal bother, if they need help from the law, if they need to apply for something, like, do you think that they're both going to be getting? It's really by the law, isn't it? So anything to do with law, would they be getting equal treatment?
We're different. Some people get deported, some people get prison, some people get exiled, some people got immunity. They're all different.
So what? Shamima Begum, yeah, nearly had a big up on the super chat. Big up Stu Banks in the super chat. Yeah, big up yourself, Stu, bro. Yeah. You got a message. No message. Alright, cool, man. Big up yourself, though, Stu. So I was asking, yeah. Yeah, why I was asking, yeah, was because I wanted to see if there's any if we can explore whether it's right, wrong, or whatever, that some people feel that there's different levels of protection by the law or different IC codes. Some people don't believe that. They believe that everyone's treated equally and fairly judged, obviously depending on case-by-case scenario. Some people believe that depending on what code you are, and also the class that goes with the code, then if you've got the class that goes with the code as well, you may get a better treatment. Is there any truth to that? Is that false? That's no.
I don't know, you know, because it depends, innit? Like certain people got money, certain people don't have money. Some people can actually represent themselves, and some people don't know nothing. So I said, no, it's not really what they call balance like that. I would say. It's that the less you know is more beneficial for the the system, and like the more you know, the more beneficial it is for the individual, how it goes about its everyday business or how it conducts business. So take for instance, like I think the Chinese, they get some sort of tax break every 5 years. And I think a lot of other people get these things as well, if you are new to the country and certain little aspects like that.
Alright, but what about I big up Nadia, he's joking too. Yeah, what about when people will say stuff like, how can there be different levels of protection for different IC codes? When Shamima Begum, the IC4 female, who supposedly joined ISIS, is now going to be granted her citizenship back to come back to the country, because it's the only place where she's lived, where she's apart from where she ran off to, like Syria.
Because there's a lot of IC4s are in government to show some sort of tilt or balance the sort of scales of whichever they call justice, or twist the sword or disarm the sword somehow or the other. Because it's not stopping the plain land with deportees from England to Jamaica.
So what you think that Shamima Begum only got her blight because there's Asian people in the government?
IC4s, I think.
IC4s in the government. IC4, yeah. My bad.
Yeah.
But there's IC4s in the government also.
Yeah, because I heard a lot of the IC4s they use bullying tactics. And yeah, so no, but it's like driving a good bargain at the end of the day. So it's not like it's racist, or it's just trying to get results. And when you're there turning the knobs in government, you're able to succeed.
One thing you got, I don't know what's going on with this people, man. Sometimes you know the screen freezes on my phone, man, when it's the screen down.
Shamima Begum already had it if she really wants. She really had it if she really wants. But them said she must try. Try and try.
I heard she's going to live with
Try and try. The
Yeah,
plain
she's gonna
land
live
at
with
Norman
Sadiq Khan.
Manley. Pa, 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 pa. The plain land at Norman
But
Manley.
here's the level of hypocrisy with the Shamima Begum thing, yeah? That there's bare English people that went off and done exactly what Shamima Begum done. Salam alaikum, Nati. There's bare English people that have done what she done. You get me? But because they went off and fought for an organization that was approved, yeah, then they could come back. But they're still terrorists. They went off and they were fighting for PKK and YPG, and they.
Yeah, give us the comparison. Give us the comparison of what people have done, which is the same thing. Name another case where someone's gone abroad, they fought for a terrorist organization, and they've been allowed to come back.
Yeah, don't you remember? Really, don't you remember that geezer that came on camera that time? I think he was living somewhere in Europe, and he was saying, "Yeah, I went out to Europe." There was one dude, and he came on Real's channel. He was running up his mouth about how he went over and he was killing people, and then he come back, and then he was saying something about he still got some of his weapons. And then he come on Dan's channel as well. He come on TRYTN, and I was having an argument with him, and then the police knocked off his door, and then they went into his yard, and do you remember he was moaning they took his weed and whatever?
I hear what you're saying, and I remember the time, but I'm saying you need to make a comparison to the UK. Remember,
How do you mean?
Yeah,
YPG is a terrorist organization.
What, subscribed by Britain, yeah?
Yeah, internationally recognized as terrorists.
Can't. Listen to me, Have you read the question of the day, bro?
I don't. Do you know what, Philly? I ain't gonna lie. I don't really know nothing about it. Like, it's just like I just want to learn about it because I can't answer it. No, I can't answer it. I don't know nothing about it.
No, but I'm saying, have you read the question of the day?
Yeah.
Yeah, what is it?
It's does this IC1, IC2, IC3 thing make a difference to your life?
No, in law, like, does it give
Yeah, how you're treated. Yeah.
There's different levels of protection by the law, So then I was making the argument, against it, where I was saying that Shamima Begum is an IC4 female from the UK
right.
who supposedly joined the terrorist organization, had a citizenship revoked, and on appeal, her citizenship has been returned. So, how does that show that different levels of IC have different levels of protection by the government?
Yeah, I'm showing you, innit? Like, there's white people that have done what she done, and nothing
That's
happened
not
to
what
them.
he's saying, though, is it? She's obviously got some pull from somewhere to be getting back into this country, right?
Yeah.
In my opinion,
the treasury.
If they found the removal of her citizenship unlawful, then she could have it overturned, didn't it? Because if she's there saying, wait a minute, people done what I done and nothing happened to them.
Yeah, you got to give us you got to give us real examples of that, though. You're just saying.
There's bare dead bodies turned up.
Well, give us a name.
Yeah, of course, there's bare dead bodies turned up.
Listen, earlier, I made a comparison myself, and I was saying there was a lady, I think she was a school teacher who went to Thailand, and she was smuggling heroin, and she got caught, and she was going to get the death penalty. And England stepped in, government stepped in, and was able to bring her back to the UK to spend time in UK jails instead. So she didn't get the death penalty.
Not quite the same thing, though, is it?
I
Yeah,
mean, it's not everybody.
I did say it wasn't the exact same sort of comparison.
Joining
I was
ISIS
just
is
showing,
a bit more.
Yeah, I was saying that obviously someone's gone to another country, broke the law, been arrested, and then the government steps in to help them out. The same way Shamima Begum's gone to another country, broke the law, then when she wanted to come back, the government refused her first of all, but on the appeal, she's been able to gain her citizenship back.
Well, can we break this down from the beginning? Yeah, forget people of any color who go to join ISIS. Who thinks they should be allowed to return to the UK?
No, obviously not.
Okay,
but it should be the same for all terrorists, though, isn't it?
You think that white people want someone who's white who joined ISIS to come back?
Yeah, but it's the government's fault though, because they had the hook man here, the man with the hook.
I'm not saying all people that joined ISIS like they're the only terrorists. I'm saying people who joined any terrorist organization.
Yeah, if they're prescribed as terrorist organizations, they shouldn't be allowed to come back to Britain. That's for sure. 100%.
Wow. Me and Dave's agreeing. Yeah, that's all I'm saying, Dave. That's all I'm saying.
What's the other Donny's name that jumps on sometimes? He's a bit silent. And he's Abu Mujahid. Yeah, the real Abu Mujahid. He was in Belmarsh as well.
Yeah.
Not the one that jumps online, the real one.
Yeah, the real life one.
Yeah. He was in Belmarsh. So I think they got deported to Abu Ghraib or one of them.
Yeah, anyone
By the way,
joining
yeah,
terrorist
that
organizations.
Can't make the point you're trying to make.
Yeah, anyone who joins terrorist organizations should have the citizenship removed for sure. I don't give a shit what the color is. You go and join fucking ISIS. I don't give a fuck what color you are.
Exactly.
Have you seen Sadiq Khan's comments about it though?
Oh, Sadiq Khan.
Yeah, he called it racist.
Oh, I knew. Oh, that's the right person's name to bring up there in this matter.
Oh yeah, of course.
What was he saying? Is racist?
Soros got theory saying that it was the IC4 connection what brought her back.
Where was Sadiq Khan when the plane landed in Norman Manley?
In where?
Where was Sadiq Khan when the Windrush and all that type of thing? We're not here from him.
Yeah, I never heard from him still.
Chat about.
Yeah, it's true. But how comes you lot ain't got your own MPs though, Turok? You been here longer than them, man.
You see what type of MP we have.
Diane Abbott.
What, Diane Abbott?
She wants a
She's too busy giving head to Corbyn.
That fucking
Bernie Grant.
Well, the Conservative person who's running for London Mayor, he's from the Caribbean as well.
What, David Lammy or someone?
Nah, David Lammy's Labour.
Has he turned or something?
Who's that?
I thought he was Conservative at one time.
Nah, he's always been Labour.
Yeah. See, without Bernie Grant, man.
He was serious.
It's not the same, innit?
Yeah,
David Lammy. Don't know David Lammy ain't a patch on R.I.P. Bernie Grant.
Labour said they'd never ever want to have nobody like Bernie Grant ever again.
Yeah.
Who the hell is Bernie Grant?
He used to be an MP for Tottenham. And he got in power and he done quite a lot. He done a lot for everybody. He wasn't racist, he was just like an average guy. Very down
that's
to
it.
earth.
Greetings.
Sean Bailey, that's his name.
What do you think of this in relation to the question of the day, which is, do the IC codes afford different groups different levels of protections by law? So there's the
not
IC
by law.
Wait here. Then there's the Equality Act. Yeah, that's law. Yeah.
Go on.
And part of the Equality Act is the protected characteristics. Yeah.
Right.
Right. Protected characteristics. So I'm just reading.
What does that
this
refer
here.
to?
Right. I'm gonna read it now. So the Act protects people against discrimination, harassment, or victimization in employment, and as users of private and public services based on the 9 protected characteristics. And the 9 protected characteristics are age, disability, gender reassignment, marriage, and civil partnership, pregnancy and maternity, race, religion or belief, sex, and sexual orientation. Now that word, race, not ethnicity, race, right? Race officially by law is a
Mm-hmm.
protected characteristics. That's what I'm understanding here. But I
All
can
right.
stand corrected. Yeah. So it's Equality Act 2010. So race
Yeah.
is protected
So is
characteristics.
it implemented?
Sorry.
Is it always implemented?
Well,
Well,
is it an
this-
act or is it a law?
Whoa. Just let me finish this paragraph, and then we'll see. So those are the 9 protected characteristics. That's law, yeah, because it's the Equality Act 2010. Yep. So it's law. These are protected characteristics. Race is included. It doesn't say ethnicity. It uses the word race. So I'd assume that applies to race codes. So I shall continue the reading. The Act includes provisions for single-sex services where the restrictions are, quote, a proportionate means of achieving a legitimate aim.
Don't know what that means, but if it's not
neither do I.
relevant,
Oh, yeah,
let's
but
just skip.
that's a
Let's
quote.
just skip that one.
Yeah, yeah. So
Yeah.
that's law. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So it'd be interesting to find out what that means. In the case of disability, employers and service providers are under a duty to make reasonable adjustments to their workplaces to overcome barriers experienced by disabled people. In this regard, the Equality Act 2010 did not change the law under S217. No, right. Under S217, with limited exceptions, the Act does not apply to Northern Ireland. So, point I'm going to make here, I think I've made that point, but here's where it gets interesting. In the case of disability, employers and service providers are under a duty to make reasonable adjustments to their workplace to overcome barriers experienced by disabled people.
Yeah, but surely that doesn't apply to the others, just to the disability in terms of wheelchair access and whatever. So, there's no point in you reading that. I think you're overshooting the mark a little bit. I think what you read, you could have stopped about 3 sentences back.
I'm not
I
sure.
think you're just detracting the focus away from the main point, which is race. Race is a protected characteristic.
Yes, just like disability. So therefore, if I replace the word disability,
No. How can you make changes to the workplace? How can you make changes to the workplace to accommodate for people's race? That doesn't make sense.
Well, it's something to think about. Because if an organization is institutionally racist, yes, and it employs people,
right, then they're going against the whole act.
Yeah, but if the organization, yeah, that's right. So if the organization is deemed to be institutionally racist as a result of a report or whatever, then I suppose that organization would have to make would be under a duty to make reasonable adjustments in order to solve that. So you say no. So that's
you're turning it into alphabetic spaghetti where you can move the words around to make new words. You can't do that.
The Act includes provisions. Yeah, but it says here in the case of disability. So so disability.
That's referring to physical things like wheelchair access.
I understand, but if disability is just one of the 9, yeah.
What you're basically asking is why isn't the protection element of each and every distinguishable characteristic outlined, and only the one for disability is, and that is because it's a physical thing. The Anti-Discrimination Act,
It's a
or whatever
physical
you want to
thing.
call it, isn't physical. It's about discriminating. In other words, choices that are made by people that affect other people. So, for example, if I turn up for a job, right, and my ethnicity goes against me for that job. So, for example, I don't know, I wear a turban or I've got dreadlocks, yeah. Them going against that and saying, no, well, we don't find that suitable for this job, you'd be pretty hard pushed to kind of to use the act against them. But if it was something to do with race, however, like, for example, you know, they weren't equally offering jobs out to people of all races, and you could prove that, then you could use the act to you know, bring a case.
Yeah, but you said physical, yes? So
yeah, like wheelchair access.
Okay, so how about gender reassignment? Is that physical?
Yeah, so if someone turns up wearing a skirt and you're like, no, I'm not giving you the job because you're wearing a skirt, then that person has a case.
Oh,
based
but
on
is
that
it
law.
physical? Is gender reassignment physical?
No, but the restriction against it, the false restriction against it isn't. It's one of someone's point of view or someone's prejudice.
How about pregnancy and maternity? Is that physical?
No. You can't tell someone that oh, like, if you're a woman, we don't want to give you a job. We want to give the job to the men because the men don't take up maternity. The women take time off, like, because of maternity. So a woman can get a job and straight away fall pregnant, and then the bosses won't be too happy about it. So, you know, to stop that type of discrimination, that act's been put in place. I don't know, like, why you can't understand what I'm saying. It's basic, isn't it? It's very basic.
Maybe I'm a bit slow here.
I don't think you're slow. I think you're trying to be too fast.
Too what?
Too fast.
Yeah, but don't forget, as I was reading a bit earlier on, I said I read this and it was in quote. It said, "quote a proportional means of achieving a legitimate aim." So we didn't understand that, did we?
No.
Right. So sometimes you may read things and you feel you have one has an understanding of what is being said or written, but you know.
Well, I just explained it to you using the difference between ethnicity and race, isn't it? So, for example, if there's a job as a I don't know, motorbike racer, and I'm saying, yeah, to do this job you need to wear a helmet, and you're like, oh, you didn't hire me because I'm a Sikh and I wear a turban and I'm exempt from wearing a helmet when I'm normally riding my motorbike. And I'm like, yeah, but our insurance doesn't cover you unless you have a motorbike helmet during the racing. So if you're Nigel Mansell, for example, in a racing car, and Nigel Mansell decides to become a Sikh, yeah, that's not to do with race, innit? So proportionally speaking, you get me? It's like, you know, it's like a proportional thing.
You said, you mentioned insurance there.
Like race
Yeah, you
can't be
mentioned
changed, innit?
insurance as an example.
You can't change your race, but ethnicity, culture, things that you do like that, it's your decision, innit? Like, you might not want to shave off your head, you know, if you're a Sikh and you've got lots of long hair. Like, I've seen Sikhs go into barbers and have their hair shaved off for a job that they've had to get. Do you know what I mean? Like working on a building site or whatever it is. Yeah. So that's what I mean. Like,
you can't change your race.
Can't.
Is that the statement you made?
Yeah, you can't change your race. So someone discriminating against you for racial things is different than cultural things, isn't it? Because culturally you can adapt. Your culture. Yeah. What about it?
Can you change your gender?
No, but if you have equal treatment for both genders, then it doesn't matter what gender you are.
How about sexual orientation?
What do you mean? Can you change it?
Yeah.
I don't know. I've never had that experience. Maybe you can answer that better than me.
I don't know. You see, you're saying you're making that you can't change race, but I remember that what was that woman Desai in America as an example that she's transracial, that
But
she was a
what
white
I'm
woman.
saying, IC3, what I'm saying, she's literally
She was a
brought
white
in.
woman.
Go on.
Go on.
Then. I was going to say, you've literally brought in a law and put it on the table that protects people from discrimination, and you're answering a question, which is, can you say that these racial codes gives people a different license? Now we're saying that there's a law that, in theory, should be protecting you against that kind of discrimination. Now, how it is like really asked, how it's enforced is a completely different matter, isn't it? So when you're asking, is it happening in law? And I said no, and you said, wait a minute, then you showed evidence that would back.
Hold it, slow down.
Yeah.
Did Belly say it was enforced? Let's see.
Yeah, how? No, he asked, how is it implemented? How is it
just
enforced?
now.
So you have a law, but before,
wait, the IC codes afford. Do the IC codes afford different groups, different levels?
If they do, if we're saying yes, they do, then we have to say regardless of the law, they're flouting the law. Like, there is a law that stops this happening, but is it still happening? In other words, is it a bullshit law, or is it a real law that's enforced? Because having a law and it being enforced is two different things, isn't it?
Yes.
So if you're showing me evidence,
I'm still listening.
You're showing me evidence that
I'm cooking something, so I'm
cool,
listening.
man. Yeah, no
I'm
worries. But I'm saying, if you're showing me evidence of a law, which you have done, and you're showing me evidence, that there are cases that go against that law, then I have to ask, why isn't the law being implemented? Is it just what we call it, lip service? You get me?
Yo, yeah, man. IC3 just cooking some accurate soup. You get me? And that's spot. Yeah, man.
Sign.
I'm right up in that, man. Yeah, we got IC.
That's a sign.
Yo, can you hear me? You. Yo, Carl, can you hear me? Is it my reception or Carl?
What are you saying? Bro.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, man, I can hear you. It's that you can't hear me, though.
I can hear you now, yeah. I can hear you now, still.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So what were you saying, brother?
I was saying that the evidence that he's bringing to answer the question is a perfect answer. We're saying, does these IC codes lead to people being discriminated by law? And then he's bringing in the law, that's the anti-discrimination law, where race is one of the things that's protected. So we can't say that if people are being discriminated, we can't say that it's by law. But we can say that people are being discriminated regardless of that law even being there. So then that means the people who are supposed to be enforcing that law aren't. So that means that the racism is coming from higher up the ladder. It's coming up from institutional racism, from higher up. That's what that is evidence of.
So what do you say is evidence of? What I just read is evidence of
evidence of institutional racism. He said it's evidence of institutional racism that's coming from the top down, rather than personal racist gripes from individuals.
Right. Yeah. So I suppose the mere fact that they introduced an Equality Act 2010, upgrading from the 2006, means that they obviously thought it was necessary.
So, like what I'm saying, like if you bring it back to that the Begum girl, yeah, they would have to prove that she was in a position where she was in treason. She was going against England, yeah, and she was a threat to her own country. But England wasn't in a situation where they were warring with ISIS directly. So she wasn't fighting against British troops ever, because it was a proxy war. Britain and America used a terrorist organization called YPG, PKK, to fight ISIS. So they wouldn't be able to prove that in a court of law.
Is that PKK the Turkish one? I mean the Kurdish one.
Yeah.
PKK.
So YPG is the Syrian branch, right? So they used them as a proxy war, even though that group was already outlawed as a terrorist organization. They never had no one else to use, so they used them, innit? And they made them change their name, but they were reluctant to change their name because both the groups have the same leader, that Abdullah Öcalan, the one that's in prison in Turkey. So he's the leader of both the groups, right? So English people.
Hold it. Slow down. So the person that's in prison, the guy that you just mentioned, he's the leader of the PKK and the Syrian division. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Right.
Interesting.
So what would happen is that English people turn up dead wearing YPG outfits and with badges of Abdullah Öcalan on their lapels. And they were put down as rogue people who just went off on their own, like not militants or militia, but like guns for hire, basically, that just went out there. But really what they were doing, they were Europeans that wanted to go just on a little shooting holiday. Like, oh, let me go and join up with YPG and get some weaponry, get some bulletproof vests, run around and shoot some people, get the experience of killing people, and then come back to my normal life. And they were allowed to do that. Whatever way you look at it, they were allowed to do that. There are people now living amongst us that have had experience in killing, taking lives. They went out there to do that. Get me? Like, they weren't going out there because of some allegiance to Kurds. They weren't. That's a lie. They didn't have no allegiance to them. Get me? They just used them as a proxy. So when it comes to that Begum girl, yeah, there's no situation where they can say to her, you made any moves against England, because England's moves against ISIS were all covert. There was no.
Right. Okay. Interesting angle.
So it was never going to stand up in court. They'd have to do it on a technicality, but they couldn't. Obviously, they couldn't. So they stripped her of her what's it called, citizenship. But obviously, they couldn't make that stick. So because citizenship is your right, isn't it? So for someone to take away your right, they have to prove that you've actually done something wrong. You get me? And they obviously couldn't do that. So it's not like a situation where it's anything to do with her color. Regardless of her color, if she was white, if she was black, like if she was Arab, you know what I mean? It would have all gone down the same way. You know, but they have to use someone as a test case.
Hey, God, let me ask you a question.
Yeah,
God.
man.
Let me ask a question, yeah? Let's try and shake up a little bit, yeah? So, say there was,
yeah,
like a white guy from, I don't know, from Margate, who went to, I don't know, went to join the KKK in their fight to kill foreigners in America or something.
Right.
And he came back, but he was cool. Would you think that he should be able to come back to England?
That's a tricky one. To be honest, it's like Dave said, isn't it? If you're joining a terrorist organization, yeah, that you need to be punished for that. Now, being stripped of your citizenship, on the other hand, it's not the only thing that they can give you. The only punishment they can give you. That punishment, like, suggests that you've done something in treason, like you've been like treacherous to your country. Get me? So considering the fact that considering the fact that KKK or any American organization probably isn't anti-British, it'll be hard to kind of make that stick.
So run that again. Say that again. Really? If somebody came from Britain and went to America to fight the Ku Klux Klan,
They went.
No, they joined. They joined the Ku Klux Klan.
The lady Shamima Begum, supposedly left to join
PKK.
supposed ISIS.
No, she joined ISIS.
PKK or whatever.
ISIS, yeah.
Yeah, she joined ISIS to fight against whoever, But she didn't go fighting or whatever anyway, She was just a wife of a fighter.
Yeah.
But then, say the same thing, Let's use a woman in it, So a white woman goes from UK to USA, and she becomes the wife of some KKK militia guy who's carried out heinous crimes, killing innocent tourists or innocent people that
Mexicans. Let's say they're killing Mexicans.
Just innocent illegal immigrants.
Yeah.
Or whatever, So, would you think that she should be able to return back to the UK?
I do. I think she should come back and get punished.
Right. So is that, would that apply to Shamima Begum? Begum. Is that a parallel case? Does that match, in your opinion, Khan, the Shamima Begum case?
Within reason, yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Yeah, I would say yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. So what sort of punishment?
So this is what I'm saying: stripping someone's citizenship. Yeah. Yeah, she could get banged up for life for all I care. Like, I got no sympathy for the bitch. Bang her up, innit? But I'm saying, when you strip someone's citizenship, where are you sending them? You sending them to no man's land with no citizenship. What, they ain't got no prisons there? Where's the justice?
So,
you get me? Like, you can't say.
Come back and face prison time.
Say that again. Repeat that for me.
Come back and face prison time.
Definitely.
Should Shamima Begum come back to England to face prison time?
100%. 100%. Otherwise, where's the justice? Even if, someone's not a citizen of your country and they've committed crimes, you can get your hands on them still through extradition laws. How do you think Turkey got hold of Abdullah Öcalan from Europe? He ran to Europe, innit? Tried to run to Europe, and they were like, nah. We want this boy. We want him. Get me? We will move heaven and earth to get our hands on this motherfucker. He ain't escaping our justice. And they got him. So how does that work opposite way then? Or does it depend on the profile of the person or how high ranking they are? But they commit the same crime. How is she different from him? Well, because she was married to a dude, whereas he was the leader of the outfit. The crime's still the same, isn't it? Attacking innocent women and children. Innocent people got murked because of these people.
Yeah, but again, did that Shamima Begum or the hypothetical white woman that I was talking about, they never actually committed any crime. They was just the person's husband that was doing the work.
Not really. That's like me saying I was the wheelman on a robbery. I didn't hurt no one. But in actual law, if one of them gunmen there shoot someone, then the whole crew goes down, innit?
Wait. So if someone commits a crime and their wife is at home and they get convicted for the crime, you think the wife should be punished as well?
Well, if you're getting banged up for, let's say, moving keys, and they say all your earnings is immoral, they're taking the house out from under your wife, innit? So in a way, she's getting punished too, innit? So yeah, she's getting punished. They're taking her car, innit? They're taking everything, innit?
That's only that's only if it's proven that that's come from illicit earnings, innit?
Oh, that's true.
If it's not proven that,
Mm.
if it's not proven that, then obviously that's not what's going to happen. Innit? But I'm saying that, do you think that the wife of the criminals should be punished? That the family of the criminals should face?
I don't know. Like that's a question. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Like that question is a bit above my pay grade, isn't it? Like I can't fully answer it. But there's a difference between answering it in legal terms and answering it ethically speaking. Like I think that if I'm supporting you, like if two people are supporting each other in a crime, yeah, then obviously they're both guilty. Like you can be guilty by association, innit? Like
it's called joint enterprise, or common purpose.
No. Wait. You lot going too far. Hold on. I'm saying the wife, even if the wife knows that the person is a criminal, yeah, or whatever, she's still not taking part in the crime. She's just at home doing whatever she's got. She might even have a job or whatever.
Yeah.
But are you saying that lady or that husband of the wife or whatever, who the partner that's may know that the person is committing crime, but is not actually taking part in the crime that's being committed, they should be punished as well?
Well, to prove that you don't know what's going on, you know what I mean? It depends on the crime, innit? So like you said, if somebody's making moves out on road and they come home and the wife ain't got a clue about it, the wife can easily say, like, this is something where I can't prove that I even know what's going on. But in this particular incident, they would have been chopping up bodies, burying people, committing all sorts of crimes in front of the whole society. Do you get me? Like they would have been beheading people for all we know. Like it ain't like she didn't know what going on, innit? She's out there. So she knows she's fully involved, innit?
So what, they was doing beheadings?
I'm saying, like, I don't know if they were doing it in front of her, but like she's going out there trying to start a country. She's trying. They're basically trying to create a country without anyone else's permission, innit? So the money that they would have got from that, the oil, or the money they would have got from that country, either way, she would have benefited from it, innit? I don't know, you know. Like it's a tricky question.
That's crazy still, man.
It's a dilemma.
Yeah. It's a fair question, isn't it? Though?
Yeah, of course.
But obviously, with the way that you spoke this just then, obviously, like you're saying, if the wife is not really nothing to do with any crimes, yeah, that maybe that may be a bit harsh, yeah. But what if you're witnessing beheadings and all that? Do you still think, say you're witnessing stuff that they're doing, but you're not taking part, you don't do anything, but you know that this shit's happening? Yeah, do you still think that you should be punished for?
I don't know. Like, I can't answer that question, but what I can say, yeah, is if there's a terrorist organization like YPG or YPK or whatever they're called, and you go out there and you say, I'm going to go out there, innit? I'm going to join up with these people, right? And they're terrorists. And even if you go out there to make the teas or to suck some dick or however you're helping the organization, yeah, you're still helping, innit? So if they all get catch and you're there and you get catch with them, then you must be guilty of something. Because you know, even if you're not there and you don't get catch with them and you're in England collecting money and sending it to them, yeah, you could be saying, "Oh, I don't know what they do with the money." Yeah, but it's a terrorist organization, mate. You get me? You can't be sending them money from UK. You're guilty as well, innit? So you're supporting them in some sort of way, innit?
Joint enterprise.
Yeah, man.
Common purpose.
People like this, the prison in the UK, this is not a punishment for people like this, especially since we know about radical Islamists. They can really, in prison, they have a great chance to convert other people. So she can go on with her agenda. So yeah, I think for people like this is not the punishment. So this would be one argument that many people make. If she hasn't had citizenship, where's the punishment, right? Yeah, it doesn't count for that. In my
Say that
opinion.
again. Say that again.
So what do you think the punishment should be?
She's basically in Germany we say vogelfrei.
Hello?
Hello? Her punishment should be she.
Yeah, go on. Say that again. Repeat it for IC3.
She should be punished by those people that she
Repeat what you
hurt.
said first of all and then answer the question, yeah.
Yeah, whatever
Okay,
these
in
people
Syria,
that
yeah?
she hurts think of the right punishment, they should decide. If I would be a British.
In law, wait, hold on. Do you think that in law, it should go by, your punishment should be determined by the person that you committed the crime against?
Yeah, the country that she was fighting, I don't know, where was it? Iraq or something? Yeah, we have no rights. If I go to the UK as a German citizen and commit a crime there, the British public or the British law system should decide how I should get punished. The Germans then have no authority to say no. He gets justice according what we call justice. No.
I get what you mean now. You meant the Syrian government should decide the punishment, not the Syrian people, yeah? The Syrian actual government.
Yes.
Yeah? Okay, now, because I thought you meant the people that she committed the crime against. But you meant the state that she committed the crime against.
Yes, and if there's no government in the area that she committed the crimes, like, I don't know, what was ISIS responsible for? Mass raping, mass murderers of the brutal scale. I mean, not only shooting people, but also torturing people in an ancient way. They had all sorts of kinds of brutal ways to torture people. I mean, unbelievable stuff, right? So even if there's no government, then it should be basically whatever the people decide. the punishment should be if there's no government. So yeah, but if there's a government, she should be held accountable according to the justice laws in that country. Yeah.
Veli Khan is in the back. Yeah.
I think the Syrian people, for example, would be very pissed if
Your device ain't connected, bro. Like, you saying the device not connected. Yeah, carry on.
I think the Syrian people that suffered under her and ISIS are very pissed if they see how she got judged here. They won't see it as a justified punishment. For some people in that area, you know, they're in civil war, right? It is an upgrade to be in prison, basically. They have free food, free housing, and everything like this. It is an upgrade. The Syrian people would be pissed if they would saw how she gets treated by the British justice system. So you make another enemy, basically, as a UK government.
But are they friends already anyway?
Must be blind.
I haven't had the chance to closely thingy. Let's have a look.
And also, I would say, from an ethno-nationalist perspective, this is a very interesting case. Because all the people that decide I think the public opinion is on my side on this. I've looked through the tweets today on Twitter, and the majority was on, even though it's left-wing dominated, the majority said no, she shouldn't come back. So this is another great thing.
But
Even
you know what?
even now that she comes back, it accelerates basically the trust in the government and the institution. People don't trust the institutions anymore.
Aaron, listen. This is the right-wing government that's in at the moment that is telling Shamima
Supposedly,
Begum to come back. Yeah.
supposed right-wing government.
Yeah. Yeah, but wait, hold on. It's a right-wing government that is telling Shamima Begum to come back here into the country and all that. Yeah. So it's like you can't try and blame it on no liberal values, on no this, that, and the other. You get me? You have to blame it on you got to blame it on the boogie. You get me?
Can't blame it on the sunshine. Can't blame it on the moonlight.
I blame it on the institutions, and basically, I don't know how much power Boris Johnson and his government has over if she can come back. I think it is more like the deep state, the institutions that is in power for longer than 4 years, or I don't know how long Boris Johnson is in it. But the judges and all of these kind of guys, they are in for life in those positions of power. So for me, it is more like the deep state has power over if she can come back or not.
Service, yeah.
Last three prime ministers are conservative prime ministers, yeah. And all we've had is right wingers talking about it's the left, and they should do the same thing as well. That's why I keep saying I don't know about this right, left business. Bullshit, man. The right bullshit and the left bullshit. Fuck them both, man. Yeah, we need to do some new shit.
Yeah, if Boris had the power to influence that decision, he failed, and this is again, this is great for us because we criticized Boris from the get-go, right? We said he's just some kind of making some dog whistles, but when it comes to actions, he's betraying the British public, and this is our critique about civic nationalism as a whole. And yeah, people will then say, yeah, Boris Johnson is not hardcore enough, and they want something more hardcore. This is great. This is great for us.
Listen, that's what. If you go around and ask even white people on the streets of England, enough of them will say Boris Johnson might be racist and all that. You know what I'm saying? Like, so how much further right do we want to go? Are you trying to get? Like, what's the?
Yeah, in that case, the public wants.
To get elected?
In that case, public wants to go more right wing, definitely. And
But
they don't
the
get
thing
it
is,
with
though,
Boris
Elron,
Johnson.
to be fair, yeah, this ain't the Christians and the lions and the Colosseum. We're talking about law, yeah. So just because you hate someone doesn't mean you can change your law to suit that situation. The law has to be, like
Laws
obviously
change
that's why
all the
Statue of
time.
Liberty and all
Laws
them
don't
things wear
matter.
blindfolds,
This is another
innit?
thing. Laws don't matter. Laws don't matter.
See, for you to
Angela
say laws
Merkel.
don't matter, then how can we conversate? How can we, find the middle ground in this conversation? If you're saying laws don't matter, you're basically an anarchist.
No, I'm not. I'm saying I'm pointing out the obvious. We are living in a society that has laws written, but it is not enacted. Right? We had Angela Merkel bringing in 2 million. Maybe now it's more like 3 million. Illegal migrants against the law. She don't get punished, so we have an elitist law where elitists can do whatever the fuck they want and don't get punished, okay? And why is that? Because the zeitgeist, the overall hegemony over what's right and what's wrong, so we call it moral laws, is above the written law, okay? And that is why she don't get punished. because it is our secret
Elron, sorry to
religion
cut
is
you,
now. Yeah.
but you're saying Angela Merkel's bringing in illegal migrants. Surely, if she's bringing them in, they're legal.
No, it is against the
Why?
German law. You go to the
Hey, you know what's
Grundgesetz.
funny? Hey, wait, hold on a sec. You know what's funny, yeah? Listen. Well, what's funny, yeah? When anytime any people talk about their issues, yeah, it's like you just have to get on with it. You just have to deal with it. Oh, yeah, man. Why are you complaining? Elron, what are you complaining about, bro?
You know, you sounded like Chris Rock just then. Why are you complaining? But you're complaining.
No, I'm just saying the laws will eventually also change, right? They will change according to what the politicians think is the majority view, and I think also they what they think is the majority rule isn't in reality, because you have a media hegemony over what seems to be the majority rule. This is another problem, right? Yeah, they would change the law eventually. Only, and I hear only people complain about it when it's going to the right, right? Not once I heard criticism when they changed the laws to the progressive. For example, marriages between homosexuals, they also celebrated this thing, right? It changed the law.
Yeah, can I just so basically the Liberal Democrats have basically allowed lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender and queer things to be taking place at a high rate. So now the ethno-nationalists, LGBTQ, so the high percentage of ethno-nationalists and Nazis are basically homosexual. So what have you got to say about that?
What? What?
You said the Nazis are full of faggots.
I haven't.
You said the Nazis have got a lot of faggots in there.
Yeah. Even there, of course, there are homosexuals. There's no transgenders or something like this.
Wait.
Yeah,
was that just a slick way of calling Elron a queer?
The homosexuals, there are some. I think one of the biggest ones is Greg Johnson, but he's not outward spoken or an open homosexual that are standing for the progressive homosexual rights. No, he still promotes the traditional family, even though he's a homosexual. And then I have no problem with him.
How are they going to have more children, though? If
he's promoting the traditional,
the culture,
traditional.
Hold on.
Yes.
You've got a homosexual that's a Nazi that's promoting traditional family, and you're not suspicious.
No, I'm not.
You've got an Indian guy, that's much more right than you, and you're not suspicious. Your movement is shaky.
No, because some things you can't change. Okay, if you are a homosexual, you can't really change that. Okay, and he sees that wrong. This is wrong. He tries to fight it, but yeah, then I have no problem. The same with, for example, with.
But yous are against homosexuals, though. That's why the.
Yes, and he has no problem with that. Yeah, and he has no problem with that.
Priorities, man. It's what's important,
But
isn't it?
we are changing the goalpost here again. Another thing I want to say is, if this lady wasn't come back, this would also be a success for the right, because this makes a case of stripping someone's citizenship, which could also mean in the future, perhaps, and I think this is why Khan maybe is arguing against it, this could accelerate to other groups that the British public sees as a threat and an enemy of the state. Because this lady, for example, was radicalized in Britain. In my opinion,
That's right.
They should.
That's right. She was radicalized in Britain.
If
so
they
Britain are sending terrorists out into the rest of the world.
Yeah.
So what right do they have to wash their hands of them rather than bring them home for a punishment?
Khan, let me answer. And I would further that and say the people that radicalize this woman should also be stripped from their citizenship and sent back.
But it happens on the internet.
They are a threat to the British social structure and to the state. They're
radicalized by the internet and also by the right wing. If the right wing are rejecting people and telling them that they don't deserve to live in this country and at the drop of a hat they're going to get deported, and people start looking for other things and other places to live and other cultures to go and join, aren't they partly responsible for radicalizing those people?
We are definitely not. I would say, British, the weak British
culture.
A culture as well as the institutions have failed that
and
let that happen. There is.
So let me address this point, Elron. Take a breath. Let me address this point, brother. What I'm saying is that there is a catch-22 here. We have a system that's dependent on migrants, right? Yet we don't want the migrants to have any cultural influence over the indigenous people. So what we do is we marginalize them, we make them feel unwelcome, and we force them to assimilate to mainstream culture. Now, when some of these people react by becoming radicalized, partly by this method and partly by online, scenarios, they become fully radicalized then. You get me?
No,
but what I'm saying is, if the country was nurturing these people and supportive of these people, online terrorists could never radicalize them.
This is almost like a talking point I hear from a lot of Islamists, right? That they have another strategy as the ISIS terrorists, right? They say, we have to tolerate even more freedom of Islam, so they don't become radicalized. No.
So this is
we
what I was
already
calling it a
tolerating
catch-22.
too much. We are tolerating too
But
much.
Elron,
We
are you
let them
familiar?
build all the fucking mosques everywhere. We
Yeah.
are not shutting
Okay,
down
Elron,
radical,
hold on a second. Hold on, 1
radical
second.
mosque organizations.
Brother, is there a situation here we can call a catch-22? This is what we refer, I don't know if you're aware of the term in English, we refer to this as a catch-22. Yeah. In other words, you're basically undermining your own progress with your action. Yeah. This is catch-22. In other words, that they want to support these people and reduce radicalism, but at the same time, they have the opposite problem of dealing with foreigners coming here and bringing their culture and the indigenous people complaining. So to balance off these two things is too much for a government. They can just about balance the budget. They can just about balance economics. How are they going to start balancing people's feelings and emotions and things like that?
Fuck their
I'm not saying that they
feelings.
don't
If
have.
they come here, they have no say in what they want. And if they decide that their culture is better than ours, which why they're still living it, they should not be here.
But you're misunderstanding the point. We're not saying people should have the right to come here and start changing the culture and bringing their culture and not assimilating. Nobody's saying that. Nobody's saying
everyone
that you
is
should be
saying
so rude. No, what we're saying is there's a difference between offering people the opportunity to assimilate and forcing them to discard their own culture when they're and then putting them in a position where they're left with nothing other than the
Yeah.
choice to assimilate.
Exactly.
Do you understand?
You
So
can't
one's a
be
positive and one's a
assimilated
negative.
if you're still a Muslim. You can't
Why?
be.
Why?
Because why? What do you mean? Why? If you think,
Why?
if you come to a
If we have
Christian
religious
country-
freedom,
no,
no, 1 minute. If we have, we're talking about individuals. If we have a religious freedom ethic, yeah, that means that you can be a Jedi, you can be a Muslim, you can be whatever you want, yeah. Like, there's no reason why Prince Charles can't become a Muslim tomorrow. There's no
Yeah,
reason at all.
It is not British culture. It is the tolerance
It's his
paradoxon,
individual right, though,
This
of the
this
individual.
this is what people that have no clue about what this will eventually become if you let everyone behave like they want. Yeah, you will find that more and more extremists are running around in your country.
The extremist is a result of the foreign policy and the wars that are going on. If there was no wars going on, there wouldn't be these militarized people with experience in killing and in experience in making bombs.
Yeah, that might be a factor too, and I see that. But if they already are as assimilated, they would go with the British public and not with their own. This is what I mean with we have millions of people with dual loyalty here. And if they see that there are people where they really relate to more than with the British people getting bombed or are in the war, they decide to go with their people. This is the biggest threat of it all.
But that's not the situation, Elron. If we look at the Muslims, for example, the West was very pro-Sunni. The West was extremely pro-Sunni. The West put people like Saddam into power. The West propped up people like Gaddafi. They were pro-Sunni. Now that they've changed positions and they're basically anti-Sunni and they're basically breaking apart the countries that they instilled and they supported, like Iraq, like Libya, yeah. Now the indigenous population, yeah, becomes like a threat. Whereas before, when they were letting them in, yeah, they were allies. They were like, oh, Sunnis, okay, they're cool, let them in. Now that the military has decided, or the higher level of people have decided to attack the Muslim countries that they set up, then that has a trickle-down effect to people on the street, where your neighbor, who's been your neighbor for 20, 30 years, now he sees you as an enemy. You're enemy to the state. You're enemy to us. Why? All these years when you was coming to our countries, extracting oil, doing what you wanted to, oh, we were cool, we were buddies. Now when you go on the opposite side, yeah, and you're like, oh, we're not going to support the government of Libya, we're going to support the rebels. Oh,
Yeah,
we're not
this
going to
is-
support the government of Syria, we're going to support the rebels. This has all happened in the last couple of
If these
years.
people are
So
so
those people that
naive
live here,
of British
do you know how many
foreign
Syrians,
policy-
Iraqis, Turks live here? Yeah, and they've lived here because of this friendship between Sunni Islam and the West. Yeah, now that the West is turned against Sunni Islam, now all these millions of people have become your enemy overnight. Now, as people, as population, as laymen, you're not turning around and saying, but wait, these have been our neighbors for 30 years. According to our Christian values, we can't hate our own neighbors because they're part of our community.
In the
They're
whole
part of our
history
community.
Britain,
We're not
Britain
hearing that
has
from anyone.
Always done that.
We're not hearing that.
They played one against the other, right? They've
Right.
always used that one group against the other.
Right.
If you're so naive
Right.
and think that this
It's not naive, Elron. It's not naive. You know who's
It
naive?
is.
The right wing. Because they're like, oh, we can on a street level abuse Muslims. Yeah, yeah, you can get away with it because Saudi Arabia don't give a shit. But trust me, Turkey gives a shit. If there's people getting abused for being Muslim in the UK, walking around the streets, hijabs getting pulled off and things like that, what, you think that Erdogan ain't sitting in his office thinking, well, we got Christians here. You're going to abuse our people, yeah? We got your people here.
Look.
What, you think that ain't going to
I'm
occur
not-
to him?
I'm not responsible for these maniacs letting all
But
those,
think about the
other
Germans that live in,
peoples
so many Germans live in Turkey. A lot of Germans live in Turkey.
Yeah,
a lot of
throw
Germans
them
go on
out.
holiday to Turkey. Germans get bare respect
I hope,
when they go
I
to
hope
Turkey.
that the Germans don't go to Turkey anymore to make holiday. That's
Yeah, well, you
not
might get
for
your
one.
wish if things carry on like this. You'll
Because
get your wish come true.
Erdogan already declared war on Germany several times.
Okay.
Okay.
Right.
So they should
Mhm.
boycott Turkey. And yeah, I'm all for that. And the people that live in Turkey, they should send the German people back.
Right.
As we should with all the Turkish people.
So,
We
so what
should
I'm
send
saying
them
is,
back
you're
to
you're
Turkey.
aware of this. You're aware of this. But what I'm saying in Britain, the right wing, they're not aware of this. They're not aware that, you know, if you start kicking Muslims out of UK, then Muslim countries are going to start kicking Christians out.
Yeah, I have no problem
Because
with
it's
that.
happened before in history when all the Ottomans and the leftover Muslims that were living in Europe got kicked out of Europe and they got forced to move to Turkey. Turkey turned around and kicked out all the Greeks and the Armenians as well. And then they call it, oh, it's a genocide, it's this, it's that, it's the other. Yeah,
No,
but it's
I
just
don't
that
think
it's an agreement. It's an agreement of exchange of population. So you take your people, yeah, and we take our people.
When have they said that this is a genocide?
All right, leave the genocide part out of it. I was just putting some frills on it, making it sound
All right.
sexy. All right, leave the genocide. It's not a genocide. It's an exchange of populations. Yeah.
Yes, I agree.
All right. So there's not going to be a situation where Muslims are getting kicked out of Europe. It's going to be an exchange.
Yes.
Do you see what I mean? Right.
Yeah, definitely.
So the establishment of the West, the Church, the Vatican, whoever you want to name it, blame it on, has spent so much time infiltrating Muslim countries, having their populations there, having their Christians there respected, and churches built for them, and whatever it is in Muslim countries. So you're saying overnight, the population, people like you and Jupiter, should be able to make this decision that affects all those people.
But
just because of a popularist view.
I would say that all the majority of the Muslim countries started it, with some exceptions like Syria. They started with banning church building. Turkey has indeed way longer than
not
there
recently.
Is no,
They've
there
built
is
churches.
no
They have built
European
churches.
country already anywhere that you can't buy mosque, as far as I know, in Europe. The mosques are still getting built. There's thousands of mosques in Europe being built, okay, and already have been built.
Right.
But I
Okay.
know that in Turkey you can't build churches anymore. So you
Not without
started
government-
it, and don't
not without
flip it like we
permission.
started it.
I'm not saying who started it, but what I'm saying is, yeah, at the moment, as far as I know, there's massive churches being built for Syrian Christians in Turkey right now.
Okay, I want to see that as a proof. I've not I hear the exact opposite.
It was only been a couple of months. It was a massive church that Erdogan had them restore, some ancient church. Like they spent a lot of money fixing it up, and it's for the Christians. I forget what sect of Christianity it is, but it's a specific sect of the region. It's not nothing to do with Catholics or anything like that. It's like an Arab type Christian people. I forgot what they're called. I think they're called Assyrians or something to do with Syria anyway. I forget what they're called. So you can easily find that. You know what I mean? It's a massive project that they've done.
I will look it up.
So for you to say that there's a halt or a stop on churches being built, it's not 100% true. I do agree that you can't just build a church wherever you want, and you need the government to kind of endorse it, like, or agree to it, and you can't like evangelize openly in Turkey. I agree with that. It's not the same as in Europe, yeah. But you got to remember that there's a difference in the culture. There's a reason for that. So like we just were talking about on this channel, we were saying that there's free Catholic, or is it free Protestant lords in the House of Lords that will always sit in the House of Lords. In Turkey, they don't have that.
Yeah,
if they had that, then they wouldn't need to worry about
religion stuff, right?
Christians running around,
where
doing
this
charitable acts.
You know where
Do you know what I mean?
where this historically comes from, right? The freedom of religion. It comes after the brutal war of Christians and Protestants, which has caused some 20 to 30% of the European population being murdering each other. Okay, that was the purpose of the law. These people that put up this law wasn't thinking of people of Muslims coming in here in the
I
millions.
understand, but what we're saying is that it's not an equal playing field. Like both sides of the equation aren't balanced. In England, for example, like I said to you, Prince Charles can become Muslim tomorrow. It's not going to make a difference to how the country's run or how Muslims will be treated, because the system is the system. And as we look at the system, in the House of Lords, there are 3 representatives, not 1, 3 representatives for the Christians. So that means that no matter what happens, they have a veto over any laws that want to get passed. So all these bullshit shenanigans, what people coming up with about, if there's too many Muslims living in the UK, they can vote for Sharia. No, they can't vote. They can't vote for nothing that the House of Lords doesn't allow to go through. That's a fact.
Well,
So what I'm saying is,
I say
they have
demographic is destiny, And it doesn't have to become law. It already is. In some villages in the UK, there's effective Sharia law. You have no-go zones where basically the law doesn't matter
Where?
anymore. Okay.
Where do they have Sharia law? Sorry, in Germany.
What? No, in the UK. But also you see that
There's no
more and
Sharia
more
law in the UK. There's nowhere. There's no
Yes.
go. What do you mean? There's no go areas? Where? Where's there no go areas?
I've got 63 active Sharia courts in Britain, and we've also got.
Yeah, but that's not going against the country. That's in
Yeah,
line
it's
with the country. It's
But
not.
can't.
But it's not. The
But
police
can't.
allow it.
You owe me an apology. Stop saying that I advocate for throwing people out, because that's not what I do. I don't advocate for that. But I tell you what, if I hear one more fucking whinging cunt telling me how fucking racist this country is compared to the rest of the world, I tell you what, you might as well all go if you're that unhappy, because it's getting on my fucking nerves.
You just said the opposite of what you come on to
I
say.
heard,
That's jokes.
This is one of the best countries to live in the world for race
But Jupiter, you don't understand my point. You don't understand my point. What I'm saying is, even if they put a
they
mosque
have
on every
more
street
rights
corner,
here than in some
even if
Islamic countries to radicalize
it's irrelevant.
people.
It's irrelevant. That's not the point. We're not saying who's the lesser of two evils. We're not saying that. What we're saying is, in England, there is a system. Yeah, you can call it the glass ceiling. There is a level what you can't go past, right? And that is the House of Lords. There's 3 lords that's stopping you from bringing in Sharia law. Yeah, you can never bring in Sharia law into the UK, even if you had 90% of the population on your side, because the House of Lords controls that. Now, in other countries, they don't have that same system, so they have to control it in other ways by maybe stopping Christians building churches or stopping them evangelizing
You're right.
in the
So
streets.
why do you think the left want to get rid of the House of Lords?
No, but what I'm saying is I'm speaking on what's currently going on. And if we're comparing why there ain't why there ain't churches being built in Turkey and there is mosques being built in England, we're comparing apples and oranges. It's not the same. It's not equal. That there ain't 3 ministers for Islamic studies or whatever you want to call it sitting above the government that's stopping anything from happening. Like they don't have that same that safety net ain't there. Their system is different.
No, they have more like a dictatorship, really, don't they? The fact of the matter is,
it's a different version of democracy. It's just different.
The reason we've got more mosques in this country is because we are a more tolerant and a less racist country.
But what I'm saying, Jupiter, you might be right about that, but you can't have a mosque that's empty. They obviously need to fill it up with people. So, like to say, you can't build a mosque, but what are the people going to do? Sit in their living rooms and pray? That it's not going to be no different, is it? They're still praying. It's just that they're all praying at home. So why not build a mosque and have them in there? It's not a problem, is it? As long as it's filled up.
But because it will change the culture in this country. We don't want no more mosques.
So why are you letting Muslims come? But here's the thing, though, Jupiter. 1 minute, let me make a point, yeah, because this is probably old subjects for you. So let me just bring some life to it, and I'll bring you a different angle. Here's the thing: the people on the street that walk around, like me, you, and whoever, we don't decide where the immigrants come from. Like these Chinese that have come out of nowhere, right? There's powers that be, like there's the industry that have to make deals with other countries, and part of that is taking immigrants from them.
Yeah, I agree.
Do you see what I mean? So if you say for example to BP, yeah, we don't want no Muslims in the UK, and BP's like, well, we want to do offshore drilling off Turkey, and we've agreed to take on 100,000 of their immigrants. And if we can't do this deal, England's going to lose X amount of money.
This is another myth. No, we don't have to make deals
But it
on
is, though.
population
But it is.
exchange.
Who decides where the immigrants come from,
not.
Elron?
Absolutely
Who decides?
not.
Listen, why ain't we got immigrants from the most dangerous places where people are really getting ethnically cleansed, like the Myanmar and these people that we're hearing on the news every day, Yemen? We ain't getting no immigrants from Yemen. Who decides where the immigrants come from? Because it's not done on vulnerability.
Yeah,
Definitely
people
ain't. It ain't like housing.
The left wants to destroy the left wants to destroy our society. Okay, they want it to collapse. So who do you take in more likely? Norwegians, Swedish people, even
we don't
Hong
want
Kong
to-
Chinese people, or terrorists, and all those refugees, so-called refugees that fled
No, we
from,
don't want none
which
of you
are
lot-
the most brutal people in the world, even compared to when I looked at the German statistics, they were way more criminal than the average black people, for example. Okay, that normally.
What are you trying to say?
are
That
on
black
top of
people are
the
the
criminal
benchmark?
list.
Are you using black people as a benchmark for criminality?
Yes.
That's like it's a bit
Yes,
out of order
because
to do that.
everywhere
Why?
I look, black
wanna ask you
people
a
are the most criminal
I want to
people
ask you this question. I
in
want to
Western
ask
societies.
I'll let Jupiter speak now. Thank you, Oron, because you're getting a bit controversial there, mate.
Right. I want to ask you a question. Do you think that letting Shamima Begum back into this country makes an absolute farce of our laws because we've got people locked up in prisons who don't deserve to be locked up for lesser crimes than what she probably committed? And on top of that, we've had the people thrown out of this country that were born on this soil that have not committed no crime, then they'd be thrown out because their papers haven't been right. So at the end of the day, if we're going to bring that scrawny little cunt back, which she is, I'm sorry for my language,
Alright.
but she is, she's
Okay.
evil, then they should just fucking release everyone from prison, which is something I don't advocate for. But they might as well, because if we're going to have one fucking terrorists running around, we might as well have mass murderers and fucking rapists. Because at
But
the
here's
end
the
of
thing, Jupiter. You're saying she's a cunt because she joined an organization that you're seen as an enemy to your country. But the thing is, your country didn't outright call them an enemy. Your country got involved in a proxy war that you can't turn up at court and say, well, we want her done because she went against our proxy army of Kurds. That does not stand up in court because that's basically something that no one should really know.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but she still went to another country and committed crimes. So unless
But not
they
against
lock her
England.
up- unless they lock her up, which I doubt they're going to do because she's female, and they tend to go lesser on the females. There's fucking liberty.
Only if they got kids. Only if they got kids.
Because
They don't do it for the female. They do it for the kids, don't they?
I don't fucking think. I think the kid would be better off without her. Can you imagine? It's probably already being brought up by the grandparents that fucked her head up. They're gonna fuck up the baby's head.
Well, you're saying the grandparents fucked her head up.
Yeah, because he was seen at marches and stuff that was quite controversial. There's proof of that.
Okay.
He was very extreme himself.
Anyway, bring it back to my point. Yeah, I'm saying the rule of law should be paramount. Like people shouldn't be able to escape the law. Oh, we're taking away your citizenship. Off you go. Instead of going to prison.
Yeah, I know it's hurting you because you probably what's the right word for it?
No, I just think it'd be a
of it
fairer
ahead
society.
Of saying, yeah, it is great. It is question the very concept of who is a British, who can be British, with this question of
No,
saying
it's not about
stripping
who
away
can
the
be British.
citizen-
It's
Yes,
about
it is.
does your
It is
citizenship
questioning
count for
the
anything?
status quo. A lot of British
No,
people are
it's
right
about
now
does your
thinking,
citizenship
can this
count
woman
for
be
anything?
British? No, she can't.
Look,
be
if you can
British,
take someone's
and this is
citizenship away
great.
from them for anything you like,
And I
then
know
that
you fear
devalues
that,
the
Khan,
citizenship.
because
Oh, you know me
it
now.
can.
You really know
Yeah.
me. You're so funny. I
Because
feel flattered.
you
I
fear
feel
that
flattered.
one day the same question could be asked to someone like you.
How?
Well, if you have
How?
different opinions to the British, they will ask themselves,
But I
is he a
don't.
threat to the British way of life? And I say yes,
Don't
definitely.
be. But we just been through this yesterday. I'm saying my views are more in line with the majority of the British than conservative and far right values are. We had that argument yesterday.
You can't. Yes,
Like,
from the
I mean,
traditional.
our country can't, to be fair. Most people.
Sorry, say that again. I can't hear.
I think
I'm just doing
most
some
people,
dishes.
I think most people would have thought that Shamima shouldn't come back, to be fair.
Yeah,
And I get your
I
point.
agree.
Yeah, but if you ask most people, they would have wanted her to die in a bloody landmine accident or something. Like that's not really what we're talking about. We're talking about law, innit? Like if people walking on the street can decide the law, then the law's not worth much, is it?
I understand your point that she was born on this soil and we should uphold that. But for me, they should put into place a new law where if anybody leaves this soil to fight against this country, They can't come back. It's as simple as
But
that.
this is what I'm saying. You're saying what I'm saying. They can't prove she was fighting against his country because they were doing some dodgy little proxy war. They weren't saying she fought against British troops. She'd never make it back into the country.
They
It was a
can
proxy
prove-
war.
But they can prove that she didn't want to be British, that she wanted to go and be in an Ummah somewhere, that she wanted to go and caliphate somewhere else. They can
But
believe.
ain't it like, can't we take responsibility and say we partly are responsible for producing this person and setting her loose in the world? She's born and brought up in Britain. You can't say that she was just radicalized through her religion or online. Like, we've got to take, as a society, some responsibility. And if we don't take responsibility, how are we going to change these things happening in the
It's a
future?
society within a society who
No, I'm
is
saying it's
responsible
partly.
for that.
It partly
It
is.
is not the British people responsible for it. It is an alien force, a fifth army within our countries that is responsible for it. The
But
Muslims
Elron,
are responsible
you don't
for
seem
it.
to accept the fact that if you're born and brought up in Britain and you're told that you're equal to everyone else, and on the news all you hear about is Islam this, Islam that, and you're seeing millions of Muslims getting killed every day, British people get radicalized for less than that. British people turn on you just because England's invading the Falklands, that all Argentinians are our enemy. England's involved in the Iraq war, now all Iraqis are cunts. Like, English people are more radicalized by their government, than anyone. All of a sudden now the Windrush people are cunts. They don't deserve to, like, that is radicalization. When the government's telling you who to hate and you're hating them.
I see the exact opposite. When I see a terrorist attack happen, the mainstream
Elron, let
media
Jupiter
and the
speak as well.
politicians making excuses for the
Elron,
terrorists,
Elron.
saying we can't put all
Elron, let
Muslims in the same boat.
Oh, stick a pin in it, Elron. Stick a pin in that one. Hold on to that.
All
Let
right,
Jupiter
all right.
speak as well. All right, cool.
What I'm saying, Khan, is that people didn't get radicalised by the government. They got radicalised when they started seeing their kids blown up, and they started seeing buses blown up. That's when they got radicalised. That's when people started saying, right, well, so even when they're living here, they haven't got the brains to understand that it's not the average person on the street. They haven't got the brains to understand that they're living in safety. They haven't got the brains to understand that they've come out of those countries and we've given them safety and refuge. Then why should we bother? Why should we bother, really?
No, because you're not taking responsibility for your involvement.
Right.
So when people turn up here and they get let into the country and they go and do some Manchester madness, Theresa May was partly to blame for letting that guy back in the country.
Yeah, I agree with you. The government are very responsible for a lot of things, but that isn't the average British person. But if you're going to say that the community needs to take a bit of responsibility, and I heard you very vocally earlier on saying, oh, poor Muslims getting their hijabs ripped off, which I don't believe is on the mass scale of the groomed girls, then we have to look and say, well, don't society have to look and do something about that? I mean, why
Say that again?
Yes.
You seem to be balancing off groomers against people getting their hijab ripped off. Like, I don't really agree on that point of view. Like, I don't think that's the responsible way of sorting that out, to be honest.
Not saying
Understand, but how is that helping the situation to do that? What you're saying, how is that helping the situation?
But I'll tell you how it's helping the situation. I'm trying to make you wake up and see that even though it's bad that women get their hijabs ripped off, and I don't agree with it, and I wouldn't encourage anyone to do that. I think it's fucking
obviously,
right,
of course.
But at the end of the day, girls got raped, and great swathes of our community in Britain turned a blind eye, including the establishment, right? Including the establishment. Right. The great swathes of the community turned a blind eye, and they're still refusing to admit that it goes on. And that is disgusting. And to say to us that they're going to bring back a girl, right?
Yeah.
Bring back a girl that probably would agree with all those rapes, to be fair. Probably.
That's the stretch. That is a stretch. You're reaching now.
I don't think it is a stretch. I don't think it is a stretch because it's not moderate Muslims doing this. It's extreme Muslims. And the extreme Muslims believe that in the text that they can interpret it their way to justify it. You know that and I know that.
If what you're saying makes sense and there's some correlation between being a fucking child groomer and being an ISIS member, then all of them fucking groomers would have gone to fucking Syria. What you're saying don't make sense. Like you're looking at a bunch of immoral people who could have been from any religion and any race, and who are immoral, and people who are actually getting off their asses and going and fighting for something they believe in, rightly or wrongly. Yeah, they might, to us they're wrong, to them they're right, but they're fighting for their beliefs and the courage. They've got courage of their conviction, innit? They're saying this is what I believe in, and I'm gonna go and fight for it. You can't compare that to someone who's grabbing children off the street.
You can't honour somebody that hasn't got courage in their conviction, and she certainly doesn't. Because if she did, she'd stay where she is. She doesn't believe in herself.
Where is she? Where is she? They tried to make a country in the desert.
I believe she's already here.
Yes, she probably is.
Yeah, there's reports.
Or like if she's in a facility, it will definitely be a British one.
But what I'm telling you is, if she had conviction of her beliefs, she would see it out to her end of days in the country that she chose, which was that fucking country. And whether
One minute, Jupiter. They've tried to make a country out of a desert, right? It's a middle of nowhere situation where it ain't really even a country. It's not like she left England to go and fight for France, and we're saying, well, no, France can keep her. They tried to make a country in a desert. Everyone come down on them like a ton of bricks, and then they had to all scatter. So where are you saying she should go then?
She should stay.
She's saying I don't want to run away with all the other ISIS people that went to live in the mountains of Iraq or whatever. I want to go home to my family. I'm happy to face the courts. And you're saying that we can't convict her now.
You're not understanding. She flew out to another country to oppress other people.
It ain't a country. ISIS ain't a country.
I didn't
wow,
say
you're making excuses even for this
I
woman.
said she
It's
flew to the
unbelievable.
country to create a caliphate within that country, but she still went to a country in the first place. And to do this,
you're saying she should stay in Syria.
She would have had to have oppressed people to do so.
All right.
If you're against oppression, you're against oppression.
But 1 minute, Jupiter. The government. Hold on. Slow it up a minute. There's a country called Syria, right? Within that country, there's English forces, American forces, and whatever Turkish forces, and they've pushed back the actual government and created a no man's land. And within that no man's land, people try to create their own Islamic caliphate or whatever you want to call it. That's nothing to do with the government of Syria. If anything, the government of Syria are their biggest enemies. So you can't then, as a British, it doesn't make sense to me.
I didn't say that it was the government of Syria's fault. I said it's.
So where are you going to leave her? You're saying leave her out there. Where? In the desert on her own?
It is still.
Of Syria.
Wait. What's the? I don't care about laws as much, right? But if we go to what is there's a United Nations Charter of what's right and what's wrong, and what these Americans and British troops and the Turkish troops did there was not according to the United Nations rules of how to set up a state. It is still Syrian territory legally, as far as I understood it. So it's still for the Syrians to decide what's happening to those traitors, to those terrorists that fought against Syria, what happens to them. And by the way, the ISIS policy was official policy to enslave people, to sell them as sex slaves and everything like this. And this woman was agreeing with this ISIS policy. So what are you talking
what I'm saying,
about?
Elron, is
of course
if you're pushing back the actual government,
raping those
hold on,
British,
brother.
women.
If you're pushing back the government and you're saying this is a puppet government, or you hate them, or it's I forget what his name is, the guy that runs Syria, like they're abusing their own people, whatever reason you've got for fighting their government and pushing them back. If you then turn around and say, well, we're leaving and we're going to hand over all the prisoners for you to put in prison under your justice system, that's like saying that we're bowing to them and their justice system's better than ours. We should be looking to bring back people to be punished under our laws.
No,
it's not. What it is respecting their country and saying to them, you caught the criminal on your grounds. She shouldn't have gone out there. We agree she shouldn't have gone out there. She is now your responsibility. She chose to be under your command because that's what she did. She knew she was stepping foot on Syrian soil. She knew that she was trying to take land from Syrian soil. And she knew, right, that she was going to have to oppress other people. And I'm sure that, didn't we hear reports that she was meant to have been with the women police that were out there? The ones that went round with that biter equipment. I mean, do you remember the story?
Obviously, you know more about it than me, obviously. So
yeah.
I don't know.
There was a group of women that went out there that were in sort of like an ISIS women police force. I can't remember what they were called. And they were
When she was part of that?
As far, I'm sure there was reports that she was, while she was out there.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I've never heard of ISIS working with the Syrian government, to be honest.
No, it's within their own caliphate. They had people at one stage. They did have all people working together.
Oh, they had their own ISIS police force for women. You're saying?
Yes, they were particularly vicious.
But here's what I'm saying: like, as Britain, if we're saying our laws, our legal system is the highest level, of law, and we're taking pride in that, how are we then handing people over to be dealt with by other countries? Unless that country puts an extradition order and says, I want this person, then even then we should be fighting them and saying, no, they're going to get justice at our hands. Because for all we know, they could set them free, innit? Like, what I'm saying is, if you're handing them over to other people, them other people could set them free after a year. The only way to ensure they get justice is for you to do it yourself, innit? To bring them back to England and put them in a British prison and say, you're going to get what you deserve, innit? And we're going to guarantee that. But handing her over to Syria, that's ridiculous. They could let her go in 6 months.
Yeah, no, because if they let her go in 6 months and she's within the confines of Syria, that's Syria's problem. She should never be allowed back here.
And don't forget what I mentioned earlier. She is a threat, and this should be the overall point. She's a threat to the British state, to the nation.
Right.
When she's in prison,
so where's
she
the
has
best place to have her? In prison, obviously.
Other people. Or
but 1 minute, Elron, you're not being sensible. What's it easier to protect, your prisons or your borders? Borders aren't easy to protect. People coming in and out of the country illegally. All she has to do is get a different passport and she can come in. How are they going to stop her coming in? Just by kicking her out of the country. You're not protecting yourself from her. If you want to protect yourself from her, you got to stick her in a prison.
Oh my God! Yeah, you should have both. Yes, and indeed, a border is very easy to protect if you have the will to protect it. Okay,
yes,
especially if you're a fucking island. Okay.
If that's the case, how does all the drugs get into this country, Elron? 1 in 10 people get caught bringing drugs into this country. They're coming in with speedboats. Like, I don't know about you lot, but this is an island. You can't protect every inch of the coastline. Like, there's people that smuggle people into England.
Right, you're actually agreeing with us. We need to have more protective borders, and I agree with you on that. We do. We do need to stop all these speedboats coming in. We need to stop all the dinghies coming in. We need to stop all the fucking lot coming in. Yeah, you're right. Only people.
I'm saying compared to Germany, which is literally landlocked, you can't compare that to England, which is an island. It's ridiculous. Like, everyone's just not getting it.
It's even more easy to protect Britain than Germany.
Yeah.
How?
Because it's an island. If you don't understand that, I can't help you.
Because they can see the people
I don't agree with that.
And they can intercept it. When people fly in, they've got to come through customs. It's as simple as that. What we need is a better border force. We need a better border force. And if our government put money into a border force, I think there'd be a lot of happy Britons.
Yeah, and make laws that if someone protects this woman, for example, or hire her, even though she has no British passport anymore, you put a fucking healthy punishment on people who help this person, okay? Put them in prison too, for example. Make laws about that. Easy.
But it's not about just making laws. It's about how enforceable they are. It's easy to make laws and say this is illegal and that's illegal, but enforcing it and having it practically working is a completely different thing. Like, it's all good to have these ethics and these morals and these things, but like when it comes to these kind of situations, it's more to do with logistics. It's more to do with how things are done on the ground. You can't just say, oh, you know, as a principle, as an ideal, We should do this and we should do
This is what I
that.
mean with
Belly,
Will.
there's people in the back.
With Will, and effectively laws don't matter if you can't enforce them. If you have a city full of Muslims, let's say 90% of them are Muslims, and the police have to drive I don't know, every 2 hours out to make sure that they are behaving under that law, British law, you can't afford this time, okay? And then effectively it is a state within a state that police enforcement can't enforce law anymore. This is the problem here. This is why I'm saying demographic is destiny.
As far as I'm concerned, Khan, if we're going to allow her back, then they should let out every single person in prison who's done gang-on-gang crime.
That's crazy. How can you even say that?
I'll tell you why I say that. Because if they committed gang-on-gang crime, they're not actually going for innocent individuals. They're only going for each other.
What do you mean?
Right? But
There's a lot of innocent people that get shot in the crossfire of gang warfare.
Yeah, they might get shot in the crossfire, but the same thing could be said for Shamima Begum.
Yeah.
Exactly. So if it's the same, why let them out then? If it's the
I'll
same.
tell you why. I'll tell you why it's not good to let her back here, shall I?
No, tell us why it's okay to set the criminals out. Don't talk to me like that, you rude bitch.
Our laws are so complicated. The minute she steps foot in this country, right, there will be no evidence, right, that she did anything wrong. Her defense, right, will win and she will walk free. Also, she was part of the morality police in that ISIS camp. She walked around, the morality police. She walked around with an AK-47. She watched and witnessed beheadings of European people. And you are arguing the case to let her back in. What's
I'm not
wrong
saying
with
that.
you?
She should get let back in and live like a normal person, walking around eating McDonald's. I'm not saying that.
No.
I'm saying it should be our justice system. It should be our justice system that put out the justice. Otherwise, how are you going to know she gets dealt with?
You're not listening. There won't be any evidence that will hold up in our courts. That's what they use against us.
How do you mean there won't be any evidence? What do you mean? Why won't there be any evidence?
Do we not have a system where the evidence has got to really prove beyond reasonable doubt that that you're guilty? So you trying to tell me that her daddy is best mates, right, with Andram Chowdhury. So are you not telling me that this? Yeah. So are you not? You're trying to tell me that they haven't got a case already? They're relying on the British law to let her go. That woman, because she is a woman, she's not a child. That woman should not be allowed back in this country. Let her go and live in Bangladesh. She's not welcome here.
Does she have dual nationality? Does she have dual nationality?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
She has no right to rights. Don't you understand? She has no right to rights.
And
I understand that, but what I'm saying is, aren't we as a country partly responsible for producing these people?
No.
They all en masse got up, left England, and went to Syria. Like,
okay,
she's not the only one, right?
Yeah, Daddy claimed he didn't know she was being groomed or whatever. And yet Daddy used to meet Andram Chowdhury weekly to protest, right?
Yes.
So are you telling me her fucking father didn't know what she was up to? She probably went with his blessings.
Yes. He was proud of her when she first went. Now it's all gone tits up. He wants her back. We're not stupid.
But what I'm saying is this: hasn't she confessed to enough of a crime to be punished?
No, she hasn't.
She's got caught out there, hasn't she? Has she not been caught out there, physically out there?
She was caught, but she didn't confess to anything. Investigations by MI5
Has she not confessed to willingly going out there?
That she was part of the morality police.
Yeah,
Who
and they
would
would.
know
I don't know. I
for
don't know about
beating
morality police,
for
but what I'm
beating
saying is,
women? You know about the morality police in Islamic countries.
I'm telling you, I don't know about it. I'm telling you, I don't know about it.
Okay, let me tell you one story. Let me tell you what the morality police did to one woman. One woman, they had a curfew within the Ummah, right? They had to be in at 9 o'clock. And one little girl, I think she was about 5, was still cleaning her mum's doorstep a few minutes past 9. And they knocked on the door and they said to the mother, the curfew started. Are you going to take your daughter in? So the woman said, yeah. They said, right, you've got to have a punishment. Yeah? We're going to bite one of you. Who do you choose, yourself or your child? She said the child. They produced a clamping machine that basically bit the kid to death. A metal fucking clamping machine. That's how thick those cunts were. Right?
Right, but you're saying they're cunts, yeah, for doing that. But they're no less cunts than the people that killed that black geezer by kneeling on his neck.
Oh, I'm afraid they are. They're bigger.
No, it's the same
cunts.
thing.
Don't talk
They're the
like
same.
a fucking idiot.
It's the same thing.
Don't
it's the same
talk
thing.
like a fucking idiot.
It's
You
the
tell
same
You
thing.
can tell he's from Islam, can't you? You
Oh,
tell
what
he
about the
follows
geezer
it,
that was?
yeah?
What about the geezer who was running up the road and he got shot by
Islam.
ex-policeman?
Tell he
What about that
follows
guy?
Islam. Why are you even
What about
putting
that
the
guy
two
who got
together?
shot for running up the road?
Why are you putting the two together?
Because you're talking about people in authority abusing their rights, yeah, like taking it out on civilians, right? And I'm saying that happens everywhere.
No. You go and look at your thing and find out about the morality police in an Islamic country and see what they're all about.
What Islamic country are you talking about? Iraq? Iran? Where?
Well, you're
What
the one
Islamic country?
that follows your
'Cause
faith. You must know of Islamic countries. Try Iran.
See, this is the thing.
Yeah.
We're trying to have
Iran-
we're trying to have
Iran
a we're
is a
trying to
good
have
one.
we're
No,
trying to have
you
an
were trying to talk
intelligent
people
conversation.
You were trying to
We're
talk
trying to have an
people
intelligent
round
conversation.
to believing
Even Jupiter,
that
of all
she
people, is
fucking
on
has
here
a right to be
being
here.
being
She does
reasonable,
not.
and you've
She
come
had
on
no right
to
to
throw a
write.
spanner in the
I
works.
fucking
Well
put her
done.
in the
Well
chair
done.
and I
Well
fucking
done.
electrocute the little
Well
bitch.
done. All we got to do is put a pause on the conversation until you're all
Yeah.
done, Wendy, and we got back to a conversation.
I'd put her in the chair.
We'll have a
and
little break for
Yeah, I
Wendy.
would. Yeah, I'd electrocute
We'll
her.
put common sense to the side while you have a little
She
rant
probably
then.
stood there and watched that Jordanian pilot get burnt to death in that cage. I bet she was one of the little people that watched it.
I bet
Yeah, yeah.
I bet you was one of the people running around Ireland killing innocent Irish people. That's what I bet.
Well, we're not talking about me, are we?
Oh,
We're talking about
but
you
keep talking.
wanting her for some odd reason. Now, if she was a Christian, would you still want her back in this country? No.
Especially.
No,
I want
you
all
want her
them
back in 'cause
Christians.
she
I want all
followed
them
fucking
Christians that went and
Muhammad.
fought for YPG PKK to face the same court that Shamima Begum's going to face.
No,
That's what I want.
She's had her citizenship stripped. I don't believe she'll get it back, and I don't believe they let her in.
Right, but it's got to be a point of law. It's not going to be by mob rule.
But sorry, but didn't the Home Secretary strip her of her nationality?
Who the fuck cares what her
You
punishment
know what I
is?
mean? No one cares about
If
her
mob
rights. She
rule
hasn't got any.
judge her, then so be it. This woman has promoted, was participating, taking the side of genocidal maniacs that killed, for example, Yazidi people in the numbers of 200,000, okay? I don't care what happens to that woman. If it's a legal court of Syria or mob rule, I don't fucking care.
You didn't see us.
And that you care shows me something here, Khan.
What I'm saying is, if you want someone to face justice, if you want someone to face justice, surely you should be the ones to.
She can have justice in her caliphate. Yeah, let her go and get justice in the caliphate.
So you're saying, 1 minute, you're saying that not living in England should be punishment enough.
Of course
You're
not,
saying
and
that she
you
shouldn't
know
get
it.
punished
For
more than
these
that.
people, it is not a punishment. This is what I
Let
mean.
the Syrians
For
deal
British
with it.
people that are civilized, prison is a sort of punishment. For real criminal people, this lax prison system isn't a punishment anymore. Okay,
Exactly. It should be
these
more
people
punishment.
laugh about our justice system.
Exactly.
Because they'd ostracise her, number one, even if she was allowed to walk free.
If you send her to any
you will
other
see in the
country,
future,
yeah,
you
she
will
will
see
be
in
out
the-
in 3
We
months.
don't care,
You will see in
Khan,
the
as long as she
future
doesn't
that-
come here.
That
We don't
British
want
normal
So
British
you're on her
people,
side then. So
they
then you're
will
on her
I don't
side.
want to
Because in
hear.
3 months she'll get a nice new passport, come in
He
through
isn't
Ireland,
listening.
and
He's
then
so
she'll be
thick.
back home
He's
for
so
tea.
fucking
What are
thick.
you on about?
Like I said, they use our own laws against us. They know
Yes.
what they're doing, and they will
Wendy,
use our own laws against us.
Wendy,
Punished
you're
by her-
basically fear mongering because you can't offer an explanation.
Can't. She should be punished by her own beliefs, which is Sharia law. And at the end of the day, right, let me tell you something else. We never kicked off when Jihadi Jack got refused here. He was a white British boy, right?
Yeah.
19. You didn't see white people kicking off. And I certainly didn't see you kicking off saying that he needs to be in.
I'm not kicking off. I'm saying that it should be done on the law of the land. If her getting her
But
citizenship
she's not
back
a
is
British.
because
She
they
isn't
couldn't
British
prove.
anymore. She's not British. So
So are they giving her back her citizenship or not?
no.
So why are we having this
The
conversation?
Home Secretary. Wait a minute. The Home Secretary is going to appeal what they've said today, and they can't do anything till that appeal's gone through. So she's at no point will she be coming through Heathrow, you know, a British citizen at the moment.
So you're saying that this woman who left this country, went and fought or joined up with ISIS or whatever she did, is got enough influence in this country to get the Home Secretary to fight her cause for her. Is that what you're saying?
No, it's the people who Daddy knows.
All right, yeah. So it's still her connection.
Also, I think we have to think about the consequence of that decision. If we are so tolerant to let her back in, what message did this send to other radical Islamists in the UK?
What about radical Westerners that go and join up terrorist organizations? What about them?
What are you talking about? Who?
Antifa, for example, that decided to fight with PKK, for example.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that what
okay.
you- well, they
yeah,
shouldn't
I
be
have the
get-
same
well, you know.
stance on these fucking communists. They should
Yeah, no,
as
no,
well not be taken
Yeah,
back.
well, we shouldn't be bringing them back either.
Yeah.
But Khan
So-
wants her back because she's, you know, she follows
Even though,
Islam.
I'm not
most
saying
of
I
these
want her
Antifas
back.
are
Like, I don't know why you're
probably
trying to put
even
words in my
indigenous.
mouth. Like, it's so pathetic. Are we going to have a serious conversation about this or not? I'm talking about
London,
a
Europe-
point that was put to me. A point that was put to me while I was on the panel. I'm not even coming on here to talk about this. Someone put a point to me saying they had to give her back her citizenship, and I'm saying if they've done that, then it's obviously because of the law.
No, she hasn't got it back yet.
I tell you what.
why are we even talking about this
all
then?
the Muslims are
Like
right
I care
now
about the
laughing
bitch.
their asses off. They
obviously do care about her.
seeing a weak government that can't even deny a terrorist to come back. They are laughing
Look,
about us.
have you ever
They-
heard, Elron, of a miscarriage of justice?
Yeah, but it's not a miscarriage to justice. The miscarriage will be if they let her stay.
That's what I'm saying. So sometimes, yeah, you can't change the law because it covers 99% of situations, but that 1% slips through the net, innit?
Well, you have
So
to
if
change
you're
the law
saying
if
that that's what's happening,
circumstances changes.
then we have to wait. Yeah, but we have to wait for that to happen before, you know, anyone says anything, innit? Because for all we know, there is enough adequate, you know, legislation to deal with this.
If the state faces an enemy that current laws can't deal with, then you obviously have to change the laws. What I fear is that normal British citizens or normal German citizens, we have some terrorist discussions here as well, that they want to let them back here in Germany, that they for these terrorists that we let in, foreign terrorists, not German people, they let in, that they now will change the laws, and normal German citizens will suffer under these new kind of laws as well, because we have to now strengthen the laws, because we have a new kind of people here that you have to punish harder.
That take the piss, don't respect what they've been given, don't respect where they're grown up, don't feel British because their families push them to feel something outside the shores. This is the problem. We need our British culture to be upheld in this country.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry,
agree with that.
You're not even
But
thinking
Kant
about
says we are not tolerant enough.
Hold on.
See, Jupiter.
You're not even thinking about the innocent Muslims who are going to get mistaken for her. You're not even thinking about that, are you?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that these people are a product of British culture.
No,
of
they're
British
not.
Society.
She's a product of her parents.
They didn't fall out of the moon. They didn't fall out of the sky. They went to school here.
That you say that this is a product of British culture just shows me that you're white guilting again, okay? That we are responsible. No, if she is a product of British culture, then only so far as the British culture is too tolerant. The real responsible persons are the ones that are not respecting British culture, but want to implement their own kind of culture, which is a foreign culture, which are parts of the Muslim culture, okay? These people are responsible for it, and the British people are only responsible for tolerating these radicals, okay?
There is something called personal responsibility, and it seems to me that it's one thing that a lot of these individuals don't have. And Miss London Yoruba has said this, right? There are currently thousands of foreigners, French, Dutch, etc., facing execution in Iraq for their involvement in Syria. So why couldn't they send her to Iraq like the rest of them?
Because I think you're getting the sides mixed up. Why would they execute her? They're executing Westerners that got involved with the war that got caught, right? Is that what you're saying?
Well, you're trying to say the government of Iraq are like defending ISIS or something.
That's what it sounds like. That what she said.
No, you.
Unless I've misunderstood it.
Well, Miss London Yoruba, and she normally is pretty sensible and knows her stuff, is saying that there's currently thousands over in Iraq being sent to Iraq.
To what? Face execution? What the thing is, the ISIS
send her to Iraq to join the 40,000 plus foreign citizens facing trials there for their involvement in Syria.
But she's not Iraqi.
Well, she knows she's Bangladeshi, isn't she?
Sent there.
Yeah, Bangladeshi, she can go and live there.
One minute. Let's get this straight, right? You got England on one side and Bangladesh on the other, and you got ISIS out in the middle of wherever. This woman's got caught out in ISIS committing a crime that we're saying is against Britain, and rather than punish her, you want to send her to Bangladesh, where Bangladesh probably ain't even going to do nothing to her.
Bangladesh don't want her.
And you're saying the only punishment she should get is by not being free to roam the streets of England, whereby she could just easily get another.
She can't come back.
You're not letting
here.
me finish my
if
point.
She comes back
You're not letting me finish my point. Anyone can get a fake passport and come back.
Stupid.
All she's got to do is stay indoors. Well, she was prepared to live in a desert.
Or she'll walk free. If she's allowed to come back here and she goes to court, right? She will walk free.
That's the part you need to explain. That's the part I'm not getting.
She'll get a new
You need to explain that.
identity. Yeah, I've told you.
You need to explain that. How is she going to
In
walk
this
free?
court, you've got to be proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Don't you think Daddy and Andrew will have a case already? Yeah.
If Andrew was that powerful, he wouldn't be in prison himself.
They can't prove that. They can't prove this. They can't prove that. She'll walk free. She'll get a new identity. She'll get a new identity, and she'll get lost amongst the fucking ether until she blows somebody up.
Is what you're saying now based on any logic or common sense or any evidence for what you're saying? Because I don't seem to understand how can someone. If you're saying there's no, one minute. If you're saying there's no evidence, you're saying there's no evidence against this person that can stand up in a court of law. So what evidence have you got to be saying all what you're saying about her?
Oh, you're an idiot. Look,
supposed
us
terrorists
talking
that
on
come
here
back.
isn't like being in a court of law. It's different in a court.
Right.
What was
Right.
it? One out of 10 only got convicted from the
Yeah.
terrorists that returned, right? So we already have some data on that. So Wendy is pretty
Right, so explain
accurate
it
with
to me is what I'm saying. If we're having a conversation about this, yeah, and I obviously don't know as much as you lot, why can't you
And
just
I go
explain it to
even
me?
farther.
If you
Even
can't
if
bother
she
to explain it
gets
to me,
punished, even if she gets punished, it is a smack into the face of the British taxpayer. The British taxpayer now has to pay, I don't know, 20 years for her custody in prison. I would just shoot her in the fucking head, okay?
So would
And-
I.
yeah, so she's an enemy of the state of Britain. And I think we should put in laws that special laws for enemy of the state to deal with these people. Otherwise, we this thing will enlarge. Okay, she has the she has the capability in the prison to radicalize other peoples.
Yeah.
This is the problem we are dealing with.
Elron, you're missing the point, yeah? The point that I'm making is this, which I'm just making the point, it's just for conversation's sake, right? If you are involved in a proxy war and you're not declaring war on a nation of people, you're not saying England's going to war, you're not sending British
She
troops in,
declared
you're involved in a
war on-
proxy war,
Hang on,
then
she
obviously there's going to be no
declared war.
evidence for treason.
She
It's common
declared
sense.
war on the West.
Her
who's
ideology
blue.
is treason enough.
Her
This is what I'm
ideology,
saying.
she's a
I
traitor.
go much farther. Her ideology is treason enough.
Why do
The
you not-
communist ideology is treason enough to declare
Throw her
communists
in with
as
the fucking
enemies of the
lions.
state. We already had it implemented somewhat in America during the Cold War. I am for going back to these kinds of laws, okay? Because what America is now facing, since they gotten rid of that law kind of system, I forgot the name. It was an FBI guy that was trying to implement that. Now we see the consequences. The communists were able to subvert society and are now ruling all the deep state society, all the education system, the media. We see what this is. We need enemy of the state laws. Otherwise, you get
Yeah.
destroyed by subversion.
She will walk free if she lands back in this country. There's no doubt about it. Because we're too soft. Oh, right, okay. We'll give you a new identity. On your way.
What, and they get nothing out of it? They don't get no information.
I don't care what
no
they get out of it. She's a
intelligence.
traitor
She don't
and
grasp
she
up
doesn't
about
deserve to
25,
live here.
30 people.
No.
She doesn't sit
No,
there with
we
a
don't
bunch of
care.
photographs pointing at all of them,
We
going,
don't
yeah, he
care.
done this,
She
he
won't
done
have
that.
given any information.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is when a prisoner
No.
gets a deal cut for them, they obviously have to give up something,
No,
innit? They
no.
provide some
Why
information.
didn't we have Jihadi Jack back then? Why weren't you
Yes,
so
he'll have to come back.
I don't know,
Yeah,
I don't know about these
he'll
things.
have to
I'm just
come
talking
back,
about the
Jupiter.
principle. The
He'll have to
principle of it.
get his citizenship back.
If
love,
the
yeah.
if the justice system, if the average British, German, or whatever sees the interview of her, and then you see the justice system and saying what she said, we can't hold her responsible. We need evidence of she doing this, and the public says. Yeah, but what she said is enough evidence for me that she's an enemy of the state, and the justice system says no. Then we have another problem of saying, or the state has another problem of the public opinion is that the justice system is unfair and should be changed, and they lose trust in the justice system. Then either the justice system has to change, or they will have a big problem with a public out there saying have belief in the justice system anymore. So the state have to decide which way they want to go.
The fact that you see what you're not understanding, Khan, is right. This is nothing to do with her colour or where she's from. It's to do with the distasteful acts that she done. When he was Jihadi Jack, all of us were happy that he weren't allowed back. Nobody has said that we want him back. Even when the parents were in the press saying, oh, you know, he was a good person, he didn't mean it. Even when he done a more coherent interview than Shamima Begum and showed more remorse. We still didn't want it back.
So
I
when you're
find it-
saying, what if we go by what Thingy said, Elron said, when the population loses faith in the justice system, can we not apply that to George Floyd's case, where there's a list
Well,
of
we're not
about 30
Americans, though.
people?
We're not American.
Hold on, but we're just having a conversation, isn't it? We're not actually we don't actually have any
Well,
power.
it's not
What
even
I'm
the
saying
same
is,
thing.
It's
but
very
why? You've got
convenient.
people.
But let him
You've got people that have lost
I
like,
agree
It's
with
very
Khan.
convenient
Yes, I
that
they've
agree
lost
with
their
Khan.
faith in the justice system. They're saying, where's
Yeah.
the justice? This is the straw that broke the camel's back. Like, we've had enough now. And then they're like, fighting for change.
it's very convenient
You can't have
that
it
ISIS
both ways.
ISIS doesn't represent Islam and aren't Muslims, but Muslims support ISIS members coming back.
Good point.
Now
Exactly.
that's the real question, because they do know inside of England. Muslims know inside of
Well, let me
England
answer that. Let me
they-
answer
well,
that.
let me
answer
continue, dude. You've been talking for a while.
No, because you've got
but
a
it's
habit of
very
talking
convenient,
forever.
and
You've made the
also,
point.
and
You have made
also,
the point.
Muslims
I've
know
got the
that
right to
inside
reply.
of
You're
inside of the
accusing me-
prisons,
You're
inside the
accusing me of
prisons,
siding with Shamima Begum
inside of the
because I'm a
prisons,
Muslim.
inside of the
basically. You're saying
UK,
that's what you're
there
saying.
is a radicalization problem inside of the prisons with Muslims. So what is the underhanding concept here? It's just like in America. I question why, if these people allegedly do not represent Islam and are not Muslim, and they go to another place and Muslims say all the time, oh, ISIS are killing Muslims, then why are you not holding them to the Sharia that you believe that they should be accountable to? You don't believe that Western civilization justice system is superior. You believe Islamic superiority and
What you're
justice.
saying is nonsensical. You
Oh,
made about
cool.
3-4 different points right there. It's nonsensical what you're saying.
Okay, it's
Like, when
convenient
did
that
it
it's
make more sense
nonsensical
than
for
you?
you,
Put it
but
that
a
way.
lot of people understand it.
When does it make more sense than you?
No, the point is simple. Muslims say
Make
that
one point at a time, and I'll answer you.
Muslims say that ISIS do not represent Islam and are not Muslims. But yet, for some reason, whenever Muslims go over there and they want to come back, Muslims support them coming back.
Now, here's the problem. What Muslims regard as Muslims is set by the criteria in the book. What you regard as a Muslim is something different, which is if somebody says they're a Muslim, then you accept that. So
So
obviously you
Hello?
and Muslims
Hello?
have got
I
a
can't
different
hear.
idea of what a Muslim is.
Yeah,
Quite
so
simple.
was she Muslim or not, Khan? Was she a Muslim doing it
Say
on
that
behalf
again?
of Islam? Was she a Muslim?
No, because
or not?
obviously Muslims are saying that if you're a Muslim and you're killing other Muslims, then that puts you out of being a Muslim, right?
Yeah, that's a get out clause.
So why do Muslims care if she comes back? Why is it only Muslims being
They don't.
vocal? Why
I don't
is it
think
only
they do
Muslims
care.
in the side chat that are backing her up? Why is it only Muslims saying no, she must come
Everybody
back?
knows what a Muslim is that has ever read a Quran or listened to another Muslim, okay?
I can only deal with one point at a time, yeah. So with what Jupiter's saying is, why is Muslims sounding like they're supporting of this person? I've not.
But
heard
that was
any
that was
Muslim
actually the whole point that I made,
supporting
Khan.
ISIS.
Khan, that was the
Oh,
whole
yeah,
point I
yeah.
made. Because Muslims, and that's the reason it's not.
Go on.
Khan,
Make your
I
point.
can't. I'm having to listen to my TV, and there's a little bit of delay because some reason the audio isn't popping up. But the point that I was making is, you believe that
Turn your mic
that
down.
Sharia law is superior than Western justice. So what you're doing is you're trying to take those people who you are saying killing Muslims and take them out of Sharia lands and then bring them back to the West, where they will be treated far better than what the Kurds treat them, what the Syrians, what the Iraqis, all of them will do to them. But what you're trying to do is negate what the point that I brought up, that Muslims say that that Islam has nothing to do with ISIS and that they're not Muslims. But when they go over there and they want to come back, you support it. It's very convenient.
I'm not supporting her wanting to come back. I'm supporting her facing British justice. So you obviously haven't
Which is the
been
same
listening to the conversation, and you're just jumping on me because you think, oh, he's a Muslim.
Do you
he must think
understand
X,
how
Y, and
courts
Z.
work? Do you understand how courts work?
No, I'm not a lawyer.
Do you understand how different it is inside a courtroom?
No, I've got no experience with courts.
You have to actually put the legal criteria to actually win the case.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, she comes back, she'll walk free.
But that's what I said to you. You need to explain that to me. Because if you're saying X, Y, and Z about her,
because of our law,
yeah, but you're saying you've got evidence to hate this woman, but there's no evidence to convict her. That just doesn't seem consistent.
Earlier we were talking about the Pakistani situation, right? Why don't those rape gangs, if it is Islam that is behind the ideology of raping those girls, right? Why are they not going to Syria and ally with ISIS? Once I would say there's a lot of cowards that wouldn't risk their life for this, and see Britain, for example, or other European countries as far more easy to take them over because we are too liberal, right? They don't have to risk their life to Islamize our society, and I would say every terrorist attack is bad optics.
Earlier, we're not living in liberal times. This ain't liberal. We're conservative. It's been conservative for X amount of time now.
And they decide to go with another strategy.
Bro, this is conservative policy, conservative government, conservative ministers. It's all conservative. We're not no liberal. There's no liberal content in this equation. So for you to say we're too liberal, I'd say that even the center ground now has moved right wing, like it's moved to the right. Anyone will tell you that. We're not living in liberal time.
Why do you not support her being tried by the people that she went to their lands and committed crimes or allegedly committed crimes? Why should she
be the equivalent? That would be the equivalent of British admitting that their legal system is better than ours.
Con, here's the thing. If I go to England and commit a crime, I get tried under England. I don't get sent back to America to be tried in America,
you don't have pride. You're American. You don't have pride in your legal system. We're British. We pride ourselves on our legal system.
Con, listen to the argument. If I go to England or anywhere in the world and I commit a crime, if I commit a crime in a country, I get tried in that country where I am caught as doing the crime. I do not get slipped back.
ISIS is not a country.
ISIS is in multiple countries. So if you get caught in the part of ISIS territory that's in Iraq, you get tried by the Iraqis, right?
But they're countries that we're at war with. We're at war with them. How are we going to hand prisoners over to regimes that we're
You're not addressing
opposing?
my question. You're not addressing my question.
No, you don't understand. If we're opposing the regime of Syria, how are we going to hand prisoners over to them for them to put their justice on them?
It's not our prisoners, right? Because ISIS was taken over by them in Syria and they were captured by them. Then that means that they are Syrian captures. So that means that the
you're the one saying that. In the real world, that doesn't apply.
This is absolutely this is the whole point.
It's just your opinion of how things. You're basically saying that you should decide international law. That's what you're saying.
No, that's actually.
Hang on, right. When the Americans pulled out, right, the Kurds had her in their camps, right. Your lot, the Turks came in, so they've got her now. So the Turks should try it, put her in court. Yeah.
Right. So you think that Turkish government should be able to grab British citizens and try them without Britain having a say
illegal in their country? They get tried in that country, dude. That's how it is.
Bruv, you could be shipping 50 fucking tons of cocaine and get caught. Britain will pull you out.
No,
not
listen,
this time. Not this time.
If I go to Turkey, right, and I kill somebody, then Turkey is going to try me. It's not going to be, oh wait, I'm going to claim that I need to go back to America because I'm a U.S. citizen.
What about the Americans that were extradited recently?
Finish my point because it destroys your argument. It destroys your argument.
It's not an argument. We're talking about practical fucking laws, yeah? Americans recently got pulled out of Turkey.
The most practical
law. There was Americans banged up in Turkey that they got them out. What are you on about?
The most practical law is that you get tried wherever you break the law. Not that you
that's
go
not
to
happening in real life. That's called practical
to a different country, bro.
Bruv, you're talking about on paper. I'm talking about in real life. Americans have got pulled out of Turkish jails and sent back to America. What are you talking about? No one's going to let their citizen get held by another country.
We're talking about a woman who got caught, and then she wants to, and this is how most of the ISIS people have done it. They've left their countries that they come from. They go there to support ISIS, and when it becomes a fallen state, they most of the time choose to go to the Kurds, because the Kurds, they prefer to get caught by the Kurds, because the Kurds try to separate themselves from Iraq and from Turkey. And then that puts them in the point where they become a captive of war, and then they try to plead for refugee status. And then they try to get shit back to the countries that they came from. Now, when they get caught by Syria or Iraq or Turkey, they tend to stay in those countries and get tried by those governments. That's a fact, man. Look,
but you're just now contradicting what Wendy said. Wendy's saying when the Turks pull them out, they don't get tried.
Wait.
I never said that.
That's not what's happening here.
Yes, you did. You said that she was held by the Kurds and the Turks went in and set her free. That's what you said.
No, I didn't. I said the Turks went in and slaughtered the Kurds, as we know, and then they took her prisoner. So as far as I'm concerned, they should put her in a court and she should get some Turkish law.
Or Dawn, sorry, my mic was all the way up. I didn't realize it was all the way up. I turned it down.
That's what I said. I didn't say they set her free. So she's living in a heated tent in one of the camps near Raqqa. Well, you know, hopefully they'll stop heating the tent and she'll be stone cold. Yeah, because we don't care what happens to her. She's a traitor.
The point that I'm making is, Khan, and you don't have a sufficient answer for it. If Muslims claim that ISIS are not Muslim and not Islamic, and that they kill Muslims, why are they not wanting them to be tried in these countries that are going to treat them a lot harsher, by a quarter closer to Sharia than they would get inside of Western countries? Why are you supporting them?
Name the countries you're talking about. Your argument is basically saying that there are countries where Sharia law is implemented.
No, I'm
saying
Iran.
Closer. If nothing else, closer.
So you're saying that England's having a war with Syria, but the prisoners should get sent to Iran to deal with it.
Wait a minute. When was England having a war with Syria?
Iraqi government.
A proxy war then. A proxy war.
Iraqi governments will execute people. So they don't really have Sharia, okay? I agree. But at least nothing else, they will execute people for killing. Now, England, good luck with that, bro. So that is closer to Sharia. If you believe in the Quran and the words of Muhammad, then you would believe that it is supposed to be an eye for an eye, a life for a life of a Muslim. But what you're wanting for some reason is that these people with the most extreme views, as they say, I don't really support the concept of extreme views of Islam, but these people who others would say the most extreme views, you're supporting them coming back and going to a prison system.
Her coming back. I'm supporting her facing justice. And I think the best way for her to face justice would be under British justice, because as a British person, I'm saying that is the best way for her to face justice. You're somehow making out that I'm making a case for this bitch. Like, you're on drugs, bro.
No, the way
your hatred's got you blinded.
The way that true justice acts is that in the land that you commit the crime is where you are held accountable. It's not that you.
Right.
That's the reason, like in America.
But why do we extradite people back to England and America then?
I was about to tell you that. Just like in America,
cool.
if somebody comes here from another country and they have committed a crime from, let's say, in South America, and then we jail them because they committed a crime here, they will not serve their time in America. They will get extradited as soon as the U.S. government finds out that they committed a crime in another country, and they will serve their time there. So yes, it happens, sir. Like, but what I'm saying is they will do a little time in America to find out what they did in other countries, and then they get.
Unless I would say yes, Khan has a point there, as far as unless we think that this person, according to our morality, did something wrong. Then yes, then our governments sometimes, for example, if a journalist, we had a case here in Germany where a journalist was sitting in a cell in what was it, the communist government that was basically in a civil war near America. Was it behind Mexico, that country, that communist country?
I would like
But
to.
he was getting in jail for basically journalism. And yes, then the German government decided to get him out of jail, put pressure on that government. Yes, but only because they thought that this person was unjustified being in jail there.
I gotta
So
say that-
the British government must say this woman there did nothing wrong, and her way of morality and what she believes in is in line with our values, which is
So
clearly not the case.
Neen Kulis, it's funny how you're calling that person a 15-year-old child, right? And I would agree with you. But you have said before that you don't believe in children past the age of puberty, that they become a woman. So you have spent hours on here arguing about 9-year-old women, and then when it comes to this 15-year-old girl, who I admit is a girl, she makes her decision to travel and marry a person. Now you're gonna start calling it grooming, even though you've spent days coming onto this channel talking about how you can have 9-year-old women. Okay, but it's just very convenient that this one was still a girl. Okay. You have said that what is a child by the definition, medical definitions was your argument that it starts at puberty. They are no longer a child.
But,
You have
but hold on.
Right.
1 minute. There are different ages, even in Western law, yeah, where you're either a child or an adult.
Con,
That
I
there's a
agree with
different
you.
age for.
I agree with you,
Hold
but
on,
this
my
is
brother.
about me.
There's
No,
a
this is
different
about
age
me.
for the right to get married. There's a different age for the right to be tried in court as an adult. In England, you commit a murder at 10 years old, you're getting tried as an adult. Don't mean you can get married and have sex, though, does it?
Con, we're not talking about the same thing. I'm talking
You
about
don't get tried as an adult if you're 10.
Neen is trying to say that this person
Sorry,
was. Neen was trying to say.
What about
that,
the Jamie Bolger case and
Yeah,
all
they
that? Weren't they like
tried as
about
adults.
totally misdirected the whole
Wait a
point.
minute. Why so religious? They were not tried as adults. They went to a youth offenders prison. They got all their,
Right.
they got tucked away on holiday for weeks
But
on
being
end.
tried as an adult doesn't mean you go
They
to
were
an
not
adult prison. It
tried
means
as
you receive
adults.
the right
They
sentence.
never saw the inside of an adult prison.
Con, this was nothing
But
to
you
do
can't
with
send
what
the
I
kid
just
to an
said.
adult prison. It's about
Yes,
how
you
long
can.
they're held,
Yes,
about the
you can.
sentence.
In America, you can if they kill somebody.
Therefore, they weren't tried as adults then, were they?
But
Con?
so Con, the point that I was making
The
is
age of criminal thingy in the UK, responsibility is 10 years old.
They
There's
won't
no
be
two ways
tried
about
as
it.
adults. It doesn't matter. They will not have been tried as adults.
Right,
They
leave that
weren't
case to the
adults.
side. If you, what I'm saying, Wendy, what I'm saying is, in the UK, we've got different ages for different things. We've got different ages for the right to vote. We've got different age for the right to get married. We've got different age for the age where you can have sex. We've got different age for the age where you're criminally going to get prosecuted as an adult. All them ages are different.
No,
So for
you're
him to argue, they are.
responsible
They are.
criminally.
They
You're
are.
responsible
It's different.
criminally at the age of 10. When you go to court at the age of 10, you are not tried as an adult. I can't.
Right, but
believe
what I'm saying is there's
they
different
are.
ages for different things. Do you not agree to that?
Of course there are.
Right, they are, right? So what's he
Kulis-
talking about then?
No, Neen Kulis has been
Need a
calling. Neen Kulis has been saying
Well,
that.
just opened it.
You see, Con, let me speak, bro. So this
Oh.
Neen Kulis has been saying in an argument on this chat, calling her a child that's been groomed. Now, but when he came on for a whole week defending what we call child marriage, he was saying, well, the point of child stops at puberty, according to medical. So now when I call him out on that, on his hypocrisy, what does he do? He tries to say, well, I'm using your standard. No, you're the one who made the child argument. You didn't call her a woman in your argument. It's because he knows that if he said a woman grooming, it would make no fucking sense. But what
Wait a minute. A child of 9 at puberty is not a woman.
You're not telling me anything I don't disagree with. This is going to get off focus, like Khan just made it off focus. The point that I'm making here is, even people who want to, these Muslims, they don't want to talk about the points that I've been making, just about how it's ISIS and they should pay for the crimes inside the countries they get caught. They want them to come back, and they don't want to admit why. That's the whole point.
Oh,
And
because they walk free.
And then Neem doesn't want to admit that this was a woman by his standard at 15 years old. He wants to keep calling it a child grooming so that he can bring back this woman who has seen heads in garbage cans and such, and he wants her to come back. Why is that, Neem? Why are you trying to play this word game that you went on for a whole week trying to say that, oh no, 9-year-old can be a woman? Without a doubt. We test her in the age of Islam when she comes to puberty. And now when it's a 15-year-old who goes over to support ISIS, who you're supposedly saying isn't Islamic at all, you're going to call her a woman.
Yeah, Khan, I have to say, from normal everyday people, when you make those points you made about this case here, it seems that it is an in-group protection going on here. And I think that the Islamists should get the memo around that if white people listen to this, or European people listen to this, they will now see what you really are about. Okay, you should be more. I don't know why Muslims are not aware of this, but because when the terrorist attack happened, they seem to get that memo. They said, yeah, this has nothing to do with Islam, and they throw the terrorists under the bus for their greater goal, I would say. Okay, but it doesn't seem to be the tactic with terrorists returning yet. But I guess when they get the memo how the normal everyday people react, they will change it. They will then put those people under the bus as well, even though they might agree with them.
Oh, well, I guess that's done and dusted then.
Yeah, I haven't answered the question of the day.
What is it?
And what is that?
G Block Thursday. Do the IC codes afford different groups different levels of protection by law? So I think it is about the IC3 types of thing, this racial code in the police. I think this is what it is about. What IC3 is always talking about.
Aren't they just there to identify
different ethnic groups?
Yeah. Isn't that it?
I think so, yeah. This is what it is about. Just identifying, yeah.
It's not nothing to do with ethnicity. It's to do with skin color.
No, it's not. If they're looking for a white guy, right? If they're looking for a white guy, and they put the wrong code in, and they start looking for a black guy, so it's just about different people. That's all. It's not color.
I said color. I said color. You just gave an example of color. You said black and white.
What the different, I don't know what the different codes are.
It's based on color.
No, it's not only color. It's not only color. It's the official term is visual ethnicity.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the officer.
Well, in layman terms, I'm saying color, and you're saying no.
No, because when visual ethnicity is more than color.
Right, so if you're wearing a turban...
Can you break it down? Can you break the IC codes down to ethnicity, IC3?
He did that.
Yeah, they do. They go. Yeah, they go from race down to ethnicity.
Mm-hmm.
But this thing about color, it's not quite as simple as that. I'll post this information in the private chat.
Have you seen that film, The Sixth Sense?
Of birth,
yeah.
Lineage,
I see dead people.
Appearance, visual ethnicity, and state of mindset plus 5 DNA. DNA, I didn't know that. That's
Yeah, that's
quite
new.
interesting.
Yeah,
That's new.
That's new. Yeah, yeah. I was
Wow.
at Speaker's Corner, and I've met the head of DNA system
Wow.
throughout the whole of the police.
So
I mean,
I would
he-
say
yeah.
they are going farther right then, if they put now DNA within it.
Exactly.
This is what I was proposing all the time.
That's police. That's
Wow.
why the police take swabs. You know, they take swabs and have a DNA database. So
That's
take your
interesting.
fingerprints and take your DNA as well.
Yeah, there was a debate recently in Germany about DNA testing in the police.
Well, what do they conclude?
Yeah, there was a shitstorm about that.
I know. Of course
yeah.
they would.
Yeah.
Yeah. Of course
But
they
yeah.
would.
That's interesting because you've got IC7 unknown. So, what category of human being would fit into that that bracket? Unknown.
Eskimo.
Yeah, you haven't been identified yet, or alien.
Oh wow.
Yeah, because you could be doing something, and then do a runner, and
Yeah, but that's like IC7. He's
yeah, that's right. They don't know.
if they don't know, then how could they identify him?
Well, there's a code
Or
for
her.
it. There's the unknown. You know, there's an unknown individual heading. You know, could be at night time, couldn't it? So it's not just the police use it; it's the military as well.
Do they have sex within that code?
Sorry.
Do they have sexes also in that code?
Well, sex comes under protected characteristics.
Yeah, but they would say an IC3 male, IC1 male, IC1 female.
Yeah. That's right. So these are terms of identity that the government or the state sees of value.
So Rat Boy would fit into IC7, wouldn't he?
No.
I think.
But that's interesting because when did they put that DNA thing in it? Do you know that?
No, I didn't get the date.
Because right now, what Black Lives Matter and other left-wing groups are proposing is basically getting rid of racial profiling and all of this.
Yeah, but the whole machine, the whole system is actually a lot wider. It's also I met this priest who told me that the coding system is used in the E-Codex. Let me write that down. E-Codex. Yeah, it's used in the E-Codex system, and the E-Codex system is used for the transfer of prisoners. So that's when you moves into the international. Sorry, what's it? Was it what's it? I'm blank now. The international police force. What's this called? The international police.
Interpol.
Interpol.
Yeah.
That's right.
Interpol,
I'm
yeah.
blank. Yeah. Interpol and Europol. And and if you, I've been arrested before, quite a few times. And when they go take your fingerprints, if you look on the screen on the computer, you can actually see the codes, but it doesn't say IC2 or IC3. It's just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So if you don't recognize, if you don't know the race codes, you wouldn't see the computerized version. You wouldn't understand the computerized version.
It is very strange that they put the DNA thing in there, because because I think all the society is moving more left when we are speaking about the power positions, not the normal everyday man and woman, but what I could imagine why they put that in there is because of the New World Order, basically. Of course, if you want to have a police state, you also want total control. You want to know everything about a person. That might play a role why they put it in there.
Yeah, go to China where they've got the social credit system.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's a bit of an I don't know if the word is that right word, oxymoron. You know, if it appears to me that the New World Order, that there are forces there that are trying to destroy the idea of nations and races and ethnicities and countries in order to flatten the world, as it were, for easier rule. But there must be a resistance in this deep state. And the resistance would be the one promoting the codes, because the codes would promote nationalism and
yeah, definitely.
identity.
But only I could imagine something like this as a strategy for them. They know who is who, what race they are, but they're not putting it out there for the public to know. All right? Do you know where I'm going with this? So they know exactly. They have all the data, but they are not putting it out to disrupt society. For example, if you have just imagine a society like Britain couldn't name the rape gangs and the ethnicity of the rape gangs, and just saying some man raped some woman, right?
Yeah.
It wouldn't be firing up nationalism or patriotic parties, for example, right?
Okay.
So yeah, I think, but the elites still want to know who is who, and this is what I'm thinking.
Yeah, but then as technology advances and they roll out the technology for facial recognition, linked in with CCTV networks, and they get the software up and running. I mean, this is, in my view, I think, as technology becomes more advanced in controlling society as a whole, I think this is the big problem. This is the big problem.
Okay, so if we put what you said, Jinder, together with what Elmondo says, right? If the facial recognition and eyeball and iris recognition software is perfected, then they would deal with people, I imagine, as individuals, because they can manage vast amounts of individuals. And so they wouldn't really be using race and ethnicity, because
no, of course not, because it wouldn't matter the color of your skin. It's what you're doing. Where are you going?
That's right. Your code.
What is your
iris,
digital footprint?
Exactly. So anybody who's there must be people who are part of the resistance, but they're quite high level within the civil service, and then how they're doing the resistance is by pushing the idea of race codes and ethnicity codes, because that's a useful counter.
What you mean through like social profiling?
Yes, but you see, I'm trying to show that there's one group that doesn't care about race and ethnicity or family or nation or anything. They just care about individuals that can be managed. And there's another group who's a resistance to that, who see value in culture, ethnicity, and
in
race,
privacy,
and so on. Yes, that's right.
Obviously, privacy is a very important issue on a very individual basis. I mean, privacy. You although if you're not doing anything nefarious, you really want to sort of, you don't want the powers to be, snooping in on your on what you view, and especially with Facebook, with and all the sheep on Facebook, when Facebook said, right, everyone must change that you must put your real name and insert your telephone number.
This discussion is going on in Germany right now.
And like sheeple, a majority of the population said, okay, well, Facebook said I should put my own name. And
yeah, I have
need
nothing to hide.
Yeah, no, but and then what did they do? They went and took all of that data and exploited it and sold it for monetary gain, because all of these sheeple, like dumb motherfuckers, oh well, Facebook says I need to. Oh no, if you need, this is the problem. This is the problem.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, but I believe there's resistance at all levels. There's resistance on the streets level to this globalist oligarchy agenda, and there's also resistance taking place at high level that we may only get a shadow or a flick of information every now and then.
They also try to push it, and they're still on it with the whole coronavirus thing, right? They wanted to register everyone that is vaccinated and who's not vaccinated, and have they're going for that, and even on ID cards and being saved on the computer chips and everything like this. Yeah, it's scary. It's going there, but there's a big resistance. Yeah, there's a big resistance.
So what do you think of the question of the day then? Do the IC codes, or does the recognition and grouping of people by race codes afford different groups different levels of protection?
Yeah, but I mean,
by law?
If you look at it, IC3, that coding is obviously only used by police forces and, as you said, the military in defining what race a person is, or what ethnic background they come from. That doesn't, determine, that guy might, he's IC1, he's IC3, but the IC3 guy could have, do you know what I'm saying? So it's a coding for determining what a person's color of their skin is.
No, don't go with the color. It's a lot deeper. A lot of people just say that, but
so how deep does it go?
No, exactly. Well, let's explore.
Are you going to red pill me now?
Well, let's explore.
Come on,
explore
red
together.
pill me. Come on, man.
Let's explore together. So, I'm saying, think about if a system is recognizing race and ethnicity, then that system must see some value in race and ethnicity.
Yeah, but then obviously, is there a tiering system to this definition of someone's? So obviously, IC1 is at the top, number one. Then you got IC2, IC3. Do you think that has some sort of racial connotation to it? Yeah, hierarchy.
Well, in the research that I've had, I suspect yes, because when you study the history of Interpol and
so
Europol,
who came up with this?
Sorry. When you study the history of it, it seems to be something developed between the British and the Germans. It seems to have roots in Germany and Britain.
So who came up with this concept? I mean, what does IC mean? What is within that acronym? What does IC mean? Like
IC means identity code.
Okay.
But that's only from 1975. Before 1975, it was RC, which is a race code.
Okay.
Yeah, so I don't know if they're trying to soften it down or whatever. You know,
Yeah,
so there's multiple layers.
I get that. I get that point. But who actually came up with the concept? I mean, is it searchable on Wiki? Can we look deeper into the history as to why this classification system was put in place?
No, not on Wikipedia. You won't find it on the internet. You have to do a Freedom of Information request.
Who to? The government?
Yeah. Home Office.
Have you done that?
Yep.
Have you had an answer yet?
No, because it's three. Was it three strikes and you're out?
Yeah, but the thing is, obviously, a group of people sat down in a meeting room,
exactly,
and they've gone, right. Okay, so how do we identify these people with different color skins into a code that we can use to identify them? So there must have been a meeting, there must have been a committee, it must have been signed off.
Yes.
There must have been an audit, there must have been people involved, there must have been someone sitting in that room, in that meeting room, that was at a hierarchical level where they gone, we understand that, yep, give me the paperwork, we're gonna sign that off, we're gonna commission it, and we're gonna put it out there as the norm in identifying people of color, regardless of what their color is.
Correct. It went. Well, I was doing some research in the National Archives. I got some help from the library staff down there, and they said it goes out as a Home Office circular. That's the term. It's a circular. So when a circular goes out, that means it goes to all police forces, all civil service, and so on. It's circular. It means.
So okay.
Yeah, the coding makes total sense, in my opinion, and
yeah,
it
but
makes
we've got
total
this
sense that they adjust the system not only based on race, but also, for example,
thing that everybody.
In 4, there's also the state of mind, which is important too. Is this guy a Christian? Is he a Muslim, for example? To find out where's the threat coming from and where should we put our effort in when we see, for example, that terrorism and you don't know if he's and you don't code them as Christians or Muslims or whatever, then you don't know where to put your power in. So it totally makes sense from that standpoint on.
Okay, right. So how do other countries? What is their classification system? Say, for instance, like Germany or America or France, do they employ the same system to define a
I think
person's...
in France, they're totally getting rid of that. They don't do racial profiling anymore. They are not even counting, I think, how many native French are in the country and how many other ethnicities are in the country, which is fucking dangerous. Okay. And
yeah, but then in Germany, I mean, if the German police come across a situation where there's multiple, and they need to make a definition of, say, for instance, a suspect's, you know, how do they define? I mean, do they say he's a white man? He's a black? No, that guy's blue.
The Germans are not allowed. I've had it out with the German embassy. I was down there, and I was down there, and the people came out from the German embassy, and also the diplomatic police. This is down in Kensington, so I arranged for I did a stunt to try and get the people from the German embassy to come out, and also the British diplomatic police to arrive, and they all arrived, and then I said, right, okay, so now we have the two groups. I'd like to ask you some questions. And so the British will say, oh yes, this is we can verify this is right. We do use these codes, but when I asked the Germans, so what system do you have then? Because it's a German embassy, I thought they'd know everything about Germany, and they just started faffing about. They couldn't speak.
Yeah.
They were trying to dodge all over the place.
I think the Germans go after citizenship. So if you have a German passport and you commit a crime, you are being counted as a German, okay?
Yes.
What they will do is they have this code of state of mind, I think, as well. So in some instances, they say this is a Muslim crime. This is a crime based on leftist ideology and based on right-wing ideology. This is what they are making, but they are not accounting that to ethnicity or something like this. So yeah,
Yes.
that's the only
So,
thing. Yeah.
yeah. So therefore, it seems inefficient because
Yeah,
the
definitely.
German police, if they don't have any code, then everybody's making up their own reports. There cannot be any consistency, can there? If there's no code.
I think what they also are doing, at least for now, is saying if this person is of first or second generation immigrants. I think they are still doing that, but I'm not quite sure about that.
Right.
In
So
some
see,
instances,
it'd be
they are
good
doing that.
to see what you can find out. I'd like to hear what you can find out from Germany.
So say for instance, out in Asia, for instance, I don't know, Korea or Japan or some other country in the Far East. I mean, do they employ a system that defines people by the color of their skin when, especially like police authorities and how? I mean, say for instance,
No, they
in
don't.
Japan,
They don't. I've met people from China. I met tourists from China, from Korea, from everywhere at Speaker's Corner, and they all come over to my little section, and they see it. And I've never had anybody from Middle East, from anywhere in the world, say that they have anything similar. So I suspect it's a very powerful, unique edge that certain authorities in Britain have.
So they must, what terms do they use? I mean, if there's an incident, where a black man or a white European, for instance, is involved in a situation, I mean, how do the police? How did they must have some sort of system in place where they can actually.
They don't.
Really?
No.
So
No.
that means if you're a police sketch artist in China, and there's been a crime, and by a Chinese man, and you've got the witness, and you're doing the police sketch, you say, right, what did he look like? You go, he looked like you.
So it must be something like that. Yeah.
I don't know about the situation in Japan or something, but I say no matter what, it is insufficient. For example, lately I
Insufficient,
was
you mean? Insufficient.
insufficient. Yes. Lately, someone we talked about black and white crime, and the excuse. I think Lister come up with this excuse, as well as some other one. I talked about that. They told me, yeah, the reason why blacks are killing more whites than the other way around is because blacks are only a tiny minority of people within the country, and you will see more white people. Then I said, okay, do you think the same thing is going on in South Africa, that whites in South Africa are now killing more blacks than whites? And he said, of course. I said, have you looked into the crime statistics? No. So it was just, and then I tried to find out about that, and I couldn't, because in South Africa, yes, they are also not counting for race in their crime statistics. So yeah, I have no idea how many whites are getting killed in South Africa, because they're not reporting on that. Or blacks are getting killed in South Africa.
Well, I mean, that's a whole different subject altogether, because I've worked with some South African guys, and oh man, that's a whole different subject. That's a whole different topic to go into.
So this is I'll put the link in the private chat. But yeah, about the E-Codex, and this is what this priest told me about. And when we got here, it says because he looked at the codes. This is what he said. He says, "Look, New E-Codex magazine, a key to the challenges of the I can't even pronounce it. Digitization of justice."
Yeah.
Yeah, here it is. The key to the challenges of the digitization of justice is the communication between legislative experts and scholars, understanding the importance of cross-border civil procedures, and IT specialists who understand the possibility and requirements of IT, as well as the complex EU digital landscape. See that complex EU digital landscape. See that word landscape. Let me stop, pause there. I was down at the National Archives, and this, I think he is a soldier or ex-soldier, and retired. So, and he was saying that he asked me what you were researching in National Archives. Because I saw him about 3 or 4 times, and I thought, what's this guy? He looks funny.
Yeah, this is another thing of centralizing power, right?
Yeah, but watch this. What he said, he's the one who told me, gave the tip off. He says, "You've got to, he says we've got to understand the human terrain." Human terrain. Yeah. So look at that term. It's actually an official terminology, military.
Yeah, but that's the human terrain is. Forgive me if I'm wrong, but that's somewhat of a blanket statement.
Ooh. No.
Human terrain. I mean, what is the human terrain? I mean, you know,
this why it gets deep. You see, because all of this code system, terrain. So,
yeah, this is quite interesting. I just looked it up on Wikipedia.
Yeah,
it is only available on German and not on English. I see.
Well, Scott, no, I think it's got it here. It says, let me read anyway. I'll read the English one, and maybe you tell me if there's any difference in the German one. The Human Terrain System, HTS, was a United States Army Terrain and Doctrine Command, TRADOC, support program employing personnel from the social science disciplines.
Oh, the military love an acronym. Oh my God, they love it.
Yeah. Such as anthropology, sociology, and political science. See, this stuff is heavy. I'm telling you, these codes. There's more involved. See, and this is what the high priest was. This military guy was telling me. Regional studies, linguistics, and linguistics to provide military commanders and staff with an understanding of the local population, i.e. human terrain, in the regions in which they are deployed.
Yeah.
So the concept of HTS, Human Terrain System, was first developed in a paper by Montgomery McFate and Andrea Jackson in 2005, which proposed a pilot version of the project as a response to identified gaps in U.S. military commanders and staff's understanding of the local population and culture. See that word? Culture.
Yeah.
See? Such as became particularly visible during the U.S. invasion of Iraq and Afghanistan. HTS, or Human Terrain System, was subsequently launched as a proof of concept program run by the United States Army Training and Doctrine Command in February 2007. So it's all quite new, this stuff, with 5 HTS teams deployed between Iraq and Afghanistan since 2007. HTS has grown from a program with 5 deployed teams and a 20 million 2-year budget to one with 31 deployed teams, and 150 million annual budget. HTS became a permanent US Army program in 2010.
Yeah, because
So you can see-
what they do is they use these terminologies and these acronyms to describe. So when they go into another country, they use this system to identify the culture and the race of the people of the country that they're actually going into. So it gives them an insight into what they're actually dealing with.
Exactly. Yes. But look how recent this stuff is. 2005, 2007. So it seems to be really intensified as of late.
But did you also see that line here? Most notably on the 31 of October 2007, the Executive Board of the American Anthropologists Association, AAA, published a statement opposing HTS. So these are the cultural Marxists, of course, again.
There you
as
go.
an unaccepted application of anthropological expertise that conflicted with the AAA Code of Ethics, right? So these people stand against that.
See that?
So yeah,
Serious.
people on the ground see the value of
That's right. So
understanding
this is
the
war
culture
at high level.
Yeah,
Yeah, because obviously
this is war at very high level.
Yeah, so from the higher echelons of command, these processes and these words and these acronyms are cascaded down through the hierarchy.
Yep.
But the point gets lost at the foot soldier.
Yes, they don't understand what's going on.
They don't understand. They're just like, oh, they're grunts. Roo, roo, roo.
Yeah, but you can see it's very sophisticated stuff.
Of course it is.
See,
of course it is.
Culture. See, they're using culture as the weaponization of culture, or the neutralization of the weapon of culture. So you see, as you pointed out there, Elrond, that so there's resistance. That some are saying it's unacceptable application of anthropological
because everyone
expertise.
is equal, don't you know? Don't you know?
Exactly.
American
That's right.
military, don't focus on that.
Yes, that's right. That's right. So there's no way that they'll let the most of the military understand what's going on. That's why they just use, as Jim Jones was saying, the acronyms, TRADOC. So people won't really understand what's going on because you could cause division and within the military forces if once they start understanding.
Because if the people, if the grunts on the ground had a really definitive understanding of these acronyms and the policies behind it, they'd be like, well, hold on a minute.
Yeah,
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. I'm gonna. What did you mean? Is that what it actually means?
Exactly.
Fuck no.
They're calling it, the AAA are calling it weaponized anthropology. So yeah, these people, man, I really a neo-colonial mission. Yeah. Yeah, this is madness. Yeah.
Yes. So all of this spins off those IC codes. So people just say, "Oh, it's IC1, IC2, IC3. Oh, it's just a little thing."
But the thing is, IC3. If you went up to a normal person in the street, an everyday Joe average citizen that does his 9 to 5, he comes home, he pays his taxes, he lives his life, he watches. If you was to say to him, right, okay, could you, if I was to roll off these codex to you, would you understand them? And I guarantee you, 90% wouldn't even have a clue.
More than that, they wouldn't have a clue. Because you know something?
90%. I should have been a bit more
generous. You'd be generous. You wouldn't believe it. I've been at Speaker's Corner and doing other things, raising awareness of these codes. I've met about 3 or 4 police officers who said, "Wow, I can't believe what you're showing here." So they've been trained to use the codes, but they never really thought about it.
Yeah.
See, and they never thought about it until they saw my stuff. And they thought, wait a minute, what I've just, their brains started spinning. I could see it. I could see their minds. Oh my, what's it? And that's what they use every day. They use it every day.
Yep.
But they never really thought. Never really thought about the codes and the history and the logic behind it.
The connotations.
But
yes, that's
what
right.
this also shows me is when cultural Marxists are against something like HTS, right? It shows me that they are really not interested in cultures of other people.
Exactly.
Right? Even though they all the time virtue signal, oh, we love Islam and right?
Yeah.
This is you can't trust the left at all. I think I know more about Islam and other cultures than the normal leftist that is always virtue signaling about these cultures.
Yes, it's a very strange paradox, isn't it? Because it seems that the people that would call racists and ethnaps and the evil fascist racists, they're the people who actually pay attention to people's culture.
Yeah,
it's strange, isn't it? Whilst the people that would say, "Oh no, we're all equal. Stop dividing us." You always hear that. Stop dividing. We're all the same. We're all human. They have no respect whatsoever.
No, exactly.
For culture, for people. They wouldn't do this work. So it's strange.
Because ultimately, they want everything to be equal. That's why they can't see any differences.
Yes.
It's
and that breeds more violence, in my opinion, because it's like saying, "Oh, don't see anything if you don't see any difference, and if you can't see any difference, if you won't see that there's no difference, then we'll lobotomize you."
Oh yeah, reality will hit you with a sledgehammer eventually.
Yeah.
If you deny what's going on in the world.
Yeah. We've all seen that film, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest.
There you go. See?
You'll end up like a gibbering mess in the corner.
Yes, and that's
With
what
no
they
thought
do
process.
for real. It's happening. So it's good to inquire and to ask questions about these things because
I find it very interesting, man.
And not to treat it lightly.
Yeah, I would more say to the question of the day, does these codes matter? Yes, I think they are still mattering in the police force, as they should be, but I'm not thinking that...
but the thing is, Elron, I mean, imagine you're an active police officer on duty. Yeah, so these codes will determine what level of action you need to employ when you hear these codes. Because especially in London, if the call came over the radio, I've got 4 IC3s acting very suspiciously, the response
there you go
would be highly proportionate than if it was like I've got 4 IC7s acting suspiciously, because cognitively it would garner response like, whoa, wow, 4 IC3s, damn.
Yeah, especially if you further that,
it would elicit a more tacit response than it would. Especially in a given demographic,
go
in London.
even deeper when you say, for example, specify it. IC3 has said its place of birth, lineages, appearance, visual ethnicity, as well as state of mind. For example, I can say they are what is Arab, Oriental, probably, or is
what's
it
that? Arab?
IC4,
IC6. No,
IC6.
But then obviously the codes.
So you have an IC6 here, and it seems to be that they are Salafists, for example, and they acting very strangely. Then probably in the police mind, they are also associating with a possible terrorist attack going on.
There you go.
right?
That's right.
So of course, but what I would say to the answer of the question, I don't think they differentiate groups in the levels of protection. I don't think that is the case. I think what is the case is more of a victim hierarchy, because it is my opinion that you have a culture of the oppressor and the oppressed in most of the court system already, as well as in politics and especially media. I don't know if it's in policing. I don't think so, but in the justice system, it's already there. You have cultural appropriation, not cultural,
Yes.
cultural sensitive judges.
Sensitivity.
oftentimes. Yes. So they think that, for example, if a Muslim is treating a woman a certain way, then it has to do. They are more sensitive because it's part of their culture. I see many of the judges putting that into the how they judge people in Germany, at least. I can tell you about that. So it's already in the justice system, in my opinion. This is the victim hierarchy. This is the narrative of the left, of the oppressor and the oppressed. I see that definitely going on. And you have that also with LGBTQ and all of this. And I think sometimes even to the police, when we are seeing how they treat Antifa, for example, and how they treat, let's say, a right-wing group. Okay, Antifa can go out there. They have called back the police, so Antifa can destroy statues. You wouldn't see that with other groups, in my opinion. So I would say you have this in this victim hierarchy group of the left-wing perspective of the oppressor and the oppressed group.
Okay. But you see, there's still a battle going on. I've been having speak to some police officers over the years. You see, there's a police force that was changed to the police service. So there's some debate whether it's a police force or a police service. And that same debate extends into police cultural values, because for example, do you remember when Serco and also a lot of these companies, private companies, took over from the police, things that the police used to do?
Yeah, contracted. They was contracted out, prisoner transfer, and
yes,
it's handed out to civilian. I mean, if you go into any police station now, I can guarantee you the person sitting at the front desk isn't a police officer.
Really? Oh.
Yeah, they're all
wow,
community support, or they're contracted out. They're not, they're not an actual any front service desk. Go into any police station that's open 24 hours, and I guarantee you that the person sitting behind the desk is not a police officer.
Right.
I guarantee it.
Interesting. So the deeper significance of this, as it appears to me, is that it's the long march of the banking oligarchy. They're moving in and privatizing police and military, and then that brings on a different kind of flavor of a different culture within policing and military. Mindset, everything.
Yes. They are more like, especially in the military, more and more. They are more like mercenaries.
Yes,
And with,
yes.
In Germany, we call them, let me translate it. The military is basically the people's, not the people's army. There's some other flavor, but they see themselves basically as citizens, right? While the mercenary is just out there to do a task.
Exactly. And he's being
and
paid.
have no connection to the land, basically, only to
Exactly.
the one that pays him.
Right. And so I can imagine The reason for this is that if you have a state or a nation, and the police share the same cultural values as the nation,
Yes.
or the state, then it's a bit more difficult to get them just to start shooting into the crowd.
Yeah.
And
They are.
beating up
Is
people.
it called Euroforce, the police force, where different European countries put together a police force, and basically now they can send, for example, the Netherlands police force into France. And
There you go.
Yeah, this is another thing, right? Of course, a French police person would be more resistant to shoot on French people,
Yeah.
than some other country's person, right?
Yeah, and also if like in the old system, the police would be familiar with the local people, the local community.
Yes, they are doing that as well. Good point, IC3.
Yeah.
I have ground knowledge about that.
Yes.
For example, in 2016, the Pegida protests were pretty big.
Yeah.
And very close to me in Duisburg. Now I am given away somewhat my location here. The police were more and more aligning with the people on the streets.
Right.
And what they did is they changed the police force and imported them from another city. I think it was Frankfurt or something.
Yeah.
And yeah, so yeah, it is already happening there. Yeah.
Right. So the deeper significance of this, in my opinion, is that the policing and military will become more cold, especially if you start bringing in immigrants into a nation.
Yeah.
Who do not share any of the cultural values of the nation, don't even look like any of the people of the nation. They can move to a high level of ruthlessness.
Yeah, of course.
So, if I may, I want to interject, and this is about Neen Koulis, who's trying to use the grooming argument. Now, the reason I bring this up is because he was on here and he was talking about puberty deciding what's a woman, and that's his belief. Now he's trying to say, well, we need to use the British laws, and that means under the law she was groomed. Well, let's see what the law actually says about it. Is a process which a person with a sexual interest in child builds an emotional connection with the child to gain their trust, the purpose of sexual abuse, sexual exploitation, or trafficking. Now, when he came on here and people were talking about child marriage, one of the things he said, I believe it was him, was that marriage is not just about sex. So this person, and if that's the argument, because Muslims would have to make that argument that Muhammad married Aisha at 6 and didn't have sex with her for 3 years. So marriage is not all about sex. It's about protection to Islam, to people. This person who allegedly groomed her was about marriage. Any communication with the child for the purpose of sexually abusing them is legally considered to be grooming and is classified as an offense under the Sexual Offense Act of 2003. No child under the age of 13 can ever consent to sexual activity. So firstly, she's above that age. Okay. Now, that's just proof right there that his argument is a little falsified because he doesn't know the law that he's talking about. But my whole point here is that he communicated, it was either him or a different Muslim that was on the panel with him, and they both agreed that marriage is not just about sex. So this, I call her a girl because she was a child at 15. Now he is trying to call her a child under Britain law and say that she was technically groomed. And when I asked, I said, do you know of any 1,400 girls that were groomed by the grooming gangs? Did any of them marry their groomer? And then he tried to use Stockholm Syndrome. Stockholm Syndrome is the basis of a captive falling in love with their captor, not somebody online proposing to you and you accepting their proposal and moving away to go marry them. That is a false equivalence. That makes no sense. You know, and if he does want to try to use Britain law, then like I asked him, so you would agree that under Britain law, Muhammad was a pedophile, that Muhammad would have had to go to court. He totally refused to even answer the question there, because he's noticed what I've done is I've shown that he's not using his argument consistently. And then he wants to say that I use that it's something about race. You know, he said, oh, well, when it's a brown girl, it's a big problem. I don't even know this girl's race. You know, I know the story. I don't even think I've ever seen her. Oh, picture or whatever. Like maybe it'd be months ago if I had. I don't even remember. But so then I said, okay, there you go. You don't have an argument, so you use the race card. Then he says, you use the religion card. Here's the thing. And I asked him this. Are there any atheist Christians, Hindus, Jewish people, Jainist people, all different types of religions across the world? Are they going and supporting ISIS? Are they going over there? No, it all happens to be people who are considered Muslim in their communities until they went to fight for ISIS. Okay. And then they started saying, oh no, they're not Muslim now. But then and that was the argument for about 5 years before this trend of Muslims from supporting ISIS want to come back to the Western states. Then conveniently, Muslims start supporting them coming back and say that, oh, they were just manipulated. Okay, well, which is it? Let's find some consistency here. But what I really wanted to show was even under the Grooming Act, okay, it says, and this is British law, any communications with the child for purpose of sexually abusing them is legally considered to be grooming. Now, is he now considering marrying a person under the age of British law to be grooming? Because that's what's going on a lot of times in England. I even bring up that they have Sharia courts. He says, oh, well, Britain isn't a Sharia land. And I said, well, there's Sharia courts, aren't there? He says, oh, well, that's just about divorce. He can't prove that. There's not proven. Because there have been proven sheikhs and imams inside of England who have married underage girls to older men. But I'm sure he doesn't support them being called groomers. He's like, no, they're just the protectors now. They're the guardians. So this argument is fallacious at best, trying to say, well, this is about her being 15 and a child, according to Britain law, and being groomed. No, she made the decision. And this is what I also said, if she wasn't Muslim, it would have never happened, right? If she wasn't Muslim, then she would have never been able to marry a Muslim according to Islamic law, unless she was a Jew or a Christian. And even then, you don't hear of any Jews or Christians going to support ISIS. So this makes no sense, this argument that Neen is wanting to put forth.
Yeah, 100% agree on you with that. And I think it was a mic drop moment when Khan was on the panel. I mean, it's the dishonesty I can't take. Yeah, just be honest about that, right?
And notice Khan didn't want to answer my question of why are you supporting people who you don't even consider Muslim to come back here and go to prisons that you know in Britain have what they call a radicalization problem. Now, notice I even said I don't really even believe in this concept of radicalized Islam because I know what Islam teaches. Okay, but when I said that, he had nothing to do with it. He wanted nothing to do with it. And when I mentioned, why wouldn't you want her to these people, these Muslims or ISIS members, when they get caught in Syria or Iraq or Turkey, wherever they're at, why aren't you wanting them?
He tried to hide under he wants justice, right? He uses the supposedly justice system to hide his intention of why he really wants her to come back. This is very sinister that he tries to do that. But you dismantled him on that pretty
But
good.
it's not just him.
No, it's not. It's
but
the
my
majority, I
thing
would
is
say.
the citizens of countries need to start asking that very important question of why, if Muslims follow this point that that anybody who supports ISIS and goes over there is no longer Islamic, why are they wanting them to come back after years of saying that they're outside the fold of Islam? Why are they supporting them wanting to come back now? Why would they not support them being tried in the Islamic areas where they committed these crimes? It makes it's a real question that they are not going to answer.
Yeah, definitely. And when I saw Twitter, the only non-Muslims I saw was very lunatic left-wing people. But even them, most of the left are agreeing she shouldn't come back, which is quite interesting. Unless they change, of course, the algorithm again. But
Tash Jeff asked, what do you mean why he really wants her to come back? Well, like I said, he knows that in England they have what they call a radicalization problem of Muslims inside a prison. So he's already wanting somebody who has gone to support a place that he says is not Islamic and not Muslim, who kills Muslims, but he wants them to come back and be put into a penitentiary system that has a radicalization problem. Does this make logical sense to anybody? Like,
yes, to me, it makes sense.
No, but
if you
I mean,
want
to
to
me,
Islamize Britain, then it makes totally sense.
yeah, that's what I'm getting at. But he doesn't. No, Muslims don't want to come and admit that conclusion. You know what I'm saying? Like, they don't want to. Just like when you, like with Neen Koulis talking about, oh, Sharia courts are just for divorce inside of Britain. That's not true. You don't have any proof that these tribunals are only making decisions about divorces. And even then, they're not supposed to. They're supposed to say, oh, this is Britain's law and you should go to the court systems there, but they're not doing it, are they? No.
Yeah, I'm of the opinion also, even with law, I don't care about laws. Is something pro-British or anti-British? Is something putting Britain in harm? Or is it saving Britain? So even if the laws would be clear, which I think even on that basis we would win the argument, in my opinion, they should change the law. So if you take the position of what's supposed to be the law, and you say, okay, because it's law, we have to put Britain in danger, then you're anti-British, then the laws should be changed. If circumstances changes, you have to adapt the law system to protect Britain.
I mean, that is true. I agree. Laws, and Khan, I think, even said that laws can't change. I think that's his exact words, and I typed in the chat.
Because the laws are right now benefiting him.
Laws are supposed to change. That's kind of the whole point of laws. Laws are supposed to be enacted to see if they work, and if they don't work, because they can be found to be unjust, they must be changed. You know, that's like that's.
And if they don't, you would see. Sooner or later, you will see a revolution, and no one wants this to happen, because this revolution normally gets pretty bloody.
And I thought I brought up a good point with Khan. I said it's kind of weird that if you're a Muslim and you do believe that, like the Quran says and the Hadiths, that if a person kills a Muslim, then they are supposed to be killed. But you want her to come back to a land where she will be conveniently live for the rest of her life, have things served to her. You know what I mean? Like, probably have time to talk to her kids whenever they come there. You know, and she's going to be afforded all these rights that you don't believe in Islam is supposed to happen. And then he tries to say, well, which countries are performing the Sharia? Okay, I said, but there's countries that are closer to the Sharia definitely than Britain, such as in Iraq, where they execute people or in Syria, they'll execute you for sedition and for treason. And that's exactly what ISIS did. They tried to form their own country, their own land inside of another country, which is treason, the very definition of it, you know. And but it really should make people ask questions.
Oh yeah, and I think it will. I think it will.
Like, I guarantee you, if I went to and I didn't think of this, but the what was it? The marathon bombers, the Boston Marathon bombers. I think they were immigrants, if I'm not mistaken, and that when they committed their crime here, we didn't send them back to the country that they came from.
One of them is in what's that? Is it in Colorado? LAX. The maximum security prison. He's awaiting a death sentence.
Okay.
Because one of them was killed, and one of the brothers actually survived. It was the Boston Marathon. They used a pressure cooker pipe bomb. Yeah.
But if I'm not mistaken, they were immigrants, right? They were from a different country.
Yes.
So we did not send them to the country that they came from. They committed their crime in the land they committed the crime, and they have to be tried and and held accountable in the country that they committed.
Due process.
But when it comes down to these Muslims going over to this country, going over to different countries and doing ISIS or even Al-Shabaab, right? In Bangladesh, right? Those American Muslims that have a problem going over to and fight for Al-Shabaab, and when they get caught, they try to come back, you know. But we don't allow it. They have to pay for their crimes there. So I just think it's kind of like an underlying question that societies need to ask Muslims, but they're scared that they're going to be called racist and Islamophobes for just bringing up the concept of, why do you want them to come back instead of pay for the crimes that they committed at the place that they committed them?
But this also shows, and I think it is questioning the modus operandi, saying with the whole citizenship and this holy papership, it puts that in question, and that's quite interesting for the right, I would say. Yeah, people are asking question about what does this paper really mean, if these citizens are not in line with the morals and values, should they really have that privilege of that citizenship?
Citizenship, and like I said earlier, it doesn't matter. Just like how I mentioned, if a person comes here illegally to America from anywhere in Latin America, and then they get pulled over for doing any crime or whatever, and we take them in and we run a background check on them, and the government finds out that they committed a crime in the country that they came from, we send them back to do the penance of the time that they had in that country. We can't just say, okay, you committed rape in El Salvador, and now that you're in America, you're going to go to prison in America for the rape in El Salvador. It doesn't work that way.
No, what I meant is the stripping away from her citizenship because of treason. That point I was referring to.
So Tash Jeff says, you have an issue with so-called radicalized breeding prison hubs. Why not focus on that issue? You cannot banish a person. It's not about banishing, right? It's about saying you got caught doing crimes in another country, so you pay for those crimes there. And then after you do your sentence there, if you want to come back, then we have to talk. But it's not just, oh, well, I'm a citizen, I get to go back. Because imagine if I just went to any country. Okay. What is it? In England, there was that American diplomat who ran over and killed that British person about 2 months ago, right?
That wasn't a diplomat. She was the wife of a.
Okay, but you get what I mean.
Yes.
And she claimed diplomatic immunity.
Yes.
And then came back to America, and England wants her extradited.
Yes.
Because she committed a crime there.
Yeah, the charge would be causing death by dangerous driving, because she obviously didn't adhere to she was basically driving on what you Americans would say the right side of the road. Where
my point here is now it's between the U.S. government. She can't get tried in the U.S. for the dangerous driving and killing a person. She can only get tried in England.
Yes, she can, but it doesn't actually. I mean, with a good brief and a good lawyer.
Valid.
I mean,
the day done is in the background, is in the back chat waiting. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I mean, with a good brief, solicitor, lawyer, you know, I think what's upset a lot of people is that the diplomatic immunity issue and the fact that, you know, she did wrong. I mean, whether or not she was drunk at the time is a matter of conjecture. But I think she should do the honorable thing. And
I think the U.S. should send her ass back without a doubt.
Yes, I believe that should be the case.
I agree. I'm just giving an example of somebody who did a crime in another country and was able to get away from that country before being caught, and that country still wants that person to be extradited.
I mean, considering the UK and America, we've got this finger wag special relationship, and we're allies, and you know, we're brothers in our whatever. I think she should do. She should just, you know, come back, accept that she did wrong, and do the honourable thing. But
I agree, but the premise that I'm talking about is relating to the
crimes committed in another country. Yes.
Yes, and right now the administration, I guess the Trump's administration, is not pursuing the case, or I don't know. The whole order of it has been a few months and it hasn't really been back in the news, but they would essentially be like the ISIS form right now of the analogy that I'm making. Okay, yeah, because she wants to come back and they know that she did wrong, but they just let her come back and not face any punishment in the land that she did the crime.
Well, the thing is, I mean,
the biggest difference is that she got caught in that, trying to leave that area. She got caught, and then just said, "Well, I'm a British citizen," and because of that, it allegedly causes all of these problems. I mean, if I go to England and I rob somebody, I can't say I'm an American citizen and I'm going to get the same fucking treatment.
Yeah, but the thing is, I mean, if you know, obviously in the judicial system in this country, there's always the avenue of mitigating circumstances. Yeah, so at the time, if she was drunk and she was, that can't be proved. So we have to, you know, give the benefit of the doubt. But it still doesn't change the fact that her actions led to someone losing their life. So
no, I agree. You and I are on the same opinion of this.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, but there could be other issues, because obviously she was the wife of an intelligence operative.
Well, I mean, I get what you mean, and
yeah,
maybe
so there could be security questions that, you know, and these are the certain
just for the
types of questions that don't need to be dragged up in court.
Well, just to make my point made, I don't care that I don't care if she was. I don't care if
in the background.
I don't care if she was CIA or the president. You know, if you commit a crime, you're supposed to be held accountable to it.
I get you, but I think she should do the honourable thing and come back and say, "Look, I'm going to put my." It would be more beneficial for her, in the eyes of the courts and the judges, if she came back and said, "Look, I made a terrible mistake. I'm really sorry. I'm going to show remorse." It might not even lead to a prison sentence because of mitigating circumstances. So we'll see how it pans out. But I think she should, you know, come back and do the honourable thing and admit that she was wrong. And I think in that case, you know, the judges would say, well, okay, look, you know, you've put your hands up, and that goes far in this country. If you're committed of a crime and the evidence is overwhelming, you put your hands up, you show remorse, it does you a big favour. So we'll see how that one pans out.
Yeah, IC3, where have we left before Why So Religious come back into address his point further about the whole double standard?
Sorry, what did you saying?
Where have we left before Why So Religious came in?
Oh, right. Yes. So we were talking about
privatization of police and military, I think, right?
That's right. Yeah, the privatization of the military and the police, and we were
privatization.
Privatization, yes.
Privatization, yeah, and we were discussing what was the deeper meaning of this, and I think we was kind of agreeing that it means a change in culture of policing itself,
yes,
and military action itself. And I think we was agreeing that if you have a nation where the police share the same value as the nation, as the people, and they do, they get familiar with their community policing. So the police, you know, get familiar with a certain area and get to know the people. That can lead to better quality policing, as the people, local people, will trust the police and be more willing to volunteer information.
Yeah. I totally agree. The program we were talking about earlier, this military program there, what was it called again? I forgot. Let me look.
Human terrain.
Yeah, human terrain
yes,
system.
human
it's
terrain
the same
system.
thing, right? When the police, of course, is familiar with the local culture,
yes,
then he does a much better job, in my opinion.
Yes.
Than someone who's not looking at that and just takes orders.
That's right.
Yeah, and of course, if and I think we ended with what happens also when different people come into the police. So not only mercenaries, but also, let's say, different cultures now.
That's right.
Or different ethnicities come into the police force. Is
Yes.
that changing the police tactics as well? I say so. For example, I would bring up the infiltration of the mafia of the police in New York. They giving hints to the mafia, for example, whenever a police raid was happening. So they
Right.
protected their group, their in-group, their
Yes.
mafia colleagues. And you will see the same thing with certain other people. They will tip them off. They will be more ready to shoot opponents of their ideologies. Yeah, and I see that as a big danger. And this is why I'm very pro the snitching culture of some Arabs and Muslims are saying basically, if you go to the police, you're a traitor or something. I love that. Because I don't
Right.
want them in the fucking police force, okay? Sorry, but I have some concerns about that.
Right. So looking from another angle, if an outside entity or a foreign entity was making plans against a nation, having understood that if the police share the values of the local people.
Hey, Valley, get Day Day in. He's in the back chat.
He's not there, man. I added him and he dropped off. As soon as I added him, he dropped off.
Okay.
But yo, Day Day, if you're there, jump back on, man.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's continue.
Yes. So from another perspective, if a foreign entity sees that a nation is growing and is being productive and is doing well and is looking after its citizens, and this foreign entity is planning to disrupt the economy of that nation, the ultimate plan would be to spread disorder in that nation. So what would be the best way? The best way from the foreign entity's perspective would be to try and
get into positions of power.
Yes, that's right. And then once in the position of power, then do what? Once in position of power, then they would seek to dismantle whatever national and community structures already exist in order to let the chaos come in.
Yeah, or on the other hand, to benefit their group. That doesn't mean chaos to them, probably.
Well, obviously, yeah, because if you're a foreign entity, and you're coming into a nation, and you're coming in looking to benefit your nation, your entity. So any benefit would come with order, because that order amongst yourselves as a foreign entity would give you strength.
Yeah.
So therefore, if you're seeking to exploit the nation, then you want disorder or chaos. So you want order in order to achieve power, as you said, and you want disorder amongst the nation. And then that would involve dismantling or distorting the justice system, because that would get people really angry.
IC3, I recently saw the Body Snatcher film of 1978. There's also other movies of the same.
What a classic film!
There's like 3. I have to watch the other 2 as well. But these body snatchers, they started with infiltrating the police force and also the medical system, who are responsible for viruses and all the stuff, as well as some politicians, right? So they already hinted on how to take over society in those movies.
Yes,
which reminded me of the situation we are in today. Yeah.
If the Daydon was wanting to come on here to talk about the previous conversation, at least with me on the panel, we'd have to switch topics for a moment, because my son's about to wake up from his nap in just a little bit, probably.
Okay.
No. I actually wanted to come on to because you did say you were interjecting, and it went on for a bit. I really wanted to hear what IC3 and Elron were talking about. And there's an interesting video. If I was on a computer, I would have played this video. I think he's an ex-CIA guy who describes how to demolish nations using these minor tactics they employ, and how to put people in certain places, and flood in things like drugs and all that kind of stuff. Yes. I'll try to get onto a computer. I will try to get access, and if so, I'll share my screen.
Cool. I might know that video. Is it from 1975 or something?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
it's a really old video.
Perfect. Yes,
Yeah.
I love that video.
I love that video too, man. I'm sure a lot of people have seen it, but for those who haven't, I think it's very rich. So I'll try.
Yeah. Same with who was that ex-communist KGB agent?
Oh yes, I saw him as well.
This is also a classic. Everyone should have seen that video. Yeah.
Yeah. 30-year plan, 25-year plan, and so on.
Yeah.
So here's a question. I suppose this is where the conversation might slow down a bit, more difficult. What is the solution then?
Well, the other organizations like Black Lives, the Black Panthers have already given you the solution, which I am agreeing of when we are in a situation of America, which is you have a black police force of this, and they are only controlling black people, and because they understand black people better, and this would be
So
the
you're
only solution. In my
you're
opinion.
supporting segregation.
Oh
based-
yeah.
Man,
other
another
Just a suggestion, just to
segregationist,
clarify,
bro.
yeah. Just to clarify, like, see in London, the Jews have like a Jewish police force.
Yeah.
You think everyone should have their own police force?
No, I
They,
think in
they're
the case
called.
of
They're
Europe,
up in fucking Stanmore. They're called the Showroom.
Yeah, and Golders Green and that.
Golders Green, yeah. Golders Green, maybe Stamford Hill.
Yeah. What's that? Hampstead, around Hampstead sides. Hampstead
Yeah,
Heath.
and also in oh my god, I've lived in London. How can I forget this, man? Jesus Christ.
in the case of America, it's a country that is basically a colonized country, and so I see no moral standpoint of saying that whites should then have the right to rule over America. I see separation and giving different people different states as the solution there. But in the case of Europe, it is a totally
When
different
has-
conversation.
when historically
I just want to
when
say
has
something.
when has historically segregation worked out in the benefit of the people that are being segregated?
Apartheid. No, I'm joking.
Yeah, apartheid was still. You had some sovereignty, but it was not that white people back then led the. What was it? There was like 4 different. I think they even divided.
They done even said that he was joking, and this guy is going on
Okay.
about it like it was a serious comment.
No, but
No, I was joking, but he
think
does have
in
a,
the case
he's
of
got a point to
apartheid-
make. I want to hear what his point is.
Yeah, in
that he's
the
gonna
case
make.
of apartheid, the black people weren't sovereign, right? The white people still had the dominance over the black areas, and this shouldn't have happened. If you want real segregation, you let the black or Mexican people rule themselves, have their own justice system without any influence, not influence. Without,
So would you say like the Americanized Mexican or black people there now, you'd call them sovereigns?
Yeah, I can give you an European example of that. Is Yugoslavia. This has worked pretty good, in my opinion.
But you realize what you're doing is you're just like, and this is one of the reasons Malcolm X left the Nation of Islam, is because the Nation of Islam was supporting the side of the Ku Klux Klan on segregating states based off race. This is
Question
what-
is, was it wrong, right or wrong?
But what I'm saying is when people have these political ideas, they tend to go so far on both sides that they end up agreeing with the people who they say that they disagree with and that they hate. And that's what's
Because
going
they have
on
a common
here.
goal
yeah.
of
Horseshoe
self-governance.
No, what I'm saying here is they both say that they are against the other, but
Yeah.
they really hold the same separationist, segregationist attitudes.
Yeah,
And
this is the common ground they find. They basically they're saying, let's agree to disagree, and we can't solve that problem we have with each other.
Yeah.
But then you're also talking about having to relocate everybody that's in a certain area, right?
Yes.
Because so they have to be forcibly relocated.
Yes.
In a modern age, where and then you're talking about relocating people outside of that area to make them go to where this alleged segregation is. And if they disagree with it, what happens? What if they don't want to be segregated? Do they have to have their rights imposed upon?
Yes, as it is with every law. If you're against the law and the law is still there, police will enforce that law upon
But
you.
laws are not meant to take away people's rights. Laws are
course they
meant
are.
No, laws are meant to protect the citizens and to protect the rights of the people, right? Like the right to bear arms, let's say, or the right of freedom of speech is not meant to be enforced on people as a negative. So if you're saying that enforcing a law of segregation on people is for the positive, and it's a positive,
My argumentation
even though
there
people,
would be,
but people disagree
this
with
law
you.
will protect us from having a race war.
But no, you're saying, well, firstly, you can't prove that. You can't prove that just because you start segregating people, there won't be a quote unquote race war. That's just that's makes no sense. But when you make a law, it's supposed to be for the protection of the individual. It's not supposed to be for the for an empowerment of government.
Why just the individual? Why not for a community as well?
Because the individual is part of the community. They make up the community, which means if the individual has their rights protected, then that means that community has their rights protected.
Not necessarily.
I think that individuals can cause tremendous harm on
Yes.
the overall population. This is why I'm disagreeing with. I'm for protecting the overall population against abnormal people. For example, I don't want my children to see any adverts of transgender people or almost like pedophilia being promoted on TV. I will prevent that. And I will enforce the law upon those what I would consider deranged people and dangerous people.
So how would you feel if the 2 or 3 things that you just vehemently opposed were actually forced into the national curriculum where your children are being taught?
What do you mean exactly?
The national curriculum. That's
Yeah.
where there's an ideal that a national curriculum is what is taught to our children in school.
Yeah.
So
it's already happening, right?
Yeah. So how do you deal with that? Because you're sending your children to school and your children are being taught the things that you just so vehemently opposed.
Yeah, I
What
have
do you
to
do?
fight against that, as
Yeah.
I'm
So-
doing right now.
So I think an approach, we just finished discussing that somebody was mentioning that the Jewish people, they have their own police force.
Yeah, the showroom.
Yeah, okay, right. So as a principle then, the law could say that a group of people, they have a right to their own police force and their own schools.
Yeah, but the thing is,
So-
the showroom, their main function is to protect the people that they hold dear to their heart, being the Jews. Yeah,
Yeah.
But they're not like the Sharia patrols that manifested themselves in Tower Hamlets, where they was imposing their theocratical or whatever, I can't say, laws against other people.
Well, the Muslims would say the Sharia law patrols are out there to protect Muslims from getting their identity stolen and
That's right.
something like this. So it's all
Yeah, but there's a big
perspective.
difference. There's a big difference because these Sharia patrols that were putting stickers on bus stops and lamp posts saying this is a Sharia zone and women will adhere to the Sharia and
So
blah blah blah.
So the reality is, inside of cities, they already are segregated. within their
Yeah.
own communities,
Definitely.
and they form gangs and they kill each other. This is no matter what race you're talking about. They all, if it's in a part of a city and they feel threatened, they form what they think is their own type of justice, right?
Yeah, but
And
they're
let me just continue this real quick because my son
their
just woke up.
ideals.
Let me
They're
just let me finish this. I have to
their
get off here.
ideals onto other people.
And
But
that's what
whereas
I'm
the
saying.
showroom, the Jewish police are protecting
So then,
their people
so
from
then
anti-Semitic attacks.
we
in their
see what's going
communities.
on here. We see what's going on here is that when people are already inside of a community and there's not adequate policing, let's say that, then they will start segregating each other in their own ways and form
Yeah, but they're
gangs.
not
I'm trying to finish
enforcing-
this. I'm
they're
trying
not
to finish.
Okay,
So
sorry.
and then when what y'all are talking about is having own communities. I'm sorry. 1 second, I can't hear. My son knocked my headphone set off.
But it's interesting, Jim Jones, that you are basically making that one rule for Jews.
So then,
saying,
if you look
they're
in the news,
projecting-
if you look
go
in
on.
the news, there is a Muslim police force in New York. Okay, they have cars that they drive around in, and they go just to different places, and they've tried to declare certain areas that they're patrolling. What happened? They came across a group of kids who were talking to a woman outside of a mosque, and they tried to step up to her. Now, they have every right to talk to her. They don't have a right to harass her, but according to reports, they were not harassing her. They were talking to her. And then this Muslim who thinks that he can enforce his own law outside of what the real law is, ends up abusing the child, who then goes to get their father, who's an ex-gang member, who brings him and his crew. And it ended up being a big ordeal. There was a fight and all this. You can look it up. But what I'm getting at is when you're talking about segregation, the problem with segregation and even trying to police inside of segregation, people policing segregation, they start segregating the people inside of the place that they're going to police. They start breaking them down into affiliations of even family members, all the way to religious. Okay, so what you're saying is people can just start coming up with their own laws depending on what side of the street that they're on, and that it's good to have other people just enforce alleged laws on other people and damn the consequences. Valley, thank you for having me on. I have to get off here.
All right. So what Why So Religious just described is the current situation. So this thing is going on without proper segregations. Okay. So just to make that clear, and I want to say hi, Banksy. Banksy just arrived.
Hello.
So I don't know why this is. a
Hello,
point.
you big bull bastard. What's happening?
Greetings.
Hey, hello, Mr. Icy. Hello, Obski and D-Day.
How you
Big up
doing,
everyone,
man?
Arundel. Big up everyone. Sorry, I didn't want to derail the conversation. I was trying
No,
to
it's cool, man. How you doing, man?
No worries. Good. Go ahead, Arundel. Sorry, carry on, guys.
Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, I just want to point out that he made the case that this thing is going on right now without proper segregation, proper areas which are really set up only for that people. So this thing is going on right now in a supposedly democratic